Chapter 1: The Chosen One. This is a fictional story. Please do not compare it to history. March 1982. On a green train from the capital to Qian City. Step back. Everyone step back. Otherwise, I'll stab this woman first. A man was gripping Sun Mianmian's arm with one hand and holding a knife against her neck with the other, shouting at the approaching police. Suddenly, she smelled blood and felt her body go weak, her vision darkening. Inside, she wailed, "Damn it, not the blood phobia again." She instinctively tried to cover the bleeding area, but the man snarled, "Stay still, woman. A knife goes in, a knife comes out, understand? Two won't move, I'll cooperate. But, big brother, I'm just a 17-year-old girl. How can you call me woman?" Hearing her timid yet stubborn words, not only the man was stunned, but the people around them froze as well. No one expected that such a pretty girl wouldn't cry in fear, but instead had the courage to argue about her title with a fierce criminal. What a peculiar girl. The man snorted coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. Cooperate well, or you'll go to hell with me." As he spoke, he pressed the dagger harder against her neck. Sun Mianmian looked up at the sky in silence. She truly was a destined cannon fodder. She had just crossed over and became a chosen one hostage among millions. Even the damned mild blood phobia had come along with her. The moment her flesh was cut, Sun Mianmian gritted her teeth to endure it, the fierce look in her eyes fleeting as she calculated various ways to escape. With a quavering voice tinged with tears, she tried to divert his attention. "I don't want to die. I will definitely cooperate with you. I haven't found a boyfriend yet. What if I get disfigured?" Hearing her plea, the man yelled impatiently, "Shut up." Yet his grip relaxed just a bit. Sun Mianmian was surprised and caught a glimpse of military green at the connection point of the train car behind her. She screamed, "Big brother, look behind you. There are soldiers coming." With police in front and soldiers behind, the man instinctively turned around. In that moment, Sun Mianmian smirked, her movements like lightning, and a needle pierced into his Qingmen acupoint. She had him immobilized. "W, what did you do to me?" The man felt a sharp pain in his chest, his neck stiffened and couldn't turn, fear evident in his voice. Sun Mianmian extended her delicate fingers to take the dagger from his neck, prying off his grasp with a kind explanation. "Relax. I just made you quiet for a bit. You are seeking death." Sun Mianmian rolled her eyes. "Who are you scaring?" Save some strength to explain to the police. "Police comrades, this is the weapon here." "Thank you. You're very brave. Will he stay this way forever?" At that moment, the immobilized criminal still maintained the posture of holding Sun Mianmian hostage while looking back at the soldiers, which was both comical and amusing. "Huh." One person laughed, and soon everyone around boldly joined in. Sun Mianmian laughed along, but when she looked up, her gaze met a sharp one that the newcomer wore a full military uniform in green, standing at the connection point of the train car, blocking all the light behind him, tall at nearly 6'3", with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, standing upright. He exuded an aura of cold detachment that kept others at bay. "Can you do acupuncture?" Even his voice was icy, like a biting northern wind. Sun Mianmian nodded, quickly wiping off the blood, carefully averting her gaze. She was indeed a descendant of ancient medicine. Knowing a bit about acupuncture and acupoints wasn't that normal. The soldiers scanned her coldly, nodded at the police, and turned to leave, taking away the damned sense of oppression. Sun Mianmian let out a heavy breath. "Police comrades, the effect of the acupoint is half an hour, no side effects. Can I leave now?" Before she was taken hostage, she had been leaning against the hard seat, sleeping. This interruption made her feel even more lethargic. "Comrade, we need to trouble you to come with us for a statement." "Sure." As soon as Sun Mianmian agreed, she felt her scalp tingle, and a chill ran down her spine, as if death was watching her. This was a soul-level warning. Sun Mianmian straightened up a bit, and by chance, her gaze collided with the man who was already handcuffed. In a flash, she remembered the man's subtle movements and looked out the window. A dark shadow was hanging outside the window, the dark gun barrel pointing directly at her, and the man beside her in handcuffs. "Watch out." Sun Mianmian's face turned pale as she pushed hard, causing the man and the police officer handcuffing him to fall. The crowd panicked. "What's going on? What's happening? What's wrong with the girl?" There's someone outside the window." "Help! Someone is hanging outside the train." The police quickly got up and reached for the person outside the window. The soldier, who had walked a distance away, stepped over and came forward. The two of them grabbed the person hanging outside the window and threw him into the carriage. Instantly, applause erupted, lasting for a long time. But no one noticed that Sun Mianmian, quicker than the police and soldiers, had retrieved the weapon from thin air, taking away the GUNT this moment. That gun was lying in her space. This space was formed from a Bodhi bead given to her by a wandering old man she had treated before crossing over. Originally, the Bodhi bead space was a world covered in thick fog, leaving only a palm-sized area for her to move around. And the fog was like an impenetrable barrier, blocking not only her vision, but also her steps to explore. After many experiments, she finally understood the rules of the space. Every time she scanned a plant or animal, the fog would recede a little, giving her a bit more space to move. Until now, she had become someone with 10 square meters of space. Sun Mianmian shrugged, just relieved to have confiscated the dangerous gun, when a deep voice came from above her. "Do you have anything to say?" Sun Mianmian. "What to say? About the disappeared gun? Could he have seen the gun?" Sun Mianmian was quite sure that the soldier was still in the front train car when the gun appeared. He couldn't possibly have eyes that could see 1,000 miles. Huh, bad guy, trying to trick her. Only a coward would fall for that. She countered, "What should I say?" About the acupoint? His expression was impassive as he coldly stared at Sun Mianmian, his ink-black eyes sparkling with shards of light, like a mirror that revealed demons, leaving no place to hide. Sun Mianmian struggled to look away, swallowing hard in guilt. "This is yours, right?" Long fingers waved a slender silver needle in front of her. Yes. Oh, it was the silver needle she had flicked out. Without her silver needle, Sun Mianmian believed they would never have caught the criminal hanging outside the window. She chuckled awkwardly. "Thank you. It's mine to..." As she reached for the silver needle, lacking any sense of martial ethics, gave her a meaningful glance, turned, and with his long legs took a stride away. "Let's go. Time to make a statement." Sun Mianmian was intimidated by his cold authority, but dared not refuse, so she picked up her suitcase and slowly followed him. Making the statement was quick. The police, grateful for her bravery, specifically moved her to a soft sleeper compartment. During this time, the imposing soldier did not appear. Sun Mianmian regrettably lost the silver needle, but was relieved to have a comfortable and cozy space in the soft sleeper. Chapter 2: Returning to the Sun family. Sun Mianmian followed the attendant to the sleeper compartment and climbed up to her middle bunk. Thanks to her mild blood phobia, she managed to hold on until now, largely due to the harsh training from her past life. If it weren't for this body being too weak, she would have overcome it long ago. That's what she thought. And as soon as her head hit the pillow, she fell into a deep sleep. No. After an unknown amount of time, Sun Mianmian was once again haunted by nightmares. Waking up, she smiled apologetically at the others and stared blankly out the window. She was originally a descendant of ancient medicine from another time and space. Accidentally Chan Jinla, Yibun, Ba Ling, Zhen Chan Jin Oigui, Gu Xiao Yirchong de Nian Dai Wen Li. Unfortunately, the original owner was the fake daughter of the Fang family in the story, spoiled and pampered by Fang Jiangwo and Yang Xiuxiang since childhood. After the real daughter, Fang Qingqing, returned, the original owner was foolishly set up and trapped in a room with a strange man and was caught on the spot. Feeling ashamed and angry, she jumped off a building to commit suicide. Sun Mianmian arrived just as the original owner jumped and took control of the falling body. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm, with only some abrasions on her palms and wrists. What surprised her was that the original owner's wrist was also wearing a Bodhi bead, exactly the same as the one she had received in her past life. And the moment blood was spilled, the illusion of the Bodhi bead space appeared. It was exactly the same as her original Bodhi space. Sun Mianmian was overjoyed, but before she could absorb the original owner's memories, she was struck on the thigh by the Fang family's grandmother's cane and fell to the ground. "Mom, Mianmian is still injured." Although Yang Xiuxiang was disappointed that Sun Mianmian was shamelessly caught in a guest house, she still felt a bit reluctant as she had raised her daughter. Grandma Fang angrily shouted, "Injured? What kind of injury would kill someone? So young, and already meeting with people in a hotel? Utterly shameless. Better to die early." Sun Mianmian. This body was indeed caught in a room with a strange man with a beard. Although nothing happened in this era, it was still a disgraceful act. However, it shouldn't require death as an apology to that moment. The original owner's memories surged in like a tide, and Sun Mianmian gritted her teeth to endure the suffocating dizziness, feeling powerless to refute the old lady. Yang Xiuxiang quietly argued, the child was just being silly. Grandma Fang jabbed her cane forcefully and roared, "Shut up. What child? My Fang family has no such child. She was originally a mistaken adoption. My granddaughter Qingqing is intelligent and can find her way back herself. It's just right for each to return to their own family and find their own mother. Xiaoxiang, if you want Zhang Wo not to be laughed at and the Fang family not to be scorned, you must immediately publish a statement in the newspaper to sever ties with her." Hearing this, Yang Xiaoxiang was shocked. Sun Mianmian was not only beautiful, but also had good academic results. In another year and a half, she would surely be able to secure a good marriage. Not to mention the bride price, the in-laws would be a great support for their Fang family. It would be good if they caught the man who was with that cheap girl on the spot. He looked like a soldier, with sharp and clear eyes, a lean and strong physique, and a more impressive aura than her Zhang Wo. He must also be a talented person. Thinking of this, Yang Xiaoxiang was even more unwilling to let Mianmian go. What if that man came to his senses and returned to take responsibility? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? But intimidated by Grandma Fang's authority, she hesitated and dared not argue. Sun Mianmian, on the other hand, was calm, bracing herself on the ground to stand up. "All right, I'm leaving." She accepted this loss. Revenge was definitely in order. After saying that, she bowed 3 times, picked up the suitcase that the Yang family helped pack, and walked out. She immediately got into the jeep arranged by the Fang family and left the familiar military district of Beijing. During this time, Fang Qingqing, who had returned home to recognize her family a few days ago, had not appeared. Thinking of this, Sun Mianmian narrowed her eyes, a flash of killing intent fleeting. Then, she began to recall the plot in the book. It was now March 1982, with more than 3 months until the college entrance examination. In the book, Fang Qingqing returned home to recognize her family a month before the college entrance examination. Soon after, news came that the Sun family's home in Qianqing was robbed and old man Sun unfortunately passed away. Following that, Sun's second brother, Sun Jingshaw, also suffered an accident and sadly passed away. Even her eldest brother, Sun Yichen, who was far away in the army, would soon sacrifice his life during an outing mission. The Sun family was left shattered. Sun Mianmian did not know why the current Fang Qingqing had deviated from the plot in the book and returned to the Fang family early. But she knew that old man Sun was still alive now, and she would not allow anything unfortunate to happen to him. Although she was not the original owner and was not familiar with the Sun family, she needed this identity to stand firm in this world. She did not want and would not allow the Sun family to suffer such tragedy. A few days passed quickly. The train entered the provincial train station in Qiansheng with a whistle. Sun Mianmian, carrying her suitcase, walked out of the train station with the crowd. Then, she transferred to a creaky minibus and through the dusty road, arrived at the county town of Baishan where the Sun family was located. "You're here," an old voice came from the yard. "Girl, you are looking for." Grandpa Sun saw the girl outside the door, startled, and stumbled, banging against the yard door, repeatedly saying, so much like. Sun Mianmian stood nervously at the door, suddenly seeing the old man Sun, and hearing his words, tears fell uncontrollably. She was not a sentimental person. Perhaps this was the residual emotion of the original owner. Sun Mianmian sniffled and politely called out, "Grandpa, it's me, Mianmian. I'm back. It's good to be back. Come in quickly. Are you hungry? Grandpa will get you some food." Old man Sun's eyes turned red, speaking rapidly, wanting to pull Sun Mianmian, but carefully retracted his hand, leading Sun Mianmian to run toward the living room with a swift motion. The Sun family's yard, like all the small yards in this alley, had earthen walls taller than a person. Directly opposite the door were 3 main rooms, with a kitchen on the right and a storage room. On the left side of the yard wall was an osmanthus tree, with a stone table and 4 stone stools placed underneath. Not far away was a hand-pumped water well. The yard was clean and full of life. Mianmian, just make do and have a bite. He'll go kill a chicken. "Grandpa, this is enough for me. Are you the only one at home?" "Yes. Jingshuo, your second brother is boarding school and comes back on weekends." Are you leaving again after coming back?" Seeing the old man's cautious demeanor, Sun Mianmian felt a pang of sadness. "This is my home. I won't leave." "Grandpa, is it okay if I come back to accompany you?" Grandpa Sun was taken aback. Then his eyes lit up, smiling with his eyes squinted into slits. Good. I've been waiting for my Mianmian to come back." At first, when Qingqing suddenly wanted to leave and dropped a bomb that she was not a member of the Sun family, wanting to return to her biological family in Beijing, she swore. She would make the Sun family's girl come back. At first, they thought Qingqing was hysterical, and no one paid attention. Until one day, the family's clothes and bedding were thrown all over the floor, the kitchen stove and firewood were in disarray, and Qingqing was nowhere to be found. After Old Man Sun reported to the police for help, he learned that someone saw her getting on a train to Beijing. Only then did the Sun family accept that Qingqing was gone. She really left with a cold heart. She went to Beijing. For this, Old Man Sun was so angry that he lay in bed for several days before recovering. Sun Mianmian finished her porridge and met Old Man Sun's concerned gaze, smiling. "Grandpa, is my second brother in his senior year?" The book mentioned that second brother Sun Jingshaw was in his senior year at Baishan No. 1 high school, ranking among the top, with the best chance of getting into college and flying out of this remote little county. If it weren't for Old Man Sun suddenly facing misfortune, second brother wouldn't have rushed back, encountering an accident outside of school, resulting in paralysis, and nobody would know even if he died. Thinking of this, Sun Mianmian lowered her eyes, concealing her endless regret and sympathy, also hating the despicable author for arranging such tragedies for Old Man Sun and Sunday. Jingsha, meeting Grandpa's caring and loving eyes, she deeply felt that this was not the world of the book. The person in front of her was a living being with blood and flesh and abundant emotions. She believed that humans could overcome fate. Perhaps her arrival could change the fate of the Sun family. Grandpa Sun was unaware of Sun Mianmian's thoughts and showed a proud expression. Yes, he is now in his third year of high school and will soon be taking the college entrance exam. At this point, Grandpa affectionately looked at Sun Mianmian and asked, "Mianmian, you should still be studying, right? What grade are you in?" Chapter 3, Did she reincarnate? Sun Mianmian smiled and said, "I'm also in my senior year." Upon hearing this, Grandpa was even happier. Since she was in her final year, she couldn't waste any time. "Tomorrow, I'll take you to get your household registration sorted out, and then I'll accompany you to Baishan No. 1 middle school. The principal there should give me some face. After all, I was the one who supported him during his studies." "Really? Grandpa is amazing. Then I'll have to trouble you, Grandpa." Although Grandma Fang disliked the unconventional Sun Mianmian, before publicly announcing the severance of their relationship, she carefully instructed Yang Xiaoxiang to properly handle Sun Mianmian's household transfer proof, introduction letter, and school transfer proof. Thus, after being kicked out of the Fang family, Sun Mianmian didn't hold much resentment towards them. Instead, she felt grateful to Grandma Fang. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to return to Baishan so smoothly back to the Sun family. After all, she was no longer the Mianmian of the past. Grandpa waved his hand grandly, saying, "What is the big deal? It's just a matter of a few words. Mianmian, have you been tired from sitting on the train for a few days? Why don't you rest a bit first?" The West Room was originally where Qingqing stayed. "Don't worry. As soon as Qingqing left, I waited for you to come back. The bedding has been washed and dried. It's very clean." "Thank you, Grandpa." This middle room has the front part as the living room, and the back part is for your two older brothers. The toilet is in the back of the yard. The yard is also quite spacious, about 100 square meters. Besides the toilet, there are 3 small plots for growing vegetables, and on the other empty land. We keep 2 chickens and a firewood shed. Sun Mianmian didn't understand why, with so much empty space in the front and backyards, they didn't build another room or 2, while the 2 brothers squeezed into such a cramped space. She thought this and asked. Grandpa's smile faded a bit, his eyelids drooping and then quickly lifting again. "Your eldest brother, Sun Yichen, is in the army, and he's rarely home. Even when on leave, he only stays for a few days a year. Jingshaw is a little rascal, spending most of his time at school. Besides, it's cold here in winter." Jingshaw said that a small space is warmer and doesn't need a big room. Sun Mianmian keenly caught the seriousness and sadness in the old man's eyes. It was easy to imagine how the Sun family, as a red capitalist family, had lived in fear and trepidation during the tumultuous past decade. It was said that before the liberation, the Sun family was the richest in Qingqing. When the fighting broke out, Grandpa donated most of the family wealth to the country, leaving only a flour mill, a machinery factory, and a clothing factory. Additionally, the busiest street in Baishan County now also belonged to the Sun family. Later, the Sun family continued to support national construction, selling off many of their properties, and even donated that street for free. They were among the first to respond to national policies, swiftly converting the flour mill, machinery factory, and clothing factory from private to public ownership. They earned the honorable title of Red Capitalists, which allowed the Sun family to live peacefully through the turbulent years. What about my parents? The book only mentioned that Sun's parents had suddenly disappeared without a trace more than a decade ago. Grandpa looked a bit dazed, his eyes moist. They left in a hurry shortly after you were born. They've been gone for over 10 years. You're already this big, and they still haven't come back. Sigh. It was obvious that her question had touched a sore spot for the old man. Sun Mianmian quickly leaned forward, hugging his arm to comfort him. Grandpa, I believe Mom and Dad will definitely come back. They might be on some secret mission or have ended up in a place where it's inconvenient to return now. In any case, they will surely come back. You're right. They will definitely come back. Grandpa can wait. Look, didn't this just bring you back? Grandpa's fine. Why don't you go rest for a bit? I'll call you when it's time to eat. Sun Mianmian was indeed a bit tired and didn't hesitate to return to the West Room. After a nap, it was already dark outside. She stretched and remembered that only she and her grandpa were at home, quickly tidying up and headed to the kitchen. She felt embarrassed to really wait for Grandpa to call her for dinner. However, as soon as she opened the door, a strong aroma of chicken wafted into her nose. So fragrant, she felt like she could eat a whole cow. Did you sleep well? Hurry and wash your hands to eat. Grandpa came out of the kitchen with a smile, removing his apron. Sun Mianmian cheerfully replied, Okay, thank you for your hard work, Grandpa. Perhaps because she had returned home. She didn't have nightmares during this sleep, and her appetite was surprisingly good. A bowl of porridge, a piece of chicken, and a big bowl of chicken soup later. She was unsurprisingly stuffed. Sun Mianmian awkwardly shifted her heavy body. Grandpa's cooking was too delicious, making her belly puff up like a balloon. Grandpa smiled indulgently. It's not that exaggerated. In the future, whatever you want to eat, Grandpa will make it for you. What a lovely old man. Sun Mianmian was moved. Her eyes moist, because the Sun family voluntarily converted their 3 major factories from private to public. The government provided them with a monthly dividend subsidy of 20 yuan, equivalent to the salary of an ordinary worker at the machinery factory. Grandpa relied on this 20 yuan to support the whole family, while also frugally sending 3 children to school. Meanwhile, he wore clothes that were worn thin and patched up, and on his feet were handmade straw sandals. His rough, thin hands were covered with age spots, and the joints of his fingers were particularly pronounced. His face had little flesh, and his sunken phoenix eyes were the most striking feature. The old man was very thin. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as bony. Even for the sake of that promise, whatever you want to eat in the future, Grandpa will make it. Sun Mianmian silently made a resolution. From now on, she would be Sun Mianmian of the Sun family, and this would be her grandpa. And the Sun family was her home, a home she wanted to protect. What puzzled her was that the book mentioned the Sun family would suffer a home invasion robbery, and Grandpa Sun would unfortunately perish. In such a bare courtyard, what was there to covet? Oh, Grandpa said that before Fang Qingqing left, their home had also been ransacked. Could it be assumed that Fang Qingqing was also searching for something? Or did she foresee something in advance, trying to find something before the robbers broke in? Then, Sun Mianmian recalled that Fang Qingqing had returned to the capital to recognize relatives 2 months early, suddenly having a bold guess in her heart. Did she reincarnate? Sun Mianmian's heart skipped a beat, feeling even more disdain for Fang Qingqing. If Fang Qingqing was indeed reincarnated and had memories of her past life, why didn't she warn the Sun family about the impending disaster? Or out of gratitude for the Sun family's upbringing, she could have taken Grandpa to avoid it as well. She was truly ruthless. She just didn't know if she found what she was looking for. Sun Mianmian felt a bit of a headache. The book briefly mentioned the Sun family suffering from a home invasion robbery without elaborating further, leaving her without any clues. Grandpa, is this our ancestral home? Sun Mianmian couldn't find a reason for others to covet the Sun family, casually asked. Grandpa didn't suspect anything, squinting slightly. Oh no. This is just the smallest courtyard we used to have. The ancestral home has long been leveled and turned into the county government. Oh, I see. But our family has few people, so living here is just right. Sun Mianmian comforted him with casual words, propping her chin with one hand, leaning on the table, and surveying the not-so-big living room. Although it was called a living room, it was also where they usually ate. A square wooden table, along with 4 long wooden benches, formed the dining area. On the right side, the earthen brick wall hung a portrait of a great leader, while on the left hung a raincoat and a straw hat. Looking up, several beams were orderly supported on the roof, holding up countless pieces of suspended skins and black tiles. Each bedroom has the same standard setup: a wooden frame bed, topped with dry straw, then a rough cloth sheet, along with an old quilt. This home is so poor. Chapter 4: The Return of Belongings in the Kitchen. There was a stove made of mud and earth bricks, common in every household. Next to it stood a large water jar, and further along was a wooden cupboard leaning against the wall. Inside the cupboard were 5 or 6 bowls and a few pairs of chopsticks, while the lower shelf held a bag of flour containing only 4 or 5 bowls of flour. The vegetables likely came from the few cabbages, radishes, and small green onions in the backyard. Sigh. I really don't know what this family has that is worth remembering, especially since it cost the old man's life. Thinking about going to handle the household registration and school enrollment tomorrow, Sun Mianmian opened the suitcase that had never been opened. Inside the small suitcase, apart from a few seasonal clothes that Yang Qiuxiang had packed for her, there was nothing else. Sun Mianmian chuckled to herself. She wasn't the biological child of the family, so how could she expect them to surprise her with a few big bills? It was just a pity about the college entrance examination materials that the original owner had painstakingly collected. She pinched the remaining 3 yuan and shifted her attention to her space. In the space, apart from the gun, there were only a few medicinal herbs collected before her time travel and the set of silver needles she had gotten used to. If she had known she would time travel, she would have stocked up on more gold and silver or supplies for food, clothing, and shelter. Sigh. Hindsight is priceless. A penny can stump a hero. Sun Mianmian lay back with her hands behind her head, staring blankly at the ceiling, and before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. The next morning, she woke up to the sound of roosters crowing. "Get up. Did you sleep well?" her grandfather asked with a smile upon hearing her voice. Sun Mianmian giggled. "I slept soundly. No dreams all night. Isn't that a good sleep?" Even the nightmares that had been bothering her had disappeared. "The vegetable porridge will be ready soon, and there's hot water on the stove." "All right. Thank you, Grandpa." In March in Qian City, she had no courage to wash her face with cold water early in the morning. Hot water was much more comfortable. Breakfast was a bowl of vegetable porridge, along with the leftover chicken from last night. Simple, yet it was a feast that the Sun family usually only had during the New Year. Sun Mianmian knew that there wasn't too much food at home, and she was eager to get the household registration and school enrollment done. So she thought about going outside to see if there were any ways to make money. Without any income, the family would be unable to cook in just 2 days. This was also the reason her grandfather was eager to send Sun Mianmian to school. "Mianmian, your senior year is going to be intense. Do you want to live on campus? Living on campus must be a bit more expensive, and besides, tuition isn't low either." During this time, high school tuition was generally around 5 to 8 yuan. The accommodation fee might also cost a few yuan. Therefore, ordinary families couldn't afford to send a child to school. Many only finished elementary school before dropping out, and better ones completed junior high. The school year had already started for a month, and tuition along with accommodation fees only amounted to a few yuan. "Why do you ask this?" "Grandpa has this little bit of money, don't worry." Even though he was poor enough to be on the brink of eating the northwest wind, this adorable old man still thought of her, fearing that she wouldn't want to go to school. Sun Mianmian struggled to say a few words. "Grandpa, actually She wanted to say that she could wait a few days to register for school until she gathered enough tuition, but before she could finish, her grandfather interrupted her sternly. "No matter how poor we are, we cannot be poor in education. You are at the right age to study. You must be ambitious." "Sun Mianmian, I just don't want to add to your burden." "Don't worry. The money for school has been prepared long ago by Grandpa. It's just that there are too many people eyeing our family, and living a little tighter isn't a bad thing. You must not be like Qingqing, who only works hard for a few days and then slacks off for a few days. Otherwise, you will face the family rules." "I'll listen to Grandpa." After receiving Sun Mianmian's assurance, the old man happily ran to secure the courtyard gate and then rushed into the east room. Shortly after, he came out holding a dusty jar and rummaged inside, pulling out something wrapped in black cloth over and over again. "Now that you've returned, it's time for your belongings to return to their rightful owner." Sun Mianmian was puzzled. Return to the rightful owner? What do you mean? Her grandfather lightly cleared his throat and said softly, "This is a family heirloom. Although it's a piece of jade of not very good quality. Our ancestors strictly stipulated that it could only be passed down to females, not males. Since the feudal society, weren't all good things passed down to males instead of females? Why was it different in their Sun family?" Sun Mianmian was also curious and leaned in. "Why didn't you give it to Qingqing?" Her grandfather rolled his eyes at her. "What is there to explain? My intuition tells me she is not the rightful owner of this thing. Besides, her appearance is so different from ours. Do you think I'm blind? But back then, when she was still less than a month old, your incompetent parents hurriedly handed her over to me, claiming she was their biological daughter. What could I do? A child of a month looks pretty much the same. It's just that the more she grows, the less she resembles us. Forget it. No more talking. Now that you're 17, it's time to give it to you." His intuition was likely that mysterious feeling of blood connection. Sun Mianmian also felt very comfortable and natural being around her grandfather, with no need for excessive words. That kind of familial affection came from the heart. She took the phoenix-shaped jade pendant, which was not very intricately carved, and curiously rubbed it in her hand. Why is it getting hotter? She remembered she had only rubbed it a few times. It shouldn't be heating up, right? However, the jade pendant in her palm was getting hotter and hotter, so hot that she almost threw it away. Finally, out of desperation, she tossed it into her space. Since it was a family heirloom, it might be a good thing, so it was safer to keep in the space. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she felt a tremor in the space, startling her into quickly trying to connect with it. However, the space seemed to have suddenly vanished, showing no response at all. Yet, she knew that the space was still there. "Mianmian, what are you daydreaming about? Let us go. First, let us get the household registration done." Her grandfather came over with a beaming face. His granddaughter had returned, and he had accomplished a concern, making the old man walk with a spring in his step. His back no longer hunched. It took half a day, but they quickly completed the household registration and school enrollment and confirmed that she would report to school on Monday. "Thank you, Grandpa." The old man's connections were still very useful. The whole way was smooth sailing. Grandpa walked with his hands behind his back, head held high, and chest out. "What is the big deal? If it were the past, just one word from me, and there would be no need to run around. Of course, my grandpa is the best." "Silly girl, you just know how to make Grandpa happy. Tomorrow is Saturday. That kid Jing Shuo will be back. I'll go take a look at what vegetables are at the market." Sun Mianmian had been keeping an eye on ways to make money and waved goodbye to her grandfather. "Grandpa, I want to go. I want to wander around a bit and familiarize myself with the environment. Be careful and come back early." Grandpa chuckled. "I'm not old yet. No need for you to worry. Go on, go on. Remember to come back early." Sun Mianmian wandered around the county town, but had no idea about making money. At present, her most marketable skill was still medicine. In her previous life, she was best at traditional Chinese medicine, with a little knowledge of Western medicine. Fortunately, there was still a medicinal herb shop in the county town. However, her space was inaccessible, and she couldn't take out any medicinal herbs to exchange for money. That wouldn't work. So, Sun Mianmian turned her gaze toward the mountains near the Sun family courtyard. Baishan County was surrounded by mountains, dense forests, ample rainfall, and suitable temperatures, making it perfect for the growth of medicinal herbs. Chapter 5. Entering the mountains at this time, the sun was high in the sky, probably around noon. Sun Mianmian returned home, but did not see her grandfather. She turned around and entered the storage room, picked up a backpack, grabbed a machete, and took a hoe, preparing to head into the mountains. After thinking for a moment, she changed into her second brother's old clothes and quickly altered a pair of his old cloth shoes. With a flick of her long braid, she excitedly stepped out. The sun shone brightly. Flowers smiled at her. The little birds chirped, "Early, early, early. Why are you carrying a little backpack?" Her cheerful singing echoed from the alley to the foot of the mountain. When she saw groups of people digging wild vegetables and children catching fish in a stream by the mountain, she abruptly stopped. Because it was her first time here, she was not familiar with the mountains and forests. She planned to dig some medicinal herbs and bring back some wild vegetables. However, in this era, everyone knew which wild vegetables were edible and which common medicinal herbs could be exchanged for money. Thus, she had to venture deeper into the mountain. After walking for about half an hour, the vegetation became denser, and she was farther away from the crowds. Occasionally, she could see a few common medicinal herbs. These common herbs were not worth much, but she could scan them for points. The more different types of plants or animals she scanned, the more usable space she could gain. Sun Mianmian looked around, saw no one, and hurriedly scanned with the Bodhi beads on her wrist. This was her first time entering the forest and her first scan since arriving in this world. Ding! Earned 5 points. Sun Mianmian. Sure enough, ordinary things are not worth much, but even a little mosquito meat is still meat. So, she scanned 2 other types of medicinal herbs, earning a total of 15 points. Then, she scanned a large tree beside her, earned 100 points. A single tree can yield 100 points. Sun Mianmian seemed to have discovered a new world and excitedly scanned 3 different large trees in succession. Accumulated points 415. Just as she was about to extend her hand again, she heard the sound of footsteps on dry branches and leaves and voices. Hey, how did a deep pit appear here? Someone must be digging trees. Judging by the pit's appearance, a large tree must have been stolen. How outrageous! Stealing trees is illegal. Let's find out who the unscrupulous one is. No hurry, let's fill in the pit first. Otherwise, someone might accidentally fall and get hurt. Sun Mianmian did not expect to become a thief. Feeling guilty, she glanced at the 2 people filling in the pit and stealthily slipped away. It seemed that she would have to be more careful about stealing trees in the future. Otherwise, her reputation would be ruined in an instant. Thinking of the deep pit left after scanning the large tree, Sun Mianmian couldn't help but secretly scold herself. She was indeed very unethical. She decided to transplant some small trees later to fill in the deep pit. On the way ahead, she dared not scan large trees openly, only daring to sneakily scan small trees and medicinal herbs. Her points quickly rose to 1,000, but she had not dug up a single herb. The reason was simple. She did not want the common medicinal herbs that were worthless. Stepping on the ground covered with dry branches and leaves, smelling the scent of decay, Sun Mianmian believed that in such a nearly primitive forest, good medicinal herbs were sure to be plentiful. Just as the thought arose, she inadvertently glanced back and saw a Heiress Wu vine 10 meters away. Sun Mianmian's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn good luck." She was indeed favored by the heavens, getting what she wanted. Hee. Although it wasn't the season for harvesting Heiress Wu, who cares? As she was short on funds and urgently needed income. After more than 2 hours, she finally dug out 3 roots of Heiress Wu, one of which was broken. Sun Mianmian felt a bit dejected. This broken one would certainly affect the selling price. It could only be processed well before selling. Although processed medicinal herbs are worth more, they take time and effort and do not solve her immediate need. Sun Mianmian lamented helplessly. At that moment, she heard rustling sounds from the grass. Then, a white rabbit quickly dashed past. Almost instinctively, Sun Mianmian threw her machete. With a thud, the machete fell and the rabbit collapsed, squeaking in agony. Seeing Sun Mianmian approach, the little creature still tried to drag its injured hind leg and struggled to escape. Sorry little thing. She wouldn't let go of her hard-earned prey. Unfortunately, it was a female rabbit. In her previous life, she often ventured into the mountains alone to dig herbs and hunt. Dealing with small rabbits was no problem at all. The light in the forest dimmed earlier. Sun Mianmian carried her backpack, dug up some wild vegetables along the way, and with the rabbit in hand, she stepped onto the path home under the setting sun. Grandpa! From afar, she saw smoke rising from the kitchen. Mianmian is back. Did you have fun? Grandpa came out to greet her as usual. When he saw Sun Mianmian's outfit, he rushed over in surprise. What s with this outfit? Did you go into the mountains? Sun Mianmian proudly handed the rabbit to her grandfather, put down her hoe and backpack, yes. Caught a rabbit and dug some medicinal herbs. You're too bold. There are many snakes, insects, and mice in the mountains, and there are wild beasts in the deep mountains. You mustn't go into the mountains next time. This was something Sun Mianmian couldn't agree to. Grandpa, I understand medicine and can make medicine to prevent snakes and insects. I'm not afraid of them. Qingqing is far from the capital. It takes 5 or 6 days by train, and Grandpa had no idea about Sun Mianmian's situation. Hearing that she understood medicine and could make medicine to prevent snakes and insects, Grandpa's expression softened a bit. But he still repeatedly reminded her. Next time you must go into the mountains. Grandpa will accompany you. Sun Mianmian felt warm in her heart and playfully stared at Grandpa's legs. Grandpa, are you sure you can go into the mountains? Grandpa glared at her. Are you saying Grandpa is a burden? Back in the day, Grandpa led the horse team to deliver grain to the front lines against the Japanese, crossing mountains and rivers, traveling over 1,000 miles effortlessly. Seeing Grandpa's proud demeanor, Sun Mianmian felt more admiration. Yes, yes. My grandpa is strong and mighty, faster than a rabbit. You little brat. Grandpa laughed and poked Sun Mianmian's forehead with his finger. Then looked at the injured rabbit. What do you plan to do with it? Kill it for meat? It's probably going to have babies. Then let us raise it? Raising it is good. Rabbits breed quickly, and a litter has several. After a few rounds, there will be plenty of meat. Hee hee. I'll treat its injuries first. After saying that, Sun Mianmian ran out to find some herbs to heal the rabbit. After dinner, Sun Mianmian simply processed the Heiress Wu, preparing to take it to the pharmacy tomorrow. Before sleeping, she contacted the space again, but the space seemed to be closed off. She could feel its presence, but couldn't see it, nor did she know what kind of handling plan the space would provide for this 1,000 points. In the past, after earning points, the space would provide several options, either to exchange for usable space or for other materials. Sun Mianmian was looking forward to it. Ding. Space upgrade completed. Please choose. Chapter 6, Space Upgrade. The sudden surprise startled Sun Mianmian so much that even her drowsiness vanished. She eagerly entered the space and stood on the small patch of land of about 10 square meters, inadvertently locking eyes with a building that flickered with golden light through the thick fog. She was stunned. Was that the product of a space upgrade? Or was it hidden in the fog all along? She had no way of knowing. Now, she desperately wanted to walk into that building and catch a glimpse of its appearance. However, the fog was like an impenetrable wall, blocking any possibility. Sun Mianmian finally remembered the light screen hovering over her head. Please choose. A. Exchange for 10 square meters of usable space. B. 10 pounds of rice. C. Forfeit. Accumulate points for next time. This time, the options were more user-friendly. Sun Mianmian chose without hesitation. Not to mention that she had obtained 3 cordyceps last night. Even taking out a century-old ginseng from her collection would be enough to buy rice and solve her basic needs. As for foregoing, that was out of the question. Although the usable space only expanded by 10 square meters, it brought her closer to the suddenly appeared building. Right? The light screen faded, and the visible usable space increased. The golden light of the building also became brighter. She had only been able to see a vague outline of the building under the weak golden light. Now, she could see that it was a 2-story building enveloped in a golden halo, though she couldn't make out how many rooms were on each floor. Sun Mianmian reluctantly withdrew her gaze and carefully selected 2 century-old ginsengs from her collection before finally falling asleep peacefully. Perhaps because she had gone to bed early last night. Sun Mianmian woke up just as dawn broke. Thinking about how all her meals since returning had been prepared by her grandfather, she decided to cook today. Generally, people here eat only 2 meals a day, breakfast and dinner around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Breakfast is simple, consisting of thin porridge with a dish of pickled vegetables or leftovers from the previous night. Although she had never set foot in a kitchen in either her past or present life, cooking porridge should be simple, right? However, what stumped her was not the porridge itself, but the first step, starting a fire. She followed the method she had seen, putting dry twigs into the stove and adding some crushed leaves, striking a match carefully to ignite the leaves. But once the leaves burned out, the dry twigs remained stubbornly unlit, as if they were opposing her, refusing to burn themselves while trying to light others. Instead, it was Sun Mianmian who ended up fleeing the smoky kitchen, covered in soot. Cough, cough, cough. Why won't it burn? Hey, I don't believe I can't conquer this tiny kitchen. Sun Mianmian, feeling stubborn, prepared to charge back into the kitchen. Mianmian, her grandfather, came out of the east room, looked her up and down, and then calmly buttoned his coat. Are you trying to start a fire? Sun Mianmian felt a bit embarrassed. Would her grandfather laugh at her for not being able to handle such a small task? She stole a glance, and indeed saw her grandfather struggling to suppress a laugh. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deep and long. Sigh, even a 3-year-old can do this, and yet. Grandpa, I'm not trying to set a fire. Not that. I mean, I want to start a fire, but I couldn't get it to light. Her grandfather cleared his throat, his voice clearly laced with amusement. My Mianmian wants to make breakfast for Grandpa. Your filial piety is commendable. Grandpa is very happy. However, starting a fire may seem simple, but it does require some technique. As the saying goes, even making porridge requires a master. Don't rush, take your time. Whatever you want to learn or do, as long as Grandpa can help, just ask. Instead of scolding her, her grandfather showed boundless tolerance and affection. Sun Mianmian felt a lump in her throat and rushed forward to hug this lovely old man. Her grandfather waved his hand and stepped back a few paces, saying in a teasing manner, "Go wash up, you've turned into a little flower face." Really? Of course it's true. By the way, do you need Grandpa to accompany you to sell medicinal herbs? Do you know any herbal merchants? No. Nowadays, people prefer to go to clinics. Who would believe in traditional Chinese medicine? Just look at the only herbal shop in the county. Haha. The shopkeeper is even lazier than your grandpa. Sun Mianmian had passed by that herbal shop yesterday. The shop had no sign. The couplets on the door were old and faded, and it was quiet inside. With such a poor business, would they even buy herbs? Sun Mianmian regretted not choosing the reward of 10 pounds of rice. However, for the sake of her livelihood, she wanted to give it a try. I want to go to their place first. If it doesn't work out, I will think of other ways. Upon hearing this, her grandfather did not stop her, pondered for a moment, and then said polygonatum is a good thing. In the past, we used to buy processed ones for 4 to 8 yuan per kilogram, and unprocessed ones for 2 to 4 yuan per kilogram. Sun Mianmian understood. It seemed that during the peak of the Sun family, they must have had an herbal shop. Grandpa, how much would they buy century-old ginseng back then? Her grandfather's expression changed slightly, looking at Sun Mianmian with suspicion, but still answered her questions. Back then, good quality ones were about 7 yuan per gram, but it depended on the goods. Why are you asking this? Sun Mianmian playfully blinked, understanding the market situation. After saying that, she turned and went back to the house to take out 2 wooden boxes. Grandpa, how do you think their quality is? The ginseng taken out from the space was part of her collection from her previous life. Her grandfather opened one to take a look, then quickly closed the lid. Cautiously glancing at the courtyard door, lowering his voice and looking at Sun Mianmian seriously. Did you buy these, or did the Fang family give them to you? Sun Mianmian thought to herself, the Fang family wouldn't be so generous. When they kicked me out, that so-called mother only packed 2 sets of spring clothes into a suitcase. She didn't give me any shoes, books, or daily skincare products. Nothing of her own. Of course, I bought them myself. I bought them in my previous life. Her grandfather, recalling that she dared to go into the mountains to gather herbs, showed a hint of concern in his eyes. You often go into the mountains to gather herbs? Sun Mianmian nodded. I also know a bit of traditional Chinese medicine. She seized the opportunity to mention her knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. The Fang family treats you well. In this era of frugality, there are very few families that allow their children to study and learn a skill. Moreover, it was the most despised traditional Chinese medicine. After enduring a decade of turmoil, many renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were suppressed. Nowadays, people worship Western medicine and look down on traditional Chinese medicine, thinking it is a deceptive trick. Therefore, in the large Baishan County, there was only one herbal shop stubbornly hanging on by a thread. Grandpa, what do you think of the quality of these 2 ginsengs? Sun Mianmian did not want to discuss the Fang family further and brought the conversation back. Her grandfather carefully examined them again and said, not bad, they should be century-old. This weight should fetch around 3,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Sun Mianmian calculated, Grandpa, I'll give you this larger one as a gift. The slightly smaller one, I will sell to pay for my tuition. Such good things shouldn't be sold right away. I told you your school fees have long been prepared. You don't need to worry about it. If it weren't for that heartless girl, Qingqing, taking away the visible money, you wouldn't have to touch the old savings. Although gold, silver, and jewelry are too conspicuous for the sake of making a living and for the child's tuition, it wouldn't hurt to find a way to exchange some money for use. Chapter 7. May others suffer no ills. I'd rather my medicines gather dust. Sun Mianmian saw her grandfather's stubbornness and suddenly recalled that when Fang Qingqing left, she took away all of her grandfather's savings. Her grandfather had to survive on plain rice porridge, growing thinner by the day. Even when he was ill, he just endured it. However, in order to let Sun Jingshu focus on the college entrance examination, he made a trip to the black market to exchange for some rice. Life seemed normal, stable, and secure. But a few days later, the Sun family suffered a home invasion, and her grandfather unfortunately lost his life. Fang Qingqing was indirectly responsible for her grandfather's death. While the most direct cause should be that trip to the black market, she speculated. The Sun family used to be a well-known, wealthy family, and although they had donated all their wealth, no one believed that the Sun family was truly left with nothing. As the saying goes, a thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. She wondered what her grandfather had done during that trip to the black market that led the behind-the-scenes individuals to kill him. However, now that Sun Mianmian, was here, her grandfather wouldn't have been forced to go to the black market. Thus, those who were suspicious would remain in doubt. But now, she also dared not sell ginseng in Baishan County. It was no different from her grandfather going to the black market. Thinking this way, Sun Mianmian said seriously, "Grandpa, these 2 ginseng roots won't be sold here. If we sell them, it can't be here. It's too conspicuous. Look, there are also 3 roots of Ishowu. We should sell them fresh. People will know they were just dug up and won't be suspicious." Her grandfather nodded. "You've thought this through." He knew that ever since the 10 years of turmoil began, some people's eyes had never left the Sun family, always ready to pounce. It was because he had remained low-key and patient that he had avoided many troubles. He pushed 2 boxes towards Sun Mianmian. "You keep them safe. Grandpa trusts you." Sun Mianmian readily agreed. "If you need anything, just let me know." Originally, she wanted to sell the ginseng first and then prepare the Hishowu before selling it. But now she changed her mind and planned to sell fresh ones. Sun Mianmian walked to the herbal medicine shop with ease. Upon entering, she saw the inscription on the 2 pillars in the center of the room. "May others suffer no ills. I'd rather my medicines gather dust." The large characters danced like dragons and phoenixes, powerful and resonant. Seeing the familiar couplet again filled her with countless thoughts. In her previous life, this couplet was also carved in her family's hall, urging her and her family to move forward every day. "Little girl, are you here to get medicine or—" An old man with gray hair raised his head from behind the counter, interrupting her thoughts. "I'm here to sell medicine. Do you accept herbal materials here?" The old man smiled kindly. "First, let me see your herbs. I'll take those that are in good condition." "It's freshly dug Hishowu," she said, taking out the carefully wrapped Hishowu. "Oh no, how did you break it? What a pity." The old man looked pained as he opened the broken piece of Hishowu. "Little girl, the broken ones aren't worth much, so don't cry." Sun Mianmian smiled and gestured for him to look at the other 2. "There are still 2 more. I believe the shopkeeper wouldn't bully a child." "Ha ha ha. You're quite the talker. Don't worry. Even if business is bad, I wouldn't do anything unethical." The shopkeeper looked like a good person. Surely he would have a prosperous business and long life. "Ha ha ha. Since you're so eloquent, I'll take all 3 of these Hishowu for you. And I'll give you 40 yuan per kilogram, totaling 45 yuan. These 3 roots of Hishowu weighed about 11 kilograms, and the shopkeeper offered 45 yuan, which was more than fair. Moreover, one of them was broken, so the price should have been discounted, adhering to the principle that not making money is foolish. Sun Mianmian happily accepted the money. "Thank you, shopkeeper. It was a pleasure doing business." After half a day in the mountains, she earned more than an ordinary worker's monthly wage, and Sun Mianmian planned to continue into the mountains. Yesterday, she had blundered into the mountains, but fortunately, she wasn't bitten by snakes or insects. Walking back to the alley, she happened to see some wild mint by the roadside and quickly pulled some up, planning to plant a few in the yard. The Sun family's yard was near the mountains, with plenty of snakes, insects, and mosquitoes. Wild mint is a common wild herb with a special smell that can repel snakes and insects and has itching relief effects. It can be used to brew water for fumigation to treat heat rash, insect bites, dermatitis, etc. Such a cheap and useful treasure couldn't be missed. Sun Mianmian picked a few more by the roadside and put them into her pouch, preparing her essential medicines for entering the mountains. "Grandpa, I'm back." Opening the door, she saw a young man sitting across from her grandfather, whose features looked somewhat familiar, elegant and handsome, instantly catching her eye. How describe him? Like a jade among common people, a unique young gentleman. Mianmian, this is your second brother, Jingshu. Her grandfather waved happily, as if calling a pet. Sun Mianmian was momentarily stunned, still processing the information when the young man stepped forward with a broad smile. My little sister should look like this. Before Sun Mianmian could speak, he looked at the wild mint, whose green juice was hard to wash off. Little sister, quickly give it to me. Just tell me what to do. A few words perfectly eased Sun Mianmian's tension. Second brother, I want to plant it by the wall to prevent snakes and insects. Aren't you at school? Why are you back today? Today is Saturday. Tomorrow is a rest day. Did you forget? We'll go to school together on Monday. Okay. We need to pay the tuition on Monday. She didn't plan to stay in the dormitory, saving a few bucks. At the same time, she was worried about her grandfather being home alone, whether it was due to the black market revealing wealth that brought disaster or some people couldn't wait to take action. She believed that with her around, she could at least ensure her grandfather's safety. I'm planning to go into the mountains. Do you want to come, second brother? Yesterday, her grandfather had repeatedly warned her not to go into the mountains alone, and with her second brother accompanying her, it should work out. Sun Jingshu was puzzled. What are we going into the mountains for? To dig wild vegetables? To dig medicinal herbs? As she spoke, Sun Mianmian walked toward her grandfather. Grandpa, here, that's 45 yuan. That shopkeeper is quite nice, and the price is fair. Her grandfather smiled and pushed it away. This is your hard-earned money. Keep it safe. But he thought to himself, he had to find time to have a good talk with that old man. His granddaughter took 3, such good he show woo, and only got this little money. Too stingy. Sun Mianmian was unaware of her grandfather's thoughts and laughed. Well then, I'll use it to pay tuition. Her grandfather didn't argue further. Children having independent thoughts pleased him. After packing up, Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshu entered the mountains together. The same basic setup, a backpack, a hoe, and a machete. This was also the wealth that the Sun family could present. Little sister, are you also in your senior year of high school? Sun Jingshu was somewhat surprised to hear this news. He was 2 years older than Sun Mianmian, but was now in the same grade, which made him feel a sense of urgency. Meanwhile, Fang Qingqing, of the same age, didn't get into high school and spent her days playing around. Without a proper direction. Chapter 8 Sun Jingshu. Yes. We took the college entrance examination together and went to university together. Are you happy? Sun Mianmian led the way ahead, responding, are you so sure you can go to university? In our county, not many have entered university in recent years. Being able to get into a college is already good enough. Since the college entrance examination was reopened in 1977, all students have had a dream of attending university. However, the teaching resources in small counties are weak, coupled with outdated information and a weak student foundation, resulting in very few students making it to university and flying out of the mountains. Sun Mianmian is confident. In her previous life, she also came through the thousands of candidates in the college entrance examination and was a top student pursuing a master's and doctoral degree at a world-renowned university. Who would have thought that she would come here right after graduation? The college entrance examination in this era must be similar to her previous life, right? If you're going to take the exam, you should aim for university. Getting a good job after graduating from university is the way to go. Second brother, what is your dream? Dream? Sun Jingshu was a bit confused and troubled. Everyone has dreams, but can dreams become reality? I want to enter a national defense school. But our family, to enter a national defense school, one has to go through a political review. Although the Sun family is considered red capitalists, they cannot escape the label of capitalists. Even if he ranks at the top every time and tries to be friendly and humble, he is still isolated at school. Sun Mianmian sensed his helplessness and hurt, frowning slightly. Second brother, we are not a big united front. We can't make everyone like us, just be ourselves. Can you hunt? The topic changed suddenly, and Sun Jingshu hadn't yet recovered from her statement about not being a big united front, suddenly meeting her somewhat proud gaze. He stammered no. In the past, I only dug wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain. Little sister, we shouldn't go in. There are fierce beasts in the mountains. It's too dangerous. Sun Mianmian didn't care. This is just the beginning. Just yesterday, I reached the edge of the deep mountains and dug up some Chinese knotweed. Look at the sparse vegetation here. There aren't even a few wild vegetables. So we won't have any harvest. Sun Jingshu knew she had dug up 3 pieces of Chinese knotweed yesterday, and sold them for 45 yuan. 45 yuan is more than a worker's monthly salary. Then, let us go to where we were yesterday. He ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. His principles weakened. Okay, the edge of the deep mountains has more small animals, not to mention medicinal materials. Baishan County is remote. And the spring breeze of reform and opening up hasn't been able to blow over the mountains. Here, a planned economy is still in effect, and one needs a coupon to buy things. But everyone knows to take surplus supplies to the black market. Sun Mianmian had heard about the black market while wandering around the county. If it weren't for the rabbit that was about to give birth yesterday, she would have wanted to check out the black market. Second brother, can you use a slingshot? Sun Mianmian stopped under a sour jujube tree, swiftly cut off a Y-shaped branch, skillfully carved a notch on both sides, and quickly took a hair tie from her hair and pressed it into the notch. A simple slingshot was made. Sun Jingshua stared at her series of actions in shock, and it took him a long time to regain his voice. Little sister, you didn't grow up in the city, did you? How could you? A slingshot. Slingshots are generally a boy's favorite. A must-have tool for shooting sparrows or playing guerrilla warfare. Sun Mianmian turned back. What's wrong with city people? Watch me. Holding the slingshot in one hand and pinching a stone to pull back the elastic band with the other, shoot. Did I hit it? Did I really hit a wild chicken? Sun Jingshua murmured. Of course. I'm amazing, right? Sun Mianmian held her head high like a proud rooster. Sun Jingshua stood there dumbfounded, a mix of doubt, shock, admiration, and surprise flooding his mind. You are indeed amazing. Little sister, can I try? After having some success, Sun Jingshua was no longer opposed to going into the deep mountains. Instead, he was eager to try. Here you go. Perhaps it's a boy's innate sensitivity to slingshots. After several failures, Sun Jingshua successfully hit a wild rabbit. Unfortunately, he only hit one of the rabbit's eyes. The prey ran away. His confidence soared. I'll be able to hit it soon. Sun Mianmian smiled. Practice more with your strength, and hitting the forehead will kill it in one shot. Go for it. With Sun Jingshua along, Sun Mianmian found it inconvenient to scan for plants or small animals. So, she focused on finding medicinal materials. She didn't know if she had used up all her luck yesterday. But today she didn't see any medicinal materials she liked. However, seeing Sun Jingshua eagerly hunting, she shifted her attention to the prey. No medicinal materials? Having prey is still good. Following the principle of not leaving empty-handed from the treasure mountain, Sun Mianmian paid attention to the sound around her while searching for medicinal materials. Little sister, I hit it. Hearing Sun Jingshua's call, Sun Mianmian happily ran over. But after just a few steps, she almost tripped over a vine on the ground. She exclaimed, steadying herself, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw a flash of silver white near the bushes not far away. Is this a wolf cub? There can't be puppies in the deep mountains, so there must be a wolf cub. The little wolf cub had matted silver white fur, closed eyes, and curled up, shivering from the cold. It should have just been born not long ago. Sun Jingshua, carrying the wild chicken, walked over with a serious expression, saying that the mother wolf might still be nearby. We should leave quickly. Saying this, he grabbed Sun Mianmian's arm, letting go of the wolf cub to avoid attracting trouble. Animals are protective of their young, especially wild ones. Wolves are pack animals. If you provoke one, a whole pack will come to you. Just ask if you're afraid. Sun Mianmian didn't dare to take the risk and reluctantly let go of the wolf cub. But thinking about the imminent home invasion, she felt unwilling. If I can't raise a dog to guard the house, raising a wolf cub is also good. The vigilance of a wolf cub is more sensitive than that of a dog. So, after walking a few steps away, she quietly collected the wolf cub into her usable space. Plants or animals collected into her usable space would not reward points, but they belonged to her and would not disappear. Just as she was thinking this, she inadvertently looked up and discovered a patch of Notopterygium. Second brother, wait. Sun Mianmian excitedly pointed ahead. Look, it's Notopterygium. The deep mountains are a treasure trove, with fierce beasts and treasures. Notopterygium has effects such as reducing fever, anti-inflammatory, and pain relief. It's a good thing. Notopterygium? Is it that bush? Sun Jingshua paused, his expression alert, wanting to leave the mountain immediately. Forget it. We haven't left the danger zone yet. We can come back next time. Sun Mianmian didn't want to return empty-handed. It's not just grass. It's medicinal material. Second brother, are you worried about the mother wolf? We're at least a mile away from where we found the wolf cub. It should be safe. Seeing that Sun Jingshuo remained unmoved, Sun Mianmian used her trump card. Do you know? Qingqing took away Grandpa's savings. Without money, it will be difficult to move forward. If it weren't for being blocked at the guest house right after arriving and immediately being packed up and sent to the train by the Fang family, Sun Mianmian had no choice but to find Fang Qingqing to get back her money and receipts. Tearing off her ugly facade to let Grandma Fang see who really has a bad character. Hearing this, Sun Jingshuo clenched his fists in anger. Qingqing? Clearly, he believed Sun Mianmian. After all, Fang Qingqing had turned the house upside down before leaving, and it was obvious she didn't have good intentions. No wonder Sun Mianmian was so eager to make money as soon as she returned and strongly insisted on paying her tuition fees. Originally, he was a bit worried and missed her when Fang Qingqing left without saying goodbye. After all, she was his sister who grew up with him. Now, Sun Jingshuo smiled bitterly. Perhaps they would be strangers upon meeting again. Chapter 9. Finding a wolf cub little sister. You've worked hard, Sun Jingshuo said with guilt in his eyes. His little sister should have been pampered while growing up, but instead, she had ventured into the deep mountains to dig for herbs and hunt, disregarding danger for the sake of the family's livelihood. She was braver and more responsible than him. Her second brother, thinking of this, made his ears hot, and he could no longer bring himself to mention coming out of the mountains. Give me the hoe, and teach me how to dig. He knew that digging for herbs had its intricacies. Although he rarely used a hoe, he thought he was probably stronger than a girl. Sun Mianmian obediently handed over the hoe and carefully explained the precautions, then ran off to collect the dug-up qianghua. There was a lot of qianghua in this area, and by the time the sun set behind the mountains, they had only dug up half. Hey, is that a wolf? Run. Sun Jingshuo was about 1.8 meters tall. As the saying goes, standing tall means seeing far. Before Sun Mianmian could straighten up, he had grabbed her and run far away. Second brother, are you sure that was a wolf? Why didn't it follow us? They were shouting and running, yet they hadn't startled the wild wolf. Wild wolves would surely have their eyes glowing green when they spotted prey and wouldn't let it go. After such a long time with no movement, perhaps it wasn't a wolf. What if it was a wild roe deer? They could have a nice meal or sell it for money. Sun Mianmian looked up at the uncertain Sun Jingshuo, hitting the nail on the head. From a distance, he indeed couldn't see clearly whether what lay in the grass was a wolf or something else. Just as Mianmian said, what if it was a wild roe deer? People had caught wild roe deer in the mountains before and sold them for nearly 100 yuan. It was said that wild roe deer were quite stupid and wouldn't run away when a person approached, nor would they attack, making them easy to catch. Even if they could only sell it for a few dozen yuan, it would still be a profit. Well, I'll go take a look. You wait here. If anything happens, I'll shout to run, and you must not look back. In the past, when they didn't have enough to eat, everyone would run to the mountains. Because of his background, he had been excluded, and no one wanted to take him into the mountains. Therefore, he was unfamiliar, fearful, and curious about the deep mountains. But no matter how scared he was, he instinctively wanted to protect his petite sister. Seeing his serious demeanor made Sun Mianmian's heart swell, and she nodded with a smile, agreeing to listen to her second brother. Sun Jingshuo turned back with satisfaction, walking out with the wind howling, like a hero who would not return. Sun Mianmian chuckled. Before long, they heard his voice. Little sister, don't be afraid. It's a dead female wolf. A silver-white female wolf lay in the grass, a pool of dark red blood beneath it, with signs of having been bitten and clawed. It must have gone through a fierce battle. It should be the mother of the wolf cubs. Second brother, I'll go get the wolf cubs. Without waiting for Sun Jingshuo to respond, she darted out. The wolf cubs were already in the space, and she wanted to act alone and secretly earn some points. Reward, 300 points. Reward, 100 points. Reward, 50 points. Estimating that enough time had passed, Sun Mianmian returned to Sun Jingshuo with a silver-haired wolf cub in her arms, carrying 300 points. Second brother, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's head out of the mountains. There's a dead female wolf here, and the smell of blood makes it unsafe. Seeing the urgency in his eyes made Sun Mianmian feel a bit guilty. Sun Jingshuo leaned on the hoe and pointed at the half-dug qianghua, asking, aren't you going to finish this? Next time, she replied. The basket is already full. That said, on the way back, Sun Mianmian dug up a bunch of plantain and a bunch of dandelions. Sun Jingshua smiled helplessly, thinking his little sister was still a little money grubber, always trying to profit. Walking in the fading light of the sunset, he carried the basket on his back and the hoe over his shoulder, with plantain and dandelions hanging from the hoe. Sun Mianmian held a woven basket made of vines in her hand, which contained 2 wild chickens, tightly covered with grass meant for feeding rabbits. The two happily walked back to the alley. In the alley, the gates of each courtyard were wide open. The older women sat at their doors, either preparing vegetables or doing needlework while chatting loudly. As soon as they saw the 2 siblings approaching, their gazes converged. That must be the Sun family's boy. Isn't he supposed to be studying? How could old Sun let him out to work? You're confused. Tomorrow is Saturday, a holiday. I heard that the granddaughter of the Sun family ran away. The day she left, it was like a thief had hit the house. She may not come back. TSK. Is she really not coming back? How sad for old Sunday. He raised her from a baby, and she just ran away. A good-for-nothing is still a good-for-nothing. You can't raise them well. Exactly. The Sun family could have had some meat fragrance. But look, when was the last time you smelled it? You never know. Maybe that girl stole all the family savings. Did you see old Sun was sick recently? He didn't even go to the clinic. Old Sun has worked hard all his life, only to raise a white-eyed wolf. Hey, who is that girl? Just ask and you'll know. Sun family's boy. Did your sister run away? Or did you find another one? The question came from the neighbor's yard. Upon hearing someone ask, Sun Jingshua stopped, smiling politely. Aunt Wang, this is my little sister. She's not adopted. Aunt Wang stood up in shock, forgetting to prepare the wild vegetables in her hand, and scrutinized Sun Mianmian, saying, she looks like a member of the Sun family. What about that Qin girl? Do you have 2 sisters? Sun Jingshua wasn't a talkative person. He didn't want to discuss Fang Qingqing, but neither did he show a sour face, just standing silently beside Sun Mianmian. Seeing this, Sun Mianmian cheerfully leaned in. Hello. Aunt Wang, I'm Sun Mianmian, the biological daughter of the Sun family. Due to an accident, Qingqing and I were swapped at birth, and now we've each returned to our own families. Hearing her say this, the women who had been standing at their doors quickly gathered around, their gazes scanning Sun Mianmian like searchlights. Sun Mianmian remained calm and composed, smiling brightly. Looking closely, the girl indeed resembled a member of the Sun family. And she was pretty. See, I said the Qin girl.Until look like a Sun family member. Her nose isn't high, her lips are thick, and her skin isn't fair. You didn't believe me. Look at these 2 siblings' features. They're exactly like old Sun. Aunt Wang's loud voice resonated, shaking people's eardrums. Sun Mianmian could only laugh awkwardly. No matter when, the power of gossip was greater than anything else. Surrounded by the crowd, she felt trapped and worried that the wild chickens in her basket would make noise. It was urgent. In this era, everyone kept food hidden, afraid others would come to snatch it away. Sun Mianmian wasn't afraid of being robbed. She was just afraid of bringing trouble to the Sun family. The women loved to be envious. On the other side, Sun Jingshua was also anxious and shouted, thank you everyone, but we'll head home now. Grandpa, hearing the commotion outside, came out. Jingshua, Mianmian, why are you standing at the door? I've been waiting for you to come back for dinner. Sun Mianmian called back, coming. Grandpa. Sun Jingshua sighed in relief, coming. Grandpa was truly their savior. Aunt Wang and the others made way, their attention shifting to Grandpa. Old Sun, you should be able to recognize your granddaughter this time. Congratulations. Grandpa understood now. They were discussing this matter. Of course not. Our Sun family always believes that good people will be rewarded. Seeing the Sun family's gate close, everyone finally remembered Sun Jingshua's basket and hoe. Did the boy from the Sun family dare to go into the mountains? Aunt Wang, did you take them? Aunt Wang shot back, glaring, are you blind? They went into the mountains by themselves. Besides, do they need someone to carry them? Chapter 10 wanted to go to the legendary black market in the past. Aunt Wang felt sorry for the Sun family and wanted to take them into the mountains, hoping to catch a bird or rabbit to improve their lives. Unfortunately, the neighbors were envious of the subsidies the Sun family received from the government every year and looked down on them for being red capitalists, treating Aunt Wang's family with sarcasm for a long time. The Wang family had no choice but to go along with the crowd, distancing themselves from the Sun family and only occasionally helping them secretly. Sun Mianmian was unaware that after they left, Aunt Wang and others were still discussing them. Back at home, Sun Mianmian hurriedly took out the little wolf cub hidden in her clothes. Second brother, why isn't it moving? Did I smother it? Sun Jingshua reached out to check its breathing. It was still alive, probably just hungry. But it was so small, what could it eat? Sun Mianmian was troubled. She had never raised a pet and had no idea how to care for a newborn wolf cub. In this era, when even people struggled to survive, no one was willing to keep a dog, and even raising chickens was limited to 2 per household under the planned economy. But now that she had brought it back, could she really just throw it away? Sun Mianmian gently stroked the cub's fur. After all, this was a life. What a sin. Grandpa came out of the kitchen and saw the 2 of them whispering together. He shouted, "Wash your hands and come eat." The so-called meal was a bowl of thin porridge. The difference was that there were more grains in her bowl. Grandpa's bowl was just a bowl of rice soup, which, if spilled on the ground, wouldn't even be chased by a dog. "Grandpa, I'm thirsty. I like this." Sun Mianmian quickly exchanged her bowl with Grandpa's. Then, she gulped it down. Thinking of the miserable little wolf cub, she remembered that in her previous life, babies who couldn't get breast milk would drink milk powder mixed with rice soup. With that in mind, Sun Mianmian scooped up the little wolf cub and carefully fed it some thin porridge. Mianmian, it's not easy to raise such a small wolf cub. You need to be mentally prepared. Everyone has feelings. Even though Qingqing left without saying goodbye and took away all the savings, the old man still worried for a long time. He didn't want Mianmian to be sad. Sun Mianmian nodded, "Grandpa, I want to give it a try." As a result, during this meal, she not only finished the large bowl of thin porridge, but was also forced to finish half a bowl each from Grandpa and Sun Jingshua. She ate until she was full. After burping, she started planning for what to do next. They were supposed to report to school the day after tomorrow. The tuition was almost ready, but there wasn't enough grain and oil at home, and the herbs and wild chickens they had just dug up in tea bins sold yet. Sun Mianmian wanted to try her luck at the legendary black market. After all, having money in hand gave her confidence in life. She looked at the sky, told Grandpa, and went back to the west room. At this time, it was just getting dark, and everything looked shadowy. Sun Mianmian secretly pulled open the door latch, trying to sneak out. "What? You want to leave too?" Suddenly, she heard Sun Jingshua's cold voice, which startled her, almost causing her to drop the door latch. What did he mean by two? Turning around, she met Sun Jingshua's eyes filled with suppressed anger, feeling an overwhelming chill that made her heart ache. Was she really such a heartless and vain person? Was she really unworthy of trust? Sun Mianmian grabbed his arm and whispered, "I didn't tea. I just want to go to the black market, and we'll be back soon." "Okay, second brother, keep it a secret." The black market was a mixed bag. If Grandpa found out, he would definitely not let her go. Sun Jingshua's dark eyes locked onto the backpack on her back. "You want to sell wild chickens?" "Yes. And I want to buy some food to bring back. Otherwise, it's just thin porridge every meal, and I'll be thinner than a flour." Sun Jingshua glanced at the east room, pursed his lips, and said, "Let us go. We'll go together." He thought, if they went together, he could protect her from danger. As long as she wasn't trying to run away, everything could be discussed. Sun Mianmian smiled and said, "Let us hurry." As soon as they got outside the courtyard, Sun Mianmian magically pulled out two dark-colored scarves. She handed one to Sun Jingshua. "We can't just go in like this. Let us cover our heads and faces." As for clothes, they probably didn't need to change. They had just come back from the mountains and hadn't a time of change. Their clothes were patched up with patches. On their feet were cloth shoes with exposed toes, which was the most popular and common outfit at the time. "Sun Jingshua, have you been before? You're so experienced." Sun Mianmian chuckled. "Where?" "It's the black market. Should we be cautious?" "How do I look?" As she spoke, she had already tied her hair into a bun, wrapping her little face entirely in the scarf, leaving only her lively eyes exposed. "Not bad." Sun Jingshua coughed lightly and snatched the backpack. The two arrived at the entrance of a hidden alley. After seeing the flickering cigarette butts, a scar-faced man was casually leaning against the wall, one foot propped up against it and a leg slanted against the ground. He looked rogue and definitely not easy to deal with. Sun Mianmian noticed Sun Jingshua's nervousness, took a step forward, and said, "Big brother, we're here to buy things. 2 dimes. Sun Mianmian quickly pulled out 4 dimes. When she saw the scar-faced man wave his hand, She thanked him and quickly pulled Sun Jingshua into the alley. The two turned left and right in the dark alley and finally heard voices. They arrived at a dilapidated courtyard where a few scattered torches were stuck in the ground. She took a deep breath. They had arrived. This was the so-called black market. The space inside was large, with vendors selling chickens, ducks, and geese, grains, oils, and cloth, as well as wild game, among others. Everyone was covering up and moving hurriedly, stopping only at the stalls they needed and speaking in hushed tones. Sun Mianmian looked around, found a spot to put down the backpack, and took out a wooden board that read wild chicken, 10 yuan each. She didn't write the weight. Sun Jingshua looked at her questioningly, but didn't say much. Not long after, someone came over. 10 yuan each? So expensive. Are you trying to cheat me? Sun Mianmian replied seriously, Annie, what is wrong with charging 10 yuan for a wild chicken weighing about 3 jin? If you don't want to buy it, that's fine. A nearby vendor also came over. Is it really 3 jin? Let me take a look. Sun Mianmian uncovered the cloth covering the backpack for him to see. The vendor lifted it a bit, quickly pulled out his wallet, and said, I'll take this one. Sun Mianmian readily handed it over and kindly tied the chicken legs with a string. Thank you, uncle. The uncle waved his hand, quickly returned to his stall, and rolled up his stall cloth, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Sun Mianmian was a bit dazed. Why did he run away so fast? I didn't do anything illegal. Girl, do you have any more? Hearing the voice, Sun Mianmian withdrew her gaze and looked at the aunt in surprise, wondering why she hadn't left. Yes. Is it 3 jin? Sun Mianmian was speechless. Her family didn't have a scale, so she relied on her judgment. But she couldn't be sure. What if she encountered someone difficult? That would be troublesome. There should be. You can lift it. The aunt didn't say much. Bent down and lifted it. It wasn't very fat, so she suggested a lower price. Her meaning was that it was around 3 jin, trying to bargain. Sun Mianmian was unhappy. Annie, it's this price. If you want it, take it. If not, we'll keep it to take home for Grandpa. She acted as if she didn't care whether it sold or not. The aunt was momentarily speechless, wanting to turn and leave. However, after walking around, this was the only place with wild chickens. Her husband loved this kind of food, and if she didn't satisfy him, he might throw a tantrum, and sometimes, after drinking, he would even get rough. Thinking of the bruises on her body, the aunt gritted her teeth and pulled out 10 yuan. Suddenly, someone shouted, Run! Chapter 11. So, his surname is C, and he is a captain. This was the first time Sun Mianmian had experienced such a scene, and for a moment, she didn't know where to run. Sun Jingshua looked around, grabbed her hand, and picked up the backpack before running. After running for an unknown distance, the only sounds left in the quiet alley were their footsteps. Sun Jingshua was the first to stop, leaning against the courtyard wall, panting, Little sister, it's too dangerous. You can't come here again, next time. Sun Mianmian gasped for air. We haven't bought food yet. She came to the black market, not only to sell wild chickens, but also to buy some grains and oil. Although the prices in the black market were a bit higher than those at the supply and marketing cooperative, at least they didn't require coupons. Once she caught her breath, Sun Mianmian leaned closer to Sun Jingshua, her phoenix eyes brimming with curiosity. Second brother, what do you think is really happening in the black market? The government has clearly relaxed its control over it. Are we just being overly cautious? How about we take a sneak peek? Maybe it was just a false alarm. Hearing this, Sun Jingshua widened his eyes in shock and shook his head. Curiosity killed the cat. We're going home. How could a young girl be so bold? Sun Mianmian clung to his arm and acted cute. Second brother, let us go take a look. If we don't buy some grains and oil soon, we won't be able to cook at home. This was also the main reason Sun Jingshua had reluctantly allowed her to come to the black market. Hearing her bring it up again, Sun Jingshua remained resolute. Missing a meal or two was fine, but if something happened, it would be the end. The people watching the Sun family had never let their guard down, just waiting for them to make a mistake so they could strike hard. Sun Jingshua closed his eyes in frustration and, after opening them again, said with clarity, We can't go. As for the grains and oil, I'll think of a way tomorrow. His tone was somewhat stern and resolute, leaving no room for argument. Sun Mianmian helplessly gave up. All right. After reaching an agreement, the two of them made their way back. Just as they reached the entrance of their alley, they heard a commotion of footsteps from the adjacent alley. Before they could react, a shadow came rushing towards them like a cannonball. Sun Mianmian instinctively pulled Sun Jingshua to dodge and quickly stowed the backpack away. However, disaster struck. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll stab her. Sun Mianmian was violently grabbed. Once again, feeling the coldness at her neck and hearing the familiar line, she wanted to scream out in frustration. Damn! After a few days of peace, she had actually forgotten that she was a pawn in this game. How could she dare to come out at night? It was simply courting death. Little sister. Sun Jingshua's eyes widened with rage, his gaze fixed on the glinting dagger in the darkness. He took a deep breath, his fists trembling at his sides, clenching and relaxing repeatedly, and said in a hoarse voice, "Let her go. I'll exchange myself for her. You say how I should cooperate, and I will. She's just a frail girl. She'll only slow you down. I'm a man, and I can run faster for you." The assailant ignored him and coldly replied, "Stop wasting your breath. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? If you want her to live, have him step back, step back." As he spoke, 3 or 4 tall men stopped about 4 or 5 meters away from them. Among them were some in police uniforms and some in plain clothes. Sun Jingshua's heart sank. These people were beyond his control. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have brought his little sister out. If something happened to her after just returning, he would be solely to blame. At this moment, he felt regret, panic, and anger, wanting to rush in without thinking. Really? A clear voice snapped him back to his senses. Sun Jingshua looked up in surprise to find that Sun Mianmian had somehow slipped out of the assailant's grasp and effortlessly disarmed the dagger from her neck. He rushed forward, pulled Sun Mianmian back several steps, and with red eyes, scanned her from head to toe. "Little sister, are you okay? Let's go home." Sun Mianmian patted his hand and comforted him. "Second brother, I'm fine, really. I'll take the dagger over now." The weapon had to be handed over to the police. Just as she turned her head, she found herself staring into a pair of deep, ink-black eyes. In the dim light of the flashlight, she could see the newcomer clearly. He was a tall man about 1.9 meters, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, a finely sculpted face, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes, his thin lips slightly pursed. Looking down at her with a strong sense of pressure. It was him, the soldier from the train. However, he was dressed in civilian clothes today, and he still looked as good as ever. His technique was impressive. He took the dagger from Sun Mianmian's hand with his long fingers and handed her a silver needle with the other. Without waiting for Sun Mianmian to speak, he turned and walked away. After taking a couple of steps, he turned back to warn, "Next time, don't be so reckless. We are not just decorations." Sun Mianmian felt a lump in her throat. So my self-rescue is considered reckless? She had only acted because she was sure of the cover of night and the assailant's underestimation of her. Just as she was about to muster the courage to ask about the silver needle he had taken from her on the train, Sun Jingshua interrupted. "Little sister, let us hurry back. Grandpa must be worried." Sun Mianmian nodded. Seeing that the police didn't stop them from leaving, they quickly entered the alley. After walking a few steps, they heard voices coming from the entrance of the alley. "Captain C, aren't you going to take them back for a statement?" "Forget it. They're just 2 kids. Don't scare them." This was evidently the voice of that soldier. So, his surname is C, and he is a captain. Sun Mianmian didn't pay much attention to this little incident and had a good night's sleep. However, Sun Jingshua didn't have it easy. He had faced a sudden incident on his first cautious visit to the black market, and just when he had caught his breath, his little sister was taken hostage. Although the outcome was good, the pent-up anxiety in his heart lingered, making it difficult for him to sleep throughout the night, waking at the slightest noise in the courtyard. When he saw Sun Mianmian, who had been tidying up the herbs in the courtyard early in the morning, he couldn't help but sigh. That girl is not only bold, but also has a big heart. After breakfast, Sun Mianmian packed a basket of herbs and prepared to go out. Sun Jingshua yawned and blocked the door. "Where are you going?" This girl really made him uneasy. Sun Mianmian glanced at his dark circles and chuckled. "I'm just going to the herbal shop. You can go back to sleep. Look at your dark circles. Hee. They're too obvious." Grandpa frowned, feeling that the 2 kids were hiding something from him, but he wasn't one to pry. As long as they didn't cause trouble, he would let them be. Grandpa also chimed in. "Jingshua, you should stay home. I happen to want to go out for a walk." "Mianmian, aren't you taking these plantain leaves and dandelions with you?" Sun Mianmian hesitated for a moment and decided to take them. They would at least be a source of income. This time, Sun Mianmian and her grandpa went to the herbal shop together. The shop was as quiet and deserted as ever, and the shopkeeper was nowhere to be seen. Sun Mianmian curiously looked around. Grandpa, don't you think it's inconvenient for the shopkeeper to run the shop alone? Why doesn't he hire an apprentice? Grandpa chuckled lightly. With a shabby store, he can't even support himself, let alone burden someone else. Just as he finished speaking, the shopkeeper's voice came from inside. Old son, how can you laugh at me? At least I still have a shabby shop. What do you have? Not a single hair. This remark was too harsh. But didn't he know that Grandpa had given all his family assets? Wasn't that hitting a sore spot? But Grandpa's expression remained unchanged as he lightly said, I'm happy to be idle. Your envy is useless. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my granddaughter, Mianmian. The shopkeeper seemed to just notice Sun Mianmian and nodded with a smile. So it's from your family. After saying that, his gaze turned to the backpack. Girl, what did you bring today? Sun Mianmian smiled. Hello, shopkeeper. This time it's some herbs. The shopkeeper became interested, walking out from behind the counter. These herbs are pretty good, large and well-shaped. After speaking, he looked at the bags of dandelions and plantains at his grandfather's feet and joked, unlike some old guys, who only bring back wild grass to embarrass people. Sun Mianmian was taken aback and shyly glanced at her grandfather. She quickly explained to the shopkeeper, I just picked the dandelions and plantains casually, you see. If you don't want them, I'll just take them back. Chapter 12. The shopkeeper's surname is Chun, and his full name is Chun Weihao. The shopkeeper rubbed his nose, his eyes flickering. It was a casual conversation. Your grandpa Chun will naturally accept it. The shopkeeper's surname is Chun, and his full name is Chun Weihao. The Chun family was once a famous family of traditional Chinese medicine in Qian City, and it is said that their ancestors had served as imperial physicians with a rich heritage. However, after a decade of turmoil, they managed to keep this one herbal medicine shop, which is also the only one in Baishan County. But now, people believe in Western medicine, and the once-renowned Chun family clinic in southwest China has come to an end, with few visitors. Shopkeeper Chen seemed unaffected at all, cheerfully weighing the herbs one by one. 20 pounds of plantain, 60 cents. 15 pounds of dandelion, also 60 cents. 60 pounds of qianghua, $5 a pound, totaling $300. A total of $301.20. Do you see that? Sun Mianmian nodded. Yes. Thank you, Grandpa Chun. Chun Weihao readily paid, while tidying up the herbs and lamenting to Grandpa's son. I didn't expect that, old son. You don't understand herbs or medicine. Yet you have been competing with me for decades. Now, your Sun family hasn't managed to keep a single shop, while I still have one at least. In the end, your family has unexpectedly produced a granddaughter who understands herbs, while I am all alone. Sigh, you have won in the end. I admit defeat willingly. It's a pity that my Chun family's 100-year medical tradition is going to end in my hands. I have no face to meet the elders of Jiangdong. The two chatted back and forth idly. Finally, Grandpa sighed, saying that life is merely 3 stages. Cherish the past, love the present, and respect the future. We are all passers-by of time. Why cling to it? The country will change. Before he could finish his sentence, someone burst in through the door. Grabbing Chun Weihao, Old Chun, come with me quickly. Wait. My old bones are about to fall apart from your pull. What is the matter? Speak first. They look like old acquaintances. Chun Weihao was pulled back several steps, not angry at all, but rather used to this kind of scolding. Sun Mianmian retracted her leg and exchanged glances with her grandfather, then said to Chun Weihao, Grandpa Chun, you go ahead and handle your business. We won't disturb you. Chun Weihao waved his hand. Okay, take care. As they walked out the door, Sun Mianmian sensed a lingering gaze and turned to meet the eyes of the man next to Chun Weihao. What a pretty girl, he said, raising his eyebrows and whistling at Sun Mianmian. Chun Weihao immediately darkened his face. That is the granddaughter of old Sun. Tone it down. Sun Mianmian gratefully nodded to Chun Weihao, glanced at the man's right hand, which was missing a thumb, and took her grandfather, who had a dark expression, away. That man clearly didn't seem like a good person. His teasing eyes revealed a hint of cruelty and bloodlust. She had just returned and didn't know who was eyeing the Sun family. So she didn't want to stir up trouble. Grandpa, let us go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some grain. She initially wanted to divert her grandfather's attention, But as soon as she spoke, she realized it touched on her grandfather's sadness. Just when she was racking her brain to make amends, Sun Jingshu came over. "Grandpa, little sister, why have you been gone for so long?" Sun Mianmian hurriedly replied, "Second brother, why are you here? We just came out of the herbal shop." Grandpa snorted coldly, not in a good mood. "What? Can you manage everything? I want to go to the supply and marketing cooperative, so follow me." Sun Jingshu stammered, "We're not." He really was a bit foolish. Sun Mianmian covered his mouth and quickly said, "Listen to Grandpa. Going to the supply and marketing cooperative not only requires money, but also corresponding tickets. You can't buy anything without tickets, even if you have money." Since Grandpa said to go to the supply and marketing cooperative, he must have a way to buy things. Sun Mianmian trotted to catch up with her slightly hunched grandfather. Stuffing the money she had just gotten into the tense-faced old man's hands. "Grandpa, I want to eat white rice. Let us buy some rice. And also some rapeseed oil, and it would be best to have some lard. Cooking with lard is so fragrant." After saying that, she stretched her neck and took a deep breath. Originally, the old man planned to buy some daily necessities for her since she was going to school the next day. But when he turned around and saw her mischievous expression, he laughed. "You little glutton. This is your hard-earned money. Buy whatever you want. It's all up to you." "Great. Grandpa is the best." Indeed, experience is the best teacher. As soon as Grandpa entered the supply and marketing cooperative, he headed straight for the corner counter. "Second brother, what do you think Grandpa is going to do?" Sun Jingshu shook his head. "You'll know in a bit." "Sun Mianmian, stop talking nonsense. Mianmian, you two come over and see what you want to buy." At this moment, Sun Mianmian noticed that Grandpa was holding a bunch of tickets, including grain tickets, cloth tickets, oil tickets, meat tickets, towel tickets, and so on. She suddenly realized that you could use money to buy tickets. Forgive her for being so uninformed. In this era, food and other supplies were not expensive. They bought a 50-pound bag of rice for $20, a 5-pound can of rapeseed oil for $4, and 10 pounds of pork belly for $7.70. They only spent $31.70 in total. So cheap. Presumably, the $301.20 from selling herbs could last for a while. She happily picked up the pork belly, her gaze sweeping over the other goods in the area. "Grandpa, how about we buy some soy sauce to take home? Also some sugar, a bottle of malt milk essence. And buy." Suddenly, a light tap on her head came from above. Grandpa chuckled. "Are you trying to move the supply and marketing cooperative back home?" Sun Jingshu found it amusing. Spendthrift. Sun Mianmian pouted, unwilling to let it go. "But I want to give a bottle to Grandpa. I feel really embarrassed going home empty-handed." Grandpa was taken aback, then smiled. "You're thoughtful. As long as you come back, that's the best gift. Who knows, I might live a few more years." "Okay, let us go home." After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, Sun Mianmian secretly resolved that one day, the Sun family would never have to worry about food and drink and could buy whatever they wanted. Sun Jingshu didn't know how much money they had made from selling herbs. But seeing himself holding a bucket of oil in his left hand, a bag of rice in his right, and Sun Mianmian carrying the pork belly, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "Grandpa, little sister, are we a bit extravagant?" He had almost blurted out that it was too much, but turned it into a bit extravagant. Grandpa snorted coldly. "You brat. What is wrong with your little sister coming back to eat some real food? Should we have porridge every meal?" Sun Jingshu turned his head away in grievance. "I was just asking. I'm worried, after all. The family's savings have all been stolen. How much can those herbs be worth?" Sun Mianmian laughed, leaning closer to him and whispering, "Second brother, guess how much we sold for?" Sun Jingshu asked, "How much?" $301.20. "Really? If I'm lying, I'm a little dog." Getting a positive answer, Sun Jingshu no longer frowned, his mouth breaking into a grin, nearly reaching his ears. He didn't expect that it was a good thing. "Little sister, let us hurry up and finish digging that piece we left over from yesterday." Sun Mianmian knew he was referring to the qianghua that hadn't been dug up yesterday. She was just thinking the same, since she was going to school tomorrow. Even if she didn't stay at school, she would be back by 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Moreover, today they had free labor to help out. "All right, let us hurry." Chapter 13, Do We Know Each Other? Grandpa looked at their enthusiastic demeanor and felt comforted. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, "Let's wait for this batch of qianghua to come back, and we'll process it well before selling." Sun Mianmian gladly accepted, Grandpa, how much will the processed ones sell for? The fresh ones are 5 yuan a pound today. The processed ones should reach 8 or 9 yuan. 8 or 9 yuan. Sun Jingshu's eyes lit up even more. Let's go. There's still a large area to cover. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can come back to process. Sun Mianmian hadn't said anything yet when Grandpa waved them off. Hurry up and come back, and be careful. I'll prepare the processing tools. Sun Jingshu hurriedly pulled Sun Mianmian along. All right. Sun Mianmian. They had just returned, hadn't even had a sip of water, and were going back into the mountains again. What hard life. Second brother, aren't you tired? Aren't you sleepy? Don't you want to review your homework? Sun Mianmian asked, tilting her head to look at Sun Jingshu as they stepped out of the courtyard, posing her soul's 3 questions. Sun Jingshu paused for a moment, as if he thought of something. Little sister, are you sleepy? If so, you can stay home and rest. I'll go alone. He had heard that city people usually take a nap. It was almost noon, so it should be nap time. Sun Mianmian glared at him. I'm not tired. I was just joking with you. Let's go together. She wasn't trying to be lazy. She just found their eagerness amusing and felt sorry for their efforts to change their situation. Sun Jingshu frowned. Really not tired? Be careful. He suddenly grabbed Sun Mianmian, avoiding a stone thrown from the alley entrance, and shouted angrily. Can't you see there's someone here? How can you throw stones around? I'm sorry. It's my fault. How about I treat you to a meal as an apology? A man in a leather jacket with a slick-back hairstyle stood at the alley entrance. He spoke apologetically, but his expression carried a hint of nonchalance. You. Sun Jingshu was about to argue when Sun Mianmian interrupted. Second brother, look behind him. Behind the man stood the tall figure who had warned Sun Mianmian last night. Sun Jingshu's heart sank. Little sister, could it be that last night's matter isn't over? And they're going to take us to the police station? Sun Mianmian shook her head. It doesn't seem like it. Why don't we go over and take a look? The stone thrown by the man in the leather jacket merely bounced off the wall beside her. It didn't seem like he intended to harm them. It seemed they just wanted to attract attention. Sun Jingshu glanced at their courtyard gate, hesitating. Sun Mianmian patted his hand and whispered, It's fine. That tall one is a soldier. Upon hearing soldier, Sun Jingshu felt much more at ease and relaxed his grip on the hoe. He followed closely beside Sun Mianmian, both alert and curious. The man in the leather jacket leaned against the wall, chewing on a piece of foxtail grass. Oh, so you really are the fiancé of the homebody kid. I thought. I was mistaken. Sun Mianmian's heart sank. Oh dear, I ran into someone I know. The original owner was recognized as a good girl in the courtyard, cultured and dignified. But she, on the other hand, was carefree and acted like a wild child. Even her tone of voice was different. With such distinctly different personalities, would they become suspicious and take her for research? As her mind raced, Sun Mianmian was just about to make a strategic retreat. But when she met the soldier's deep gaze, her body stiffened, and she blurted out, Do we know each other? The man in the leather jacket chuckled. How should I put it? We should have seen each other from afar a few times. I've occasionally heard people talk about you and Gu Yunxiao's engagement. Isn't it normal for someone from a big courtyard to have heard of it? Someone from a big courtyard? That meant it was from a military district in the capital. The military district not only had a family area but also schools and hospitals, making it quite large. Some people who have no connection might never meet in their lifetime. She searched through the original owner's memories but didn't recall these two. She confirmed that they shouldn't be very familiar. Sun Mianmian grew bolder and smiled. May I ask for your names, brothers? The man in the leather jacket spat out the foxtail grass, stood up straight, and said, Listen up, I'm Sun Qingqing. And he is Si Yuandao. Sun Qingqing? Si Yuandao. Wow. Sun Mianmian's heart surged with excitement. In the original story, these two were the people Gu Yunxiao sought to curry favor with when he was climbing the political ladder. Until the end of the original book. When Gu Yunxiao reached his peak, these two were also individuals they dared not offend. But she didn't know why these two big shots would lower themselves to come to the remote and barren Baishan County. I've heard so much about you. Brother Shun, Brother Si. Sun Mianmian's smile became much more sincere. No matter what, these two had no ties to the male and female leads, so they weren't on opposing sides. It wouldn't hurt to please them a little. Originally, she just wanted to change the Sun family's fate and avoid the male and female leads. But thinking of the top university in the country, which was the only one offering traditional Chinese medicine, was in the capital. She didn't want to compromise. She believed that humans could overcome fate. Moreover, the two big shots, whom others found it hard to meet even once, appeared right in front of her. This indicated that she was favored by fate and should not repeat the original owner's fate. Hearing Sun Mianmian's words, Sun Qingqing laughed heartily. It's right to have heard a lot about us. We are unmatched in the courtyard, and we can cure children's night crying. Ha ha ha. Sun Mianmian's mouth twitched. She didn't expect him to be so down to earth. Si Yuandao kicked Sun Qingqing expressionlessly. Get lost. Sun Qingqing's laughter abruptly stopped, and he sulkily hugged his legs. Hopping to the side, Si Yuandao glanced at Sun Jingshu, and seeing him take 2 steps back, he slowly spoke. Aren't you going back to the capital for school? Sun Mianmian looked at him suspiciously and obediently answered, I'm not going back. This is my home. Si Yuandao replied, the teaching environment and resources here can't compare to the capital. It's too primitive. If you want to return to the capital, I can help you. Sun Mianmian became even more curious. His surname was Si, so he was probably from the Si family in the courtyard. The Si family had been in the military for 3 generations. His grandfather was a founding father and had 4 sons and 1 daughter. After the war ended, only his father remained. Now, his father is the head of the military district in the capital, and he has 1 son, Si Yuandao. Si Yuandao was a mischievous child and was considered the demon king of the children in the courtyard. At 15, he was sent to the military camp by his grandfather and was now a regiment commander. But the original owner grew up in the courtyard, always being brought up by Yang Qiuxiang from a scholarly family, obedient and clever but naive. She was sure that neither she nor the original owner had any connection with the prominent Si Yuandao. Why do you want to help me? Was it because of their encounters on the train and last night? But his cold demeanor didn't seem like someone who would care about such matters. Seeing Sun Mianmian's puzzled expression, Si Yuandao cast a scrutinizing glance at her. Before he could say anything, Sun Qingqing chimed in, yes. Why are you so kind? There are so many people outside queuing just to catch a glimpse of this demon king. Why would he suddenly have a change of heart? And you're just a girl he doesn't know very well. Sun Jingshu's alarm bells rang in his mind. This person clearly had a purpose. Did he want to abduct his little sister? He cautiously moved closer to Sun Mianmian, disregarding the icy aura of Si Yuandao, ready to whisk Sun Mianmian away at any moment. Sun Qingqing ignored Si Yuandao's dark expression and continued. Isn't she Gu Yunxiao's fiancé? If there's anyone to worry about, it should be Gu Yunxiao's business. We shouldn't overstep our bounds. What if someone gets too clingy? That would be really annoying. This kind of thing has happened before. Their identities are there, and some thick-skinned people try to approach them under the guise of acquaintances, hoping to gain benefits. Even when they are not at the same table during a meal, they have to be on guard. Chapter 14, Brother C. You are truly a great person. Sun Mianmian did not intend to simply attach herself to the 2 big shots. She noticed Sun Qingqing's wariness. Hearing him refer to her as Gu Yunxiao's fiancé, he once again made her consider her options. Thank you both. I've already completed my enrollment procedures at Baishan No. 1 high school, so I won't trouble you any further. And I need to correct one point. I am not Gu Yunxiao's fiancé. Sun Qingqing clearly did not believe her. You're not? Sun Mianmian nodded. When Fang Qingqing and I were born, we were accidentally switched. Gu Yunxiao is engaged to the Fang family, so he is naturally the son-in-law of the Fang family, which makes him Fang Qingqing's fiancé. I am just an ordinary citizen and cannot dare to associate with the Gu family, lest I be ridiculed. Taking this opportunity, she quickly distanced herself from Gu Yunxiao to avoid Fang Qingqing hastily kicking her out and mistakenly thinking she was coveting her fiancé, which could bring trouble to the Sun family. Fang Qingqing's father, Fang Jiangwo, is a regiment commander in the military district of the capital. The Fang family is wealthy and powerful. If they wanted to crush the current Sun family, it would be an easy task. In a time of turmoil, having one less problem could increase one's chances of survival. Right? Sun Qingqing, I see. So you were. Si Yuandao glanced coldly at Sun Qingqing, causing the words that were about to come out of his mouth to remain unspoken. Sun Mianmian, unaware of their subtle exchange, asked, You want to say I was kicked out of my home? Even if they don't design against me, I will still return home. I'm not a shameless person. She spoke lightly, showing no signs of embarrassment or anger from being cornered in the guest house, nor did she display any self-pity or despair from her sudden fall from grace. In her words, she did not mention the man who had suddenly barged into her room at the guest house, nor was there any sign of resentment or hostility. Was it that he didn't recognize her, or was he indifferent? Sun Qingqing secretly glanced at Si Yuandao and quietly retreated. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. After a long while, Si Yuandao took out a piece of paper and pen. He then handed a note to Sun Mianmian, saying, "After all, we come from the same courtyard. If you're bullied, you can come to me." Sun Mianmian was taken aback, glancing at the address and phone number on the paper, countless question marks floating above her head. This is to help her cling to a big shot? She was shocked but did not show it, smiling appropriately. "Thank you, Brother C. Baishan County is very backward. Only the county government and post office have telephones. Those who dare to harm Grandpa's son should not be ordinary people." She might not even have the chance to make a distress call before they finished their mission. While she did have the intention to befriend the two, she had never thought of relying on the distant Si Yuandao, yet she still tucked the note away. "Thank you." Si Yuandao looked into her clear eyes and saw her sincere smile, feeling a bit unnatural as he lowered his gaze. When their lips brushed together, he said, "Since you want to take the college entrance examination here, I'll send you some exam materials." Sun Mianmian. Sun Qingqing. Sun Mianmian quickly regained her composure, her smile as radiant as a rainbow after the rain. "That's great. I was just lamenting that I couldn't bring the exam materials I collected. Brother C, you are truly a great person." College entrance examination materials from the capital are something she desperately needed right now. She didn't expect that the seemingly aloof and distant Si Yuandao would be so thoughtful and considerate, able to anticipate others' needs. No wonder he became a regiment commander at such a young age. With that thought, she no longer feared his imposing aura and felt he must be a warm-hearted person underneath his cold exterior. After they parted ways, Sun Qingqing scrutinized Si Yuandao with an evaluating gaze, hesitating to speak. Si Yuandao glanced at him impatiently, saying, "If you have something to say, just say it." Sun Qingqing sighed. "Is this how you treat your brothers? You were so courteous to that girl just now. Something's off with you. You gave her your contact information and offered her exam materials. What are you up to?" Si Yuandao walked ahead leisurely, ignoring Sun Qingqing. But he walked lightly and did not release any cold air, seeming to be in a good mood. Sun Qingqing continued to probe. "Do you want to take responsibility for her? After all, you barged into the girl's room and were cornered together. You should take responsibility. Do you know what the people in the courtyard are saying about her?" "TSK, TSK?" Si Yuandao coldly turned back to glare at Sun Qingqing. "Speak properly." "Sun Qingqing, what should I say?" Si Yuandao, "What are they saying in the courtyard?" Sun Qingqing, "They say Fang Mianmian, oh. Sun Mianmian is shameless and lewd. That's why she was kicked out by the Fang family." "TSK, TSK. Words can hurt. No wonder the girl would want to jump off a building." "Did she really jump?" Si Yuandao's gaze deepened, his expression unreadable, and he nodded. He hadn't expected that the girl would be so resolute. Even he couldn't catch her before she jumped from the second floor. But at that time, he had his own mission. He had been tracking a suspect for over a month, and amidst the chaos, that suspect tried to escape. He had no time to pay attention to this side and had to pursue the suspect. Unexpectedly, Sun Qingqing suddenly recalled their earlier meeting and began to gloat. "It seems she didn't recognize you. Were you wearing makeup at that time?" Si Yuandao shot him a look that said, "Are you done talking nonsense?" Sun Qingqing grew even more excited. "So, do you like her?" "But she is Gu Yunxiao's fiancée." Si Yuandao stopped in his tracks, his face darkening. "Are you deaf? She is a member of the Sun family. Being a member of the Sun family has nothing to do with the Gu family." Sun Qingqing clicked his tongue twice, walked in front of him, and walked backward while staring at him. "Are you sure you like her? Or are you just preparing to take responsibility?" "She's pretty, but she doesn't." Si Yuandao felt a bit irritated. "Shut up. I don't. Mind your own business. You're a 25-year-old man, still single. If you don't get married this year, your grandfather definitely won't let you off." Sun Qingqing. As if no one else is 25. Sun Jingshu looked at the little girl who had picked up the wild ginger with concern. "Have you been set up by the Fang family? Did you get hurt?" Sun Mianmian casually wiped the sweat from her brow with her sleeve. "Don't worry, I'm not hurt." Fang Qingqing probably resents me for taking her life. She couldn't wait to set me up on the third day after returning home, blocking me with a strange man in the guest house, which led to me being kicked out. However, Sun Mianmian searched through the original owner's memories but could not find out why she ended up in the guest house. Sun Jingshu was shocked, angrily driving his hoe into the ground. She is that malicious? He had originally thought that Qingqing just didn't like studying, didn't like working, and was simple-minded wanting to play. But he had not expected her to be so scheming and vicious. Sun Mianmian scoffed. Forget her. It's bad luck. Sun Jingshu felt a knot in his heart. Along with his anger, there was an overwhelming sense of fear and pity for Sun Mianmian. Fang Qingqing's scheme was clearly meant to drive Sun Mianmian to her death. In this era, where a woman's reputation is paramount, being cornered in a room with a man, unless that man agrees to marry her, the woman would face a dead end. Fortunately, little sister, thankfully you are clear-headed. Sun Jingshu took a deep breath. From now on, we will live well as a family. Yes, not only do we need to live well, but we also need to live splendidly. Sun Mianmian nodded earnestly, her smile bright, quickly picking wild ginger. Having learned from yesterday's experience, Sun Jingshu found the rhythm of digging for wild ginger. Before sunset, this large patch of wild ginger was dug up. During this time, Sun Mianmian excused herself for a moment and sneaked into the woods, secretly earning another 1,000 points. She returned satisfied, seeing Sun Jingshu swinging his hoe at the spot where he discovered the mother wolf yesterday. What are you doing, second brother? Chapter 15. The suspicious white tiger. Sun Jingshu paused for a moment. I want to dig a pit to bury the mother wolf. It's too pitiful. Sun Mianmian felt a bit embarrassed. She had taken the wolf's cub, but hadn't he expected to collect its body? It was indeed somewhat cold-hearted. It was now early March, and the mother wolf's body had not changed much after a day and night. But strangely, there were no signs of other animals nearby. Sun Mianmian was curious. Second brother, we've been in the mountains for so long, and with such a strong smell of blood. Why hasn't the mother wolf been eaten? Most of the predators in the mountains are carnivorous. Could it be that they found the mother wolf's body unappealing? Sun Jingshu was taken aback, looked up at the depths of the forest, and coldly replied, I don't know. Sun Mianmian pouted and, feeling bored, used a branch to help scrape the soil. Suddenly, she looked up sharply. The small branch in her hand snapped with a crack, and a large clump of soil she dug out flew about a meter away. Sun Jingshu, what else with the sudden scare? Second brother, haven't you noticed? We've been in the mountains for so long, and we haven't seen a single wild chicken or rabbit, not even the sound of birds. It's so quiet. Hearing her say this, Sun Jingshu frowned and looked around. She was right. I don't often go into the mountains, and I thought the wild chickens and rabbits were hiding because of our noise. Even if I have little experience, I know that birds don't usually stay away from humans for long. So, these abnormal phenomena should be the calm before the storm. Sun Mianmian, not caring about the sweat on her face, exclaimed, this is too abnormal. We need to get out of the mountains quickly. In the meantime, the pit was already dug. They quickly buried the mother wolf. Sun Jingshu hurriedly shouldered his backpack, lifted the hoe, and urged, let us go. Let us go. An elder had said that when predators come out in the deep mountains, the small animals around either hide, trembling, or run to safer places to survive. Naturally, humans are not foolish. They sense danger and run even faster. Sun Mianmian didn't say much and focused on the path, her steps leaving phantom impressions. Her intuition told her there was danger, great danger. As they walked, they encountered several groups of people rushing out of the mountains. These individuals had serious expressions and hurried movements. The kind-hearted would leave a warning to hurry up. Some just glanced coldly, their eyes scanning them without restraint. The area where the Sun family lived was on the outskirts of the county town, with little farmland and thus less agricultural work. Therefore, every day there were people going into the mountains, and one could see people digging wild vegetables on the hillsides and playful children splashing the streams. Today, the mountains were just as lively. They saw one person after another rushing out of the mountains, most only curious for a glance, mainly concerned about how much others had gathered. Some even loudly mocked when they saw familiar faces returning empty-handed. Uncle Lee, you came back empty-handed again today. You really aren't cut out for hunting, You might as well go work in the coal mine, at least you can fill your stomach. This was said by an ant. After this remark, the other ants who were digging wild vegetables joined in, making fun of Uncle Li. The honest Uncle Li turned red in the face, unable to muster a rebuttal. Who didn't he know that the coal mine was a dangerous place? Not to mention the impending rainy season. Even in normal times, due to inadequate safety measures and the long working hours, accidents often occurred. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't choose to work in a coal mine. Who wouldn't want to live well? Even if it meant living from meal to meal, it was better than risking one's life. Uncle Li was the one who kindly urged Sun Mianmian and her brother to run quickly. Sun Mianmian felt sorry for Uncle Li, who worked so hard to live, and stood there feeling awkward and embarrassed. She tried to divert everyone's attention by shouting, "Everyone, hurry home. There's danger in the mountains." Although she wasn't sure what the danger was, it was human nature to give a warning. However, the people at the foot of the mountain didn't take it seriously and looked at Sun Mianmian with indifference. Seeing that she was a stranger, they mocked her without restraint. Which family-s little girl is this? So poorly brought up, lying in broad daylight. I saw her come out of the mountains. If there's danger in the mountains, how come she's fine? I see. She didn't find anything in the mountains and is trying to scare us off so she can dig wild vegetables alone. Such a young age and such a malicious mind. I wonder which family's disgrace she is. Once I have the chance, I'll definitely go talk to her family. Just because you say there's danger, it means there is? Why don't you tell us what kind of danger? Sun Mianmian was dumbfounded. She was trying to do a good deed, yet ended up being personally attacked. With her experience from both her past and this life, she was certain the danger this time was significant. A group of ignorant people. She stomped her foot in anger and retorted loudly, "Why are you like this? If you don't believe me, you can ask." Sun Mianmian wanted them to ask those who had come out of the mountains with her. But as she glanced around, she only saw Uncle Li not far away. So she pointed at Uncle Li, who could vouch for her. There really is danger. To her surprise, Uncle Li stopped to agree. It's not normal in the mountains. There is indeed danger. As soon as he spoke, everyone burst into laughter. The group of ants who had previously mocked Uncle Li laughed so hard they were trembling. What does that fool understand? If he could foresee danger, pigs could climb trees. Who doesn't he know he just buries himself in work? The old workhorse of the Li family. He has only been into the mountains a few times. What does he know? A fool and a little girl trying to team up to fool us. The world is going downhill. If it were a few years ago, they would have been sent to a re-education farm. A good intention turned into a donkey's liver and lung. Sun Mianmian angrily pulled on Sun Jingshua, who wanted to help argue, and turned to leave. "Second brother, they are rushing to escape. Let us not get involved." Before long, a child shouted, "Look, what's that?" At this moment, Sun Mianmian and her brother had already entered a narrow alley. Just 100 meters more, and they would be home. She heard the shout and turned back curiously. It's a suspicious white tiger. It must weigh over 300 pounds. As it passed, trees fell, grass was crushed, and a cloud of dust and fallen leaves rose behind it. Sun Jingshu's eyes widened, and he gasped, "Run! Quick! The tiger is coming." This was the first time he had seen the great white tiger from the books, and his face instantly turned pale, his body cold, his limbs stiff. He shouted to run, but his trembling and stiff limbs wouldn't obey. The hoe on his shoulder fell to the ground with a loud clang, and a huge sound couldn't bring back his senses. At the foot of the mountain, chaos had already broken out. Screams, cries of despair, and wails mixed with the mighty roars of the white tiger, echoing far and wide. Sun Mianmian heard the sound of a courtyard door opening behind her. In just an instant, it slammed shut with a bang. She keenly heard low prayers and hushed scoldings coming from nearby courtyards. Seeing the white tiger charge towards the crowd, Sun Mianmian ultimately couldn't bear it. She pushed Sun Jingshua into a grassy pile by the roadside. No longer hesitating, she prepared to save people. She understood the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Chapter 16. Good-natured people are often bullied, and gentle horses are often ridden. Sun Mianmian flipped her wrist, and a handgun appeared in her palm out of nowhere. It was a Type 54 pistol loaded with 4 bullets. She cautiously glanced around, quickly dashed out of the alley, and jumped down the ridge. At this moment, the distance to the white tiger was roughly 50 to 60 meters. Sun Mianmian knelt down beneath the ridge, aimed, and shot. The bullet struck the tiger right between the eyes. A roar echoed across the sky, shaking Baishan County to its core. Startled, she trembled and fell into the field. In her panic, she didn't notice the message that suddenly appeared above the building in the space. Congratulations, you have gained 7,000 merit points. Ignoring the dirt on her pants, Sun Mianmian scrambled to her feet and cautiously peeked from behind the ridge. The tiger that had posed a threat was now collapsed on the ground. Bright red blood oozing from its forehead, staining its white fur. About 10 meters in front of it, an auntie who had been foraging for wild vegetables lay motionless on the ground, next to her basket that had been thrown aside in fright and a scattering of wild vegetables. At that moment, it seemed as if time had hit the pause button. Several people had fainted from fear. Those who hadn't fainted were either sitting dazedly on the ground, standing stiffly, or maintaining their fleeing postures with limbs sprawled on the ground, as if they were still trying to escape. To elaborate, it had only taken a few minutes from the moment the white tiger descended the mountain to when it was shot dead. Sun Mianmian was satisfied as she put away her weapon and climbed back up the ridge. Just then, a group of militia armed with weapons rushed out from the alley, heading straight for the foot of the mountain. Following closely were doctors in white coats. As Sun Mianmian's thoughts raced, she plopped down on the ridge, quickly smeared mud on her face and knees, and lowered her head, appearing quite frightened. Sure enough, someone stopped in front of her, eyeing her closely, asking if she was hurt. Sun Mianmian gently shook her head, timidly raised her head to meet their gaze, and quickly lowered it again. The person sighed, perhaps stunned by fear, and couldn't even speak. Someone echoed their thoughts, surprised that the big tiger hadn't stunned them into silence. Let us go. She asked far away. She might be fine, but those people at the foot of the mountain could be worse off. Hearing the footsteps recede, Sun Mianmian quickly walked back into the alley. Because she had rushed out, her machete, hoe, and basket were all left beside the haystack where Sun Jingxue was. She didn't know how he was doing. Just as the thought crossed her mind, she heard Sun Jingxue's trembling voice. A little sister. Where are you? I'm here. Sun Mianmian hurried a few steps and locked eyes with Sun Jingxue as he crawled out from the haystack. Second brother, it's okay now. Let us hurry home. Grandpa is alone at home. I don't know if he was scared. Sun Jingxue softly uttered a word, "Mm." His eyes were wide, his lips trembled, and he walked in a stiff manner, clearly frightened. Seeing Sun Mianmian pick up the machete and hoe, struggling to carry the basket, he finally showed some movement. Mechanically, he grabbed the basket and hoe from her, his gaze shifting back to the foot of the mountain. Following his gaze, Sun Mianmian only saw a large crowd gathered around the white tiger. Nearby, several doctors were tending to the injured. In a short time, life returned to the foot of the mountain, with noise and cries mingling together. On the way home, they began to see gaps open in the tightly closed courtyard doors. People peered out, looking for Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingxue, and quietly asked, "Did the tiger really come down the mountain?" Sun Mianmian replied, "Yes, it did." "How come you two are fine?" Sun Mianmian said, "I'm angry and don't want to talk." Sun Jingxue was completely out of it, continuing to walk stiffly beside Sun Mianmian. Hearing someone speak, a person emerged from the other side of the alley. He curiously scrutinized the two siblings and tiptoed to look toward the foot of the mountain. "It should be fine now, right? I think I just heard a lot of people go by." Seeing no one respond, he looked displeased at the two siblings. "Hey, Sun family kid, are you deaf? An elder is talking to you." "TCH, what is that supposed to mean?" "Smelly capitalist." Upon hearing this, Sun Mianmian was furious. She realized that the people here liked to bully the Sun family and often took the opportunity to put them down. It was just like the saying, good-natured people are often bullied, and gentle horses are often ridden. She glared fiercely and retorted, "And what are you?" With a courage the size of a sesame seed, "You're pretending to be a big shot here. An elder? Why don't you look in the mirror and see if you're worthy?" The Sun family had always been cautious and kind, not competing or quarreling, and they would rather endure insults than escalate matters. Unexpectedly, this girl was sharp-tongued and didn't understand how to back down. The man's face darkened, and he rolled up his sleeves, charging over, "You little brat without parents are asking for a beating, huh? Even if I slap you to death today, it's just to rid socialism of the capitalist tumor." The person was the second son of the Wang family across from the Sun family, a thin man about 1.7 meters tall, The Wang family had many members, 15 people from 3 generations squeezed into a courtyard the same size as the Sun family's, crowded and impoverished. Long envious of the Sun family's spacious living conditions and their ability to receive government subsidies. Seeing him come over aggressively, some neighbors tried to mediate. Sun family girl, how can you be so rude? Quickly apologize to Wang Er and let this matter go. Otherwise, you're just a little girl. How can you withstand a big man's fist? Sun Mianmian sneered, turning to meet Wang Er's predatory gaze, scoffing. Is this our good neighbor? The Sun family is kind to others, not fighting or competing, not calculating gains and losses, and working with grace and quality. Is that what earns you your inch of progress? Want to slap me to death? Come on, a cornered rabbit will bite. And life for a life. Whoever doesn't come is a coward. The commotion had grown loud, and every household had opened their courtyard doors wide. Sun Jingshua stood in front of Sun Mianmian with red eyes, gripping the hoe, veins bulging on his forehead, and roared, "Come on." Over the years, having no parents and bearing the title of a red capitalist, he had lived a very repressed life. Now, seeing his little sister bullied repeatedly, the youth was furious. The frustration from years of oppression, combined with the fear from the earlier tiger incident, erupted together. His roar was no less than the tiger's roar, instilling fear in people involuntarily. Wang Er hesitated for a moment as he rushed over, but he considered himself an adult male with many people in his family, and he was not afraid of the Sun family's few members. He casually grabbed a stick as thick as his arm from a nearby woodpile, weighing it in his hand, thinking to teach them a lesson for being so bold in front of him. Aunt Wang hurried over, blocking the way, and scolded, "Wang Er, are you ashamed? Attacking a little girl? Look at how brave you are. Hitting people is a crime. The militia is at the foot of the mountain. Think it over." Wang Er glanced at the direction of the foot of the mountain, but kept moving. Sun Mianmian knew that if she backed down today, the Sun family would surely never know peace again. Perhaps even 3-year-old children would come up to kick them. She pushed aside Sun Jingshua, scanned the neighbors watching the excitement, and faced Wang Er's fierce gaze, pointing at him and scolding. The reason our Sun family has the state-recognized title of Red Capitalist is that we actively respond to the country's call, support national policies, and construction. We selflessly dedicate our vast family assets to the state. If we, as people dedicated to the country, are the tumors of socialism, then what are you? What have you done for the country? As Sun Mianmian pointed, the crowd couldn't help but retract their necks, not daring to make eye contact. Wang Er was determined to teach Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshua a lesson. Swinging the stick, what does it matter to you? Enough nonsense. Chapter 17, Little Pepper Ha. Sun Mianmian sneered, as if she had slapped everyone in the face. At some point, Sun Jingshua had been pushed behind her, with one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Wang Er, who was striding over. Her little mouth chattered like a machine gun. What does this have to do with me? Oof. Wang Er, in terms of shamelessness, you should be unprecedented. You received the Sun family's kindness and then turned around to slander and bully the Sun family, a group of ingrate wolves. Moreover, my older brother has been serving in the army for many years, charging into battle to protect the country. He is a soldier with iron bones. And we, the Sun family, are military families. Wang Er, you threaten military families and slander them. We can report you to the armed forces. According to the Public Security Administration punishment law, you're already suspected of insult, defamation, and provoking trouble, which could lead to a fine of 500 yuan or detention. And in serious cases, imprisonment for more than 3 years. If you want to hit someone, come on, I'll make you rot in jail. If Sun Mianmian's initial words made those around her feel ashamed, embarrassed, and angry, the subsequent mention of fines and imprisonment completely stunned them. The neighbors around them were mostly uneducated and didn't understand the law. They were inherently most afraid of prison and fines, looking panicked and trying to reduce their presence like quails. But they were reluctant to leave, wanting to see the excitement. Aunt Wang looked down on these people's expressions the most and sarcastically mocked Wang Er. Wang Er, if you want to court death, I won't stop you. If you want to fight, go ahead. Let's see if you can afford 500 yuan in compensation, or if you want to sit in jail and eat bullets. Before Wang Er could say anything, a large group of people rushed out of his house. What are you fighting for? Making a fool of yourself. Get back. Those troublesome things will eventually ruin the family. Old son, I'm sorry. I'll take them back to educate them. Only then did everyone realize that the old man had somehow stood behind Sun Mianmian and her brother. He had a serious expression, and his previously murky eyes were particularly sharp. My granddaughter is right. If anyone speaks disrespectfully or maliciously suppresses the Sun family in the future, I will risk my life to file a complaint. Not to mention anything else, just that 3-year famine. I worked hard to help the neighbors and never expected to save a group of such neighbors. It really makes one feel cold. Mianmian, Jingshua, let's go home. It turns out there was this backstory. Sun Mianmian's eyes were filled with tears as she looked admiringly at the old man who was trying hard to stand straight and block them. Hey, Grandpa. She subtly nodded at Aunt Wang and quickly caught up with her grandfather. Once the courtyard door was closed, it isolated the people with various expressions. Aunt Wang glanced around indifferently, imitating the old man's tone to say, "How heart-wrenching," and closed the courtyard door as well. After this episode, Sun Mianmian was honored with the nickname Little Pepper. Fortunately, the neighbors no longer had anything to say to them. From then on, the Sun family had much peace. This is a story for later. Sun family grandpa closed the door and carefully examined the two. "Are you okay? Were you scared?" Sun Mianmian knew he was referring to the tiger incident. She gently shook her head. "Grandpa, don't worry, I have a big heart. Second brother might need a bowl of calming soup." Sun Jingshua scratched his head awkwardly. "It was my first time seeing a tiger, a bit. Still, little sister is impressive. As for the soup, there's no need. Just taking a break will be fine. Why spend that money? People in this era are used to enduring minor ailments." Grandpa stared at Sun Jingshua's pale face and glared at him. "Wait, I'll go get some medicine from old Chun. Mianmian, see what tools are needed to prepare the qianghua. Grandpa will go find them." He had already moved a round wooden wash basin next to the hand-pumped well for cleaning the qianghua. He even prepared scissors for cutting the roots. A new stove was built on the left courtyard wall with a large iron pot on top. "Grandpa, did you go buy a pot? How did you bring back such a big pot? Why didn't you wait for us?" Sun Mianmian was quite moved and reproachfully looked at the old man, who was already sitting on a stone bench. Grandpa casually said, "That was used by our family to fry medicinal materials years ago. The spatula is a set." Sun Mianmian was shocked again. She didn't expect that the seemingly impoverished Sun family still had a large iron pot that many families outside couldn't afford. It really is poor. On the stone table was an unfinished rectangular basket woven from rattan. The rattan flew around Grandpa's fingertips as if it had life, and in no time, it had grown much longer. He chatted while weaving, "You all wash first. I'll finish weaving this basket. It should be enough with 4 of them. One basket is about 1 meter wide and 1.5 meters long, used for drying qianghua." The 3 worked together for an entire afternoon, finally finishing the washing and cutting. They just had to wait for it to dry before frying it. After a simple dinner, after taking care of the little wolf cubs, Grandpa put on his reading glasses and took out a newspaper from somewhere to read. Sun Jingshua sat under the kerosene lamp, writing diligently. Sun Mianmian was the most idle one. She picked up a math book of Sun Jingshua's, wanting to see if there was any difference between the knowledge of this era and what she had learned. After flipping through a few pages, she found that the initially unfamiliar knowledge jumped out one by one from the grave of time after reading it, forming fresh memories once again. Thus, her page-turning speed increased significantly. The rustling of the pages drew Sun Jingshua's frequent glances. Before long, she finished a math book and casually picked up an English book. As soon as she opened it, she saw Sun Jingshua stop writing, frowning and asking, "What don't you understand? Is it cosine, sine, or tan? Do you need me to explain it? Or should I help you borrow a Chinese-English dictionary?" These letters aren't in the English book. Sun Mianmian was shocked. This sharp-tongued guy is really asking for a beating. Do you understand all this?" Hearing Sun Mianmian's words, Sun Jingshua was puzzled. "Weren't you very confident? How come you don't understand these?" Grandpa also looked over, concerned. "Mianmian, Jingshua's grades are okay. If you don't understand, you can ask more." Sun Mianmian, what a big misunderstanding. But she still obediently nodded. "Grandpa, I understand." "Then why are you flipping through the English book?" "Can I read the English book? I've already finished the math book." "Really? Come on, let's do a test paper and see." Sun Jingshua pulled out a simulated college entrance examination paper and even took a piece of draft paper for her to write on. Sun Mianmian widened her eyes. Needing to prove herself like this? However, it was just a math test paper. In her previous life, she had done similar simulated papers, and, according to incomplete statistics, she had completed about 5 bags worth. This test paper was much easier than the previous Huanggong simulated college entrance examination papers she had done. Sun Mianmian raised an eyebrow. Okay, for a moment, under the kerosene lamp, only the sound of the pen lightly scratching the paper could be heard. Before long, Sun Mianmian raised her head, glanced at Sun Jingshao, who was focused on writing across from her, and proudly placed her pencil on the draft paper. I'm done. So fast. Wait for me to finish so we can discuss together. Sun Mianmian smiled and picked up the English book, gently flipping through it. At this time, the English was even simpler, just basic daily conversations and words. She read through it and understood it completely, but she didn't dare to be too confident. Silently recalling the simulated papers the original owner had done at Beijing No. 2 High School. Comparing the two, she found that the simulated papers from Beijing were a bit more difficult and deeper than Sun Jingshao's. Thus, she regretted even more that she couldn't bring back the college entrance examination materials. During this period, I discussed several questions with Sun Jingshao that had differing opinions, providing different problem-solving approaches that impressed Sun Jingshao. Is it really possible to do it this way? You're amazing, Sun Jingshao exclaimed in surprise. Sun Mianmian shrugged and replied, I never speak nonsense. Chapter 18. On the next day, after coming out of the payment office at Baishan No. 1, Sun Jingshao learned that Sun Mianmian did not live on campus. He disapproved, thinking it was unnecessary to waste time on the road during such a tense senior year. Sun Mianmian chuckled, saying it was only a 10-minute walk. She wasn't used to dorm life or cafeteria food, so it was better to go home and trouble her grandfather. Living off campus was much more convenient. She could accompany her grandfather and find time to go into the mountains to scan for points. If she was lucky, she might find medicinal herbs to accumulate some pocket money for her living expenses and the next tuition fee. Just as she thought this, a figure of space appeared before her, along with a line of golden subtitles suspended in the air. Sun Mianmian nervously glanced at Sun Jingshao beside her, only to find him oblivious, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The space was her greatest trump card, a product not accepted by this era, and she had no intention of telling even her closest people about it. On the way to the principal's office, she diverted a bit of her attention to the space. Congratulations, you have earned 300 points. Rewards are as follows. A. 20 square meters of usable space. B. A set of college entrance examination simulation papers. C. Forfeit. Points will accumulate for the next time. Sun Mianmian chose a without hesitation. Only by expanding the space could she enter that building shining with golden light. As for a set of college entrance exam simulation papers, she found it unworthy. One set of papers was far too little. Which college entrance examinee didn't emerge from a sea of countless questions? She didn't believe that a single set of simulation papers could change her fate. Just after making her choice, she arrived at the principal's office. Sun Mianmian, do you want to join class 3-1 or another class? To ensure the graduation rate, the homeroom teacher of class 3-1, Teacher Niu, strictly prohibited students from living off campus. Principal Yu Dashing repeatedly checked her payment slip, saying, if you have difficulties, I can cover the dormitory fees. Hearing the principal's words, Sun Mianmian was about to make a choice when she was interrupted by a middle-aged female teacher wearing black-framed glasses and a stern expression. Our class's learning pace is fast. I need to go keep an eye on things. She was Teacher Niu Wan, the homeroom teacher of class 3-1, known for her strictness and disdain for those who took shortcuts. Without waiting for the principal to speak, she flicked her hair and quickly left. There were 8 classes in the third year. Classes 1-4 were science classes, and classes 5-8 were literature classes. Class 3-1 was the top science class, with a good learning atmosphere, strong students, and well-qualified teachers, plus the school resources were tilted in their favor. They were the hope of Baishan. Sun Jingshao was in class 3-1. I'll go to class 4 then. In her past life and this life, Sun Mianmian had yet to experience the worst class. Just based on the sweet smile of teacher Lu Ping from class 4, she was willing to. Now, as the college entrance examination approached, it was all about personal discipline and understanding rather than strict management by teachers. Have you considered class 2? It's also very good, Yichen persuaded again, feeling increasingly dissatisfied with the proud teacher Yuan. Sun Mianmian was the beloved granddaughter of his benefactor, Old Sunday. If Old Sun knew that his granddaughter, whom he personally sent, was arranged in a class 4, he would probably be very unhappy, right? He felt uneasy and thought about forcing Sun Mianmian into class 2. But facing her clear and bright eyes, which seemed to see through everything, Yudeshing's pen halted. Principal, gold will shine no matter what. I think class 4 is great, Sun Mianmian said with a smile. All right, so. Sun Mianmian followed teacher Lu Ping into the noisy class 4. Quiet. This is our new student, Sun Mianmian. Come, introduce yourself, teacher Lu Ping said, knocking on the podium before inviting Sun Mianmian with a smile. After a confident self-introduction, Sun Mianmian walked toward the only empty seat in the last row of the classroom. In an instant, all eyes were on her, and Sun Mianmian sat down calmly, not understanding why. The next moment, her desk mate, who had been sleeping with his head down, turned his head, squinting at her, and coldly said, "Who let you sit here? Get lost." He was a boy dressed in a white cotton shirt with a nearly new gray and white Zhongshan suit over it, possessing an ambiguous yet strikingly beautiful appearance. Sun Mianmian had always been assertive, but facing that face, she was momentarily speechless. Sensing her gaze, the boy grew more irritated. "Are you deaf? Get lost." His voice was low and sharp. He despised excessive attention to his looks and didn't like anyone getting close. It was a psychological and physical repulsion combined. Although everyone has a desire for beauty, after being insulted twice, Sun Mianmian instantly withdrew her admiration. Without that layer of appreciation for beauty, she found him rather ordinary. Just 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, and a pair of prominent ears. Kid, if no one offends me, I won't offend anyone. Since we are all new to this, no one is nobler than the other. If someone should leave, why not you? Sun Mianmian retorted slowly. The classroom fell silent. The boy was stunned for a long time, then flashed a big, white-toothed grin and threatened, "You wait." After saying that, he turned his head and went back to sleep. As soon as the class bell rang, the boy dashed out of the classroom like he was escaping something dirty. "Hello, my name is Wang Yuding. Can I call you Mianmian?" A female classmate sitting in front turned around and greeted her with a blush. Sun Mianmian smiled and nodded. "Sure, Yuding." Seeing her so straightforward, Wang Yuding turned back, looking at Sun Mianmian with admiration. "You know what? None of us dare to talk to Mo. You're amazing. Not only did you talk to him, but you also dared to retort him. Aren't you afraid of trouble? Mo. Is that my desk mate?" Yes. Why? He is good looking, but seems to have a bad temper." As soon as Sun Mianmian's words fell, Wang Yuding hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth. She glanced around and whispered, "Shuh, never say he is good looking, or there will really be trouble." I remember when school started. A boy teased him for being pretty and looking more like a girl than a girl. As a result, he was knocked down on the spot. And that is not all. That night, while the boy was taking a shower in the dormitory, he was suddenly beaten up by a few thugs who barged in, leaving him barely breathing. It was tragic, really tragic. Since then, no one has dared to talk about his looks or openly admire him. Sun Mianmian frowned. Doesn't the school do anything about it? Wang Yuding raised her eyebrows. What can they do? The beaten person didn't dare to speak up and quietly dropped out. So arrogant? Of course. I heard his brother is the big boss of the black market in our county, and he used to be a soldier. Oh, I see. At any time, the weak fear the strong, and the strong fear those who are reckless. But this feud had already been established, and Sun Mianmian was not planning to drop out or retreat. It was just a matter of dealing with whatever came her way. That day, her extraordinarily beautiful desk mate, Mo. never showed up. Meanwhile, her new classmates noticeably avoided her. Even Wang Yuding struggled to talk to her, constantly obstructed by her desk mate with various excuses. Sun Mianmian shrugged, not caring. Childish. At 40 years old, combined from both lives, she was not afraid of being isolated by a group of kids. After school, Sun Jingshua stood at the door of class 4 with a serious expression. Are you all right? Pretty good. Sun Mianmian replied cheerfully. She was not pretending to be calm. Chapter 19. Receiving the package, Sun Jingshu sighed. I'm your second brother. Did he bully you? I'll take you to find the teacher. Sun Mianmian blinked. Are you talking about Emonantion? Yes. Heavens. The power of gossip is so crazy. Such a small matter has actually reached the ears of those who are oblivious to worldly affairs and only focused on studying the classics. Sun Mianmian helplessly rubbed her forehead. Second brother, it's just a small thing. Do you really need to go through all this trouble? Our current goal is to sprint for the college entrance examination. Everything else is just fluff. Sun Jingshu pursed his lips. His tightly furrowed brows could crush a fly. Let us go. I'll take you to pay the accommodation fee. I don't feel at ease with you commuting alone. Sun Mianmian, is it really necessary to act like it's a big deal? In this case, she was more curious to see if the legendary black market boss really had 3 heads and 6 arms, or was as strong as an ox. Someone to be feared? Second brother, this is a new society. The public security is very good. Have you forgotten? She leaned closer to Sun Jingshu and quietly recounted her escape from the hands of the criminals. Sun Jingshu. That is not the same, is it? He still felt uneasy, thinking that the black market boss who had been a soldier was more ruthless and dangerous than the knife-wielding criminals. Sun Mianmian looked up at the sky in silence and said softly, if we keep dragging this out, it will really get dark, and then I would be truly scared. At that moment, all the students in Class 4 had left, leaving only the sound of studying from Class 1. Sun Jingshu wanted to say something else, but upon hearing Teacher Niu Wan cough at the classroom door, his expression instantly changed. He spoke rapidly. Then you. Hurry home, be careful on the way. If anything happens, be sure to find me. Sun Mianmian waved goodbye with a smile and ran off. For 3 consecutive days, everything was calm. Sun Mianmian went to school as usual, went home, and occasionally sneaked into the mountains. Her deskmate, Emonantion, still lazily strolled in just as the bell rang, then lay down on the desk and continued his grand sleeping project. The tense atmosphere in Class 4 caused by Sun Mianmian offending Emonantion slowly warmed up. On Friday, as soon as Sun Mianmian sat down, Wang Yuding excitedly turned around. Mianmian, have you heard? Today, the county awarded the militia team in your area. Sun Mianmian, what happened? Wang Yuding, I heard they killed a big tiger. They are heroes who hunt tigers. Really? That's amazing. Sun Mianmian praised casually. Exactly. I also heard, she leaned in closer, that the tiger was shot dead by someone before they went. One shot killed it, and many people saw it on the scene. But they are not allowed to spread it. The militia is currently investigating who the real tiger hunting hero is. Upon hearing this, Sun Mianmian became serious. Why investigate? TCH. A woman with long hair and short sight. Ordinary citizens are not allowed to possess firearms and ammunition without permission, understand? The one speaking was Emonantion. He lay on the desk, burying his head in his arms. His tone cold. Stop the nagging. It's so annoying. Wang Yuding had already shrunk her neck in fear when he spoke, turning away with a frightened expression. Sun Mianmian quickly closed her dropped jaw and said lightly, thank you. After that, she buried her head in her book. She wasn't worried at all about the militia investigating firearms and ammunition. Just as she turned to the second page, she suddenly heard Emonantion's haughty cold snort. Humph. Our business isn't over, just wait. Sun Mianmian didn't know what he meant by wait, and raised her eyebrows disinterestedly, not lifting her head. Emonantion. He was actually ignored. So angry, he suddenly stood up, kicked the chair away, and angrily threw the clothes that were draped over the desk onto his shoulder, storming out of the classroom. The huge commotion caught the attention of Class 4, which had been as noisy as a market, and it suddenly fell silent. Wang Yuding, not understanding the situation, turned pale with fear, her lips trembling and curling up into a ball. Sun Mianmian. Hey, that little brat, Emonantion, is asking for a beating. She glanced at the chair and desk that were all askew next to her, then, facing the various expressions of her classmates, calmly withdrew her gaze and continued reading. Before long, someone began whispering. Who provoked him again? It must be her, relying on her looks, trying to attract his attention. Hee. Didn't he expect to hit a hard wall? No way. Didn't they already have a grudge? Who knows? Maybe he just eats this up. Have you ever seen someone offend him and still be fine after so many days? This statement was irrefutable. Thus, the way everyone looked at Sun Mianmian shifted from pity to either envy, jealousy, or wariness. Sun Mianmian remained oblivious. In 5 days, she had carefully studied all the knowledge points taught at Baisha No. 1 high school recently and caught up with everyone's learning progress. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. She didn't wait for Imo Nantion's wait, but instead, she heard the school broadcast. High school senior Sun Mianmian, please come to the gatekeeper's room to collect your package. The announcement was repeated twice. Sun Mianmian appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was filled with doubts. Who exactly sent her this package? The original owner did have a few friends in the capital, but after that incident, everyone would probably steer clear of her infamous self. Wang Yuding quickly glanced at the sleeping Imo Nantion and whispered, Mianmian, go quickly anyway, the next class is PE. After today, SPE class will be dismissed. The students in Class 4 love PE class the most. They could play and have fun, sweat freely, and temporarily escape the pressure of the college entrance examination. Sun Mianmian also liked it. Hearing it was PE class, she packed her bag and decided to check the package first, then drop it off at the gatekeeper's room and head home directly afterward. At the gatekeeper's room, there was a cardboard box. Sun Mianmian confirmed her name on it and saw that the package came from the capital. She frowned slightly, but quickly released it and smiled at the gatekeeper. Hello, I am Sun Mianmian from Class 3, 4. I'm here to collect my package. The gatekeeper pushed over a piece of paper. Just sign here. Sun Mianmian nodded, neatly wrote her name. Thank you. Can I pick it up after school? The gatekeeper, who liked polite children, saw her neat handwriting and was even more fond of her and indulgent. When she got home, Sun Mianmian couldn't wait to open the package. Inside was a stack of mock college entrance examination papers and a stack of answer explanations for the exam. They were all subjects. Therefore, it was a big box full, weighing about 60 to 70 pounds. On top of the books was a thin envelope. Sun Mianmian curiously pulled out a sheet of letter paper. At the top of the letter paper was a line of red printed words, XXX Legion. In the middle, there was a blue ink handwritten note saying, keep it up. The bottom right corner of the letter was signed with the name C. The handwriting was as tough and unrestrained as the person. Sun Mianmian was surprised, and her mouth fell open. Si Yuandao really sent over college entrance exam materials. It turned out he wasn't just saying it casually. She secretly noted this kindness and planned to find an opportunity to thank him after getting into college. Keep it up. Indeed, she needed to work harder. Chapter 20. What do you want with a hoe? Sun Mianmian was excitedly preparing to do a set of simulated college entrance examination questions to practice. These simulated questions were neatly printed and had more depth and breadth than those from Baisha No. 1 high school. Although they were not as difficult as those from her previous life, overall, they gave her a bit of that feeling of being overwhelmed by a sea of questions. However, Sun Mianmian was not an ordinary student. Even after 4 years of college life and being in a different time and space, she remained as calm as ever. The various memories buried in time slowly awakened as she touched the question types, then broke through the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Under the dim light of the kerosene lamp in the living room, the only sound was the scratching of her pen on the paper. She worked faster and faster. The draft paper beside her was neatly filled with her answers. Just as she turned a page, she saw her grandfather leaning in with his reading glasses. Sun Mianmian blinked. Did Grandpa want to help check? Grandpa had studied abroad, so maybe he really could understand. Grandpa chuckled. What are you talking about? How could I understand these? I probably couldn't even manage the 26 letters. No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a sudden, urgent knock at the door from outside. Who is it? Grandpa got up and picked up a flashlight. The little wolf cub, Silverhair, who had been sleeping under the table, was startled awake. It rushed to the living room door, roaring as if it thought it was fierce. But the sound was as small and thin as a kitten's, whimpering. Open the door quickly, it's the militia team. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Silverhair raised its head cautiously, its silvery white fur standing on end. Suddenly, the yellow flashlight beam shone through the gap in the courtyard door, directly hitting Silverhair's eyes. It froze in place, looking around in confusion, and quietly retreated a few steps, darting under the table. Sun Mianmian found it amusing to see the little Silverhair curled up and pulled her grandfather. Grandpa, I'll go open the door. It was a little past 8 in the evening, and someone who went to bed early had already turned in. She wondered what the militia team was doing knocking at this hour. Sun Mianmian opened the courtyard door with curiosity and saw 3 or 4 men holding flashlights. "May I ask what the matter is?" Her tone was calm and polite, showing no signs of panic. The 4 men were a bit surprised that a little girl came to open the door. One of them spoke up, "Are you from the Sun family?" Sun Mianmian nodded, still blocking the doorway, "Yes." As she spoke, she peeked out and saw that the courtyard doors in this alley had all been knocked open. They were not targeting just her family. Sun Mianmian secretly exhaled a breath of anxiety, but her tense nerves did not relax in the slightest. Knocking at the door in the dead of night meant the militia team must have something important to discuss. "You." Sun Mianmian was about to speak when her grandfather interrupted her. "Comrades, you've worked hard. Please let us know how we can cooperate. Is it convenient to come in?" "Please do." Hearing her grandfather say this, Sun Mianmian stepped aside. "Here's the thing. A few days ago, a tiger was killed at the foot of the mountain, and the fatal wound was from a gunshot. According to the XXX National Gun Management Regulations issued in 1981, it is clearly stated that ordinary citizens may not privately keep firearms and ammunition without legal approval. They must be handed over to the local Public Security Bureau. Now we suspect that someone nearby is hiding firearms. Old Sun, please cooperate with our investigation." The tall man in charge spoke quickly, while the other 3 stood straight beside him, surrounding her grandfather and Sun Mianmian. "So there really was a tiger that came down the mountain that day." Grandpa looked enlightened. "I thought I misheard. Comrade, how do you want us to cooperate with the investigation?" After returning home, Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshu had tacitly avoided mentioning the details of the tiger incident. The 3 of them had been busy preparing for the Changhua. Later, when school started again, they forgot about the matter. "Do you still have firearms and ammunition at home? I see that you're the only family in this area that is most likely to possess firearms." This was a blunt and impolite statement. Grandpa replied sternly, "Comrade, my family does not have firearms or ammunition. The whole of Baishan County knows that all of the Sun family's possessions have been turned over to the state, leaving only this small courtyard to shelter from the wind and rain. Just because you say there aren't any, does that mean there aren't? We'll talk after we search." With that, they turn around as if to enter the house, with one person picking up a hoe from the wall of the courtyard. This posture did not look like a simple search. Sun Mianmian rushed over a few steps and blocked their way. "You guys are in plain clothes. We have reason to suspect whether you are really the militia. Please show your identification and search warrant." The 4 men were taken aback for a moment, and the leader sneered. "A little girl knows quite a bit." He casually pulled out the identification from his jacket pocket. But as soon as the ID was partially revealed, it was quickly put back. Whether it was really identification from the militia, Sun Mianmian didn't see. She was not a pushover and continued to block their way. "What? Are you afraid to take out your ID? What about the search warrant? We are cooperating with your investigation. Shouldn't you consider the public? Comrades, you should know that breaking into a private residence is against the law. If you know the law and break it, you could face increased penalties. If you also intentionally damage public property, wouldn't that be another charge?" At the same time, she was trying hard to recall the events from the book. Unfortunately, she couldn't remember any such plot. Perhaps she had inadvertently skipped chapters while reading and had no impression of it. She regretted not having noted down every word while reading the novel. Otherwise, she would have known the direction of the events and wouldn't be so blindly lost. Suddenly, a sharp voice brought her thoughts back. "Get out of the way. Otherwise, you will be charged with obstruction of justice." The man waved the hoe and charged forward menacingly. Sun Mianmian was secretly alarmed. Would this unexpected incident turn out to be a robbery from the book happening in another form? Fang Qingqing could return home early to recognize her family. She had inadvertently crossed into the book, and the events within it could have changed. The 2 of them, grandfather and granddaughter, were clearly no match for the 4 men, but they watched helplessly as they rummaged through their belongings and destroyed their home. She could not let that happen. Sun Mianmian's eyes turned red with anger, but she had to consider their militia identity and her grandfather's safety. She could only temporarily retreat. Grandpa sighed and still did not forget to comfort Sun Mianmian. "It's fine. Even if it gets damaged, it's just a few old pieces of furniture." But a few old pieces of furniture were all that remained of the Sun family's possessions, which were already meager. Sun Mianmian felt distressed and furious, but did not notice her grandfather's unusual demeanor. At that moment, she saw several beams of flashlight light gathering from outside the courtyard. Chapter 21. Inflicting 1,000 on the enemy, self-inflicting 800 in a moment of desperation, Sun Mianmian shouted loudly. What are you doing with that hoe? Someone help. There's someone with a weapon in the house. The four people who had just stepped into the living room stopped in their tracks and turned to glare at Sun Mianmian with fierce expressions. Shut up, or I'll tie you up first. Sun Mianmian burst into tears. You're so fierce. No, don't tie me up, woo woo woo. Suddenly, her wailing was so loud that it startled her grandfather, causing him to sway slightly. Sun Mianmian's heart tightened, and she quickly supported him, whispering, Grandpa, I'm fine. Meeting her cunning gaze, her grandfather's cloudy eyes glistened with moisture. He patted her hand and said loudly, Don't be afraid. This is a new society. I'm sure these comrades won't act recklessly. Her grandfather emphasized the phrase new society, causing the four individuals to pause again, exchanging glances before continuing into the house with stern faces. Outside the courtyard, upon hearing that someone had entered the house with weapons, people were surprised and rushed over. Soon after, they heard Sun Mianmian's heart-wrenching cries, which piqued their curiosity even more. Hurry, let's see what happened at the Sun family. Oh no, is something wrong with old Sun? Aunt Wong from next door was the first to rush into the courtyard. They encountered some militia members who had just come out from other houses at the entrance. The two groups sized each other up. The militia members entered the courtyard first. What happened? Where are the ones with weapons? Drop your weapons. We want to kill you. In an instant, the half-open courtyard door was pushed open. A crowd of people stood in the yard. At the moment the crowd rushed in, Sun Mianmian was sitting on the ground, crying and snotting, but still kindly pointed out where the armed intruders had gone. They went inside with weapons. They're so fierce and scary. Woo woo woo. Her grandfather stood beside her, hunched over, looking sorrowful, his eyes hollow, and his lips trembling. He was evidently quite angry. Although the neighbors had been envious and estranged from the Sun family, seeing the tragic sight of the grandfather and granddaughter, they spoke up in defense. Militia comrades. These thugs enter the house armed and are robbing them. It's too rampant. They must be brought to justice. Everyone rushed in to catch the criminals. Otherwise, today it's the Sun family. Tomorrow it might be someone else's. There's simply no law. The elder and the young of the Sun family. If it weren't for the militia comrades being here, who knows what might have happened. TSK. I see the Sun family is like this. What is there to rob anyway? A bunch of blind fools. Everyone chimed in, and before the militia could make a decision, Uncle Wong from next door led people in first, just in time to see a man swinging a hoe, smashing Grandpa's bed. What are you doing? Stop. Everyone, come quickly. The thug is right here. Upon hearing Uncle Wong's furious shout, the militia members and neighbors rushed over together. Sun Mianmian squeezed in as well. She remembered the day her grandfather had given her the ancestral jade pendant. The jar that held the pendant had been taken from this room. Could it be that all the treasures left by Grandpa were in this room? However, in the empty room, aside from an old wooden bed, there was no sign of the jar. She glanced at the man holding the hoe and was startled. Could these people be the ones who had been watching her family and figured out where Grandpa hid things? If that's the case, then the Sun family would be finished. Even if she had a space, she couldn't search for Grandpa as hidden items in front of everyone and then move them. Then, her efforts to gain sympathy would backfire, making her the target of public scorn and condemnation. Sun Mianmian was very anxious. She thought, if only she had an invisible scanner and the ability to retrieve things from a distance to transfer the items into her space, the Sun family would be able to escape unscathed. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, a voice echoed in her head. Activate scanning skill. Deduct 2,000 merit points, remaining merit points 5,000. Sun Mianmian was shocked and quickly directed a bit of her focus to her space. She discovered a line of golden characters hovering over a building in the thick fog, gradually disappearing. That line of text was exactly what she had just heard. Suppressing her overwhelming excitement, she calmed her mind and silently recited, "Start scanning." In the blink of an eye, the once dimly lit room transformed into a warm, red hue. Within this red light, Sun Mianmian not only clearly saw the brand new break at the edge of the bed, but also the dry grass laid out under the bedsheet. Shifting her gaze slightly, she spotted a thin layer of dirt covering a wooden board in the right corner under the bed. Under the board was the jar that Grandpa had previously taken out. Sun Mianmian was startled to see the man with the hoe. Ignoring the attempts of Uncle Wang and the neighbors to stop him, dodging left and right as he moved to the right, preparing to strike down with the hoe. She screamed and rushed forward, crying and shouting, "Stop! Stop! Catch the bandit! Catch the robber! Woo woo woo! Who will help me? Who will go call the police? Is there no justice left? Bullying the poor, bullying the military families, bullying the entrepreneurs who have contributed to the country. Woo woo woo!" She rushed forward recklessly, crying and shouting, which made those neighbors and militia members who were too scared to genuinely step and also rush over. In the midst of the chaos, Sun Mianmian successfully took the jar and also collected a few small packages hidden in the gap between the bed leg and the wall into her space. She scanned again and felt a sigh of relief in her heart. Glancing at the crowd blocking the door, she took a deep breath and charged at the man holding the hoe. If she didn't create a big scene, such incidents might happen often in the future, which would be too annoying. Oh no, someone's been killed. There's blood. Someone screamed. The scene was in chaos. Sun Mianmian squinted her eyes, coldly staring at the man holding the hoe in one hand and a blood-stained dagger in the other, tears hanging on her pale little face as she sat weakly on the ground. A stream of blood flowed from her fingers, gripping her left arm, dripping onto the ground. This was an event she had specifically designed. The dagger naturally belonged to that man, and it was also what Sun Mianmian had taken out during the chaos. To give to him, inflicting 1,000 on the enemy while self-inflicting 800, this was a losing tactic. Sun Mianmian bitterly smiled in her heart, but alas, she was just a little commoner. On the surface, as a little girl, this was all she could do. At the entrance, several aunties sighed, "Oh dear, so much blood. The Sun girl must be scared silly. How pitiful. The Sun family is indeed thin in numbers, always bullied." Grandpa squeezed through the crowd, looking painfully at Sun Mianmian, who sat on the ground in silence, and stepped forward to confront the man with the hoe. Slap! Slap! The loud sound of slaps shocked everyone. The man reacted and was about to counterattack when he was restrained by the militia and neighbors beside him. "Stop! Everyone disperse! Disperse!" The leader, who had arrived late, glared with cold eyes, stopping the assailant and scaring the onlookers into retreating. Sun Mianmian seemed to awaken from a dream, stood up, and blocked in front of her grandfather, staring at the leader and crying. "You say you're a militia? Is this how you treat the people? I'm going to report you to the police. I'm going to the armed department. Breaking into homes, destroying property, and trying to kill me. You must give me an explanation." Upon hearing her words, the leader's eyes flashed with a hint of malice, and he spoke in a harsh tone. "You are obstructing official duties, and you still have a nerve to complain? Tie her up and educate her for a few days." Chapter 22. Poor me, a little commoner. Grandpa felt a heavy weight in his heart, stepped forward, raised his eyelids to meet his gaze, and said, "Do you dare?" His momentum was even stronger than that of the leading man. For a moment, there was complete silence. Sun Mianmian couldn't help but laugh inwardly, and as her eyes darted around, she said loudly, "You say you are militia, so you are militia? Where is there a militia that barges into the homes of common people without care, causing destruction? Where is there a militia that draws knives to harm others without reason? Only bandits and robbers behave like this. I think you're just pretending to be militia to commit theft. No wonder you're so skilled at wielding knives." The leading man, seeing Sun Mianmian holding her ground fearlessly, felt a surge of unnamed anger. A little girl actually dared to provoke him. She must be looking for death. Ever since he became the militia captain after meeting that person, no one dared to touch his tiger whiskers. If it didn't teach her a lesson today, how would he have the face to walk around Baishan County in the future? With this thought, his malice grew. "You're looking for death," he shouted, snatching the dagger and preparing to stab Sun Mianmian in the chest. At that moment, Grandpa suddenly pulled Sun Mianmian back with great force, causing her to retreat 4 or 5 steps. A furious voice shouted from the doorway, "Stop!" The voice was like a thunderclap, making the eardrums swell. The militia captain seemed frozen in place, shocked as he looked towards the door. Sun Mianmian also put away her silver needles and calmly looked towards the entrance. The reason she dared to confront the militia captain was that she had already seen through her scanning function that another person had arrived in the yard after the police. It was the person who shouted just now. His status should be quite significant. The police outside saw him and bowed respectfully, acting according to his wishes. The militia left in the yard also looked like quails, lowering their heads and stepping aside. She was gambling, betting on whether there would be good people in this world, betting on whether he was a good person. When a neighbor saw the police had arrived, they instantly scattered like birds and beasts. Everyone could clearly see the person surrounded by the police. He was a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, tall and imposing, exuding an air of authority and a hint of murderous intent. Who can tell me what is going on? He scanned the room with his hawk-like eyes, carrying an overwhelming pressure. Sun Mianmian, as the victim, naturally stepped forward first. She trembled as she recounted. As soon as they came in, they said they were militia and needed to check if we had any firearms or ammunition. We cooperated actively, but they grabbed the hoe and barged into our home, smashing the bed without a word, and even injured me with a knife. This was the truth. Those people could not refute it, yet they felt something was off, but couldn't quite articulate it. Is that so? The militia captain felt bitter. How could he have attracted the attention of the armed forces minister? He was the most strict and incorruptible, upright and honest. He had no choice but to respond, yes. The minister waved his hand, ordering them to take the two away for detention. Several militiamen walked into the yard, sneering at Sun Mianmian and Grandpa, arrogantly lifting their chins. Let us go. Sun Mianmian laughed in anger. Comrades, do you not understand the leader's words? Or are you deliberately defying the leader's orders and only following your captain's will? At first, she thought the man in the Zhongshan suit looked a bit familiar. She must have encountered him recently. Her memory was always impressive. After some searching, she realized, hey, she had indeed met him before. He was one of the group of plainclothes people she had run into when she returned from the black market that night. Listening to his voice, he was the one who spoke to Si Yuandao. No wonder his voice sounded a bit familiar. Just as she finished reflecting, she heard the man coldly laugh and point his finger at the police at the door. You guys take these people who can't understand human language away and educate them properly. What? At this moment, the two militiamen who were supposed to take people away were dumbfounded. They hurriedly explained, Minister, we misunderstood. We're sorry. We're sorry. While speaking, they cast a pleading glance at the militia captain. The militia captain, who was standing aside and trying to minimize his presence, occasionally glanced outside the yard. Sun Mianmian had been paying attention to them and had long suspected these militiamen. Their intentions were too obvious, and their behavior was too malicious. The minister waved his hand coldly, quiet. Once the people left, he turned to Sun Mianmian and smiled. You must be Sun Mianmian, right? We've met before. I should have brought the banner and rewards long ago, but unfortunately, the incident with the tiger delayed it. I apologize. He lowered his stance, his expression gentle, with admiration in his eyes. This left everyone astonished, casting curious glances at Sun Mianmian. How could a little girl like her know such a significant person as the minister? What was there to praise and reward? Sun Mianmian quickly glanced at Grandpa and politely smiled. Thank you, minister. As a good citizen, it is my responsibility. It's nothing worth mentioning. The minister laughed heartily and cupped his fists at Grandpa. Old man, your granddaughter is as noble as you. I admire her. Although Grandpa didn't know the inside story, he still returned the salute. Thank you, minister. You flatter me. After chatting for a bit, a militiaman walked in from outside and whispered something in the minister's ear. The minister's expression changed. A sharp look flashed across his face. When he raised his head again, he was all smiles. Old son, first of all, on behalf of our armed forces and these rascals, I apologize to you. The minister quickly bent down and continued. These few good-for-nothings are indeed militia. It's our fault for not educating them properly. We just recruited them a few days ago and let them out to do tasks. Grandpa's face remained expressionless, showing no sign of joy or anger. Sun Mianmian, just as expected. The minister didn't mind that the two of them didn't respond, his smile unwavering. They broke your big bed and injured Sun Mianmian. Let us find them to compensate for a new bed and all the medical expenses. What do you think? Grandpa sighed, as long as the minister decides. As the saying goes, the people do not fight with officials. The ones committing the crime are militiamen. which is certainly a higher rank than common people. Moreover, the minister had spoken. What could an old commoner do? Getting compensation and medical expenses was already considered a great fortune. If the minister hadn't spoken up this loss, perhaps he could only swallow it hard. The Sun family was no longer the Sun family of the past. Sun Mianmian made a sad face. Minister, my clothes are also torn. She deliberately raised her arm to reveal her wound, the flesh exposed and bloodied, her tears stubbornly brimming in her eyes. The minister's mouth twitched, recalling that Captain C from the capital seemed to be quite familiar with her, and he genuinely fought for her to receive an extra 200 yuan reward. That was a captain from the capital, someone the provincial armed forces had to treat with care. He dared not offend him. Regardless of Sun Mianmian's relationship with Captain C, he was happy to do a favor, as it wasn't coming out his own pocket. So he added a set of clothes and pants as compensation, including a pair of cloth shoes. The minister saw the bloodied little leather shoes on Sun Mianmian's feet and quickly changed it to cloth shoes. A pair of little leather shoes could be exchanged for several pairs of cloth shoes. Even so, Sun Mianmian was still very happy. Although she knew that the minister was somewhat biased in this matter, getting even a little more was worth it. Thank you, minister. The minister waved his hand. Your rewards will be sent tomorrow, and the compensation. Sun Mianmian looked up and asked, how much is the medical expense compensation? Were the clothes and shoes bought, or should I buy them myself and then get reimbursed? The minister was taken aback, pointing at her vaguely. Medical expenses are 100, clothes and shoes together 30. That's it. They will be sent along with the bed tomorrow. His expression turned serious, and the pressure of a superior unconsciously emanated from him. Sun Mianmian sighed inwardly. Poor me, a little commoner. Chapter 23. What exactly are they coveting from the Sun family? This matter has reached a basically satisfactory conclusion. Grandpa clasped his fists in salute. Thank you for your decision, minister. However, Sun Mianmian was staring blankly at the militia captain's shoes, feeling confused inside. Who exactly passed the message to the minister? And who are the people behind them? Suddenly sensing the gaze above her head, she quickly said, thank you. Thank you. This outcome can't be said to be bad, nor can it be called good. However, it did bring to light a big figure from the county's armed forces department. Presumably, those people won't act so blatantly in the future. If they come secretly, Sun Mianmian would welcome them, just afraid they wouldn't come. Just handle one as they come. There's no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days if you're only a thief for 1,000 days. Making up her mind, she took care of her wound and was about to go comfort Grandpa. Unexpectedly, the old man was calmer than she was, already in her second brother's bedroom, not knowing what he was rummaging for. Grandpa, the old man turned around, holding an oil lamp. Have you taken care of your wound? Sun Mianmian nodded. It's taken care of. The family already has medicinal herbs for treating external injuries, and the wound is small, so it's nothing serious. Grandpa knew Sun Mianmian understood medicine, so he didn't say much. He handed her a dusty iron box. These are some medical books I collected back in the day. Can you see if they're still usable? Grandpa, you're old and forgetful. If it weren't for today's commotion, I would have forgotten about these books. Inside the iron box were a dozen traditional Chinese medicine books, wrapped in cowhide paper, all unique editions that money couldn't buy in later generations. Sun Mianmian carefully flipped through them. Grandpa, these are treasures. I really like them. As long as you like them, Grandpa doesn't have much left to give you. There's also. Sun Mianmian's heart tightened, quickly interrupting. Grandpa, you should sit down and rest. Those people have left, but we can't guarantee there's no one lurking in the shadows. Fortunately, her space granted her scanning skills with a range of about 100 meters. Just enough to scan the entire courtyard. Starting scan, deducting 2,000 merit points, 3,000 merit points remaining. Sun Mianmian raised an eyebrow, realizing that using her scanning skill cost her 2,000 merit points each time. She just didn't know how to accumulate merit points. Sigh. Now wasn't the time to study those. She focused on scanning. As expected, there were 2 hidden shadows in the corners of the backyard and the front yard. If it weren't for her infrared scanning-like skill, she wouldn't have noticed a mouse that almost blended into the wall. Grandpa, who had developed a long-standing vigilance, sensed Sun Mianmian's sudden anger and killing intent, and his expression changed instantly. Mianmian, did you find something? Those people are really unrelenting. Grandpa, You know someone has been watching us all along, right? Grandpa sighed, yes. The gaze watching us has never disappeared. After thinking it through, it's either local ruffians or people we can't afford to offend. If it were local ruffians, they would have lost patience long ago, and Wu have been tailing us for years. Given their performance tonight, they should be the kind of person the militia captain wants to curry favor with, and the minister probably can't afford to offend them. Right? With this thought, the person behind the scenes should be quite a remarkable figure. What exactly does the Sun family have that people covet? Sun Mianmian thought about the things she took from Grandpa's bedroom, which were just a few pieces of jewelry, 5 small yellow fish, and some yellowed letters that crumbled upon touch from the wall seam. The jewelry and 5 small yellow fish shouldn't attract any major figures. Could it be those letters? What a pity. The letters had turned to dust the moment Sun Mianmian opened them. Thinking about what Grandpa almost blurted out about the backyard, she scanned and found that under the woodshed in the backyard, something was buried. 2 similar-sized iron pots were inverted on top of each other, forming a hollow space inside, which concealed a small wooden box. Inside the precious box were some black and white photographs. Presumably, those were Grandpa's most cherished memories. Besides that, she found nothing else. Sun Mianmian's heart was once again filled with doubt. What exactly are they coveting from the Sun family? It really makes one scratch their head in confusion. She softly reassured Grandpa, "Grandpa, it's late, you should rest now. I've hidden everything in your room, so don't worry. Let them keep watching. After so many years, they haven't turned up anything. How about I help you with a massage to aid your sleep?" The little girl was quite perceptive. "All right, then I'll trouble you." After experiencing all this in the late night, Grandpa might have been frightened. His pulse was beating irregularly, and its intensity was also off. Sometimes it was even stronger than hers, making Sun Mianmian almost unable to control herself from reaching out to check Grandpa's breath. She secretly blamed herself for not thinking of caring for Grandpa after being back for so many days. After a preliminary diagnosis, Grandpa had high blood pressure, rheumatism, and also had coronary heart disease, among other issues. After the examination, she basically confirmed the steps for treating Grandpa in her mind. A night passed without incident. On Saturday, Sun Mianmian still entered the classroom with the sound of the bell. Before she could sit down, Teacher Lu Ping came in holding a stack of test papers. "Students, the second round of diagnostic exams will begin over the next 2 days. This round is the language exam, so please follow the rules and answer the questions seriously. The total score for the language exam is 100 points." Sun Mianmian glanced over the exam questions and then buried her head in writing. In less than half an hour, she had already finished. She looked up and met Teacher Lu Ping's gaze. Teacher Lu Ping slightly furrowed her brows and walked over. "Sun Mianmian, is there something wrong?" Sun Mianmian blinked. "Teacher Lu, I'm done. Can I submit my paper early?" Surrounding classmates looked over in surprise. And Mo Nan Tian also opened his sleepy eyes and glanced at her. "Done? Shouldn't you check it again?" Teacher Lu Ping unhappily took the test paper, but seeing the neat handwriting and tidy layout, her expression softened a bit. After all, she was a language teacher. Glancing roughly at Sun Mianmian's test paper, her gaze inadvertently caught a red bloodstain on her left arm, and she suddenly realized, "You should quickly go to the clinic to treat your wound. I will keep your test paper safe." Sun Mianmian glanced at the bloodstain and smiled. "Thank you, teacher." The language exam lasted 120 minutes, and with the remaining time, she eagerly flipped through the traditional Chinese medicine books Grandpa had given her last night. Immersed in her favorite field, time passed quickly. Hearing the bell ring, Sun Mianmian rushed back into the classroom to start the next exam. In the following exams, she submitted her papers after just 30 minutes. When she rushed out of the school after finishing the last exam of the day, she saw the gatekeeper looking at her with a face full of disappointment, which made Sun Mianmian burst into laughter. Then, she hurriedly ran home. She had been keeping in mind the promise made by the minister last night. To save time, Sun Mianmian turned and slipped into the alley next to the herbal medicine shop, planning to cut through to her backyard. The alley beside the herbal medicine shop was deep and old. The further in she went, the fewer households there were, becoming more desolate. If it weren't still early, she wouldn't dare to walk down this alley. She hesitated at the entrance for a moment before diving in. "Hey, stop. No passage here. Just 200 meters in." She was stopped at a corner. Sun Mianmian looked up to confirm her direction, knowing that if she turned another corner, she could reach her backyard directly. She didn't want to back down. Why? It was broad daylight, and Sun Mianmian didn't fear the young man in front of her. He had thin arms and legs, not enough for her to worry about. TCH, you're quite bold. Be careful, or you might get sold. Sun Mianmian shrugged her arms. Childish, you're looking for death. Just as the two were about to engage in a scuffle over a disagreement, suddenly, a stern voice came from the dilapidated yard. Stop. Please come in, young lady. Chapter 24. Where in life do we not meet? The young man was momentarily stunned and reluctantly made way. Please. Sun Mianmian felt a sense of vigilance. Who are you? Do you really want to sell me? As she spoke, a silver needle was already pinched between her fingers. Who wants to sell you? That would take guts. Old Sun would never let that happen. The owner of the herbal shop, Chen Weihao, poked his head out from the courtyard. Little girl, you know about herbs. You should also understand medicine. Come help me. Sun Mianmian did not relax her guard at all. Her relationship with Chen Weihao was merely that of a buyer and seller. They were not familiar at all. I only know a bit about herbs, not medicine. Thank you for the compliment, Grandpa Chen. Seeing her turn to leave, Chen Weihao hurriedly stepped out and blocked her way. We mean no harm, little girl. If you help me this time, how about I take you as my apprentice? Sun Mianmian tilted her head and stared at Chen Weihao. Are you serious? Although she was the soul of someone from a family of traditional medicine, the original owner had never been exposed to medical practices. If she had the chance to learn about the medicine of this era, it would be a great opportunity. Learning has no limits. She never believed that the medical skills passed down in her family could encompass all of traditional Chinese medicine. However, she found it hard to believe that such good fortune would fall upon her. Her heart was in turmoil, half in doubt and half in excitement. Chen Weihao observed the changing expressions on Sun Mianmian's face, and the smile on his lips remained unchanged. Of course, I'm serious. I've known your grandfather for decades. Would I deceive a child? Sun Mianmian chuckled lightly, spreading her hands. It's an honor to work for Grandpa Chen. What do you need me to do? Come in. There is someone who urgently needs acupuncture. Unfortunately, I've been injured and can't do such detailed work. Chen Weihao calmly extended his hands, helplessly moving his fingers. So, he needed her help with acupuncture. But, before Sun Mianmian could finish her thought, she saw Chen Weihao's gaze fixated on the silver needle between her fingers. She could only chuckle awkwardly. Acupuncture? I'm just self-taught. I only know a bit. You know how to locate acupoints, right? Sun Mianmian nodded. Then that's fine. I'll tell you what to do. Seeing Chen Weihao's expression, the patient urgently needed acupuncture. She nervously followed Chen Weihao into the courtyard. There, a tall man lay on the ground, silver needles sticking into his exposed chest, his lips turning purple, and one of his legs swollen and dark purple. It was a man she had seen before in the herbal shop. He was poisoned and needed immediate detoxification. Chen Weihao's expression was serious. I protected his heart meridian with the silver needles. Now let's start with the Yongling acupoint. Without waiting for Sun Mianmian to react, Chen Weihao began to dictate the acupoints that needed to be needled. This person had obviously been affected by a type of neurotoxin. This toxin spread quickly, and without proper treatment within 20 minutes, he would die. Chen Weihao had performed some emergency measures to slow the spread of the toxin, keeping him alive for now. Time passed second by second. Sun Mianmian did not dare to act recklessly and focused intently on following Chen Weihao's instructions, needling precisely. Little did she know, her calmness and skilled technique surprised Chen Weihao, creating a look in his murky eyes that others couldn't comprehend. Sun Mianmian was completely unaware. When she focused on her work, she immersed herself fully, striving for perfection. Finally, she pushed the toxin to the toes little by little. Without needing Chen Weihao's command, she instinctively picked up a small knife beside her and swiftly cut the tip of the toe. Instantly, a strange-smelling black blood spurted out. Little girl, your technique is quite good. Well done. Hearing Chen Weihao's praise, Sun Mianmian looked up, wiping the sweat from her brow. Really? It's thanks to my master's good teaching. Having done the hard work, she was eager to solidify their master-apprentice relationship. Her passion for traditional Chinese medicine was ingrained in her bones, and she didn't want to miss any opportunity. Chen Weihao was taken aback for a moment, stroking his beard and laughing heartily. This little girl is quite capable, straightforward and unpretentious, though a bit too modest. But it's normal for a young girl to be shy. However, excessive modesty can be a form of pride. In life, one should avoid arrogance and impatience, especially as a healer. One must have a benevolent heart, help the world, and let the light of virtue shine on the path of life. Sun Mianmian bowed respectfully. As an apprentice, I will certainly heed my master's teachings and avoid arrogance and impatience, always having a benevolent heart and acting with virtue. Just then, a person rushed in like the wind, bending down and shouting, big brother, what happened to you?" Sun Mianmian held her forehead. Where in life do we not meet? How could she run into that aloof classmate in this shabby courtyard? And he interrupted her apprenticeship process. She remembered from the novels she read in her past life that generally, when one becomes an apprentice, they receive a precious gift from their master. She had already called a master, yet she hadn't received anything. Sun Mianmian shot an envious glance at Yichen, hoping for a reward from Chen Weihao. At this point, the blood flowing from the man's toe had turned to a normal color. "Little girl, just help him stop the bleeding and bandage it. The remaining toxins will be dealt with by my medicinal soup." Chen Weihao directed her easily, but he had no idea about Sun Mianmian's little thoughts. She didn't want to reveal her greedy side immediately, so she diligently did as instructed. At this moment, Yichen finally noticed Sun Mianmian. "What are you doing here?" Sun Mianmian rolled her eyes silently. "What do you think?" She rushed out of the school gate, only to be pulled into hard labor, and hadn't gained anything. What a hardship! More bitter than Huanglian. Yichen choked, looking at Chen Weihao. "Old Chen, how's my big brother? Will she treat him to death?" Sun Mianmian silently cursed 100 times in her heart, directly ignoring the sharp-tongued youth. "Chen Weihao, she won't treat him to death. If it weren't for her, your big brother would have met the king of hell long ago." "Really?" Yichen finally looked directly at his classmate. A delicate girl in her teens could treat illnesses and save lives? Ridiculous. He wore an expression of disbelief, but stopped talking, focusing on watching over his big brother. "This is your big brother?" Sun Mianmian suddenly remembered Wang Yuding saying that Yichen's big brother was a black market boss and had been a soldier. Wow. Looking at his strong build and bulging muscles, he was definitely a tough guy. In contrast, Yichen, aside from his fair and perfect face, had thin arms and legs. A perfect vase-like figure. One was masculine, and the other was feminine. The two brothers were simply extremes of visual beauty. Yichen noticed her scrutinizing gaze and frowned unhappily. "What? Do you have a question?" His voice was as cold as ever. Sun Mianmian shrugged, deliberately joking. "So, when you told me to wait, were you waiting for me to help your big brother detoxify? All right, the poison is resolved, goodbye." Using the favor of treating an illness to clear the air, it was clear that there was no substantial enmity between them. Quite a good deal, right? Montak Nanxian. Is this girl out her mind? Chapter 25, Fang Qingqing, revised. Sun Mianmian chuckled. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as an acknowledgement. But you can't bring up old grievances later." Chen Weihao glanced back and forth between the two, amused to see Yichen looking particularly aggrieved. "Little girl, you two?" Sun Mianmian replied. "We're desk mates." "Master, I should head back now." Chen Weihao waved his hand. Go on. Remember to come by my shop tomorrow." "Okay." Beijing Fang Qingqing had already been arranged by Yang Qiuxiang to attend Beijing No. 2 High School. However, she was not in the senior year, but in the first year. Class 1. As for why she was only in the first year, Fang Qingqing explained that the Sun family was too poor and that Yichen was underdeveloped. Therefore, the Fang family was even more protective of Qingqing, who grew up in hardship. They provided her with clothing, food, housing, and pocket money that was double what Mianmian used to receive. Even Fang Jiangwo, who was rarely home due to being busy with work, would rush back from the army late at night to accompany her whenever he didn't have special tasks. The family's affection and warmth temporarily eased her frustration about not wanting to study. But how could someone who didn't even pass the high school entrance exam keep up with the class? Especially since she joined midway. However, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Having lived 2 lives, Fang Qingqing had plenty of cleverness. On the surface, she listened attentively in class and never caused trouble. In reality, While the teacher was lecturing, she had long since drifted off into her own thoughts. Anyway, high school subjects were as incomprehensible to her as ancient texts. She planned to just get by, obtaining a high school diploma without much effort. For homework, she would spend a few bucks hiring someone to complete it neatly and accurately. She didn't have any transfer documents, but the Fang family had strong connections. And in an era where communication relied solely on letters and telegrams, no one bothered to verify anything. Based on this, Fang Qingqing had a very smooth time at school. Moreover, because of her memories from her previous life, her appreciation for beauty was ahead of her time, and her clothing was bolder, with more vibrant colors. This effectively compensated for the gap in appearance between her and Sun Mianmian, allowing her to successfully replace the obedient Mianmian and become the praised beauty. Additionally, she was more tactful and compliant than her peers. She quickly made a group of like-minded friends, and her social circle was much broader than Mianmian's. Within a few days, she met Gu Yunxiao's sister, Gu Qingran, through her classmate Wu Lily, and even had a successful chance encounter with Gu Yunxiao. Fang Qingqing was reborn just a few days before returning to Beijing to reconnect with her family. She always remembered the secret she heard just before dying in her previous life. Check it out. This woman is not from the Sun family. Dispose of her. Really? What a pity. Otherwise, if we open that thing, we might be able to reveal the Sun family's treasures to the world. So who is the real Sun family girl? We can't let our hard work go to waste. What good is knowing do? Do you dare to act? Look at that person next to the one with the surname Gu on TV. Isn't she surnamed Fang? The one surnamed Fang should be that wretched woman. Take her to the mass grave and dump her. It was only at the moment of her death that Fang Qingqing learned from their fragmented conversations that she and Sun Mianmian had been switched at birth. It turned out that Sun Mianmian had stolen her life. She should have been the one standing beside Gu Yunxiao. She should have been the little princess spoiled by the Fang family, the brightest star in the military district of Beijing. She hated her damned fate and the damned Sun family. If it weren't for the Sun family being together with her mother during childbirth, she wouldn't have been switched at birth. She would have grown up without parents. And she wouldn't have been captured by the Sun family's enemies in May of her previous life and taken to the southern land of fireworks, becoming a tool for those people to make money. Furthermore, she was bound and had a large bag of blood drawn every few days. In the end, she tragically died in a mass grave. Every time she thought of this, Fang Qingqing felt a violent urge to kill. Thus, right after her rebirth, she turned the Sun family upside down, attempting to find the treasures mentioned by those people in advance. However, she found nothing. She had fleeting thoughts of killing old Master Sun and Sun Jingshu to vent her anger. But considering the Fang family's position in the Beijing military district and the bright future ahead of her, she didn't dare and didn't want to get her hands dirty. She decided to let them go for now, ultimately only taking away all of the Sun family's savings and secretly cursing these poor wretches to starve to death soon. She considered it a bloodless revenge for her past life. However, Fang Qingqing's comfortable days did not last long. The monthly exam was approaching. She felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, anxious and restless. She had to fill in the answers under the watchful gaze of the proctor. In her heart, she silently prayed, "Buddha, please let me get everything right." The 2-day monthly exam was almost synchronized nationwide. At Baishan County No. 1 High School, during the last exam, Sun Mianmian was once again the first to submit her paper, stepping out of the classroom before the sleepy Mo Nantian. She carefully walked towards Class 1, stealing a glance and seeing Sun Jingshu still answering questions, so she quietly left. With 100 yuan for medical expenses and 30 yuan for clothing compensation, Sun Mianmian decided to indulge herself for once and buy a pair of cloth shoes from the supply and marketing cooperative. Baishan County was indeed poor, and people's consumption levels were low. The shoes in the cooperative were mostly handmade cloth shoes, with the majority being liberation shoes. There were only 2 pairs of leather shoes, which were precious and displayed in a glass cabinet. Sun Mianmian glanced at the price of the leather shoes, 40 yuan per pair. She couldn't help but click her tongue. How could prices be so high in such a poor rural area? She remembered that these leather shoes only cost 30 yuan per pair in a department store in Beijing, a 10 yuan price difference. In an era where the average wage was just over 20 yuan, A 10 yuan difference was equivalent to a sky-high price. If she could bring some over from Beijing to sell, there should be a profit to be made. Then she thought about the business opportunities in the south after the reform and opening up. Wouldn't there be even more opportunities there? Sun Mianmian stroked her chin, and a bold idea formed in her mind. She wanted to go south and see. Who knows, she might become the first millionaire in Baishan County. Haha, are you buying or not? If not, get out of the way. A cold voice pulled her back to reality. Sun Mianmian smiled apologetically and pointed to a pair of cloth shoes priced at 5 yuan. Please help me get a size 38. Thank you. The round-faced sales clerk looked at Sun Mianmian with a scrutinizing gaze, a hint of a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. Oh, so you're buying cloth shoes? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you could afford the leather shoes. Well, leather shoes are not something ordinary people can afford. It doesn't matter how you look at it. In this era, sales clerks were state employees, quite proud. Sun Mianmian took the cloth shoes and retorted, Comrade, may I ask if the goods in the supply and marketing cooperative are not allowed to be looked at? Or is there a rule that if you look, you must buy? Did I violate any laws or regulations? Her series of counter-questions left the sales clerk speechless, and she glared at Sun Mianmian angrily. What is wrong with you? Are you being unreasonable? If you want to cause trouble, I'll call the police immediately. What started as a simple conversation took a turn, and Sun Mianmian didn't expect her to turn the tables and threaten her. She had always hated threats the most. All right, go ahead and call the police. I'm neither stealing nor robbing. I'm buying things properly. Let us see how you distort the truth. I actually want to meet your leader and ask if the goods in the supply and marketing cooperative must be bought after being looked at. Otherwise, the sales clerk will show a bad attitude and speak harshly. Doesn't an employee of such quality worry about lowering the grand image of the supply and marketing cooperative serving the people? Don't they fear it will affect their year-end evaluation? At that moment, there weren't many customers in the supply and marketing cooperative, and the sales clerks from various areas gathered around, intrigued by the commotion. The round-faced sales clerk panicked and whispered an apology. I'm sorry. Just hurry and leave. Chapter 26. I am Sun Mianmian. Sun Mianmian is not the type to hold grudges when she is in the right. If it weren't for the round-faced saleswoman who wouldn't let go, she would have left long ago. However, things did not go as she wished. Just as she turned to leave, she heard a stern voice. Why is there another problem here? Do you not want to work anymore? If you don't want to work, just leave early. Don't affect our supply and marketing cooperative as performance evaluation. In a daze, Sun Mianmian thought she was being reprimanded. She turned back in surprise and saw a middle-aged woman standing in front of the round-faced saleswoman, her back to Sun Mianmian. Exuding intimidating. The round-faced saleswoman had her head lowered, tears welling up in her eyes, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. I am sorry. I promise it won't happen again. Chen Yuan, don't think that just because you've become a saleswoman, you can do whatever you want. If you don't want to work in R&T doing it well, there are plenty of people to replace you. At that time, no one will have any face to save. Chen Yuan hurriedly responded, yes. Director, the young girl's face turned pale, her expression panicked, clearly frightened. After watching the commotion, Sun Mianmian was ready to leave, but unexpectedly, she was grabbed by someone. You were Suwan? You're back? Where's Sun Hao? The person grabbing her was the very director who had been reprimanding. Sun Mianmian was a bit confused and then spoke lightly. You have the wrong person. She only learned the full names of Sun's parents, Sun Hao and Su Wan, after returning home. The original book only briefly mentioned that Sun's parents mysteriously disappeared without a trace over a decade ago. There was no news about them until the end, and no mention of anyone related to them. Therefore, she felt unfamiliar with this aunt who suddenly grabbed her and asked questions. How could that be? I am Xiao Xiao. What is wrong with Su Wan? The woman held onto Sun Mianmian's sleeve tightly, almost twisting it into a knot. Sun Mianmian frowned in displeasure. Auntie, you really have the wrong person. I am not the Su Wan you're talking about. Xiao Xiao was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at Sun Mianmian. After a long time, she murmured, no, it's really not. I'm sorry, I mistook you. You can go. Sun Mianmian nodded and turned to leave. Wait, you should be someone related to Su Wan. Can you tell me your name? It was just a name, and Sun Mianmian was not a stingy person. Moreover, the town was small, and if someone asked, they would know, so it was better to be polite. Auntie, my name is Sun Mianmian. My mother is indeed named Su Wan. We have been waiting for news about her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao became even more excited. She grabbed Sun Mianmian's hand and repeatedly said, I knew you were Su Wan's daughter. That Qingqing doesn't resemble Su Wan or Sun Hao at all. Once she opened her mouth, her words flowed like the rushing waters of the Yellow River. Sun Mianmian glanced worriedly at the sky, smiled apologetically. Annie, I have something to do. How about we arrange to meet next time? She was in a hurry to meet Master Chen Weihai. But when she accidentally felt Xiao Zhao's pulse and glanced at her complexion, sensing the dampness in her palm, she sincerely suggested, Annie, do you feel anxious and slightly sweaty? How about going to see my master at the medical clinic? It's the Chinese medicine shop on West Street. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized she had spoken too directly. Most people don't like others to talk so openly about their health, especially avoiding doctors. And for her to advise someone to see a doctor was even more likely to get scolded. Xiao Xiao was just momentarily stunned, then smiled. You understand medicine. That's impressive. Su Wan's daughter is indeed not an ordinary person. Annie has been troubled. I've taken a lot of medicine, but it hasn't helped. And I've been feeling very anxious. I know the Master Chen on West Street. Yes, your master. Auntie must go with you to pay a visit. Xiao Xiao was a spirited person and left as soon as she said it. Before leaving, she took a bag of candy and a bottle of malt milk from the counter. Sun Mianmian rushed to pay, but Xiao Xiao firmly refused. Su Wan's daughter is like my daughter. If you keep insisting, I will get angry. So, during the time they walked to the Chinese medicine shop, Sun Mianmian sorted out the relationship between Xiao Xiao and Su Wan and Sun Hao. Xiao Xiao, Su Wan, and Sun Hao were originally students studying abroad together and also the best of friends. The three of them ended up in the Klitsch plot of a novel. Xiao Xiao liked Sun Hao, while Sun Hao and Su Wan had mutual feelings. Su Wan was merely a foster daughter living with Xiao Xiao's family. How could the Xiao family, who prided themselves on being a scholarly family, look down on the impoverished red capitalist Sun family? To cut through the chaos, and with the consent of Sun Hao and Su Wan, Sun Hao and Su Wan ended up getting married in a flash. Later, Xiao Xiao obeyed her parents' wishes and also started a family. Sigh, I never held a grudge against them for abandoning me. I only resent their disappearance for so many years without a trace and worry about their safety. After hearing Xiao Zhao's words, Sun Mianmian admired her carefree and insightful demeanor, but could not empathize. All she could do was awkwardly comfort her. Annie, believe that everything will be fine, and so will they. This time, Xiao Xiao visited Chen Weihai as Sun Mianmian's aunt. Sun Mianmian also received a set of shiny golden needles and 10 medical books as a master student gift from Chen Weihai. These were introductory books on traditional Chinese medicine. Could she memorize them before the summer vacation? Sun Mianmian gasped. So many? I still have to take the college entrance examination. If she hadn't already understood medicine and was familiar with these basic concepts, she would have protested, shouting, I can't do this. Xiao Xiao widened her eyes, opened her palm to measure the thickness of one medical book, and clicked her tongue. Master Chen, isn't this a bit difficult? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to memorize them in a year. Sun Mianmian nodded in agreement. Yes. The time is too short. It really is a bit difficult. Little did they know, Chen Weihai was not moved at all. I heard your grades are excellent. You only need 30 minutes for each exam. These few books should be a piece of cake for you. How about adding 2 more notebooks? Notebooks? Sun Mianmian's eyes brightened. Are they yours? Chen Weihai replied. You're really not polite. Take them. Just remember, when the time comes for my assessment, don't think about trying to get by without studying. Otherwise what? Otherwise, you'll have to copy it 5 times and add a few more books. Sun Mianmian felt a bit disappointed, thinking her master would just let her off the hook. It seemed that at her young age, before graduating, she was about to start a life of hard work. Seeing Sun Mianmian's calm demeanor, Xiao Xiao didn't say much more, took a bag of Chinese medicine, chatted for a bit, and then they each went home. Just after exiting West Street, Sun Mianmian ran into her brother, Sun Jingshua, who was hurrying along. Big brother, why are you back so late? Sun Jingshua took the book from Sun Mianmian's hand and said casually, Teacher Neo added another class for us. You guys have extra classes every day. Aren't you tired? Young man, do you understand the importance of balancing work and rest? Sun Mianmian teased playfully. Suddenly, she sensed a shadowy gaze following her, and her brows furrowed. Sun Jingshua, being quite perceptive, asked with concern, "What is wrong?" Chapter 27, I want to eat meat. Sun Mianmian shook her head. It's nothing. I just sensed the gaze, but now it's gone. Maybe I look too good, attracting attention. Haha. I think you're just like Wang Po selling melons, boasting about yourself. Sun Jingshua replied. By the way, where did you get this stack of college entrance exam materials? Sun Mianmian rolled her eyes in silence. This is a medical book. My master just assigned me a task to memorize it before the summer vacation. Your master? Who is it? The master I recognized yesterday. The owner of the Chinese medicine shop, Grandpa Chun. These books are a gift for becoming his disciple, and also his first task for me. Before summer vacation? Sun Jingshua weighed the book in his hand. Good luck. A top student never holds back, just silently cheers you on. Sun Mianmian groaned. Aren't you worried it will affect my college entrance exam? Sun Jingshua replied. Is worrying useful? I heard the Chen family is a medical family with a deep heritage. Be grateful that he accepted you as a disciple. Sun Mianmian pouted. I am originally a descendant of ancient medicine. Why should I be proud? Grandpa had estimated the time for the two to return and had already prepared the meal. With the extra income from the medicinal materials, the family no longer had to eat thin porridge with pickles, but had switched to plain rice. Occasionally, the aroma of meat could be smelled, whether it was wild game from the mountains or meat that Sun Mianmian bought from the supply and marketing cooperative. The nearby children were drooling, some crying and some wandering outside the courtyard or were trying to climb the wall to peek in. Tonight's dinner was a bit earlier than usual, consisting of plain rice with braised pork and a stir-fried wild vegetable. Perhaps the flavor of the braised pork was too overwhelming. Wang Dama's grandson, Wang Eru, who usually never cried, started to wail, I want to eat meat, I want to eat meat. Sun Mianmian thought they must have a good living condition. Hearing the cries nearby, her chopsticks froze, and she felt quite uncomfortable. Moreover, Wang Dama's family had always been kind to the Sun family, extending a helping hand without hesitation in times of crisis. Wang Dama was also a sensible person and had defended them multiple times. Grandpa and Sun Jingshua also paused. Sun Mianmian blinked. How about we share some with Wang Dama's family? Sun Jingshua frowned. We're neighbors. It's most taboo to suffer alone and not share. How can we divide such a small amount of meat? Grandpa smiled and looked at Sun Mianmian. You decide. Sun Mianmian got up, took a large bowl, poured half of the braised pork into it, stood on a wooden ladder against the courtyard wall, and quietly called out, Wang Dama, Eru. She was being sneaky. Instead of calling Wang Dama and Eru, she ended up calling Wang Dama's eldest grandson, Dahu. The 10-year-old Dahu spotted Sun Mianmian crouched on the wall at a glance and immediately shouted, Grandma, look. Sun Mianmian hurriedly shushed him. Lower your voice and come over to catch this. The large bowl was placed in the vegetable basket, and a rope was tied around the basket, perfectly allowing it to be lowered. Sensing the meat's aroma, Dahu quickly ran over, and the wailing Eru stopped crying, his short legs thumping like a little cannonball as he rushed out of the house. Just as the basket touched the ground, Wang Dama came out, surprised at the scene. Son girl, this won't do. Your second brother is back today. He hasn't eaten yet. Hurry and take it back. Sun Mianmian whispered, there's more. Grandma, I'm going back to eat now. Without waiting for a response, she quickly shrank down from the wall and carefully scanned her surroundings. You, sending something to appease the child? Look like a thief, Grandpa joked, poking Sun Mianmian with his chopsticks. Sun Mianmian smiled. Not at all. At the dining table, she told Grandpa about her encounter with Xiao Xiao today. She's quite a straightforward person and has been inquiring about your parents for many years. She helped our family in the early years, but we lost contact during the 10 years of turmoil. I didn't expect she's still in Baishan. With Grandpa's few words, Sun Mianmian roughly outlined Xiao's image. She should be a good person, someone worth befriending. She's the director of the supply and marketing cooperative. If she brings back some goods from the south, could they be sold at the cooperative? Then she thought about how the cooperative was public property, and all supply channels were specific and required approval, which was tedious. It would be better to set up a stall or open a shop instead. It was the early 1980s, and she had read in the newspaper that the provincial capital of Qian City had already established its first private small department store last year, giving birth to the first batch of individual households. However, Baishan County was a bit remote and backward, and the trend of individual households hadn't reached here yet. She wanted to be a pioneer of the times, but she was overwhelmed and had no time to head south, let alone start an individual business. Grandpa, besides the black market, is there any regular market in Baishan? For example, a vegetable market or a fair? Of course there is. Tomorrow is the bi-weekly big fair at the end of West Street. During the fair, people from nearby villages gather to trade, and it's quite lively. As soon as the sky began to brighten, the fair started. It ended quickly too. By noon, it was basically empty. The items sold there were similar to those in the black market, mostly coarse grains, vegetables, or handmade goods that farmers had saved or couldn't finish. But they didn't sell the wild game that was only found in the black market. Sun Mianmian looked around bored and had a rough idea in her mind. After returning home, she picked up a hoe and a backpack to prepare to head into the mountains. Sun Jingshua put down his college entrance exam simulation paper and quickly tidied up. Wait, I'll go into the mountains with you. Sun Mianmian shook her head. Forget it. You stay home and study. The study rhythm for class 1 was already tight. Besides eating and sleeping, Sun Jingshua was basically doing problems, listening to lectures, and analyzing. Teacher Nyo 1 was very capable and always found many different subject problems, so Sun Jingshua had no time to work on the papers that Sun Mianmian gave him. However, what he cherished the most were Sun Mianmian's papers. Although they were very difficult, with tricky questions and broad coverage, they were challenging and came from the capital, somehow feeling a bit more prestigious than the ink-printed papers from Teacher Nyo 1. He always felt that these papers were closer to the National College entrance exam questions. Sun Jingshua twisted his neck. It won't take long to go into the mountains, and besides, there are many questions I need your guidance on. He didn't feel jealous because Sun Mianmian was more outstanding. Instead, he felt proud and admired her. Sun Mianmian said, all right, knowledge is accumulated continuously and can't be achieved overnight. Perhaps after going out with a change of mood, I can come back with a clear mind and suddenly have an epiphany. Hee. As she left the courtyard, she happened to see Wang Dahu standing at the door next door. When he saw the machete in Sun Mianmian's hand and the hoe and backpack on Sun Jingshua's shoulder, his eyes lit up. Second brother Sun, Sister Mianmian, are you going into the mountains? He had heard from his grandma that ever since Sun Mianmian came back, the Sun family had been going into the mountains every day and finally got to eat meat. He also wanted to eat meat. However, he was afraid to go into the mountains alone, especially after the incident of the tiger coming down the mountain. Fewer adults were going into the mountains. He wanted to go into the mountains with the capable and brave Sun Mianmian. Can you take me with you into the mountains? Sister Mianmian, I want to be your disciple. Wang Dao mustered his courage to say this, his little face turning red, nervously clutching the edge of his clothes, occasionally glancing at the two. Chapter 28 Slingshot Sun Mianmian was a bit surprised and asked with a smile, why do you want to take me as your master? What do you want to learn? I should clarify that I don't know how to fish in the river or climb trees to get bird nests. Sun Jingshua also laughed. Big Tiger, just say what you want. We'll definitely help you if we can. No need to take me as your master. Hearing this, Wang Dahu became anxious and stopped hesitating, but he mentioned that the boy next door, Xiao Ming, had also taken a hunter uncle as his master to go into the mountains. It turned out he wanted to learn hunting. That's simple. We can take you into the mountains, but do your family members agree to let you go? Sun Mianmian was almost in the mountains every day and knew that since the appearance of a tiger at the foot of the mountain, fewer adults were going down to dig for wild vegetables, and children were no longer seen playing by the creek. Sure enough, upon hearing her words, Wang Dahu looked worriedly toward his own yard and said softly, Brother Sun, Sister Mianmian, wait for me. I need to tell my grandma. March was the season for planting. Other than Wang Dinyang taking care of the children at home, everyone else from the Wang family was out in the fields. Generally, children like Wang Dahu, at his age, would be considered half an adult and would join in the labor. However, the Wang family was fond of the child, and since they didn't have much land, they allowed Wang Dahu to stay at home to help take care of his younger siblings. Sun Jingshua looked at Sun Mianmian in confusion. Are you really going to take him into the mountains? What if there's danger? Sun Mianmian countered, aren't you afraid? What if there are still tigers in the mountains? Sun Jingshua, He felt slightly underestimated. If you're not afraid, how could I be? Hey, is this a new slingshot prepared for me? Of course. The first slingshot I made for you is just made from a hair tie I used to bind my hair. The rubber band is too thin, so the elasticity is poor and the power is weak. Later, you could try the power of this slingshot. It guarantees you'll catch a tiger, a rabbit easily. The new slingshot made by Sun Mianmian used branches from a tea tree as the frame, and she bought a 1 meter long, 2 or 3 centimeter wide rubber band from the supply and marketing cooperative to make 2 slingshots. Additionally, she wrapped a layer of durable and wear-resistant coarse cloth around the middle of the rubber band to cover the projectiles. In her previous life, she had carried a slingshot into the mountains. However, that one was made of stainless steel and used steel balls of about 85 caliber, which had amazing power. Why hasn't Big Tiger come out yet? We still need to go to the creek to pick up stones. They were using stones instead of steel balls. Everything was in the most primitive configuration. As soon as Sun Mianmian finished speaking, Wang Dao ran out excitedly with a small backpack. Brother Sun, Sister Mianmian, my grandma has allowed me to go into the mountains. Sun Jingshua patted his shoulder. Good job. Let us go. Wang Danyang quickly followed out. Big Tiger doesn't understand, so I'll trouble you two to take care of him. Sun Jingshua nodded. Don't worry, Annie. We'll just be wandering around the edge of the mountains. Sun Mianmian took down a small cloth bag from her waist and hung it on Wang Dao, saying, I go into the mountains every day and have experience. Look, this is a medicine bag to prevent snake bites. After saying that, she waved her hand and led Wang Dao away. The three passed by the edge of the fields at the foot of the mountain. The people working in the fields were not surprised to see Sun Mianmian going into the mountains, but they were quite amazed to see 10-year-old Wang Dao following her. They joked, Big Tiger, are you going into the mountains? There might still be tigers, bears, and packs of wolves in there. Aren't you afraid? Wang Dao answered loudly. I'm not afraid at all. As a boy, he couldn't be more timid than them, could he? He was determined to eat meat. So how could he be scared off by a few words? Everyone watched the three of them walk into the mountains. One of the women laughed. The Wang family is really bold. Such a small child dares to go into the mountains. Aren't they afraid he won't come back? Her husband scolded. You talk too much. During this time, the delicious smell of meat often wafted from the Sun family's home. And if there was too much work in the fields, he would also go into the mountains. Farmers rely on the mountains for food and the water for sustenance. Is it possible that just because there's a tiger in the mountains, they would stop going in? That's impossible. Sun Mianmian was unaware of the thoughts of those people at the foot of the mountain. They quickly walked along the small path to the place where they had previously dug for qianghua. There were still some young qianghua plants that they planned to harvest next year. Sun Mianmian looked around and said, let us just wander nearby. The left side has sparser vegetation, probably because more people have gone there. Let us walk to the right. The path on the right was almost covered in weeds, with vines growing wildly, and dense trees formed a canopy, blocking out the sky. It was quiet and cool, occasionally disturbed by the calls of insects and birds. Are you afraid? Sun Mianmian asked, holding the slingshot and walking behind Wang Dao, while Sun Jingshua led the way with a machete. I'm not afraid, Wang Dao said, though his fingers gripping the machete turned white, and his expression was vigilant, breathing heavily. Sun Mianmian chuckled lightly. Don't worry. There are no traces of large wild animals here. Then, she carefully explained some outdoor knowledge, identification techniques, and emergency methods. Listening to Sun Mianmian's gentle voice, Wang Dao's tense nerves relaxed significantly. Sun Jingshua also listened intently, captivated. Suddenly, several startled wild chickens flew out from the bushes in front of Sun Jingshua, trailing long tail feathers. Wow! Wild chickens, so many wild chickens. Wang Dao shouted excitedly. Brother Sun, quickly shoot the wild chickens. Along with his words, there came a wild chicken shriek. Wow, I hit it. Brother Sun is so amazing. He jumped up happily, holding the machete, ready to rush out. I'll go chase another one. Sun Mianmian quickly called out, Big Tiger, don't go. First, go pick up the wild chicken. Be careful of its claws. Sun Jingshua smiled and said, this one is a gift for you. Wang Dao was momentarily stunned, but you shot it. Sun Jingshua replied, it's a reward for you. Hurry up. Hearing this, Wang Dao cheered, thank you, Brother Sunday. Just as he picked up the wild chicken, Sun Jingshua shot down another one. Sun Jingshua held the new slingshot, reluctant to part with it. This slingshot indeed had great power, capable of knocking out wild chickens in one go. He remembered that the first slingshot he used had only injured a wild chicken at most. Sun Mianmian proudly raised her head, of course. Just look at who made it. Wang Dahu looked enviously at the slingshots in their hands, said nothing, and turned to focus on searching for prey. He knew that without a slingshot, throwing with a machete might also hit a wild chicken. Moreover, Brother Sun had given him a wild chicken. He would have meat to eat tonight. He felt very satisfied. Sun Mianmian glanced at the sensible and honest Wang Dahu, raised her eyebrows, and secretly felt proud. She said her judgment was good. For such a boy, she was very willing to help. Moreover, she and her brother would soon graduate, and they might go to study in another place. If Grandpa was unwilling to go with them, then he would be home alone and would certainly need the help of neighbors. Sun Mianmian was most satisfied with the character of the Wang family and was willing to take the risk to bring Wang Dahu into the mountains. Perhaps she could teach him to recognize some medicinal herbs to improve his family situation, which might bring them closer together. Big Tiger, you wanted to learn hunting, right? Cool, mate. First practice your aim and strength with the slingshot. Wang Dahu suddenly looked up. Practice with your slingshot? Yes. If you practice well, this slingshot will be yours. Really? Instantly, Wang Dahu was enveloped in immense surprise, bouncing and skipping as he walked over. Chapter 29. Discovery of Kudzu and Wooting. Sun Mianmian chuckled. Why are you so cute? If I say I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. Come on, practice your aim with the closer leaves first, then try from further away. After all, he was just a child, so Sun Mianmian had more instructions for him. Wang Dahu was focused on practicing with his slingshot. Fortunately, small stones were everywhere. He had a decent talent. Before long, he heard him cheering, "Second brother, Sister Mianmian, I hit a wild rabbit. I really hit it." Without her slingshot, Sun Mianmian concentrated on looking for medicinal herbs. Hearing Wang Da's voice, she called out, "Not bad. You're a good hunter. Keep it up and pay attention to your surroundings." As she spoke, she caught a glimpse of a gray shadow darting past out of the corner of her eye. Sun Mianmian let a stone fly from her hand, producing a sharp, brief, and painful squeak. She smiled, satisfied with her work. After her soul crossed over, she hadn't forgotten the ancient martial arts she learned in her previous life, and her precision in both identifying acupoints and controlling strength had become even more accurate. Although she had only practiced ancient martial arts for a short time, and this body had only stored a little internal energy, it was enough to knock out wild chickens and rabbits. Sun Jingshu was surprised to see the rabbit she brought up, exclaiming, "How did you do that?" Sun Mianmian replied, "I hit it with a stone." "You didn't use the slingshot, just threw a stone?" Sun Mianmian, "It makes it sound like I'm some kind of strong brute." But she could also say she hit it with a stone. Just then, a rabbit jumped out from the nearby bushes 2 meters away. "See? Just like that." Sun Mianmian's arm moved slightly, and the stone slipped from her hand. The next moment, the rabbit fell with a squeak. Is it really that easy? Sun Jingshu was dumbfounded. He thought it was a fluke that Sun Mianmian hit a rabbit with a stone. Unexpectedly, her stone throwing was as skillful as using a slingshot, hitting the target every time, precisely in the center of the prey's forehead. Wang Dahu's mouth dropped open in shock, and after a long while he exclaimed, "Sister Mianmian, you're amazing. How about I become your disciple?" Sun Mianmian waved her hand dismissively. "Making up an excuse, I'm just practicing insights gained from using silver needles. It's not something everyone can master. Just focus on hunting, young man." Her ancient martial arts were not something just anyone could learn. In her previous life, she had learned under the guidance of adults since she was young. After switching to this body, she initially thought she could only use the martial arts techniques she remembered and could not cultivate internal energy. But without internal energy as a foundation, wasn't martial arts just a facade? She didn't give up, failing time and again, but persevered. Fortunately, the heavens did not disappoint the diligent. She finally cultivated a trace of internal energy. She just didn't know if Sun Jingshu was suitable for training. Wang Dahu was very curious about Sun Mianmian's technique, closely following her to observe and study, and he tried to imitate her several times. But the results were less than satisfactory, until Sun Mianmian called out, "Come over quickly, there's Kudzu here." Wang Da didn't know what kudzu was, but seeing that Sun Mianmian had already started digging, he knew it must be something good. Can this kind of root be eaten? Sun Jingshu also didn't recognize it. From his expression, it was clear he wanted to ask what Wang Dahu was asking. Sun Mianmian explained, kudzu is a type of medicinal herb that can be sold. It can also be eaten. It can be cooked or used as a vegetable. Upon hearing that it could be sold for money and also used as food, Wang Dahu and Sun Jingshu stopped asking questions, each helping to cut the vines and dig. Sun Mianmian happily followed behind to collect. Before long, both baskets were full, and they tied up 2 small bundles with vines, reluctantly making their way down the mountain. Since they had deviated from their original path into the mountain, the route down was not the same as before. The path was overgrown with thorns and weeds, and there were plenty of wild vegetables and common medicinal herbs, with wild chickens and rabbits occasionally darting about. The group walked and stopped. During a break, Sun Mianmian discovered a cluster of wooding. Wooding was a valuable thing. It is one of the main components for making knockout drugs. It is toxic and has anesthetic, analgesic, and sedative effects. When ingested, it can cause confusion and coma. After Sun Mianmian explained this, Wang Do only remembered that it was toxic, retracting his hand in fear. It's poisonous? I'm scared. I don't dare to touch it. I'll wait for you here. This time in the mountains, he not only got a powerful slingshot, but also learned to shoot, and he harvested his first catch, a wild chicken and a rabbit. He also recognized a type of herb that is both medicinal and edible, kudzu, and a kind of highly toxic wooding. He was very satisfied. Sun Mianmian didn't force him and stopped Sun Jingshu from helping, leaving professional matters to professionals. This thing was too dangerous. However, wooding was also a medicinal herb she had been seeking in the mountains. The Sun family had always been watched, and who knows when someone might strike again. She wanted to make some knockout drugs for self-defense. It would be a safeguard for both her grandfather and herself, as well as for Sun Jingshu. When they returned with their harvest, the laborers by the foot of the mountain had not yet left. A nosy woman was staring intently at their baskets and the things in their hands. I thought the Sun family would kindly take Dahu into the mountains to hunt, but it turns out they took him to dig up roots. Dahu roots can't be eaten. Can't they be used for firewood? You really are something. All you think about is eating. I just saw Dahu being tricked, so I kindly reminded you. Alas, what a pity for Wang Dahu's good intentions. Wang Dahu saw that the woman was getting more and more ridiculous and wanted to argue, but Sun Mianmian urged him in a low voice. Let's go. No need to pay attention to her. Before going down the mountain, Wang Dahu had been warned by Sun Mianmian and her brother that the prey in the basket should not be noticed by others. Otherwise, envious people would speak more harshly. He knew that once everyone went into the mountains to hunt, it would not be so easy for him to get prey. He was not a fool, but the fool ran excitedly towards his family waiting at the gate. Grandma, I'm back. When Wang Dahu returned whole and intact, Wang Dama was relieved. It's good that you're back. Are you tired? Without waiting for Dahu to speak, Wang Dama quickly called Sun Mianmian and her brother, Mianmian Jingshu. Come in and have some water and rest. Sun Mianmian shook her head. Thank you, Auntie. We won't go in. Look, my grandfather is waiting eagerly. Since the incident with the tiger coming down the mountain, although Grandpa had stopped Sun Mianmian several times, he had not forced her and just waited silently at home. Wang Dahu hurriedly chased after them. Second brother, Sister Mianmian, this kudzu is yours. I'll take it in for you first. Sun Mianmian was surprised. How can you say it's ours? That's what you earned through your labor. It's yours. Be good. Go back quickly. What a lovely boy. Sun Mianmian was increasingly fond of this neighborly younger brother who had a sense of propriety. Wang Dama, although not understanding the reason, echoed, Dahu understands. And he is very happy that you can take him into the mountains. What's yours is yours. Dahu, hurry and take it over. Sun Mianmian face-bombed. Why are they so polite? Sun Jingshu blocked Wang Do, deliberately putting on a stern face. Do you want to go in the mountains together next time? If you want to behave and go back. After hearing their words, everyone more or less understood the context. Grandpa smiled at the somewhat confused Wang Do. After a while, bring over the roots and we'll tell you how to handle them. Because someone was looking over, Grandpa quickly concluded. When they were digging kudzu, Sun Mianmian had mentioned that to sell the medicinal herbs at a higher price, they needed to be properly processed, which is called preparation. Preparation is a skill. 10-year-old Wang Da knows that every skill is a unique expertise that is not easily shared. After hearing his grandfather's words, he felt even more confused. Fortunately, Wang Dama is a straightforward person and immediately responded, Dao. Quickly thank Grandpa Sunday. Chapter 30 Wang Dahua's show-off. Wang Dahua obediently bowed and said, Thank you, Grandpa Sun. Sun Mianmian waved his hand and said, Go back and tidy up first. If you're not afraid of getting tired, come over. After returning, we will start cleaning. I'm not afraid, Wang Dahua said loudly and firmly, just as he was determined to follow into the mountains. When those people saw that both families had closed their courtyard gates, they stopped eavesdropping and went back home, finding it boring. Wang's home. Aunt Wang had already taken the small basket off Wang Dahua's back. So heavy? Is it all tree roots? Wang Dahua mischievously blinked and said, Yes. Oh. Going into the mountains makes you so happy. Did you catch something? Yes, I caught wild chickens and wild rabbits. Hearing Wang Dahua's boast, Grandpa Wang and Dahua's father, Wang Jinsheng, who had been resting after a day's work, came out of the main room one after another. Also coming over were his uncle Wang Shuisheng, Aunt Lu Ernie, and his mother Zheng Yue, who was holding a spatula along with little tailgate Eru. Zheng Yue's excited voice was high-pitched. Really? Where? For farmers. It was rare to see meat even once a month, especially during busy farming seasons when they craved meat the most, not to mention free meat. Most importantly, it was their own child's first successful hunt, which made them both surprised and happy, proud and delighted. Wang Dahua was very excited. In the past, the family's attention would only focus on him when he was being mischievous and chased around, but this time, it was because he had succeeded in hunting that his family paid attention to him. He carefully placed the kudzu root on the ground and said, Sister Mianmian said, this is called kudzu root, not tree roots. It can be sold for money and made into food. Later, I will take it to Sister Mianmian's house to learn how to process it. If it's processed well, it can sell for a higher price. Can it be sold? Made into food? Several adults picked up the kudzu root and examined it. Grandpa Wang finally recognized the kudzu root, saying, This is indeed edible. We dug it up in the mountains during the famine in the 1960s. I didn't know its name, but I recognized its vines. I didn't expect it could be sold for money. It's better to study more. Dahua, I must go to school this winter, no matter how hard it is. We cannot let the children suffer. Aunt Wang sighed, yes. We have all suffered from not studying. Look at the Sun family. Some go to the army, some study. Grandpa Sun has no land, nor any other income. Relying on a few dozen dollars in subsidies, he tightens his belt to send 3 children to school. You see, Mianmian studies more and recognizes medicinal materials, and life suddenly has hope. Wang Jinsheng took a deep breath, as if he had made a certain decision. Study. The children must all be sent to school. We adults can't fall behind Uncle Sunday. Wang Shuisheng echoed, Good. Dahua and Eru can go together. The third sister is only 5 years old. We'll send her in 2 years. Wang Dahua didn't expect that after one trip into the mountains and talking about the uses of kudzu root, he would actually get the opportunity to go to school. He had dreamed of studying and envied brother Sun Er, who could read. This further strengthened his determination to hunt in the mountains to save up for school fees. Look, this wild chicken is a reward from brother Sun for my bravery. This wild chicken and wild rabbit, I caught them myself, using the slingshot that Sister Mianmian gave me. Wang Jinsheng was skeptical. You can hunt with a slingshot? Let me see the slingshot. The standard equipment for hunters is usually a machete and bow and arrow. He had never heard of hunting with a slingshot. It was true that children used slingshots to shoot birds. But wild chickens and wild rabbits are not small birds that can be easily hit. Wang Dahua, facing the inquisitive gazes of the 3 men in the family, cautiously took out the slingshot from his chest. Here, this is it. Wang Jinsheng snatched it, pulled back the rubber band, and shot it out. With a popping sound, the strong elasticity almost caused the rubber band to snap back and hit his nose. Hiss! The elasticity is really strong. Let me try again. Wang Dahua quickly handed him a stone, reminding him, Be careful not to break it. Sister Mianmian doesn't have one anymore. Wang Jinsheng scoffed. Are you underestimating your father? Am I that kind of person? With that, the stone flew out and pierced through the leaves of a large tree in the courtyard. And the stone continued to pierce through several leaves before hitting a branch and falling down. Good stuff. No wonder you can hunt. Wang Jinsheng played with it lovingly. Studying it, Wang Dahua grew anxious but was also afraid of his father's hand, weakly asking, "Dad, can I have it back?" Wang Jinsheng paused for a moment, reluctantly giving it back to him. "You little rascal, a man should be generous, understand?" At this time, the wild chicken and wild rabbit hidden in the basket had all been taken away, and Aunt Wang and the others quickly put the kudzu root into the basket. Wang Dahua put away the slingshot, lifted the basket, and was about to run outside the courtyard. "I'm going to Grandpa's son's house." Grandpa Wang lightly tapped the basket with his pipe. "Go after dinner. I'll have your grandma and your mother go with you to help wash. If you go now, Grandpa's son's family should be eating. Don't rush." At that time, people were simple and never visited during meal times, fearing being talked about and also fearing not eating well. Moreover, the two children from the Sun family not only gave him a slingshot, but also taught Dahua how to hunt and recognize medicinal materials. The Wang family could not pretend to be deaf and mute. It wouldn't be proper to go empty-handed. At this time, Sun Mianmian's family was indeed having dinner. Grandpa had prepared the meal waiting for their return. They did not have the rule of not speaking while eating or sleeping. Sun Mianmian vividly described what she saw and heard in the mountains to her grandpa. Grandpa was also quite interested, occasionally responding or giving suggestions. When he heard Sun Mianmian say she wanted to make some knockout medicine, he paused for a moment, the nostalgia and resentment in his eyes fleeting. Making some knockout medicine is fine. Back then, we relied on that little knockout medicine to save our lives a few times. Grandpa was referring to his experiences during the time of fighting the Japanese, leading a horse team to deliver grain. The circumstances back then were much more difficult than now. Yet they didn't bend Grandpa's spine. However, the demons and monsters of a new society had worn him out physically and mentally, making him look much older than his peers. Be wary of others. Jing Shuo, you should carry some with you. After hearing Grandpa's words, Sun Jing Shuo looked up in confusion. "I want need it, right? I stay at school, what could happen?" Later, under Grandpa's insistence, Sun Jing Shuo also relented. Fortunately, the family had other auxiliary medicines that were ready-made. The preparation of wuding was simple, and it was completed in no time. Sun Mianmian looked at the remaining wuding, scratching her head in distress. "What should I do with these? Should I sell them to my master? Doing business with my master feels strange." But Grandpa didn't think it was a big deal, saying, "What is there to be embarrassed about? That old man is very bad. He even took my granddaughter. I must have a theory with old Shun when I have the time. Who wants to theorize with me?" The courtyard door was only slightly ajar. Yichen Hua pushed the door open, looking unapproachable. "Oh, I wondered who came uninvited. It turns out to be you, old rascal. Are you here to play chess or drink?" Grandpa was quite surprised and happily welcomed him. Chapter 31, Honest Wang Family. Chun Weiheo glared at him, not even considering how old he was, playing chess and drinking at this late hour. Yes. You're the guest, so whatever you say is right. "Old Chun, why did you come so late today?" "Oh, you have guests. Please come in quickly." Grandpa noticed there were still people outside the courtyard and stopped the back-and-forth banter. Chun Weiheo casually opened the courtyard door and stepped aside. "These are guests from the capital who need silver needle acupuncture. So they came to disturb the old brother at this late hour. Please ask the girl to help with the acupuncture. As the saying goes, one should not hit a smiling face." Grandpa didn't ask more and politely invited them in, saying, "Please come in. However, my humble abode is quite simple. I hope you won't mind. Sorry for the disturbance." The middle-aged man at the front clasped his fists, hearing their flowery language. Sun Mianmian was about to laugh when she met a familiar face. How did Si Yuandao come here? It seemed he was accompanying the middle-aged man who spoke. The middle-aged man must hold a considerable position, as he was followed by two guards. After exchanging silent nods, Sun Mianmian followed Chun Weiheo to get things ready and perform the acupuncture. Si Yuandao quietly stood by to accompany them. The two guards stood outside, serious and vigilant. Inside the courtyard, Sun Jingshu led Aunt Wang, Wang Dahu, and Zheng Yu to squat by the well to clean the kudzu root. Grandpa sat by the well directing them. After the acupuncture was finished, the kudzu root was almost cleaned up. Chun Weiheo didn't mention the identity of the visitors, and Grandpa didn't ask either. After a few polite exchanges, the guests hurriedly left. Before leaving, Chun Weiheo saw the prepared wu-tung and took it away casually, saying, "This wu-tung is well prepared, so I'll help myself to it first. Little girl, this kudzu root is also good. Bring it tomorrow for settlement." Grandpa joked, "Your eyesight is pretty good. Take care." Once the courtyard door was closed, Zheng Yu smiled and asked, "Can we sell this kudzu root tomorrow?" Sun Mianmian kept busy with her hands. "Not so fast. It probably won't be dry by tomorrow." "Oh, I see." Zheng Yu thought she could exchange it for money tomorrow and felt a bit disappointed. Aunt Wang chuckled, "You can't rush a hot meal. At your age, still so impatient." Zheng Yu shyly smiled. She just wanted to see the kudzu root turn into money sooner. Isn't that just being afraid of being poor? Seeing a glimmer of hope for change, one can't help but want to grasp it. Grandpa sat in front of the newly built earthen stove, slowly saying, "The preparation of kudzu root is the simplest. Clean it, steam it until soft, then cut it into thin slices and let it dry." The dry kudzu root is also bought based on its appearance. In the past, the purchase price was a few dimes to 1 or 2 yuan per pound. It should be about the same now. Wang Dahu was so shocked that his hand trembled, causing the kudzu root to fall into the basin with a splash. "Can sell for 1 or 2 yuan per pound. So much? Heaven! Today we only dug up a small piece the size of a fingernail. If we dig all the ones in the mountains back, wu-tea, that be a fortune?" The more he spoke, the more excited he became, his voice subconsciously rising several decibels. Zheng Yu rushed over and covered his mouth. "Oh, my ancestor, keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to know? Besides, that place was discovered by your second brother and sister Mianmian. Do you want to cut off their source of income? You restless little brat. Why don't you use your brain?" Sun Mianmian found it amusing watching the mother and son. "Aunt Wang, we're going to school tomorrow. If you want some, hurry and dig it back. After all, many people saw us when we came back today." Grandpa echoed, "I called you over not just to help clean, but to teach you how to prepare kudzu root. As for whether you will go back into the mountains, that is up to you. The mountains are a treasure, but they're also full of dangers. You must be very careful." They didn't want to do anything bad with good intentions. After analyzing the pros and cons of going into the mountains, it was up to the Wang family to make their own choice. Wang Dao urgently declared, "Grandpa's son, I'm not afraid. I want to go into the mountains. Today, Sister Mianmian taught me several kinds of herbs to prevent snakes and insects, and also how to recognize small animals through their droppings and tracks. As for the traps in the mountains, I will be careful. I want to save money to study hard like my brother and sister so that everyone can eat meat." After he finished speaking, the courtyard fell silent for a few seconds. Grandpa laughed heartily. "Good boy. You have aspirations. Grandpa's son supports you. From now on, if you want to go into the mountains, go with an adult or your sister Mianmian. Your sister Mianmian goes to the mountains almost every afternoon. You can go with her to learn more about herbs, and when you come back, Grandpa's son will teach you how to prepare them." Sun Mianmian certainly wouldn't hold Grandpa back, smiling and saying, "As long as you listen and don't mind the hard work, I will definitely take you." Upon hearing this, Wang Dahu jumped up excitedly, just about to shout. But recalling Zheng Yu's warning, he calmed down and seriously said, "Thank you, Grandpa's son. Thank you. Sister Mianmian, I will definitely listen." Aunt Wang wiped her tears while smiling. "This is your family's skill. You mustn't misuse it." Grandpa waved dismissively. "What skill? I used to know a lot. Now that I'm old, I've forgotten everything. Otherwise, life wouldn't be so tight. It's a good thing for children to be eager to learn. We adults shouldn't dampen their enthusiasm." He could see that Jingshu was cut out for studying, and Mianmian would be no different. This little county can't hold back his grandchildren. Moreover, since Jingshu and Mianmian are willing to take Dahu into the mountains, it shows the two siblings are intent on helping the Wang family and remembering the kindness of the Wang family. The Wang family is indeed good, and he is willing to make friends. Hearing this, Aunt Wang nodded with tears in her eyes and silently glanced at Zheng Yu, who remained silent. With tearful eyes, Zheng Yu suddenly received Aunt Wang's message. She looked at the 2 cleaned wild chickens and hares in the basket and ran next door. The Sun family was left confused. Sun Mianmian joked, "Aunt Wang is too sentimental. Over such a small matter, she shed so many tears. Dahu, you must work hard and not forget the adults' efforts. Wang Dahu I." Suddenly, the courtyard door was pushed open. startling Wang Dahu and causing him to forget his previous words, staring in shock as his family came in carrying things, looking excited. Mom, Grandpa, Uncle, and Aunt, you guys? They were too serious, too solemn, their steps seemingly in sync, which stunned Wang Dahu into silence again. The Sun family was similarly bewildered and surprised. A few of them exchanged glances. Grandpa was the first to react. Approaching Grandpa Wang, "Old Wang, what does this mean?" Grandpa Wang cleared his throat and said solemnly, "Old brother, thank you for not holding grudges and being willing to teach Dahu these skills for making a living. My Wang family has nothing to repay you with, so we can only shamelessly bring you some unworthy goods, hoping you won't mind." They brought a bag of 20 pounds of rice, a small bundle of vegetables, and some dried fruits and mushrooms, along with the wild chickens and hares Aunt Wang carried. This gift was something that even a farmer's family or a worker's family in the city might not be able to offer. Of course, Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshu never intended to ask for any reward when they first took Wang Dahu into the mountains. Grandpa repeatedly declined. We've been brothers for decades. What you're doing is too distant. Take it back. Take it back. Your family has many members. Give it to my family instead. Do you still want to live? My family is just my grandpa and me. We don't lack anything. If you want to express gratitude, wait until Dahu succeeds in the future. I will accept anything you bring. Chapter 32. A closer bond. Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshu both express their opinions. No. Quickly take it back. We like Dahu and are willing to take him with us. After several rounds of pulling, the three members of the Sun family could not stop the enthusiastic and stubborn Wang family. The grandfather had no choice but to accept the dried mushrooms from their family. The soup made for dried mushrooms is very delicious, and I love that flavor. Last year, I couldn't go up the mountain due to my legs not being agile, so I missed the opportunity to pick mushrooms. If you recognize me as your brother, take everything else back. Don't worry, Dahu is very smart. He will definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. With this said, Grandpa Wang helplessly made the decision to take back the other items. And Aunt Wang went home to bring back a snakeskin bag full of dried mushrooms. Grandpa chuckled, "You are really too polite." With this, Sun Mianmian clearly felt that the two families were getting along more harmoniously, as if they were closer. With about 10 people working together, it didn't take long to steam the kudzu root, which was neatly cut and laid out on the vine rack, just waiting to dry for harvesting. Sun Mianmian didn't plan to go dig up kudzu root after school tomorrow, mainly because she couldn't carry it by herself. Dahu Wang was worried that the kudzu root would be dug up by others, so he decided to take his family to dig it early tomorrow morning. Thus, after the two groups said their goodbyes, it was already late evening. Sun Jingshu tirelessly took out practice exam papers and discussed them with Sun Mianmian, mainly with her helping to explain, especially in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. The problem-solving methods and ideas Sun Mianmian provided often surprised Sun Jingshu with the realization of how things worked. After several rounds of papers, they unknowingly reached midnight. Grandpa woke up from a nap and heard the two discussing softly in the living room, reminding them, "It's late, turn off the lights and rest." "What time is it?" Sun Mianmian subconsciously looked at her wrist, which was empty, and was taken aback for a moment before quickly coming back to her senses. She stood up, stretched, and jokingly said, Another day influenced by the college entrance examination practice papers. For her, she still had a stack of medical books given by her master waiting for her in the space. Fortunately, the flow of time in the space was twice that of the outside world. This means that for every 2 hours she spent reading in the space, only 1 hour passed in the outside world. Taking advantage of this time difference, Sun Mianmian not only hurriedly completed practice papers and read books in the space, but also cleaned and processed the herbs that she had smuggled in and prepared them. The most she prepared was a dark ointment, mainly targeting arthritis, especially various types of arthritis caused by rheumatism. This was something she heard from Grandpa while they were processing herbs about the most popular dogskin plaster they used to sell. Unfortunately, Grandpa only remembered the main ingredients and couldn't recall the ratios. Combining what she learned in her previous life, Sun Mianmian researched in the space for a long time and finally perfected the dogskin plaster. After Grandpa used it, he said with surprise, "Not bad, not bad. This is the right flavor. It heats up slowly after applying it, and the pain is gone, and the joints no longer feel stiff." I'll use it for another 2 days to see the effect. Qian City is mountainous, and there aren't 3 sunny days in a row. The air is very humid, and countless people are affected by dampness. Previously, the dogskin plaster produced by the Sun family's pharmacy was very popular among the public. After receiving Grandpa's approval, Sun Mianmian worked overtime and produced 100 pieces in one go in the space, preparing to find a time to sell them in small quantities. The next morning, as Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshua entered the school gate, they saw a crowd gathered in front of the playground bulletin board. What were they doing? Why so lively? Sun Jingshua glanced casually, thinking it was probably about the exam results. So soon? Second brother, how do you feel? It shouldn't be better than yours. But it won't be too bad. Hearing this, Sun Mianmian laughed. Second brother, you're getting proud. But we're already doing well, haha. Just then, someone shouted, who is Sun Mianmian? How is she better than Wu Qianqian from class 1 and Sun Jingshua? I don't know. I don't know her. I know. She's from our class 4. She finishes the exam papers in 30 minutes every time. She's amazing. Yes, our class's Sun Mianmian is much prettier than Wu Qianqian. She is undoubtedly the school belle. So she's from class 4. TCH, maybe she cheated. Sun Jingshua's face darkened as he asked Sun Mianmian, aren't you angry? Sun Mianmian looked down on it. Is being angry useful? My strength is the foundation to resist all kinds of rumors. Let's go with this time. It's better to do a few more problems. That makes sense. They quietly came and quietly left. Almost no one saw their departing figures. Originally, Sun Mianmian didn't take those people's words to heart. However, unexpectedly, the head teacher class 1, Teacher Niu Wan, confronted Teacher Lu Ping in the office. Impossible. Your class 4 is undisciplined and has a weak foundation. They could never achieve such good results. She must have cheated. Teacher Niu Wan slammed her hand on the desk, looking at Teacher Lu Ping with disdain. The usually gentle and sweet Teacher Lu Ping also darkened her face. Cheated? Teacher Niu, do you have any evidence? She is the top student in the whole school. Who could she have copied? Niu Wan snorted coldly. Then someone must have leaked the questions. Hearing this, Teacher Lu Ping couldn't sit still. She stood up abruptly. Are you saying I leaked the questions? Teacher Niu, this is slander. You are fabricating facts. That's what I mean. As for whether it's slander or not, who doesn't know that class 4 is the worst in the school? Just passing is like our ancestors lighting a bonfire. Teacher Lu, young people need to have a sense of competition, but don't ruin a student for the sake of your own face. These words were too hurtful. Teacher Lu Ping became tearful with anger, trembling all over. Upon hearing Teacher Niu's shameless words, she pounced forward like a rabbit with its eyes reddened, and they began to grapple. In an instant, the strange news of Teacher Lu Ping and Teacher Niu Wan fighting in the office spread to every corner of the high school. Everyone hurry! Our Teacher Lu was beaten by that old witch from class 1. Come with me to take revenge, the class leader called out, and the usually lazy class 4 responded in unison, ready to go. Let's go. To avenge Teacher Lu. Hurry. Wang Yuding excitedly pulled Sun Mianmian. Let us go. Support Teacher Lu. Support? What happened? Forgive her for being so engrossed in her reading that she didn't know what was going on. Mo Nantian opened his sleepy eyes. You want her to go fight? With her thin arms and legs. Who knows who is actually being beaten? Wait, this is a man's business. Men will solve it. With a hint of a street vibe. Sun Mianmian shrugged. Then you go. Mo Nantian scoffed. Just wait. Sun Mianmian pulled Wang Yuding to sit down. What's going on? Who fought? Chapter 33. Tension in the air. Wang Yuding exclaimed in surprise. Heavens, you really didn't hear? The class leader came back shouting that Teacher Lu Ping was beaten by that old witch, Niu Wan. Teacher Niu Wan hit Teacher Lu Ping? That's explosive. Why? 2 teachers fighting at school is indeed a rare event. I don't know. Wang Yuding shook her head. Aren't you curious? Shouldn't we go take a look? What's there to see? I bet we can't even squeeze in now. Even if we don't go, we'll know the news soon. Sure enough, within a few minutes, someone rushed in anxiously. Sun Mianmian, why are you still here? Sun Mianmian was confused. If I'm not here, where should I be? As she thought this, a bad premonition surged in her heart. Could the fight between the 2 teachers be related to her? Was her luck this bad? Sure enough, that big witch slandered our Teacher Lu, saying that if you can score first, it's because Teacher Lu leaked the answers. Sun Mianmian was stunned. They fought over this? If it were me, I would have torn that big witch apart. Wait, our teacher Lu was at a disadvantage? She got beaten? The student who delivered the news said irritably, what else could it be? Our teacher Lu is so delicate. She could only take a beating. At this, Sun Mianmian couldn't sit still anymore. She wouldn't allow anyone to bully her homeroom teacher. She wanted revenge. Let's go. Take me to see. Sun Mianmian was fierce, her face filled with anger. Wang Yuding had never seen this side of Sun Mianmian and was stunned. She thought that the delicate and slender Sun Mianmian, as described by Mo Nantian, was a fragile porcelain doll that needed protection. Who would have thought she could transform into a furious warrior in an instant? Let's go. We need to avenge our homeroom teacher. Wang Yuding followed suit, striding out confidently. The student leading them had just reached the floor of the office when they heard her incredulously shout, "Why is it empty? Where is everyone?" Sun Mianmian silently stepped up the stairs. They must be in the principal's office. At this moment, the floor where the principal's office was located was tightly surrounded. Some bold students even stood on the concrete railing of the third floor to peek inside the principal's office. The noise level was comparable to that of a market. As Sun Mianmian turned the corner of the stairs, she heard someone shout, "Sun Mianmian is here." Sun Mianmian raised an eyebrow. Who would have thought that she would become famous because two homeroom teachers were fighting? She felt quite honored. The crowd spontaneously parted to make way. Sun Mianmian successfully walked into the principal's office. The class leader Lu Xinyu, who was squeezed at the door, shouted loudly, "Sun Mianmian, don't be afraid. We must avenge our teacher Lu." "What revenge?" "Everyone disperse." The head of the teaching department said sternly, "If you don't behave, I'll give you all a demerit." The people at the door retreated, and the head of the teaching department promptly closed the door. Sun Mianmian strode to teacher Lu Ping's side, gently smoothing her messy hair. "Are you okay?" Teacher Lu Ping opened her hands that were covering her face, her fiery gaze fixated on teacher Niu Wan. "Principal, I insist on reporting this to the police. Otherwise, I can't swallow this anger." There was a particularly obvious handprint on her face, along with several scratches with traces of blood. If not handled properly, it might leave scars. Disfigurement is something no woman can accept. It's no wonder teacher Lu Ping was so insistent on filing a complaint. As Sun Mianmian sighed, a few scar removal remedies flashed through her mind. The principal's face was filled with anger as he pointed at teacher Niu Wan. "Teacher Niu, you are truly a good teacher. What does it mean to be a role model? Do you even understand? Look at you. You have perfectly interpreted the image of a shrew." "Teacher Lu, if you want to sue, go ahead. I won't stop you. If you don't care about your reputation, why should I care about mine?" Teacher Niu Wan sat upright, expressionless. Her short hair was tidied up with a few strokes, and she said nonchalantly, "If you want to sue, then sue. I admit that I shouldn't have hit her, but it was Lu Ping who attacked me first. Moreover, she should be criticized for assisting students in cheating to satisfy her vanity and performance. I was just kindly pointing it out, but who knew my good intentions would be taken as malicious? How unfortunate for me." She was not convinced. The first place in every grade was always from her class, and it should be hers. When would the bottom-feeding class 4 be able to produce a golden phoenix? That would be a miracle. Who doesn't know what kind of people are in class 4? Lu Ping trembled with anger. "You are slandering." Sun Mianmian's eyes also turned cold. "So, my first place is because of cheating? Where's the evidence?" "Everything requires evidence. You are making malicious assumptions without proof and harming others with your words, slandering student." "Teacher Niu, do you want to ruin me? We have no grudges. How can you be so heartless?" "Principal, I also support the lawsuit." At this moment, teacher Niu Wan jumped up, pointing at Sun Mianmian and cursing, "What do you think you are? A transfer student who came in halfway through with connections? What kind of genius can you be? Bah, you are just shamelessly boosting your image." Seeing the situation escalate, the principal and the head of the teaching department hurriedly stood between the two, fearing they would start fighting again. It was too embarrassing. Sun Mianmian sneered. "So what if I'm a transfer student with connections? It's all based on my own strength. What about you? Who knows how you even got into the teaching staff?" This remark struck a nerve with Niu Wan. Furiously, she shouted, "What did you say? I'll tear your mouth apart." She indeed did not enter through the proper channels. She was a high school graduate from the 1970s, and logically, she shouldn't be qualified to teach high school, let alone be the homeroom teacher of a senior class. But she had connections. Principal Yudishing had no choice but to accept it. Fortunately, her lack of professional knowledge was supplemented by hard work later on, and her strict management ensured that Class 1's college entrance exam pass rate did not decline. However, her arrogance, disregard for others, and heavy suspicion led to her receiving almost no praise at school. As tensions flared again, the principal slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, "Stop." Speaking of which, 3 women made a scene. The principal and the head of the teaching department had their heads spinning from watching the spectacle. The principal was in so much pain that he wanted to kick them away. Most of the disputes at number 1 high school were instigated by Teacher Nyo-won. He could no longer tolerate it. He was furious. Teacher Nyo-won slandered students without evidence, harmed others at will, boasted recklessly, and had no image. He decided to revoke Nyo-won's teaching qualifications at number 1 high school. Additionally, she was to compensate teacher Liu Ping for her medical expenses. "Director, what do you think?" The principal claimed he didn't care about the reputation of number 1 high school. But how could he not care? He and the head of the teaching department had seen Sun Mianmian's transcript along with her transfer documents and had no doubts about her grades. At the same time, he didn't want to tarnish the school's reputation and wanted to appease teacher Liu Ping. The head of the teaching department naturally had no objections. Just as he nodded, he saw teacher Nyo-won shout, "I don't agree. Why should I be punished? What did I do wrong? I also want to sue." Sun Mianmian was truly shocked by teacher Nyo-won's fighting spirit as she slammed her hand on the principal's desk. "You are biased. I refuse to accept this." The principal's face turned red with anger, and just as he was about to retort, the phone on the desk rang. Chapter 34 Anytime. The network of relationships will not be absent. Nyo-won heard the speakerphone in the call, raised her mouth proudly, and raised her eyebrows at Liu Ping. Then, she stared seriously at Sun Mianmian, her fingers lightly and rhythmically tapping on the table, causing Principal Yu Dushing, who was answering the call, to frown deeper and deeper. Sun Mianmian, their essay saying, "To know is to know, and not to know is not to know. Do you understand its meaning? As a student, the worst thing you can do is to deceive. The glory brought by a false grade may make you proud, but do you know it could ruin your life? Teacher Nyo kindly reminds you not to be easily fooled next time." Sun Mianmian, one annoying witch. Look at her self-righteous, high and mighty face. It's just too disgusting. I bet the person on the other end of the phone is her so-called backer. Indeed, anytime, the network of relationships will not be absent, always making people detestable. She recalled the frustration of being beaten up that night, and now, because of her outstanding grades, being falsely accused of cheating by teacher Nyo, she once again felt a deep pain for herself and the innocent teacher Liu Ping. She stood up angrily, her clenched fists trembling slightly. "Deceiving? May I ask, teacher Nyo, what evidence do you have? You are our respected teacher, but you cannot make baseless assumptions. This is an insult to me. I do not agree. I hope the school leaders will stand up for me. Teacher Nyo, your malicious speculation and defamation must be apologized for." Teacher Nyo-won did not expect this delicate little girl to confront her publicly and was taken aback, her fingers heavily tapping the table. With a thud, several people turned to look, and the principal's face darkened even more. Teacher Nyo-won ignored it, her expression even colder, her voice loud and icy. "How dare you? Since you know I am a teacher and you are a student, do you not know the basic manners and upbringing of being a person? With your poor quality, it shows you are not a good student. Saying you cheated is still light. I'll report you to the Education Bureau, expel you, and you won't even be able to graduate. Only then will you understand the importance of being a good person and studying hard. Young lady, let me advise you. There is no such thing as a regret medicine in this world." Sun Mianmian laughed angrily. "Oh, the principal and the director haven't spoken yet. When did it become your turn to report to the Education Bureau? Since you are threatening me like this, and even resorting to violence, I support teacher Liu Ping and will report to the police immediately." Teacher Liu Ping also said to Yu Dushing word for word, "Principal, I insist on reporting to the police and the Education Bureau. I firmly believe that the National Education Bureau is a national institution, not a private one, and not a dictatorship by certain individuals. Then go ahead and report." Yu Dushing said impatiently, picking up the phone to dial. Of course, he was calling the Education Bureau. Soon, he waved his hand irritably. "Wait a moment. The leaders of the County Education Bureau will be here shortly." The frustration in teacher Liu Ping's eyes flashed by. The principal, after all, was concerned about the reputation of the first high school and did not call the police. She turned to Sun Mianmian and said, "You don't have anything to do here for now. You should go back to class. Today's class is mainly about analyzing the test papers." Sun Mianmian left the principal's office and secretly climbed over the wall near the restroom. She ran straight into West Street. "Master, good morning." In the quiet herbal medicine shop, Chun Weihao was the only one organizing various herbs in the drawers in front of the medicine cabinet. Hearing Sun Mianmian's voice, he turned around in surprise. "Girl, aren't you in class? How come you've learned to skip class?" Sun Mianmian, in a low mood, asked in a deep voice, "Master, do you have any ointment for scars? It needs to be very effective. Where are you hurt? Let me see. It's not me who's hurt. It's our homeroom teacher." She was scratched on her face with several blood marks. "Is it a female teacher? How did she get into a fight?" "Sigh. It's a long story. Master, just give it to me first. I need to go back before the leaders of the Education Bureau arrive. Otherwise, that old witch will start nagging me again." Chun Weihao gave her a speechless glare. After saying that, he turned and went into the inner room. Sun Mianmian didn't sit idle. She helped organize the medicine cabinet. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. "Have you been bullied?" Startled, she nearly fell off the high stool. Turning her head, she saw Si Yuandao's cold and beautiful face like a snow lotus on a high mountain. Sun Mianmian blurted out, "What are you doing here?" Si Yuandao raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not answer, only looking at her indifferently. The pressure he unconsciously exuded was heavy and oppressive, making Sun Mianmian involuntarily speak. It's not a big deal. I just happened to do well on an exam, and some people were unconvinced, saying I cheated, which led to my innocent homeroom teacher getting hurt. Isn't that a big deal? Does it only count as a big deal if it endangers life?" Si Yuandao's tone was cold and a bit harsh. Sun Mianmian was taken aback. Was he angry? It shouldn't be her illusion. Just as she thought this, she sensed his gaze intensely focused on her left arm, almost as if it had X-ray vision, particularly penetrating. Did he know her left arm was injured? How could that be? Sun Mianmian awkwardly shifted her body, pulling her jacket. Just as she finished arranging a drawer of herbs under his cold gaze, Chun Weihao came out. Sun Mianmian breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly jumped down from the high stool. "Master." Chun Weihao rolled his eyes at her. "Here are 2 bottles of medicine. Keep one for yourself. When your arm scabs over, apply it properly. The other one, go give it to your teacher." Sun Mianmian felt warmth in her heart. "Thank you, master. Goodbye." Then, she shifted her gaze to Si Yuandao, quickly moved it away. "Thank you. Goodbye." They had met hurriedly last night, and Sun Mianmian hadn't had time to thank Si Yuandao in person for the college entrance exam materials he sent. She had been bothered by it. Now that she said it, she felt much lighter in her heart. Seeing her turn to leave, Chun Weihao did not forget to add, "Girl, if you need help, just say a word. I know a few people in Baishan." Sun Mianmian thought that Niu Wan's backer was the Education Bureau, and that perhaps teacher Lu Ping being hurt and her being falsely accused of cheating will be taken lightly by the Education Bureau. So, she eagerly returned to Chun Weihao's side. "Master, do you know anyone in the Education Bureau?" Chun Weihao stroked his inch-long beard. "I do know a few old guys. Do you want to clear your name?" Sun Mianmian shook her head. "If there's a chance, I want to seek justice for teacher Lu Ping. She was hurt because of me, but teacher Niu Wan's backing is too strong. I'm afraid there is no hope." Chun Weihao, what about you? Sun Mianmian shrugged. "I don't have any issues. To conquer rumors, strength is the strongest weapon." Chun Weihao laughed heartily, looking at Si Yuandao beside him. "See? This girl has a thick skin. Not bad. She has the spirit of old Sun back in the day. Go back. I'll remember your matter." Chapter 35. Early Love? Sun Mianmian suddenly saw Si Yuandao, still standing nearby, and immediately felt embarrassed, wishing she could disappear into thin air. Just moments ago, she had told him it was no big deal, and now she was asking her master for a backdoor solution. It was truly a huge embarrassment. Her face flushed red, and she nodded foolishly before running away. As she reached outside the school, she saw the school gate open, with the principal walking in to greet leaders from the Education Bureau. Sun Mianmian quickly glanced over and then ran to the outer side of the wall, taking a running leap to flip over. Si Yuandao, who followed behind, raised an eyebrow in surprise at her agile figure. She really was impressive, coming from a military district. Unbeknownst to Sun Mianmian, someone had seen her climbing the wall. Feeling pleased, she dusted herself off and turned to walk towards the teaching building. However, just as she turned the corner, she bumped into Nantian, who was leaning against a tree. "Where have you been?" Sun Mianmian rolled her eyes. "Are you concerned about me?" At that moment, it was break time, and students were passing by the restroom. Sun Mianmian scanned the area and turned to leave. Behind her, Nantian leisurely followed. "The Education Bureau is here. What's going on with you guys?" Sun Mianmian shot him a sidelong glance. "Since when did you become so kind? Not sleeping?" In her impression, Nantian only came to school to sleep, whether in class or during breaks. He was as steadfast as a rock. He rarely communicated with others and seldom showed any emotion. Nantian huffed arrogantly. "What is it to you? A dog biting Eldongbin." Unable to recognize a good person as heart. "Oomph." Just as Sun Mianmian was about to retort, a sharp voice cut in. "What are you two doing? A lonely man and a lonely woman. Are you in an early love?" At this time, schools, families, and society were all aware that teenagers falling in love too early could impact their studies, mental and physical health, and future development. Therefore, schools prohibited early relationships. Although the punishments weren't as severe as those for chaotic relationships in the 1970s, it was still something everyone avoided and frowned upon. Upon hearing her words, curious glances turned towards them. The probing stares rained down on Sun Mianmian and Nantian like bullets from a machine gun. Sun Mianmian thought to herself that perhaps her way of leaving today was wrong. She hadn't checked the calendar or burned incense for blessings. As everyone seemed to be staring and slandering her. The tiger doesn't show its power. Do they think I'm a sick cat? Sun Mianmian turned to glare at the girl in the red-patterned white sweater, her gaze sweeping back and forth over her lips curled in a cold smile. She didn't realize that her silence and cold demeanor exuded an aura that could freeze people. Clearly, the girl was not someone with a strong heart. After just 2 or 3 minutes of being stared at by Sun Mianmian, she couldn't hold up any longer, her face flushed, avoiding eye contact, stammering. "What are you looking at me for? Aren't you in early love?" Sun Mianmian straightened her back, standing tall like a pine tree, still staring. "Classmate, please repeat what you just said. The last sentence? Aren't you in early love? One sentence before that. I don't remember." "No, you must remember." Sun Mianmian remained expressionless, her voice cold despite the tears welling up in the girl's eyes. At that moment, a female classmate beside her angrily pointed at Sun Mianmian. "What kind of person are you? Is it fun to tease others? Look, you've scared her to tears. I'm going to tell the teacher. And who are you?" Sun Mianmian didn't intend to let it go lightly. After all, it had been a non-stop series of annoyances that ruined her mood. None of your business. Step aside." Wu Qianqian didn't expect that someone at the first high school wouldn't recognize her. "Oomph." A transfer student who got in through connections, thinking she can cheat and squeeze in front of me. What's worse is that those blind people think Sun Mianmian is the school beauty. Even if such a low-quality person is the school beauty, she is just a fleeting plaything. I am a person of both wisdom and beauty, and I disdain to be compared with such people. Thinking this, Wu Qianqian proudly lifted her head and strode forward without looking at Sun Mianmian in the middle of the path, directly colliding into her. The onlooking students nearly gasped in shock. Nantian also stepped forward, ready to be the hero to save the beauty. The girl in the red sweater crossed her arms, looking at Sun Mianmian with derision, as if Sun Mianmian was about to be trampled underfoot. However, Sun Mianmian remained still, and it was Wu Qianqian who cried out in pain, stepping back and saying with a sobbing tone, "Why are you hurting people?" Sun Mianmian laughed in anger. "You're quite good at turning black and white upside down. Who did you learn that from?" Unfortunately, the eyes of the public are sharp. Did she think she could seal the mouths of others or wield some magical power to misrepresent the truth? Wu Qianqian trembled with anger, pointing at Sun Mianmian and shouting, "What are you so proud of? Get lost." Sun Mianmian's eyes turned icy as she raised her hand to slap. But before she could reach Wu Qianqian, her arm was caught. It was Nantian. Not worth it. Sun Mianmian surveyed the surroundings and sighed internally. Indeed, it wasn't the right time. She coldly stared at them. "Now apologize or go to the principal's office. You choose." Wu Qianqian stiffened her neck, glaring at Sun Mianmian, but facing Imo Nanshan's oppressive gaze. She retracted her neck, a flush creeping on her face, and stood aside, saying in a sickly sweet voice, "I'm sorry," seeing Wu Qianqian back down. The girl in the red sweater also quietly said, "I'm sorry." Sun Mianmian's lips curled up. Did you remember the previous sentence? Isnt it early love? That S. A lonely man and a lonely woman? Sun Mianmian nodded seriously. Classmate, with so many people around, how can you describe it as a lonely man and a lonely woman? Which class are you in? Who is your Chinese teacher? Also, do you know this is the first high school, not the kindergarten you should be in? If you can't use words properly, keep your mouth shut. Don't you know that disasters come from the mouth? Not using your brain. You don't even know you're being used as a pawn. How foolish. As soon as Sun Mianmian finished speaking, some students who liked to watch the excitement chimed in. They're all from Class 1, Teacher Nyo 1's class. Wu Qianqian and Shenmeihua. Sun Mianmian said with a meaningful "oh" and turned back to the classroom. It was truly too uninteresting to argue with these little brats. What she cared about most now was how the Education Bureau and school leaders would handle Nyo one hitting her and slandering her. But before she could think further, the class monitor came over to notify her to go to the principal's office. Sun Mianmian, the principal is calling for you. Go to the principal's office immediately. Imo Nantian also stood up, glancing sideways at the class monitor. Aren't you going? Let us go cheer for the homeroom teacher together. Right? Let us go together. Some classmates echoed. Imo Nantian cast a cold glance, and those enthusiastic classmates immediately fell silent, resembling quails. Montak Nanxian, Titseha, don't you look at your own weight. This guy really knows how to hit people where it hurts. So sharp-tongued. You want to have friends like this. Sun Mianmian shot a side eye at him. Imo Nantian seemed to ignore her, striding away with his usual cold and proud demeanor. The class monitor moved a bit closer, giving Sun Mianmian a thumbs up. You're simply like Mu Guiying in the world. Amazing. Chapter 36 Competition. Sun Mianmian shook her head speechlessly, wondering why he was so afraid. He wasn't a demon god. The class monitor was about to speak when he saw Imo Nantian with a cold face, tilting his head to signal him to knock on the door. He immediately fell silent, pointing at himself and then at the principal's office door, looking flustered and helpless. Knock, knock, knock. The class monitor steeled himself and knocked on the principal's office door. Imo Nantian lazily leaned against the railing. Sun Mianmian stood at the door waiting obediently. Kumin. It was still the director of education who opened the door. Sun Mianmian politely thanked him. Thank you. Imo Nantian and the class monitor also wanted to follow in, but once again, they were ruthlessly refused by the director. You two go back. Imo Nantian seemed to ignore this, taking a few steps back and lazily leaning against the railing. The class monitor left reluctantly. Sun Mianmian kept an eye out and left a gap in the door for Imo Nantian. As soon as she looked up, she was met with several probing gazes. You are Sun Mianmian? What do you have to say about Teacher Nyo Wan's doubts? The man sitting at the head of the table spoke in a gentle tone, appearing very amiable. Sun Mianmian glanced around the room, which was arranged like a conference room with Education Bureau leaders and school leaders sitting in 2 rows. Calmly, she replied, I achieved my results based on my own abilities. I disagree with Teacher Nyo's baseless actions and statements. I believe that Teacher Nyo should apologize to me. Upon hearing this, the leaders collectively gasped. This little girl really dares to speak up. Does she genuinely have the strength and confidence? Or is she just a naive newcomer? However, the authenticity of her results can be easily verified. As long as she takes the test again, the truth will be revealed immediately. If Teacher Nyo is to apologize to you, that is fine, but you must indeed have that capital. Sun Mianmian stepped forward confidently, just like during a thesis defense in her past life, saying, all right, whatever comes, we will face it. I fear only that they won't make any moves and will only resort to verbal attacks. Teacher Nyo, what do you say? Teacher Nyo adjusted her glasses, meeting the gazes of the crowd, and suddenly stopped her intended gesture of banging the table. Then let's have a retest. However, all subject teachers will set the questions on the spot, and you and my class's Wu Qianqian will take the exam together. Wu Qianqian was a perennial champion in the senior year at the first high school, often ranking first in the entire school. Occasionally, Sun Jingshu could also squeeze onto the top spot. Overall, Wu Qianqian was Teacher Niu's trump card, her right-hand assistant in securing performance and rewards. She had a mysterious confidence in Wu Qianqian. Teacher Niu once glanced at Sun Mianmian. If you can't beat Wu Qianqian again, that will be considered cheating, and you'll be expelled from school. Do you still want to compete? During the time the Education Bureau leaders were coming, Teacher Niu hurriedly reviewed Sun Mianmian's file, regretting that she hadn't learned more when the principal decided to place her in Class 1. Sun Mianmian was indeed a student from the second high school in the capital and had performed well there. What she regretted even more was that she had vented her anger on Sun Mianmian because of one exam and had accidentally hurt teacher Lu Ping, bringing dissatisfaction from the Education Bureau leaders. For now, she hoped to intimidate this girl. Otherwise, she would not only lose face but also face punishment. However, before Sun Mianmian could speak, teacher Lu Ping was the first to disagree. Teacher Niu, this retest is to prove her strength and also to confirm your slanderous statements. Are you trying to intimidate a student? Why do you have to decide to expel her? The principal's face darkened as he reprimanded. Teacher Niu, you have indeed gone too far. Sun Mianmian, however, remained unconcerned and smiled. If I score lower than Wu Qianqian, I will accept expulsion. Then, if I still score higher than Wu Qianqian, what will you do, Teacher Niu? The stakes must be shared. It's unfair for me to be at the center of the storm alone. Leaders, don't you agree? Teacher Niu Wan's face turned pale with anger. Not expecting Sun Mianmian to remain calm and composed, showing no trace of fear, even daring to provoke her. Angrily, she slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "You are too arrogant. Fine. If you win, I'll apologize to you over the school broadcast." Just an apology? If apologies were useful, the leaders wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. If apologies were enough, there would be no need for police reports or compensation for injuries, Sun Mianmian calmly retorted. Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze shifted to the bruised face of teacher Lu Ping. Their impression of teacher Niu Wan began to decline. Initially, they had given her some credit for leading the senior class to a higher college admission rate, but now, disappointment gradually replaced admiration, and they began to question her character. The leader sitting at the head raised his hand to stop teacher Niu from speaking and said sternly, "Regardless of who made the mistake, punishment is necessary. We will provide an explanation regarding the incident involving teacher Lu Ping. In any case, teacher Niu should face the error and apologize to both teacher Lu Ping and student Sun Mianmian. Additionally, I believe a competition is very necessary. Although rumors stop with the wise, they can also kill. Let's call the top 3 students here to compete, and we will act as judges. Principal Wu, please inform the subject teachers to prepare questions quickly and ensure confidentiality." After Principal De Sheng left, several leaders gathered together to discuss in low voices. The leading figure concluded that as it was close to the college entrance examination, a competition would help clarify the level of top students in Baishan County. If Sun Mianmian wins, teacher Niu Wan not only has to apologize over the broadcast, but also compensate her 30 yuan for emotional distress. If she loses but remains among the top 3 in the school, her qualification for guaranteed admission will be revoked. If she ranks outside the top 10, her qualification for this year's college entrance examination will be canceled. In the end, the penalties for Sun Mianmian were still much harsher. However, being able to embarrass teacher Niu and suppress the arrogant Wu Qianqian made Sun Mianmian very willing to accept this. After all, she was just a student. Of course, neither of the two had any objections to the leader's decision. They didn't dare to have any objections either. Not long after, the principal personally walked in with a stack of test papers. Following him were Wu Qianqian and Sun Jingshu. They had always been the top scorer and second place at Baishan First High School. Wu Qianqian provocatively glanced at Sun Mianmian, with a hint of a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. Sun Mianmian calmly looked away. The 3 of them took the exam under the watchful eyes of the leaders, separated by a movable blackboard in the middle. This reminded Sun Mianmian of the ancient scholars taking exams. She shook her head in amusement and focused on the questions. After finishing one test paper, she continued on to the next. Meanwhile, the papers they submitted were graded on the spot by the subject teachers. For every subject, Sun Mianmian was the first to submit her paper, followed by Sun Jingshu, while Wu Qianqian was nearly 30 minutes late. Teacher Niu Wan rushed over in disbelief. trying to grab Sun Mianmian's paper, but was ruthlessly chased out by the leaders. During this time, she helplessly looked towards one of the leaders, but he turned away, ignoring her. Teacher Niu Wan's face changed dramatically, a bad premonition creeping into her heart. This time, her backing might not openly help her. However, she forced a smile, thinking that they had only completed the language and English exams, and there was still math, physics, and chemistry left. Typically, female students leaned more towards liberal arts. Sun Mianmian was fast, which might be coincidental, but math, physics, and chemistry were not subjects where high scores could be achieved solely through rote memorization. Even Wu Qianqian had utilized her resources, personally tutoring herself after class, employing a sea of question strategy to accumulate her current scores. Otherwise, Wu Qianqian could not compete with Sun Jingxu. Chapter 37. Hysteria. Then, Teacher Niu Wan thought about Sun Jingxua's recent performance. Comparing it in her mind, she suddenly realized that this time, the second-place winner, Sun Jingxua, was her trump card. She clapped her hands together in frustration and muttered to herself, "How could I forget about Sun Jingxua?" The reason was simple. She had always looked down on him. Sun Jingxua was a poor kid from a red capitalist family, and everyone in Baishan County knew it. Although Teacher Niu's family background was average, similar to the Sun family, she despised Sun Jingxua, who wore patched clothes, and preferred to admire Wu Qianqian, who dressed beautifully and came from a working-class family. If Sun Jingxua could defeat that despicable Sun Mianmian this time, she decided she would generously give him a recommendation slot for further studies. Otherwise, she had no intention of giving it to him for free. With such thoughts in mind, Teacher Niu Wan walked into class 3-1. This period was a self-study class. Usually, the class representatives led the study or explained problems on the blackboard in place of the teacher. However, too many unusual and shocking events had happened today. The students in class 1, seeing that Teacher Niu had not appeared, relaxed more than usual, especially the students in the back row, who took the opportunity to huddle together and excitedly discuss the bizarre story of the teacher fighting and whether Sun Mianmian had cheated. They were so engrossed that Teacher Niu caught them red-handed. "What are you doing? Have you all done so well that you don't want to study anymore? If you don't want to study, get out of here." Teacher Niu's voice was stern as she pointed at the window with one hand and placed the other on her hip, her voice booming like thunder, making the students in the front row drop their pens in fright. You, go stand in the corridor and write a 2,000-word reflection. Bring your parents with you tomorrow. Otherwise, don't even think about coming back into the classroom. People are stupid and stubborn, yet they don't act decisively. It's simply ridiculous. I say, you might as well just die." Little did she know, her words were like a landmine buried in the hearts of the students. The exam in the principal's office was progressing smoothly. The 3 students had good grades and were quick with their answers. As soon as they finished one test paper, another was handed to them by the teachers, all very tense yet orderly. Meanwhile, the teachers grading the papers were also quick to finish. Just as night began to fall, Sun Mianmian and the others completed 7 subjects in one day: Chinese, English, math, physics, chemistry, politics, and biology, with biology having a full score of 50 points, while the other subjects had a full score of 100 points. Before long, their scores were released. Out of a total of 650 points, Sun Mianmian scored 630 points, far ahead of the second place Sun Jingxua, who scored 540 points. Not to mention Wu Qianqian, who scored 490 points. Wu Qianqian was as shocked as Teacher Niu Wan. She excitedly rushed forward, snatched Sun Mianmian's test paper, and looked it over and over again, her expression frantic and hysterical. How is this possible? How can someone score so high? She must have cheated. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The leaders from the Education Bureau had personally monitored the exam all afternoon. Although exhausted, they felt comforted and excited by Sun Mianmian's excellent results. But upon hearing her words, their faces immediately darkened. Cheating? Who are you accusing of cheating? Is it Sun Mianmian, or are we invigilating teachers the ones cheating? If you can't measure up to others and can't stand others being outstanding, instead of striving to catch up, you shouldn't slander others. You, get out. Reflect on your actions. Wu Qianqian stared in shock at the leader pointing and scolding her, her pale lips trembling, and she ran out covering her face with a cry. Teacher Niu Wan was flustered and glanced at her backer again. However, that person remained indifferent, cold as a stranger. At this moment, her heart was completely cold. She knew she would not receive help and could only accept reality. But how could this be? She slowly retreated behind the crowd, ready to slip away. Sun Mianmian didn't want to let the person who wanted to ruin her off the hook easily. Clearing her throat, she said, "Teacher Nyo, are you planning to go to the school broadcasting room to apologize?" Everyone's attention suddenly focused on her, and even the test papers in their hands lost their appeal. Teacher Nyo's face turned red. A flash of hatred crossed her eyes, and she stood frozen. She had never considered apologizing. Who had ever seen a teacher apologize to a student? Even if she was wrong, it was for the sake of the students. And she had just been a bit anxious and misspoke. Besides, who doesn't make mistakes? She wasn't a saint. Saints say, who isn't made mistakes? To make mistakes and correct them, that is the greatest virtue. With this additional exam, she understood Sun Mianmian's learning ability and would definitely not make the same mistake of thinking she had cheated again. Did she really have to apologize in front of all the teachers and students? What about her face? How would she stand on the podium in the future? However, if she didn't apologize, with so many leaders watching, it would seem that her perspective was too narrow and her heart too small. She feared disappointing the leaders and losing her job. Thus, Teacher Nyo, under the weight of many gazes, cleared her throat and said, "I'm sorry," but her straight back, the humiliation that had just been covered by calmness in her eyes, and her fists clenched at her sides, made it clear to anyone that she was unwilling and resentful. Teacher Lu Ping was relentless. "Didn't you promise to apologize on the broadcast, Teacher Nyo? What? Are you going back on your word?" Teacher Nyo shot a quick glare at Lu Ping, her eyes reddening, tears welling up instantly, and she turned and rushed out. Since it was getting late, the leader sent Sun Mianmian home first. As for the follow-up, Sun Mianmian smiled bitterly, not expecting much. After all, she was just a senior student. The current situation might have been due to her masteress' help behind the scenes. She was already satisfied. The night was very dark and quiet. Only the city center and factory school areas of Baishan County had electricity. Their area, located in the outskirts of the county, had no power. After passing a few households with lights still on in West Street, only the sound of Sun Mianmian's footsteps remained in the night, lonely and long. Finally, arriving at the entrance of her alley, Sun Mianmian breathed a sigh of relief. As she looked up, she suddenly spotted a flickering red light not far away and gasped. Was today a day cursed by misfortune? One thing after another, it was so annoying. Complaining in her heart, she had already pinched the silver needle between her fingers and held the powder drug in her pocket, her breathing slowing and lengthening. Always ready to strike. "It's me." It was the voice of Si Yuandao. She seemed to detect a hint of laughter in his voice. "What is so funny? Is it funny to scare people?" Sun Mianmian rolled her eyes. "Why aren't you talking? Did I scare you?" Si Yuandao extinguished his cigarette, leaning against the wall and watching Sun Mianmian leisurely. Sun Mianmian replied with a slight nasal tone, People can scare people to death." Although she wasn't that timid. In the pitch-black night, it was inevitable to feel a bit frightened. Soda. I didn't expect someone who dared to climb over the wall to enter the school would be this timid. How'd things go? Si Yuandao stood up straight. Sun Mianmian instinctively took a step back, truly startled by the invisible pressure from him. Yet, she replied honestly, as if a primary school student facing a teacher. "We had an impromptu exam, and I got an apology from Teacher Nyo and 30 yuan in compensation." Si Yuandao raised an eyebrow. "So, your grades are pretty good then? Have you thought about which school to apply to? Peking University or Beijing Normal University? I can help." Chapter 38. Involvement. Sun Mianmian didn't understand why Si Yuandao came to find her, why he kindly helped her gather college entrance examination materials, and why he cared so much about her future after the exam. However, Si Yuandao was one of the few people who had shown her kindness since she arrived in this world. She feared him and couldn't comprehend him, but she couldn't be indifferent to her benefactor. I will get into Peking University. This was her goal, nothing to be shy about. Peking University? Huh? Not bad. Si Yuandao sincerely praised her. He originally planned to help her achieve her dream regardless of her grades, not just empty words. Due to the Si family status, he hated using connections, but for some reason this time, he genuinely wanted to help her, a fallen phoenix. The two weren't very familiar with each other, and after a few awkward exchanges, they fell silent. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Sun Mianmian racked her brain to break the silence and get home sooner. Just then, a damned gurgling sound broke the silence, making the already awkward Sun Mianmian feel even more embarrassed. If it weren't for the cover of night, she would be even more mortified. I'll head back first. After speaking, without waiting for Si Yuandao to respond, Sun Mianmian left in a hurry. She had only eaten a meal before heading to school in the morning, and after a day of exams, she was already starving. Si Yuandao watched Sun Mianmian enter the courtyard, his gaze turning cold in an instant. He pretended to move nonchalantly, suddenly quickening his pace, turned, and leaped onto the wall, striking down at a shadow that was following Sun Mianmian. You! The person barely managed to speak before being knocked unconscious. Si Yuandao furrowed his brows tightly, quickly carrying the lean man away. In the following days, Si Yuandao secretly dealt with several loose ends related to the Sun family, leading to a rare period of tranquility for them. This also made Si Yuandao even more curious and concerned about the Sun family and Sun Mianmian. None of this was known to Sun Mianmian. When she returned home, her grandfather was anxiously waiting in the kitchen, glancing at the courtyard door from time to time. When he saw Sun Mianmian's figure, he asked with concern, "Why are you so late? You must be hungry." Sun Mianmian replied lightly, "I'm fine. I had exams all day, so I got out late." She didn't want to bring her unpleasant feelings home, adding to their worries. Exams are indeed tough. Hurry up and eat, then rest early. Sun Mianmian responded with an buried her head in her food, and vaguely urged her grandfather to rest early. The next day, as soon as she arrived at school, Sun Mianmian sensed that the atmosphere was off. It was tense and somewhat fearful, mixed with curiosity and a hint of schadenfreude. How contradictory! Sun Mianmian walked into the classroom, feeling confused. Class 4 was also behaving unusually, usually bustling like a market. Today, it was as calm as the deep sea. What happened? Sun Mianmian sat down and glanced at Nantian, who was still asleep on the desk, then quietly pulled Wang Yuding to ask. Wang Yuding glanced at Nantian discreetly and said in a low voice, "Teacher Niu was taken away." Really? Sun Mianmian was shocked. She injured teacher Lu Ping. At most, it would be classified as mutual fighting, and she would just have to pay some medical fees. There's no way she'd be taken away. Suddenly, an idea struck Sun Mianmian. Did something else happen? Wang Yuding's eyes lit up. "You're so clever. I heard that someone from class 1 jumped off a building, and it seems they were pressured." "Do you mean pressure by teacher Niu Wan?" "That can't be," Sun Mianmian exclaimed. Although teacher Niu Wan was strict and harsh, she wouldn't go as far as to break the law. However, the truth was that although she wasn't the murderer, she couldn't escape responsibility. It turned out that among the students who were penalized by teacher Niu Wan to write self-reflections and required to bring their parents to school, one of them, named Lu Xiaoming, hadn't participated in the chatting. He was just sitting in the last row, timid and weak, with a clumsy tongue. But the classmates around him were more lively and mischievous. When the group was caught chatting by teacher Niu Wan, he, as a bystander, suffered the misfortune of being implicated. He had previously experienced being unjustly punished, and every time he appealed, he was met with even harsher rebuttals and insults from teacher Niu Wan. After several times, Lu Xiaoming became disheartened. Teacher Niu Wan naturally categorized him as a troublemaker, which made her look at him with even more disdain, and she reprimanded him multiple times. But this time, when teacher Niu required him to bring his parents, along with her scathing remarks, it became the last straw that broke Lu Xiaoming's back. His mother died during childbirth, and he and his brother were raised by their father alone, working hard in the coal mine. Seeing that the two brothers had grown up, the father hoped to lighten his load, but misfortunes never come singly. The brother, who had the most hope of getting into university, suddenly died of a heart attack. Therefore, all of their father's hopes were placed on Lu Xiaoming. The sudden loss of his brother, the heavy love of his father, and the grievances he couldn't express made him see another glimmer of hope in teacher Niu Wan's words of "just die." He jumped off the building. Upon hearing this, Sun Mianmian's heart ached. How could such a young life be so worthless? Did he really die? Sun Mianmian grabbed Wang Yuding's hand anxiously and asked. Wang Yuding shook her head. "No, he didn't die. You should look at how high our teaching building is. The tallest is only 3 stories. However, Liu Xiaoming jumped from the second floor and should have been seriously injured. An ambulance has already been called. Ugh. Sun Mianmian let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness he is only injured. Wang Yuding lamented. Why was he so impulsive? It's better to live than to die. Just as Sun Mianmian was about to speak, she caught sight of a figure walking in through the door. She quickly picked up a book and reminded everyone, the teacher is coming. The person who entered was not teacher Liu Ping, but the head of the teaching department. Sun Mianmian, please step outside. Facing the varied expressions of her classmates, Sun Mianmian calmly walked out. Principal's office. The principal, bearing 2 dark circles under his eyes, sat behind his desk smoking. Upon seeing Sun Mianmian enter, he quickly extinguished his cigarette. He wearily pressed his temples, pointed to a nearby chair, and said, sit. Sun Mianmian politely nodded. Thank you. The principal took a big gulp of water from a ceramic jar before opening his mouth. The school apologizes for the injustice you faced. However, you are impressive. You proved yourself with your own strength. The Ministry of Education and the school have jointly decided to grant you a recommendation spot at the key normal university in the provincial capital. We hope you will continue to work hard and, after furthering your studies at university, return to our education front to continue shining. Sun Mianmian understood that this might be the school and the Ministry of Education's way of compensating her. However, her goal was not the key normal university in the provincial capital. She didn't need any recommendation spot. Could the school not offer something more substantial? Sun Mianmian silently scoffed at this, smiling as she looked up. Thank you for your kindness, leaders, but I want to apply to Peking University. With her grades, she believed she could get into Peking University and continue her long-desired studies in traditional Chinese medicine. In her previous life, due to being infatuated with love, she had abandoned the traditional Chinese medicine major at the last moment in favor of a finance major like someone else. But in the end, proximity to the water's edge did not guarantee that she would get the moon first. Chapter 39. Mo Qingtian instead of improving their relationship. Her flattery led to a quicker emotional breakdown. In this life, she was focused and determined, aiming directly for the traditional Chinese medicine program at Jing University. Upon hearing this, the principal widened his eyes in shock and straightened up. Jing University? Is he joking? That is the highest institution in the country. This girl is too ambitious. Since the resumption of the college entrance examination, very few people from Baishan have made it out of this small mountain village, let alone to the capital. He thought Sun Mianmian was deliberately stalling due to dissatisfaction with the school's handling of matters, and advised young people shouldn't aim too high. A key normal university in the provincial capital is also good. Why don't you go home and discuss it? However, Sun Mianmian stubbornly shook her head. Principal, I know exactly what I want. Jing University is my goal. Then, what about the guaranteed admission quota? The Education Bureau had given them a guaranteed admission quota for a key normal university in the provincial capital, which even if Sun Mianmian didn't want, still belonged to Baishan High School, regardless of whether Sun Mianmian could get into Jing University. Baishan High School would at least have one person entering the key normal university in the provincial capital. This was a done deal. Even if Sun Mianmian couldn't get into Jing University, as long as she performed normally, she could get into other universities. Thus, Baishan High School would have one more college student. This was a performance metric. The only concern was if Sun Mianmian would backtrack. So, the principal quickly followed up with a question. Sun Mianmian chuckled lightly. Principal, that quota is your business. I won't backtrack. With a confirmed answer, the principal looked at Sun Mianmian with even more affection. Sun Jingshua is your brother, right? What do you think? Should we give this quota to him or not? Sun Mianmian was speechless. She didn't like having her life controlled by others, nor did she want Sun Jingshua's life to be predetermined without his knowledge. Moreover, she already knew that Sun Jingshua's dream was to attend a national defense university. So she suggested, Principal, why not ask him directly? Given Sun Jingshua's current grades, he might want to take a shot and not want the guaranteed admission quota. The principal stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. In previous years, the school had 2 guaranteed admission quotas, which were all taken by Class 1. This year, with this additional quota for the key normal university in the provincial capital, we have 3. We should make good use of them. Sun Mianmian felt that these matters were beyond her involvement and smiled as she took her leave. After leaving the principal's office, Sun Mianmian went straight to find teacher Lu Ping. Since she was the homeroom teacher for the senior year, even if she was injured, she still worked on. Sun Mianmian saw teacher Lu Ping with her long hair down, engrossed in grading papers, and softly called out, "Teacher Lu." Teacher Lu Ping looked up. The scars on her face had been treated with red medicine, looking like a child's first attempt at makeup. "Are you looking for me?" Her tone was neutral, making it hard to discern her emotions. Sun Mianmian bit her lip and took out the scar removal cream she had prepared yesterday. "Teacher, this is the scar removal cream made by the owner Chun from the herbal shop on West Street. It works well. I hope it's useful for you." Upon hearing this, teacher Lu Ping smiled faintly. "Thank you. You're so thoughtful." After school, Sun Mianmian checked the time and found it early, so she turned towards West Street. Generally, if Chun Weihao had no plans, Sun Mianmian would find time to go into the mountains. But today, the herbal shop was bustling. Not only was there the middle-aged man who accompanied Si Yuandao that day, along with 2 security guards, but also Emon Nanshan's older brother. Is it a meeting of the underworld and the legitimate world? Sun Mianmian's eyes darted around curiously and subtly as she hesitated at the door. When she heard Chen Weihao's voice, "Girl, come in quickly." Sun Mianmian smiled and nodded at everyone, hurrying into the inner room. Strangely, she didn't see Si Yuandao. Just as she thought this, she was pulled back to reality by the silver needles handed to her by Chen Weihao. "Come, follow me to Needles." Sun Mianmian. She had every reason to suspect that Chen Weihao took her as a disciple mainly to have her help with the needles, rather than because of her outstanding talent or exceptional roots. After gaining experience with a middle-aged man, Sun Mianmian was able to accurately insert needles almost simultaneously as Chen Weihao mentioned the acupoints. This person had asthma and internal injuries due to external trauma. From a sickly appearance and weak breath she saw at first glance to now having a normal complexion and strong energy. Sun Mianmian had no idea how Chen Weihao accomplished this in just a few days. It felt like she had missed out on billions. However, if she were to treat him, she might, probably, achieve a similar effect. After all, she was once an heir of ancient medicine. As for Emon Nanshan's older brother, Sun Mianmian didn't need to take action. He was just there for follow-up. The middle-aged man and Chen Weihao had not yet come out of the inner room, so Emon Nanshan's brother could only wait in line. He sat straight in the outer room, casually crossing his legs, one hand resting on the back of the chair, the other placed on his knee, his eyes lowered, directly ignoring the occasional glances from the 2 security guards. Naturally calm and composed. However, the aura unique to a soldier could not be concealed, making people unable to help but take a second look. Although the winds of reform and opening up had not yet reached this remote county, the sharp-sensed black market boss had begun transitioning into a legitimate businessman, losing some of the ruthlessness and bloodshed while gaining a bit of shrewdness and calculation, along with a whiff of commercial smell. "Are you Emon Nanshan's desk mate?" Sun Mianmian did not expect the black market overlord to greet her. "Yes." She nodded slightly, meeting his gaze calmly. "I've always wanted to thank you for saving my life, but I didn't expect my savior to be so young." "Thank you. You're too polite. It was my master who saved you. I was just following orders. Thank you is the least I can do. By the way, is that the smell of the plaster? Did you bring it?" Hearing this, Sun Mianmian was surprised. Her plaster was in her bag. How did he know? But upon seeing the movement of his nose, she suddenly understood. Apparently, some people really have a keen sense of smell. "Yes, I made it myself." "Are you selling it?" "Yes." Hearing this, he became interested. He stood up, long legs, striding over to Sun Mianmian, chatting with her across the counter. "How effective is it? How much do you have? How much do you want? As long as it works well, I'll take as much as you have." That's quite a bold statement. Then, recalling his identity, with a glint in her eyes, she asked, "Are you planning to resell it?" "Shoo, don't say that." He glanced at the security guard not far away. "I am Ochin Tian, am a legitimate businessman. You tell me, what kind of people does your plaster mainly target?" "Mainly for rheumatoid arthritis." "Oh, what a coincidence. I happen to need this kind of plaster. Let me see it first." Sun Mianmian. Who would have thought that beneath the exterior of the former black market overlord, there was such a friendly demeanor? She pulled out a piece of plaster. "My surname is Sun. You should know the former Baishan Sun family, right? This plaster was the best-selling product from the Sun family pharmacy back in the day. As for its effectiveness, I won't boast, you can try it, or you can have my master examine it. What needs my master to examine? Chun Weihao walked out of the inner room. Along with him came Chapter 40. The man's mouth, the deceiving leg. Sun Mianmian was surprised. How could Si Yuandao be in the inner room? Could he be invisible? Perhaps Sun Mianmian's astonished gaze was too evident, as Mo Qingtian turned back in curiosity, his eyes unintentionally colliding with Si Yuandao's, both surprised. The aura of this person felt so familiar. Before he could figure it out, he felt the ointment in his hand being pulled away, quickly snapping back to reality. Old Chun, this is the ointment we were discussing. Let me take a look. Chun Weihao took the ointment, poked a bit with his fingernail, squeezed it open to examine it, then looked and sniffed. Not bad. Still the original formula. And the same smell. Chun Weihao nodded while speaking, his face showing unreserved praise. Suddenly, he froze, scraped off a bit more ointment to look at, and sniffed again, becoming quite serious. Sun Mianmian's heart raced at the sight. After she made the product, she had let her grandfather try it. He confirmed that its effect would only be better than the original, not worse. Did the master discover something wrong? This ointment, although based on her grandfather's memories, lacked a complete ingredient ratio. Sun Mianmian had improved it based on her own learning, adding and removing some components. Master, did you find something? Sun Mianmian felt anxious and nervous, her elegant brows knitting together. Chun Weihao didn't say anything. Mo Qingtian lazily leaned against the counter, chuckling. Did you not say your surname is Sun? What's wrong? Lacking confidence in yourself. Sun Mianmian was momentarily speechless, glancing instinctively at Si Yuandao, standing coldly aside. Exuding an air of indifference and distance, her lips moved a few times but ultimately remained silent. Before long, Chun Weihao set down the ointment and laughed. Girl, did you make this? Sun Mianmian nodded. Yes. It's the formula dictated by my grandfather. She was reluctant to reveal too much about herself and pushed the credit to her grandfather. Chun Weihao was taken aback, then smiled. Old Sun is really getting better with age, as excellent as ever. To remember such an old formula is quite impressive for an outsider. Her grandfather was just a businessman, not a doctor. Wasn't that essentially an outsider? An outsider who could remember the formula of a product from over 30 years ago was indeed astonishing and enviable. This ointment should be more effective than the one your family originally sold. How about selling it here? Chun Weihao looked at Sun Mianmian eagerly. His pharmacy was not without similar effective ointments, but no matter how he tinkered, he couldn't meet the demand. Whether selling his own or Sun Mianmian's, it was all from his shop, which didn't affect him much. Sun Mianmian understood Chun Weihao's good intentions. Just as she was about to agree, Mo Qingtian interjected, Old Chun, don't you understand the order of things? He chuckled while pushing Chun Weihao. You busy man, go on and get back to work. At that moment, a middle-aged man came out from the inner room. Chun Weihao shot Mo Qingtian a glare and went to greet him. Mo Qingtian smiled and turned to Sun Mianmian. I still say, you give me as much as you have, and the price is negotiable. Sun Mianmian replied, okay, I only have 100 pieces right now. Do you want them? If so, let's say 6 dimes each for wholesale. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingtian's eyes widened slightly. Not far away, Chun Weihao chimed in. Girl, are you trying to be a philanthropist? That's too cheap. The minimum should be $1. $1? Old Chun, you're too heartless. It's a shame after decades of friendship. Mo Qingtian's expression was exaggerated. It's up to you. In business, we talk business. Don't go off topic. Just as Chun Weihao finished speaking, Aunt Wang entered with Wang Dahu and Zheng Yue. Seeing the crowd, they almost shouted for Sun Mianmian, but swallowed their words until they reached the counter. Mianmian, you're really here? Aunt Wang smiled brightly, looking in good spirits. Are you here to sell kudzu root? Sun Mianmian asked. As soon as they entered, the fragrant smell of kudzu filled the air, and she didn't need to look to know they had kudzu in their baskets. Wang Dahu cautiously glanced around and whispered, the kudzu we dug up a few days ago has dried. Grandpa Sun said we could sell it now. Thinking about the money they could make, Wang Dahu couldn't suppress his smile and kept glancing at Chun Weihao. Sun Mianmian found Wang Dahu's expression amusing. The master is busy. You might have to wait a bit. Aunt Wang, please have a seat over there. After settling Aunt Wang's family, Mo Qingtian also made a decision. $1 is a bit expensive. How about 80 cents? You need to give me some profit. Besides, we have a life-and-death friendship. Sun Mianmian replied. Is that how a life-and-death friendship is calculated? Earlier, he was still saying he wanted to thank her for saving his life, and now it turned into a life-and-death friendship. Oof. The man's mouth deceiving legs. Sun Mianmian chuckled. Mo, big brother, you really are a businessman. Fine, I'll agree to your terms since we have a life-and-death friendship. She deliberately repeated this, causing Mo Qingtian to choke slightly, pointing at Sun Mianmian playfully. No wonder my Nantian suffers under you. What does it mean to suffer under her? Sun Mianmian immediately disagreed. But before she could voice her thoughts, Aunt Wang praised. The ointment made by the Sun family girl is really good. My old leg pain, after just 3 days of applying it, no longer hurts and I can walk much better. After speaking, Aunt Wang stood up and walked a circle in the room. Sun Mianmian thought to herself, if combined with my acupuncture, that old leg pain of yours would be cured in no time. However, she smiled and said, the ointment can indeed relieve pain, but to eradicate it, other treatments need to be combined. Aunt Wang waved her hand. Why spend that extra money? As long as it doesn't hurt, that's enough. As they spoke, Si Yuan Dao and the middle-aged man left together. During this time, Sun Mianmian felt intimidated by Si Yuan Dao's powerful aura and didn't dare to look at him. As soon as he left, she suddenly felt the air was much sweeter. Mo Qingtian sensed Sun Mianmian's sudden ease and teased. Are you afraid of that person? Sun Mianmian rolled her eyes. Isn't that a question with an obvious answer? She stubbornly replied, what does it matter to you? This is the ointment you wanted here. Happy cooperation. Mo Qingtian laughed heartily. Happy cooperation. Next time, don't forget me if you have good stuff. Sun Mianmian smiled, sure. Soon, the kudzu brought by Aunt Wang and the others was also praised. Well made. They had a total of 160 pounds, and the current purchase price was $1 per pound, totaling $160. Seeing they had no objections, Chen Weihao paid the money. Aunt Wang was so excited her hands shook, almost dropping the 16 large bills. Wang Dahu clenched his fists in excitement and jumped up and down. Tonight we can have braised pork? Aunt Wang repeatedly exclaimed, bye, eat braised pork. Eat braised pork. Zheng Wei was quiet but happily lifted her empty basket, hurriedly bowing to Chen Weihao and Sun Mianmian. Sun Mianmian quickly jumped aside. Chen Weihao was stunned and joked, what is this for? Go back and eat meat. 160 yuan during this period was a huge sum for many farming families. It was also a tremendous surprise. They left joyfully. Sun Mianmian felt a pang in her heart. She had experienced their feelings before. Master, when I came to sell He Shou Wu, it was also when my family was on the brink of starvation. Back then, I wanted about you too. Really? Chen Weihao was surprised, no way. Old Sun actually went through such hardship? He really didn't leave any family assets? Back then, the Sun family was the richest in Qianqing. Who would believe they would one day face starvation? Chapter 41. Finally seeing the true face of Lushan upon hearing Chen Weihao's words, Sun Mianmian's heart rang with alarms. The disaster for the Sun family was about to arrive, and she had no idea who the hidden enemy was, leaving her completely at a loss. Sun Mianmian had to be on guard. Even a fly passing by made her feel like she was facing a great enemy. Sigh. Grandpa originally had some savings, but they were secretly taken away by Qingqing before she left. Look, my grandpa has been bedridden for several days before finally getting up. If it weren't for the leftover corn flour at home and the few vegetables in the backyard, Grandpa might have starved to death before I got back. Chen Weihao clearly didn't believe her. You keep boasting. Your grandpa is such a shrewd person. Would he really starve to death? All right, I get it. You're reminding me that you haven't paid for the wooding, right? I didn't. Sun Mianmian coughed lightly, but her gaze was fixed on the stack of cash in Chen Weihao's hand. Still claiming you didn't? Here, 50. Sun Mianmian happily took it, calculating her remaining balance in her heart, and didn't forget to express her gratitude. Thank you, master, for the reward. You're just being cheeky. This complete guide to acupuncture was supposed to be given to you yesterday, but today I want you to study it well. If you use acupuncture combined with your ointment, that lady's chronic leg pain can be cured in just a few treatments. Really? Sun Mianmian pretended to be surprised. Of course. I never lie. All right, hurry back. Sun Mianmian flipped through the nearly palm-thick complete guide to acupuncture as she walked out, catching a whiff of a musty smell and dampness, which puzzled her. Upon seeing the dirt on the damaged edges of the book, she speculated that it might have come from a recycling station. That's what she thought and asked. Chun Weihao nodded, regret evident in his voice. It really was something I salvaged from the recycling station. It's a pity. Many good books have disappeared from there. Especially all the books my family used to have, Sai. They've long turned to dust. What a pity. What a pity. Sun Mianmian knew he was sighing over the events that happened during the 10 years of turmoil. She sighed along with him, Sai. It really is a pity. Master, we have a few recycling stations in Baishan, and I would like to try my luck. Hearing this, Chun Weihao sighed again, his sorrow overflowing. There are two. One in the east of the city and one in the west. Girl, if you have time, go take a look. Maybe you'll find something useful. As for our ancestors' heritage, let's try to save whatever we can, Sai. Sun Mianmian glanced at the sky and decided to go to the west of the city after school tomorrow. Perhaps this book was salvaged by Master from the recycling station there. In recent days, due to the cheating incident in the exam and having to help at the pharmacy, Sun Mianmian hadn't had time to go to the mountains, and the usable area of her space had only expanded by 100 square meters. The building was now almost within reach, just about 50 meters away. Sun Mianmian was quite anxious. While walking, she secretly scanned the wild grasses or chirping insects by the roadside. The points weren't many, but mosquito meat is still meat. Fortunately, one type can only be scanned once without drawing attention from others. After returning home, Sun Mianmian was surprised to see braised pork on the table. Grandpa, did you go to the supply and marketing cooperative today? Because only the cooperative sold fresh meat, while at home there were only some dried wild chickens and rabbits. Grandpa took off his apron and smiled. This was sent over by Aunt Wong next door. I heard their kudzu root sold well, and they're quite happy. Sun Mianmian replied with an as they indeed sold it for 160 yuan. The whole family was diligent, and she believed they would soon live well. Yes, that kid Dahua has a good memory too. I just drew a picture of the Rehmannia root and told him about its growth habits. And he actually found a few today. That's amazing. I have the illustrated compendium of Chinese medicinal herbs given by Master. How about I copy one for him? Grandpa chuckled lightly. You silly, they can't read. How would they understand? True. In her previous life, there was a saying, if you want to get rich, first build the road. However, Sun Mianmian believed that to get rich, one must first enlighten the mind. Learning to read and write is the first essential element of human intelligence. Since Wang Dahua could find the Rehmannia root just by looking at the picture drawn by Grandpa and listening to its growth habits, Sun Mianmian decided to draw a few more pictures for him. But the most urgent thing now was to earn points. She couldn't wait to go see the building in the fog. Grandpa, it's still early. I'm going to take a look at the mountain. After dinner, estimating it was around 5 o'clock, she could still take a stroll in the mountains. Sun Mianmian was not used to estimating time by the sky. Now she could afford a watch, but she didn't have a watch ticket. She could only sigh in frustration. The original owner originally had a watch. But when she was expelled from the Fang family, such valuable items were left behind. The humiliation of that dignity being trampled was fresh in Sun Mianmian's memory. She self-deprecatingly smiled, picked up the machete, backpack, and hoe, and stepped out of the courtyard. Grandpa called from behind, come back early and be safe. Got it. Sun Mianmian closed the courtyard door and, facing the sunset, plunged into the forest. Her goal was clear, to dig up the remaining wuding and earn more points. Because she was familiar with the route and was alone, after sensing the movements around her, Sun Mianmian confidently scanned. Ding! Gained 300 points, gained 100 points, gained 300 points. Gained 1,000 points. She had just scanned a flowering vine when she suddenly heard she had gained 1,000 points, and her blood boiled with excitement. It turned out that scanning flowering and fruiting plants yielded more points. Not far ahead was a large cluster of flowering fire thorns. Sun Mianmian was overjoyed. She rushed forward, scanning and scanning. Suddenly, a symphony of heavenly sounds echoed in her mind. In an instant, her points accumulated to 10,000. Sun Mianmian looked at the point redemption options suspended in her space, excitedly clicking on Redeem 100 square meters of space. In the blink of an eye, the usable space suddenly expanded, reaching the steps of that building. How exciting! She finally saw the true face of Lushan. However, she still couldn't take a step forward. Sun Mianmian's tightly clenched fists relaxed in frustration, and she slapped the thin layer of fog that separated her from the building. TSK. This is too much, isn't it? Just a layer of fog separates me from the building. But she was in a treasure mountain. Would she lack those points or be blocked by the fog? However, that building, or rather, the dense fog seemed to be against her. After using up 5,000 points, Sun Mianmian could only step onto the stairs. But it was 49 steps. She felt a bit discouraged. As the sky darkened, Sun Mianmian hurriedly exited the space, swung her hoe, and began digging for wooting. She thought to herself, once these wooting were sold, her savings would reach 1,500. Oh, there was also the 30 yuan compensation from teacher Niujuan that hadn't been added yet. That would make a total of 1,530 yuan. She wouldn't have to be so tight on funds, wouldn't be so anxious to save money, and would have time to earn points. She happily calculated, completely unaware of her surroundings. Suddenly, a sizzling sound came from her ear, and Sun Mianmian looked up in shock, freezing in fear. Chapter 42. I heard you caught a big python, a large snake with a triangular head hung above her, its 1-foot-long crimson tongue flicking out. The tip of its tongue had already touched her hair. Drops of foul-smelling saliva dripped onto her hair, soaking into the strands. Her scalp felt cold and numb, and her mind went blank for a moment. It was a venomous snake hanging upside down from the treetop, its body about the thickness of her thigh. The snake's gallbladder must be quite large. Sun Mianmian's wits returned instantly, and she shot out a silver needle. At the same time, she sidestepped, her machete flying out to strike the snake's 7 inches. Phew! Thankfully, the ancient martial arts she learned in her past life had deeply ingrained itself in her, and she hadn't forgotten. The next moment, the 3 to 4 meter long venomous snake fell, landing right into the pit she had dug for the wooting, a type of vine. Filling the deep hole, Sun Mianmian quickly scanned the remaining wooting, slung her basket on her back, and used her hoe to lift the snake, making her way into the alley before dark. Just then, she encountered an ant hurrying home at the alley's entrance. The twilight set in, and the scene was hazy. The ant took a cursory glance, and only saw the shadows circling around Sun Mianmian's hoe. But out of curiosity about her catch, she moved closer. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Oh no! Sun's girl, how dare you catch a snake? My goodness, a big snake. You scare me to death." The ant was just swept by the swaying snake's tail onto her hand, causing her to sit down in fright. Sun Mianmian, carrying a basket and a hoe, along with the big snake, weighed nearly 100 pounds, panting heavily. Seeing the ant sitting on the ground, frightened and unsure of what to do, she could only awkwardly explain, "Don't be afraid, ant. This is a dead snake." The ant, rubbing her hand nervously, trembled, "Girl, a dead snake is still a snake. How can you? Does your family dare to eat snake meat? Do you want some, ant?" Sun Mianmian had no plans to eat snake meat. She was neither brave enough nor interested. But she was interested in the snake's gallbladder, which could be sold. She also wanted to ask her master if he wanted snake meat. Snake meat can be used for wine or medicine, with effects like dispelling wind and dampness, promoting blood circulation, relieving pain, and detoxifying, often used to treat rheumatic arthritis and joint pain. If the ant wanted some snake meat, she could consider giving it. The ant quickly glanced at the snake tail swaying above, her hands shaking in fear. "No, no. Quickly take it away, no, no." Sun Mianmian tentatively said, "If you're okay, I'll be leaving first." Go, go. I'll be fine after a moment," the ant replied. After walking quite a distance, Sun Mianmian still heard the ant exclaim, "The Sun Girl is not just a little spicy girl, but also a tough one, not afraid of snakes. No wonder she dares to go into the mountains." Before long, the news of Sun Mianmian bringing back a snake spread throughout the alley. When Wang Dahu rushed over curiously, Sun Mianmian had just set down her basket. "Mianmian's sister, I heard you caught a big python. You're amazing." Sun Mianmian turned around, wiped her sweat, and chuckled, "What big python? It's just a venomous snake." Wang Dahu took several steps back in fright. "Is it a venomous snake?" He stared blankly at the snake still coiled around the hoe, his face turning pale. Grandfather came out from the house and waved at Wang Dahu. "Even if it's a venomous snake, it was killed by your Mianmian sister. What is there to be afraid of? Don't treat venomous snakes like a plague, nor should you fear them. Generally, where venomous snakes appear, There are antidote herbs nearby. Of course, we must respect life, cherish life, and be cautious. Sun Mianmian quickly flattered him, yes. Grandfather is right. As long as you have strong skills, there's nothing to be afraid of. Grandfather gave her a thumbs up, realizing that his granddaughter not only knew medicinal herbs and Chinese medicine, but might also have some skills. Otherwise, how could she kill such a large venomous snake so easily? He remembered when he used to lead a horse team around, having held a gun and wielded a knife, but he wouldn't dare say he could kill such a large snake just like that. Well, Mianmian's aim is quite good, hitting the snake at 7 inches. A silver needle penetrated from the left, and the right side had a knife wound, probably from the machete. Aim and force complement each other. Both are essential. Not bad. After hearing grandfather's analysis, Wang Dahu curiously leaned in. So this is 7 inches. He silently noted to himself. Hit the snake at 7 inches. Mianmian's sister, do you think I could achieve the same effect as the silver needle using stones? Sun Mianmian was speechless. After researching for so long, you're just thinking about this? Although it's said that a craftsman must sharpen his tools first, doing one thing to perfection is better than any weapon. For example, if you practice using a slingshot to the extreme, you might become a well-known sharpshooter. Wang Dahu scratched his head, laughing. Isn't a sharpshooter someone who shoots guns? Throwing stones. How can I compare with soldiers? Hee hee. Sun Mianmian rolled her eyes at him. That is a metaphor. Do you understand? Later, I'll teach you to recognize characters. You must learn. Otherwise, with your foolishness, you'll be tricked and still help others count money. Really? Wang Dahu jumped up excitedly, spinning in circles. Of course it's true. Sun Mianmian kept moving, twisting her wrist to swiftly extract the snake gallbladder. Looking at the blood on her hand, she recalled her mild blood phobia, feeling as if it were a lifetime ago. It seemed that ever since she returned to the Sun family, she hadn't had any reactions to blood phobia. Seeing Sun Mianmian in a daze while helping to hold the kerosene lamp, grandfather asked, "What's wrong?" Sun Mianmian replied, "Grandfather, I found that I don't have blood phobia symptoms anymore." Hee hee, that is a good thing. Your mother also had blood phobia, but for her love of medicine, she put in a lot of effort to overcome it. So I inherited it? No way. She had blood phobia in her last life. When she first crossed over, she had a mild reaction to blood on the train. Unexpectedly, she had unknowingly gotten better. In a good mood, Sun Mianmian coiled the big snake into a circle. She then returned to the house and drew several pictures of medicinal herbs that were easy to find this season, patiently teaching Wang Dahu about their growing habits. Additionally, she found a notebook and a pen and wrote 10 Arabic numbers for him to learn. You first learn these numbers, and tomorrow we'll learn the numbers in literature. Okay, thank you, Mianmian's sister. After sending Wang Dahu off, Sun Mianmian quickly washed up and entered the West Room. She had been thinking about that building. If nothing else, she wanted to scan that big snake in the yard. Today, through the mist, she seemed to have seen a phoenix statue on the roof. It was golden and very majestic. Could that building be transformed from the ancestral jade pendant given by grandfather? How amazing! She wondered what would be inside the building. Curious, Sun Mianmian swiftly appeared at the bottom of the steps. Fortunately, after scanning another wooding, the thick fog receded a bit more, only obscuring half of the building. Just enough for the phoenix statue to hover above, dividing the building into 2 sections. Sun Mianmian pushed the door open and saw a grand hall with a large wooden staircase spiraling up to the 2nd floor in the center. On either side of the hall, there was a door with signs reading living room and collection room. Inside the living room, there was a large carved pear-wood bed, a dressing table, and a wardrobe. The wardrobe was empty. On the dressing table, there was a comb and 2 sets of gemstone jewelry placed in the drawers. Chapter 43. Exchange the old for the new. Live a happy life. On the bed lay an embroidered cotton quilt and a mattress made of an unknown material. Sun Mianmian was not very interested in these. She turned around and pushed open the door to the storage room. Suddenly, a scent of ink rushed to her face. In the space of about 10 square meters, there were wooden shelves reaching the ceiling lining the walls. However, on the 5-story wooden shelves, there were only a few scrolls and some books displayed. On the table by the window, an unfinished painting was spread out, with a brush resting on the brush holder to its right, and there was still some unused ink in the inkstone. Sun Mianmian glanced around and curiously stepped onto the spiral staircase, wanting to see what was on the second floor. Strangely, the doorknob to the second floor was shaped like a phoenix, with its bright red eyes looking lifelike, drawing her in without her realizing it. In a daze, Sun Mianmian seemed to catch a glimpse of colorful lights flashing inside. This is really strange. Sun Mianmian shook her head to steady herself and reached for the doorknob. As soon as she grasped it, she winced in pain from the heat. She thought to herself, how could a doorknob be as hot as lava from a volcano? Could it possibly be the fire of the phoenix? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a red light flashed across the doorknob. In the next moment, the phoenix's eyes suddenly lit up and a high-pitched cry echoed in the space. A phantom of a phoenix appeared before her, swirling around her with its long tail feathers. Unconsciously, Sun Mianmian held onto the doorknob, only to feel a sudden sharp pain in her palm, and she was startled to find a small trace of blood in her hand. At that moment, the phoenix's eyes glowed even brighter and redder, dazzling like the rising sun. Congratulations on your return, Master. This is the Phoenix Space. May I ask if you wish to enter the space or return to the first floor to rest? A mechanical voice pulled Sun Mianmian back to her senses. She replied with a trembling voice, enter. Since she was already here, there was no reason to back down. What return of the Master? What Phoenix Space? She didn't want to care about any of that. She only knew that this was all hers, and that was enough. In the blink of an eye, she found herself in a resplendent hall. This should be the second floor. In the hall, there was only an object resembling a balanced scale. In front of this object lay a meditation cushion. Sun Mianmian instinctively sat down on the cushion. In an instant, a ball of white mist-like information flew out from the cushion and entered her forehead. It turned out that this building was transformed from the ancestral Phoenix Jade Pendant. The first floor was a regular living area, while the second floor was the somewhat mysterious Phoenix Space. Currently, the Phoenix Space was in its lowest state, and its master could exchange items using the balance scale. Exchange the old for the new, live a happy life. To upgrade the Phoenix Space, sufficient spiritual energy was needed. Spiritual energy? Sun Mianmian frowned. In today's Earth, which was overloaded with activities, where was there any spiritual energy left? However, she was already quite satisfied with being able to exchange the old for the new. She silently muttered, go out, and immediately returned to the West Room. Sun Mianmian secretly threw the old quilt that she had been covering herself with into the Phoenix Space. She saw the old quilt safely land on one end of the balance scale. Then, a white light flashed at the middle of the scale. The old quilt disappeared, and a brand new quilt appeared on the other end of the scale. So this is what they meant by exchanging the old for the new. With this function, life would surely be much happier. Sun Mianmian happily covered herself with the new quilt and quickly fell asleep. The next day, while washing up, Sun Mianmian secretly exchanged the recently bought toiletries for new ones. After finishing, she secretly glanced at her grandfather practicing Tai Chi in the yard, feeling guilty. Seeing that it was still early, she followed behind her grandfather to practice. Aren't you supposed to go to old Chen's place? How come you still have time to accompany Grandpa? Sun Mianmian mischievously blinked. It had been a while since she practiced Tai Chi with her grandfather. Moreover, it was still early. It was the time for work and school, and she was afraid of carrying the big snake out and causing a panic. Besides, as a young girl, she also cared about her reputation. She didn't want to be known as fierce at such a young age. Her grandfather seemed to see through her thoughts. You go study. I'll help you take the snake. Sun Mianmian frowned. It was heavy. How heavy? Just about 40 pounds. Don't worry. Grandpa is still strong enough for this. Sun Mianmian pondered for a moment and replied, okay. Thank you, Grandpa. I'll head to school first. She then unceremoniously locked the silver snake in the yard and ran off. It wasn't that she was in a hurry, but she wanted to take another route to scan the area. The Bodhi space could accommodate the Phoenix space. It should be a more advanced and mature space. It couldn't be covered by thick fog and wasted. The resources in the city were ultimately limited. After going a little over a mile, Sun Mianmian only earned 1,000 points. She came out from the desolate alley reluctantly, and just as she was about to take a running leap over the wall, she heard a sneer. So you're the girl from the Sun family. Oomph, not that impressive. Sun Mianmian looked up at the young man with a center-parted hairstyle sitting on a tree branch, her face cooling. What does it have to do with you? Oh, you're quite fiery, he smirked, clapping his hands. Brothers, come out and take revenge for our sister. Revenge? Sun Mianmian furrowed her brows in confusion. She thought these people were always keeping an eye on the Sun family. But who was their sister? Was it Fang Qingqing, or Wu Qianqian, or Niuhuan? Or was it someone she had unknowingly offended? Before she could figure it out, she was surrounded by 5 or 6 men wielding steel rods. As Sun Mianmian's eyes darted around, she looked at the center-parted young man and asked, "Could you tell me who your sister is? You can't just leave me in the dark, right? Oomph. You talk too much. You don't even know who you offended. You really deserve to die." The center-parted young man sneered at Sun Mianmian as he jumped down from the tree. "Fight, no matter what happens." At the command, 6 men stepped closer, dragging their steel rods along the ground, making a piercing sound and stirring up dust. Sun Mianmian sighed. "It seems I didn't check the almanac before going out today. How unlucky." She thought this but felt little fear. The silver needles and sleeping powder in her hand were already prepared. She kept talking as the saying goes. "Deaths have their owners. If you beat me to death, won't I come back as a vengeful spirit in the middle of the night to take revenge? Aren't you afraid? If I knew who was behind you, I wouldn't disturb you all, right? Isn't that true?" As her words fell, a gust of cool wind blew by. The men exchanged glances. Finally, the center-parted young man said, "You should know Sun Qingqing, right? If you hadn't come back and pushed Qingqing out, the boss wouldn't be so gloomy. Beating you is to take revenge for Qingqing and to vent the boss's anger." Another person added, "How about we just give her to the boss? She's prettier than Sister Qingqing. The boss should like her. It seemed like you like this girl. The boss is deeply in love with Sister Qingqing. Are you trying to betray him? You're looking for death." Listening to their back and forth, Sun Mianmian rolled her eyes in exasperation. "So, these were the little rascals who hung out with Qingqing. They really needed a lesson. Is this what Qingqing told you?" She scoffed. "But do you know she went to Beijing to seek her biological parents on her own? Her real parents live in a small villa, eat white rice, and travel in cars. How could they look down on the poor and broken Sun family? You have been deceived and are still foolishly talking about loyalty. If you do not pull back from the brink, your so-called loyalty will ruin your life, and you will soon be enjoying life in prison." Chapter 44. Unable to restrain, as soon as the word prison was mentioned, almost everyone instinctively stopped in their tracks, looking at Sun Mianmian with confusion. "Are you serious?" Sun Mianmian replied, "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can go check at the military district in the capital." Upon hearing this, several people hesitated. However, the man with the middle part hairstyle didn't want to let Sun Mianmian off the hook. He glared at the crowd and shouted, "Cowards! She's lying to you. Even if she didn't provoke Sister Qingqing, she deserves to die." A sound cut through the air as Sun Mianmian instinctively dodged. A steel rod whizzed past her arm, coming down from above. If she hadn't moved quickly, he would have succeeded in a sneak attack. Of course, Sun Mianmian was not someone who would just take a beating. As she turned around, silver needles shot out and a round of sleeping powder was sprayed out. With a bang, the man with the middle part didn't react in time and was kicked away by Sun Mianmian. The air fell silent. No one could believe that a grown man was defeated by a little girl so easily. Sun Mianmian walked up to the man with the middle part and coldly asked, "You have the most hostility towards me. I want to know why." His motives were definitely not simple. Was it because of that person? The man lay on the ground, turned his head away, closed his eyes, and gruffly shouted, "Get lost." He was just a homeless thug, inadvertently chosen to keep an eye on the Sun family. However, before his people could strike at the Sun family, 5 or 6 of their watchers had already gone missing. They believed that Sun Mianmian, who had suddenly returned, was the most suspicious. After all, she dared to venture into the mountains alone, unafraid of tigers or venomous snakes, able to hunt with just a slingshot, and knowledgeable about medicinal herbs. Perhaps those missing people were her doing. Regardless of whether it was true or not, she had to be eliminated. This was the order given to the man from the one behind the scenes. Unexpectedly, she was so vigilant and had decent combat skills. It was indeed a miscalculation. Seeing this, Sun Mianmian sneered. "Now you're all my captives. What are you being tough about? Or do you want to go to the police station for a free meal?" Upon hearing this, the crowd regretted it deeply. They were just thugs, most afraid of the police. "Big sister, spare me. I never meant to hurt you." Yes, we were just following Brother Fei's orders to block you here." Sun Mianmian replied, "Oh, how did you know to block me here?" Taking this route was completely a spur-of-the-moment decision, not a necessary path to school. One thug, fearing being sent to the police station, spilled the beans like a bamboo tube of beans, saying it was Brother Fei's idea. As for why he was so certain, they didn't know. Brother Fei was the man with the middle part who had just attempted to ambush her. It seemed they had been prepared for a while. Sun Mianmian kicked Brother Fei and said, "So, still going to the police station?" Brother Fei remained defiant. "Get lost." Taking advantage of the cover of her sleeves, Sun Mianmian pulled out the silver needles and quickly kicked him a few times from behind. "Oof. Dare to plot against me. I'll send you to the police station to teach you a lesson. Let's see if you can still get up and ambush people in the future." Since this area was close to the school, there were quite a few passers-by. Before long, a police car arrived. "Who is fighting? Arrest them all." A middle-aged man strode over, surprised to see a bunch of thugs lying on the ground and Sun Mianmian standing unharmed among them. His voice softened. "Little girl, what's going on with them?" Sun Mianmian succinctly explained, "They tried to ambush me and were knocked out by sleeping powder." Several police officers seemed to know these thugs and without further ado, escorted them into the car. The middle-aged officer gave Sun Mianmian a thumbs up, praising her calmness in a crisis. "However, you need to come with us to file a report." Sun Mianmian nodded, ran to the school gate to inform the gatekeeper, and then got into the police car with the middle-aged officer. This scene happened to be witnessed by some classmates who were curious, suspicious, and discussing among themselves. What do you think Sun Mianmian did again to need the police to guard the school gate to catch her? First, Teacher Nyo was taken away, and now Sun Mianmian is being taken away. The first high school is really lively. Who do you think will be next? Sun Mianmian was unaware that her getting into the police car had caused a stir at the first high school. Sun Jingshua was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, rushing out of the school to find his grandfather. Teacher Liu Ping hurried into the principal's office to report. Principal Yu Dushing was utterly shocked. He made a call to the police station. Just as Sun Mianmian got out of the police car, the principal's call had already reached the police station. "This is Principal Yu Dushing of Baisha No. 1 High School. You just took away our student Sun Mianmian from the school gate. May I ask what she has done?" "What? There is no such person." "Okay, thank you. Goodbye." After just a few words, the call was hung up. Principal Yu Dushing looked at the troubled Liu Ping and said, "See, the police station has no record of Sun Mianmian. Perhaps it's just the students making a fuss." Liu Ping, puzzled, walked out of the principal's office. After hesitating for a moment, she turned and walked toward the school gate. Arriving at the gate just after the principal, she clarified the situation and felt relieved. It turned out she had been bullied. "Teacher Liu, you go back first. I'm going to take a look. Those people are lawless, blocking our students at the school gate." Principal Yu Dushing was furious and rode off on his bike. On the other side, Sun Mianmian finished her report and soon came out. Just in time, she ran into Principal Yu Dushing, who looked worried. "Principal, why are you here?" Yu Dushing steadied his bike. "Are you okay? How could those people block you at the school gate?" Sun Mianmian told the truth, but omitted her suspicions about Brother Fei. Needless to say, Brother Fei was likely a subordinate of someone who had been keeping an eye on the Sun family. It seemed they couldn't restrain themselves anymore and wanted to take action. Sun Mianmian lowered her eyelids, quickly hiding the killing intent in her eyes. "Qingqing? Is she the girl you exchanged identities with since childhood?" Yu Dushing asked. Sun Mianmian nodded. "Exactly. I didn't expect Qingqing to have quite a good reputation among Baishuan's people." "What reputation? She just messes around every day." Her grandfather voiced his dissatisfaction, panting heavily. If it weren't for Sun Jingshua supporting him, he might not even be able to stand. Sun Mianmian looked at Sun Jingshua with some reproach. "Second brother, why did you alarm grandfather?" Sun Jingshua felt a bit embarrassed. "I was anxious for a moment and lost my composure." "Hello, principal." Yu Dushing nodded. It's normal to inform parents when something happens. However, the old man is getting on in years. In the future, if anything happens, come to me, and I will do my best. "Old man, it's my oversight. I'm sorry." Grandfather waved his hand. No one has the power of foresight. "Fortunately, Mianmian is fine. Thank you for running this errand." Sun Mianmian and Yu Dushing's conversation was heard by them all. However, grandfather clearly thought more about it. After dismissing Yu Dushing and Sun Mianmian, he slowly entered the police station alone, wanting to wait for a result. Chapter 45. Fang Qingqing's thoughts back at school. Sun Mianmian did not hide the fact that she had been surrounded by a group of thugs. In no time, everyone knew about Sun Mianmian's bizarre background. Wang Yuting sighed. So you live in the capital. No wonder your grades are so good. Your temperament and skin color don't look like those of people from Qingqing. Mianmian, do you think what happened to you today was orchestrated by that adopted daughter of your family? Sun Mianmian paused her pen, looked up at her, and said, It shouldn't be. The distance between the capital and Baishan is more than 1,000 miles. It took me 5 days and nights to get here by train. There's a saying that a long arm cannot reach. I suppose Fang Qingqing is being forced by Yang Qiuxiang to study at school. After all, the talented Yang Qiuxiang cannot have an uneducated daughter. Back then, Yang Qiuxiang was most proud of the fact that the original owner not only had a high talent for studying, but also excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, making her the envy of others in the military compound. However, the child that made Yang Qiuxiang proud became someone else's child, and she regretted it deeply. She looked at Fang Qingqing, who stood in front of her with her head bowed and an aggrieved expression, her raised hand suddenly dropping weakly. With a heavy sigh, she lowered her voice and shouted, Why are you so useless? All your grades are single digits. The total of 7 subjects doesn't even reach 3 digits. You are driving me crazy. Mianmian's score is higher than yours even without counting the decimals. What have you been doing every day? Is your brain filled with mush? This was the first time Fang Qingqing faced her family's accusations and shouts since returning to the Fang family. She looked incredulously at Yang Qiuxiang, tears streaming down her face. How can you scold me? Boo-hoo. You love that wretched girl so much. Why didn't you keep her from the start? Mom, you don't really like me, do you? I'm going to tell Grandma. Grandma Fang was standing at the corner of the stairs, having heard their conversation, and was so angry that she leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The Fang family only had one son, Fang Jiangwo, and he had only one daughter, Fang Qingqing. Grandma Fang leaned weakly against the wall, repeatedly asking herself, Is Qingqing really not a member of the Fang family? Otherwise, how could her son Jiangwo be so outstanding? And Yang Qiuxiang is also known for her talent? Their children wouldn't be such dimwits. Suddenly, Fang Qingqing's scream interrupted her thoughts. It turned out that in the midst of the argument, Yang Qiuxiang had become so furious that she resorted to violence. With red eyes and trembling body, she pointed at Fang Qingqing. Look at what you look like. At such a young age, you don't study properly and just know how to play around every day, dressing up like a peacock. Why don't you bring your grades up? You fool. Do you think just because you keep getting close to that goof family boy, he would pay attention to you? If you are not outstanding, there will be other outstanding people to replace you. Fang Qingqing could not stand others bringing up Gu Yunxiao. She covered her face and shouted defiantly, No one can replace me. I am Gu Yunxiao's wife. We have a childhood betrothal, and he can't escape. He is mine. He must be mine. Yang Qiuxiang looked at the hysterical Fang Qingqing in disbelief, trembling fingers pointing at her, speechless with anger. A heavy sound of a cane hitting the ground echoed. The two women turned around to look at the most authoritative elder in the family. Fang Qingqing's eyes darted, and she rushed to her grandmother with a tearful, flower-like face. Grandma. Her voice was full of grievance and spoiled charm. Grandma Fang was stunned, standing there in shock. Her sharp gaze swept over the slightly charming corners of Fang Qingqing's eyes, and her heart became heavier. She always felt that whether Fang Qingqing was aggrieved or being spoiled, or laughing, there was an inherent flirtation in her eyes. This was not the demeanor one should have at such a young age, nor was it how a decent family should behave. Was it due to the environment she grew up in, or was she born this way? Grandma Fang's gaze shifted to the pale-faced Yang Qiuxiang, realizing that her daughter-in-law did not have such flirtation, which made her feel a bit better. At the same time, Grandma Fang decided to send someone to Qingqing to investigate Qingqing's living situation. If the Sun family had raised their granddaughter to be this incompetent, the old lady would certainly demand an explanation. Although it was an accident to have switched babies, the issue of family education was not something that could be explained away as an accident. Grandma Fang bypassed Fang Qingqing and picked up several papers that Yang Qiuxiang had thrown on the table. Frowning and suppressing her disgust, she read them before raising her eyes to Fang Qingqing. Qingqing, do you realize your mistakes? Her voice was cold and commanding, her gaze sharp and intimidating. Fang Qingqing was frightened, her crying abruptly stopping. With tearful eyes, she sobbed, "Grandma, I did nothing wrong. Maybe I'm just not cut out for studying. Perhaps these teachers are not suitable for me, and I can't understand." Her voice was soft and weak, filled with sorrow, evoking pity. Grandma Fang's expression grew colder. "Those are all excuses. So many classmates can understand. Why can't you? Are you deaf or mute and can't ask questions?" Grandma Fang was clearly getting angry. Fang Qingqing, relying on being the only daughter of the Fang family, was not afraid at all. She mumbled softly, "Grandma, a good teacher produces outstanding students. Can you help me find a tutor? I also want to study hard and bring glory to myself and the Fang family." Hiring a tutor was indeed a good idea. Grandma Fang looked deeply at Fang Qingqing. "Are you sure you will study hard?" Fang Qingqing firmly replied, "As long as Brother Yun Xiao can tutor me, I'm sure I can do well. It's just that I was a bit weak in the foundation and wasn't focused on studying." Who would think she was a blockhead? What was hateful was that Yang Qiuxiang was still thinking about that wretched girl. She vowed, if she could get Gu Yunxiao to tutor her, she would definitely surpass that wretched girl and make them look at her differently. Perhaps that wretched girl was currently running around for a living, unable to even enter the school gate. With such a poor family, let her stay there. It would be best if she stayed until May, waiting for the enemies of the Sun family to come and flatten the Sun family, taking her to the southern land of fireworks to truly taste the bitterness she experienced in her previous life. Now, the beautiful and comfortable life belonged to her, Fang Qingqing. The future political giant, Gu Yunxiao, was also hers. In this lifetime, she finally reclaimed the life that belonged to her. Thinking of this, Fang Qingqing let out a triumphant laugh like a gopher in her heart. Upon hearing that she wanted to invite Gu Yunxiao to tutor her, both Yang Qiuxiang and Grandma Fang's alarm bells went off in their heads. Yang Qiuxiang immediately disagreed. "You are trying to use tutoring as an excuse to get close to Gu Yunxiao, are you? Besides, Gu's boy is a graduate student at Beijing University. He doesn't have time to tutor you." Grandma Fang was incredibly shrewd. She had walked more roads than Fang Qingqing had eaten salt, seeing her expressions constantly changing. She felt even more frustrated and confused, which also solidified her determination to verify whether Fang Qingqing was truly her biological grandchild. After weighing her options, she said to Yang Qiuxiang, "Tomorrow is a day off. You take Qingqing to visit the Gu family." The two families are indeed of the same pedigree. Now that Qingqing has just returned, it's good for her to socialize more. However, whether Gu's boy is willing to tutor Qingqing depends entirely on his own willingness. I don't want to offend the Gu family, which is on the rise, just because I spoil my granddaughter. Yang Qiuxiang thought the same. Because the Fang family was small in numbers, although Fang Jiangwo was a regiment commander, the next generation of the Fang family lacked male heirs. And Fang Qingqing was clearly a person who could not be relied upon. Chapter 46. What did I say wrong? Gu Yunxiao's father, Gu Xiangqian, although a rank lower than Fang Jiangwo, is a deputy regiment commander. However, he has a son, Gu Yunxiao, who has been known as a child prodigy since he was young. Now, Gu Yunxiao is studying at Jing University, pursuing a graduate degree in political science and administration. Once he graduates, a bright future is undoubtedly ahead of him. His daughter, Gu Qingran, is light and graceful, articulate, especially excelling in English, making her another legend at Beijing No. 2 High School. Still in her first year of high school, she has already participated in several English competitions with remarkable results. If nothing goes wrong, she might even get into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the future. Thinking of this, Yang Qiuxiang's gaze towards Fang Qingqing became even colder and more distant. Unfortunately, this disappointing child is her own, because she is her own. Yang Qiuxiang endured all discomforts and decided to save and cultivate her properly. Thus, the next day, she brought a bottle of wine and a bag of fruit, and took Fang Qingqing to Gu Yunxiao's home. Although she knew that it was impossible for Gu Yunxiao to tutor Fang Qingqing, Yang Qiuxiang wanted to put on a bold front and give it a try. At that moment, Gu Yunxiao's mother, Shuya, had just finished tidying up and was sitting on the sofa reading a fashion magazine. Seeing Yang Qiuxiang and Fang Qingqing in her, she greeted them in surprise. "Qiuxiang, why didn't you go to the magazine office today?" Yang Qiuxiang an editor at the magazine. Often worked so hard that she barely had time to rest, even on her days off. They both lived in the same military compound. But due to their busy work schedules, it was rare for them to see each other. Yang Qiuxiang smiled and said, "Well, my Qingqing just came back, so I brought her out to visit. Shuya, I hope I didn't disturb your rest." Shuya took the items from Yang Qiuxiang's hands and playfully scolded. "Of course not. You just come over. Why be so polite? This must be Qingqing, looking just like your Jiang Wo, so spirited." Yang Qiuxiang turned to look at Fang Qingqing, her eyes flashing with a hint of disappointment and warning. She thought to herself that she didn't receive a compliment for her beauty, just a praise for being spirited, which was not as good as no praise at all. What does a girl need to be spirited for? Doesn't that mean she looks average? Qingqing indeed doesn't have the excellence of Mianmian, and she hoped that during her first visit, she wouldn't be as petty as she was at home. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Turning back, Yang Qiuxiang responded lightly yes. Like father, like daughter, no need to look in the mirror, haha. Fang Qingqing shyly brushed a stray hair away from her temple and politely greeted, "Hello, Annie. I am Fang Qingqing." Shuya immediately took her little hand, exclaiming, "Oh, what a lovely voice, soft and sweet. She looks just like a little cotton-padded jacket." "Qiuxiang, you really are lucky. You raised a daughter who is a good girl in every way, and your biological one is a caring little cotton-padded jacket. You just wait to enjoy your blessings." Though she said that, she had already heard Gu Qingran complain about Fang Qingqing, saying she was pretentious, unambitious, had poor grades, and had a bit of a worldly demeanor, often playing with classmates who raised fighting cocks and walked dogs. Looking at it this way, this little girl indeed carried some sophistication and demeanor that didn't match her age. This probably means Yin Xiao would look down on this Fang Qingqing even more. Just as she thought this, she heard Yang Qiuxiang speak again. "Shuya, is a day off today? Are Qingran and Yin Xiao not home?" Shuya subtly glanced upstairs and coughed lightly. "My Qingran went out with classmates early this morning. As for Yin Xiao, he's just a bookworm, often staying at school and not coming home. They are busier than my old Gu, disappearing without a trace every day. If I want to see them, I have to call and make an appointment first, ha ha." Hearing this, Yang Qiuxiang quietly nudged Fang Qingqing, who was looking around. With her elbow, "I see. I thought since Qingqing just came back and doesn't know many people, I'd ask your Qingran to help out a bit. In that case, we won't disturb you." As Yang Qiuxiang stood up, she also pulled up the still dazed Fang Qingqing. Shuya exchanged a few polite words and sent them out. Yang Qiuxiang and Fang Qingqing walked out of the door, each with their own thoughts, in silence. After walking a short distance, Yang Qiuxiang, feeling suffocated, suddenly stopped in front of Fang Qingqing and asked as calmly as possible, "Which family do you think is better?" "Ours are the Gu family." Without hesitation, Fang Qingqing replied, "The Gu family is better. The decoration is more luxurious, and the furniture is more modern." Also, Yang Qiuxiang was stunned. She shot a fierce glare at Fang Qingqing. "You're visiting someone else's home for the first time today, and you're so recklessly observing. It's impolite, do you know that?" Fang Qingqing shrugged her lips nonchalantly. "Anyway, it will all be mine in the future, so what is wrong with taking a look?" She said it softly, but the surroundings were quiet, and Yang Qiuxiang couldn't help but hear. She felt a bit suffocated and lowered her voice to ask, "Who told you that it will be yours in the future? Fool, do you remember your original purpose?" Hearing Yang Qiuxiang call her a fool again, Fang Qingqing's tears streamed down her face, and with a stubborn neck, she argued, "Mom, how can you curse? Did I say something wrong?" She stared at Yang Qiuxiang unhappily, thinking to herself, "I really don't know how to be a mother. Every day either scolding or lecturing. Not as good as Grandpa Sunday." Fang Qingqing secretly thought that now that she had returned to the Fang family, marrying Gu Yunxiao would naturally be her, Fang Qingqing, without any business for Sun Mianmian. In her previous life, Sun Mianmian lived her life under her identity with Gu Yunxiao. Why couldn't she? She wanted to be the one standing beside Gu Yunxiao, the noble woman in the spotlight. Yang Qiuxiang didn't understand why Fang Qingqing was so sure she would become a member of the Gu family, even when Mianmian was still around. Gu Yunxiao had firmly stated that he was a young person of the new era and did not agree with the old generation's arranged marriage. He wanted to cancel the engagement. If it weren't for the two families' parents insisting for the sake of face, and Mianmian being truly outstanding. The Gu family would have long since withdrawn from the engagement. In fact, it didn't even matter what withdrawal. The two families were merely engaged by arrangement, without any formalities or tokens, just a verbal agreement. If Gu Yunxiao disagreed, no one could say anything. Yang Xiuxiang explained all this to Fang Qingqing, hoping she would know to back down or work hard to change herself. However, Fang Qingqing just replied lightly, "Mom, I understand. You don't need to worry. I am destined to be with Gu Yunxiao, and nothing will go wrong." When she died in her previous life, she was already over 40. At that time, she could still see Gu Yunxiao and Sun Mianmian appearing on television from time to time, deeply in love and considered a model couple by the whole nation. She believed that the happiness Sun Mianmian could obtain, she could also have. Moreover, she had the advantage of an extra lifetime of experience. Aren't men just concerned about face? Gu Yunxiao likes outstanding people, so she would strive to be outstanding. Even if she couldn't catch up academically, she could be more beautiful than Mianmian and work hard in her career, using ample resources to help him reach the peak quickly. She wanted to be the woman behind a successful man. She wasn't afraid that Gu Yunxiao wouldn't favor her, and thus, Yang Qiuxiang, hearing her brazen words, felt a heart attack coming on, chest tight, head spinning. She wanted to die on the spot. If she weren't her biological daughter, she would have wanted to kick her away. Or from then on, they would be like the Chu and Han dynasties, completely unrelated. Fang Qingqing didn't understand why Yang Qiuxiang was giving her a cold shoulder for no reason, feeling wronged, silently following behind, not saying a word, but cursing Yang Qiuxiang in her heart countless times. The two mothers returned home, each with their own thoughts, looking uneasy. Meanwhile, Gu Qingran heard the noise downstairs and ran to the railing on the second floor. Looking at Shuya in the living room, she smiled and said, "Mom, I didn't say anything wrong, did I?" Shuya didn't deny it and scoffed. "You? Such words can only be said at home. A true gentleman does not gossip about others behind their backs." Gu Qingran laughed charmingly as she walked down, saying, Yes, I want to be a gentleman. However, I just can't seem to like that Qingqing. It feels strange. Chapter 47, about Gu Yunxiao Shuya. If you don't like her, just keep your distance. What else can we do? But isn't she from the Fang family? That brother. Gu Qingran's words were interrupted by a cold voice. What does it have to do with me? Looking up, she saw Gu Yunxiao standing at the staircase on the second floor. He was tall and slender, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his facial features sculpted to perfection, especially that cold, fair skin that made even girls envious, glowing under the dim light, giving him an ethereal and mysterious air, cold yet noble. Gu Qingran was once again lost to her brother's stunning looks. Hearing the sound of footsteps approaching, she quickly regained her composure and shot an annoyed glare at the approaching man. "Brother, you really are a disaster for women. You say it has nothing to do with you, but can you really shake her off? I don't even know who has been hiding in the research room for over a week to avoid running into someone." Shuya suddenly realized that the reason he hadn't come home for over a week was to avoid her. "Yunxiao, if you really don't like her, we should find a time to talk about it properly. Otherwise, it won't be good for anyone." To be honest, she didn't like Fang Qingqing either. Not because of Gu Qingran's words or Gu Yunxiao's aversion, but because of a feeling, a rejection that came from within. It was like positive and negative charges that simply couldn't come together. Gu Yunxiao frowned impatiently. "I've said it before, but you all disagreed." Shuya rubbed her temples in frustration. Wasn't Mianmian excellent back then? Who would have thought that the Fang family would suddenly pop up with a fake daughter? Sigh. This Qingqing can't compare to Mianmian. Gu Qingran scoffed. "She's far worse than Sister Mianmian. If Sister Mianmian were to marry over, I wouldn't have any objections." "Brother, what do you think?" Gu Yunxiao lazily leaned back on the sofa, his eyes slightly closed, the image of Mianmian flashing through his mind, while he also asked himself, what if it were Mianmian? If it were Mianmian, he probably wouldn't have the troubles he faced today. His rare act of rebellion in his youth was against the arranged marriage due to the ridicule of his peers. Later, the elders of both families disapproved. After all, Mianmian was too excellent. The Gu family couldn't bear to let her go. Thus, after his resistance proved ineffective, Gu Yunxiao gradually accepted it. But he accepted only the excellent Mianmian, not the others from the Fang family. "Mom, go to the Fang family early. I don't want to be bothered anymore." Gu Yunxiao stood up and grabbed his coat. his tone a bit harsh. If it comes to it, he would just issue a public statement. Shia. Gu Qingran. The two women looked at each other when they heard the door slam shut. Gu Qingran sighed. Brother is really angry. But Qingqing's method of encountering him is too low-level, really. Annoying. Shia held her forehead. After all, she comes from a small place, she's petty. Far worse than Mianmian. All right, I'll call your dad back to discuss this. Fang Qingqing didn't expect that the Gu Yunxiao she had been thinking about would dislike her so much. Meanwhile, Sun Mianmian, who was always obedient, didn't expect the turmoil in the capital to be related to her. She had just experienced being surrounded by some thugs in the morning and was startled in the afternoon by Wang Dahu, who was waiting at the school gate with tear-streaked cheeks. Da, why are you here? Wang Dahu, seeing Sun Mianmian, seemed to find a savior, bursting into tears. Mianmian, you need to hurry to the clinic. Grandpa's son has lost a lot of blood. What? Sun Mianmian's heart sank, and she ran towards the clinic. Excuse me. Which ward is Sun Mao in? Sun Mao was her grandfather's name. The nurse looked at Sun Mianmian with pity, still in the emergency room. Emergency room? Sun Mianmian's body swayed, and she steadied herself by holding onto the front desk. Suddenly, she heard the nurse at the payment window shout, "Are you the family member of Sun Mao? Come over to pay." She hurried over and quickly made the payment. Fortunately, all her savings were in her space, so she wasn't short on money. Even a nurse next to her looked at her with a bit more respect. The nurse had initially worried that the injured was the impoverished grandpa's son, and the person who came with him seemed to be from a not-so-well-off family. Grandpa's son had lost so much blood, fearing for his life, and since he had made significant contributions to Baishan, they were afraid their clinic would bear the brunt of it. Who would have thought that she was mistaken? After all, the Sun family was still the Sun family. Take this payment slip and quickly get the blood pack, the nurse kindly instructed. Sun Mianmian's heart sank deeper, her fingers trembling as she clutched the payment slip. She felt anxious and uneasy, not daring to think too much. She mechanically followed the nurse to process the paperwork and then followed her to the front of the emergency room. Family members, please wait. Sun Mianmian stood like a wooden statue, staring blankly at the closed door of the emergency room, motionless. Aunt Wang wiped her tears and gently tugged at Sun Mianmian's arm. Girl, let's sit down and wait. Your grandpa is blessed and will surely be fine. Sun Mianmian seemed not to hear, mechanically sitting down, her gaze still anxiously fixed on the door of the emergency room. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps approached. Wang Dahu ran over with Sun Jingshua. Grandma, I found second brother, Wang Da said. Sun Jingshua's eyes red, glanced at the dazed Sun Mianmian and asked Aunt Wang, Grandma, where's Grandpa hurt? What's wrong with Mianmian? Aunt Wang, while wiping her tears, reassured, Mianmian must have been scared. She'll be fine after a while. Your grandpa was hurt on the head. He should be okay. He was worried about you all. How could anything happen? Upon hearing this, Sun Jingshua staggered, his lips trembling as he couldn't speak. Leaning against the wall next to Sun Mianmian, both of them fixated on the door of the emergency room. Uncle Wang and Wang Jinsheng squatted nearby with worried expressions. After an unknown period, the door to the emergency room opened. A nurse leaned out and said sternly, "Who is the family member of the patient? Please come over to sign." Sun Jingshua and Sun Mianmian were simultaneously startled and walked over in sync. Aunt Wang asked concernedly, "Doctor, how is the patient?" The nurse's expression was serious, and after hesitating for a moment, she said, "We are conducting a second rescue." Sun Mianmian immediately burst into tears, frantically wiping her tears with her sleeve, and hoarsely said, "I know medicine. Please let me in to take a look." She believed she could save her grandpa, even if she would do her best. Sun Jingshua's pen snapped as he signed, and hearing Sun Mianmian's determined voice, he inexplicably pleaded, "Doctor, please let my sister go in to take a look." Aunt Wang was so frightened by the news of Grandpa's son undergoing a second rescue that she sat down on the ground, silently crying. The nurse's eyes widened in anger. "What are you doing? The emergency room isn't a place you can just walk into." Uncle Wang trembled and said, "The old man only has these 2 grandchildren around him. Doctor, please make an exception. Maybe the old man will hear their voices and come back to life." Wang Jinqing echoed, "Yes. Doctor, please." Sun Jingshua knelt down. "Doctor, please agree." In fact, he didn't even know how good Sun Mianmian's medical skills were, but in his panic, Seeing her determined and confident expression made him believe in her inexplicably. Chapter 48. Out of danger at this moment, someone in the emergency room shouted, "Come in quickly. The patient is about to die." Upon hearing this, the nurse hurriedly turned around, not bothering to close the door. Sun Mianmian took the opportunity to enter, quickly disinfected, and, dressed in surgical attire and wearing a mask, approached the operating table. The conditions at the clinic were indeed very rudimentary. A simple single bed with a white sheet served as the operating table. Next to the operating table, a tall incandescent lamp combined with a tungsten bulb on the ceiling provided the only light source in the emergency room. A doctor and 2 nurses formed the rescue team. When Sun Mianmian saw her grandfather, who had his hair shaved off, lying silently on the narrow operating table, she noticed that the bleeding at the back of his head had stopped, but there were no signs of consciousness. "How much anesthetic did you administer?" Sun Mianmian asked calmly about the surgical situation. In her previous life, although she was a descendant of ancient medicine, her mother was a renowned surgeon at their family hospital. Having been influenced by this, Sun Mianmian's surgical knowledge was not inferior to that of traditional Chinese medicine. However, due to her young age, she had not had many opportunities to practice. Still, she was certainly more skilled than the people in front of her. After a few exchanges, Sun Mianmian fully understood her grandfather's condition. She took over the lead surgical position and calmly said, "I'll do it." The doctor exclaimed, "Who are you?" How could the attending physician not know someone suddenly appearing in the operating room? The nurse at the door finally realized, "How did you get in? This is outrageous." Sun Mianmian coldly reprimanded, "Less talk. Time is life, understand? Start." When she had a stern expression, her presence was commanding. The attending physician quickly understood that this was the patient's family member. With a mindset of shifting responsibility, he shot a glare at the 2 nurses and said, "Cooperate." The patient was brought in after losing a lot of blood. Moreover, due to a blunt force injury to the back of the head, the bruising was pressing on the nerves, and, considering the patient's age, there was a high chance he would not regain consciousness. He had worked hard to stop the bleeding, but had no confidence in being able to cure him. After taking her grandfather's pulse and combining it with what the doctor had said, Sun Mianmian understood the situation. She used silver needles and made incisions, not hesitating to cut a large piece of 500-year-old ginseng to help her grandfather regain a breath of life. Time passed by minute. 3 hours later, her grandfather's pulse returned to normal, and his complexion gradually improved. The few onlookers stared at Sun Mianmian in disbelief, wanting to say something but hesitating. Sun Mianmian skillfully bandaged her grandfather's wounds and carefully performed some massage techniques. She then softly said to the 3, "Thank you for treating my grandfather." With that, she bowed to them. The doctor and nurses, looking bewildered, stepped back. Dr. Zhanghua asked, "What do you mean by this?" Sun Mianmian looked at them seriously. "I know that entering the operating room is a violation. If it comes out that I performed the surgery instead of you, you will surely face punishment. However, this surgery was indeed performed by you, and it was very successful. As long as my grandfather receives proper care and recuperation, he will be fine. Thank you." Once she said this, the others were not fools. Zhanghua was the only lead surgeon at this clinic, and he certainly did not want his reputation to be tarnished, nor did he want to lose his performance assessment. Similarly, the other 2 nurses did not want to lose their jobs due to negligence. Zhanghua's expression turned serious. "Then it's settled. However, I noticed your technique is quite skilled. Can I invite you to help out in the future?" Sun Mianmian raised an eyebrow. "If I have time." "Sure, but I don't want people to know I can perform surgery. You see, my grandfather's injury was clearly caused by someone, so I still need your cooperation to say that the old man will have intermittent amnesia as a result." Zhanghua's expression stiffened, and he showed sympathy. "Old Master Sun is a great benefactor of our community. Back during the famine in the 1960s, without him, we would all have starved to death. We will agree to this small request. Don't worry." Sun Mianmian smiled. "Thank you all. I will head out now." As for how her grandfather got injured, Sun Mianmian had been too busy to find out. Outside, Sun Jingshua stood at the door like a guardian. Upon seeing Sun Mianmian come out, he asked in a hushed voice, "How is it?" Aunt Wang and a few others gathered around. Sun Mianmian nodded, took off her mask, and said, "The doctor said he is out of danger." Upon hearing this, Sun Jingshua burst into tears. Startled, Sun Mianmian's heart skipped a beat, and her own tears began to flow. Aunt Wang's body went soft as she fell back down, clasping her hands together. Heaven bless. May the Bodhisattvas bless us. Big brother Sun will surely have good fortune after this disaster. Old man Wang's tears streamed down his face as he smiled and pulled up Sun Jingxia. This is good news, don't cry. Your aunt said long ago that your grandfather would be fine. He can't let go of you, especially since you haven't started families yet. Wang Jinshin clumsily agreed. Yes, yes. Wang Dahu, happily wiping his tears, spun around. Grandpa Sun is better, that's great. He even called me to learn characters today. I didn't expect to see him fall to the ground as soon as I entered. Woo woo woo. By the way, we haven't reported it to the police yet. Wang Genshing's eyes turned red. Yes. We need to report it to the police. The doctor said this was caused by someone. The old man must have been attacked by someone. Sun Mianmian pondered for a moment and said, once Grandpa is out, I will go report it to the police. It is indeed unacceptable to have someone commit such an act in broad daylight. Sun Jingxia clenched his fists. I'll go report it, little sister, you rest. Just then, the emergency room door opened, and two nurses wheeled Grandpa out. Dr. Zhang Hua followed, casting a deep glance at Sun Mianmian before saying, Old Master Sun's surgery was very successful. He should be out of danger. However, considering the head injury, he may have some after effects, such as amnesia. Amnesia? Aunt Wang exclaimed. Does that mean he will forget everything? Oh dear, how could he lose his memory? We didn't even see the murderer. What should we do? It would be great if we could catch the murderer before he lost his memory. Old man Wang's expression grew serious. I'm afraid old brother Sun didn't see the murderer clearly either. Sigh. Indeed, Grandpa did not see the murderer. He had just called Wang Dahu over to learn characters when he turned around and was struck on the back of the head, instantly losing consciousness. Fortunately, good people have divine protection. Wang Dao noticed in time, and the Wang family quickly took him to the hospital. And Sun Mianmian happened to have excellent medical skills, bringing him back from the brink of death. When Sun Jingxia went to report the case, Sun Mianmian returned the medical expenses that Old Man Wang had covered. Thank you, Old Man Wang, Aunt Wang, Uncle Wang, and also thank you, Wang Dahu, for coming to find us at school. If it weren't for you, my grandfather might have faced a dire situation. Thank you. Sun Mianmian and her brother sincerely expressed their gratitude with a bow. Aunt Wang waved her hands repeatedly. This is what we should do. We've been neighbors for decades, closer than brothers. Your family not only taught Dahu to read, but also taught him about medicinal materials, giving our family a way to make a living. There's no need for such formalities. We will head back now and bring you two some food later. That won't do. Sun Mianmian quickly rejected. Aunt, I'll go back with you to cook. My second brother can stay here. There's still another member at home. If she doesn't return, Yin Hao will surely be bouncing around. Maybe Yin Hao will surprise her. Chapter 49, Finding the Murderer. Yin Hao was entirely silver white, with no blemishes, clever and intelligent. Almost human-like. After Sun Mianmian delivered food to the clinic, she returned home. Yin Hao, take me to find this person. After returning home, she found the murder weapon, a wooden stick, thrown under the wall about a meter away from her grandfather, who was lying on the ground. The stick had bloodstains and the scent of the murderer. Yin Hao could sniff out the scent to find the person, just as it had found her at the school gate. The darkness was the cloak of night, and also a shield for spirits and demons. Sun Mianmian also liked the night. It was convenient for her actions. Despite being only a few months old, Yin Hao jumped onto the woodpile by the courtyard wall in one leap. With another jump, it got onto the wall and looked over to the other side, hesitating to jump down. Sun Mianmian found it amusing and picked it up, jumping down together. Immediately, Yin Hao sniffed around outside the courtyard wall and headed straight in one direction. It stopped at another courtyard wall, scratching the wall with its paws, trying to jump up to the top. Sun Mianmian was puzzled. Wasn't this the workers' family compound of the supply and marketing cooperative? Could the murderer come from within this compound? Just as she thought this, she heard voices around the corner. How can you be so stubborn? We've spent half our lives in this poor mountain valley. What more do you want? If you want to go, then go. My job is here and I won't leave. Xiao Xiao, are you still waiting for Sun Hao? We've been married for so many years, and I've spoiled you for so long. Does that not compare to a Sun Hao? Wake up. Even if he comes back, he won't be yours. Enough. I said it has nothing to do with them. I'm just used to being here. If you want to go back, then go. I've had enough of those people in the city. No matter what you say this time, I won't agree. My job has already been transferred. You want. The voices faded further away, becoming inaudible. Sun Mianmian stepped out from the shadows, watching them enter the compound, her eyes deep. Just as she was lost in thought, Yichen suddenly darted out, slipping through the not very tight door. Sun Mianmian was dumbfounded. How could Yichen leave her and run off alone? Despite her complaints, she was worried about Yichen causing trouble and also about losing the trail of the murderer. In one leap, she climbed up the wall and entered the compound. She followed Yichen to the most inconspicuous, dilapidated house outside. Hearing heavy breathing from inside, Sun Mianmian flicked out a silver needle with her fingers. Who sent you to kill in the Sun family? Sun Mianmian's voice changed, growling as she interrogated. The man's eyes were dull, his gaze unfocused. This was the effect of several silver needles that Sun Mianmian had inserted. He mechanically replied, "It was the boss who instructed me." "Who is the boss?" "The boss. The boss is—" Before he could finish, footsteps sounded outside the door. Sun Mianmian quickly dodged into the space, waiting quietly for the visitor. However, she miscalculated. The visitor did not enter the house. Suddenly, there was a disturbance in the air. The window was broken open. Wood chips flew, accompanied by the smell of gunpowder. In the next moment, a flower suddenly bloomed in the man's forehead. His eyes widened in terror, and he collapsed with a thud. The visitor used a silenced gun. Sun Mianmian's pupils shook, and her body trembled. Even though she was separated by space, she felt an extreme danger, a threat to her life. Fortunately, at the critical moment, she brought Yichen into the space. At this time, Yichen was curled up at her feet, trembling. The night was so quiet that she could hear the soft breeze passing through the door crack. She could also hear the small insects rustling through the grass outside the door. And the person outside was breathing softly, even hiding in the space. Sun Mianmian could feel the cold gaze of that person through the gap in the window. About 10 minutes later, which felt like a century, footsteps finally rang out outside. Step by step, but each step felt heavy on Sun Mianmian's heartstrings. She estimated the distance the person was moving away, just as she was about to go out. She heard another set of footsteps from just a wall away. Sun Mianmian thought, "MMP, that was close to exposing myself. There was more than one visitor, and at least one had a silenced gun." Sun Mianmian did not dare to be careless and obediently hid in the space. She activated her scanning skill. Scanning skill activated. Deducting 2,000 merit points, only 1,000 remaining. Warning, only 1,000 remaining. Sun Mianmian irritably touched her earlobe, remembering the warning of having only 1,000 merit points left. After leaving the space, when she raised her eyes, the area within 10 miles was within her line of sight, and she could see clearly what those people were doing wrong and what they were hiding in their homes. Of course, she also saw the two unexpected guests leaving from here. They were two tall men. Unfortunately, she could only see their backs. What good is this? Sun Mianmian angrily kicked the door frame, reached out to open the door, and was about to follow them. The door had to be opened sideways. So when she turned around, the scanning direction also shifted. Suddenly, she noticed a bundle under the bed where the man was lying. It was buried in the ground. Sun Mianmian raised her eyebrows, focused her thoughts, and retrieved the bundle from a distance. Inside the bundle was a small yellow fish and a book that resembled a diary. Unfortunately, the person who recorded it probably could not read, at most had some basic education, as many words were replaced with symbols like XX. It was harder to decipher than Morse code. Annoyed, she threw the book onto a balance scale and immediately received a brand new notebook. It could be used to draft notes or for who. As for the small yellow fish, it could be considered as medical and compensation fees for her grandfather. Although this trip was not very satisfying, overall, the murderer had met his end, which could be seen as revenge for her grandfather. As for those two who fired the gun, she had the intention but lacked the courage to follow them. Moreover, after this delay, those two had long since disappeared. Sun Mianmian could only return home helplessly. As she passed under a bridge, Yichen was restlessly lowing in her arms. Fortunately, this time the scanning skill had not disappeared. Sun Mianmian took a glance and saw that there was a person lying under the bridge. The night breeze blew, bringing a faint smell of blood. It was an injured man. Sun Mianmian did not want to meddle, so she lifted her foot to leave. Just then, the mechanical voice sounded in her mind again. Warning. Only 1,000 merit points remaining. Warning. Only 1,000 merit points remaining. The repeated warnings annoyed Sun Mianmian, and she pondered, does heaven want her to save this person? As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. It should count as immense merit. Sun Mianmian made up her mind and cautiously walked up to the man, clearing his face from the dirt so he could lie on his back. His injury was in the abdomen. A knife wound about 1 finger wide, slashed diagonally from his right waist to his lower left abdomen. It was a near miss, just shy of hitting the vital organs. Sun Mianmian quickly used her scanning skill to clean, apply medicine, and bandage the wound. After removing the pain-relieving silver needles, she quickly gave him a few more injections. Then she patted his face. Hey, wake up. Deep in the night. She did not want to stay under the bridge with a stranger. The man slowly woke up, looking at her with a confused and innocent expression. Who are you? Before Sun Mianmian could speak, his expression suddenly changed, filled with vigilance, and he tried to sit up abruptly. However, the intense pain, along with dizziness, caused him to fall back down with a thud. Sun Mianmian retracted her hand, which had not been able to help him, and softly said, I've already bandaged your wound. Do you have somewhere to go? After waiting a long time without a response from the man, Sun Mianmian thought he had fainted again and was about to get up when she heard his voice. Can you take me to the West City guest house? Sun Mianmian. She was just being polite. How could this person let down their guard so quickly? Chapter 50. Gaining merit points, good people do good to the end. Send the Buddha all the way to the west. Sun Mianmian gritted her teeth and half-carried, half-supported the man to the guest house in the west of the city. Fortunately, the man originally had a room here. After putting him down, Sun Mianmian ran away like the wind, braving the strange looks from the staff. The staff member. She sulkily retracted her hand, murmuring softly, why didn't Tishi say what happened to this person? Does he need to be sent to the clinic? Sun Mianmian had no idea what she was thinking. She had just arrived and was blocked at the guest house. Now, she had a stressful reaction to the guest house and would rather take a detour. However, things didn't go well tonight, and she still didn't find a trace of the enemy. She was quite frustrated. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations. You have gained 1,000 merit points, totaling 2,000 merit points. Keep it up. Sun Mianmian was taken aback for a moment, almost jumping up in excitement. So this is how to gain merit points. Earning 1,000 at once? That is quite a lot. She excitedly grabbed the silver needle and silently asked, what can merit points be exchanged for? Surely, they can't be used to exchange for scanning skills every time, right? However, when the mechanical voice first sounded, the phoenix statue at the top of the phoenix space emitted waves of golden light. Upon hearing Sun Mianmian's words, it seemed startled, and the large halo instantly retracted, returning to its majestic appearance. In the following days, things were calm. Grandpa Sun's condition was stable, and he was taken home to recuperate. Sun Mianmian took the opportunity to create a treatment plan for her grandfather, wanting to treat some of his old ailments. Sun Jingshua was worried about his injured grandfather and couldn't bear to let Sun Mianmian, a little girl, take on the heavy responsibility of caring for him alone, so he also applied to be a day student. One day, Sun Mianmian was acupuncture her grandfather when Chen Weihao suddenly visited. Oh, the little girl learns quickly, not bad. At that time, her grandfather's bedside had her open copy of Complete Acupuncture, corresponding to the symptoms for her grandfather's acupuncture. Sun Mianmian playfully winked. Master, are you proud? Chen Weihao was taken aback, then laughed heartily, proud, of course proud. How can I not be proud that my apprentice can learn on her own? After saying that, Chen Weihao took out 10 large bills, saying, this is your reward for acupuncture on that big shot. Take it. Sun Mianmian excitedly rubbed her hands together and quickly accepted it. So there is also a consultation fee. Thank you, master. Chen Weihao waved his hand and, after seeing Sun Mianmian finish with the needles, he reviewed her grandfather's condition and gave some of his suggestions. Sun Mianmian gave a thumbs up in admiration. Master is mighty. With your explanation, it's like a wake-up call. Thank you. Chen Weihao, being a descendant of a century-old traditional Chinese medicine family, had unique insights into some ailments. Combined with Sun Mianmian's original plan, it could perfectly solve her grandfather's health issues. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Because Sun Jingxuo was a day student, Sun Mianmian had more time to go into the mountains and earned quite a few points. The thick fog in the space had lifted a lot, and the usable area was about twice as large as before. However, the space was bare except for that solitary building. There were undulating mountain shapes, dry riverbeds, and cracked yellow earth interwoven with paths. Looking out, there was nothing but a dull yellow color. Sun Mianmian sighed. Could it be that this vast Bodhi space suffered destruction in the last life? She wanted to restore the space to its original appearance. So, she worked even harder to go into the mountains to dig for medicinal materials, moving plants into the space little by little like ants moving houses. She also bought some seeds from outside to plant. However, without a water source in the space, the vegetation struggled to survive. Sun Mianmian was in a dilemma. But to her delight, the people watching the Sun family had not appeared during this time. Moreover, Si Yuandao had also disappeared since that time at the medicinal shop. During this time, the police department also issued the punishment results for those small hoodlums. Feigu ultimately did not reveal the instigator behind the scenes, firmly stating it was for the sake of brotherhood, wanting to give Sun Mianmian a warning. In the end, he and a few small hoodlums were only detained for education for 2 months. As for the murderer who harmed her grandfather, they had not found him. Instead, there was a murder case in the staff family courtyard of the supply and marketing cooperative, which remained mysterious and eventually became an unsolved case. Xiao Xiao visited her recuperating grandfather again. She sighed, saying, "Why does the world feel more chaotic than a few years ago? How can people just hurt or kill without hesitation? I'm afraid to stay home alone. Mianmian, your uncle has returned to Shanghai. Why don't I move in a squeeze with you?" Sun Mianmian chuckled awkwardly. "Aunt Xiao, you see, my home is very simple, with a bed only 1 meter wide. I'm afraid I would push you off." She definitely would not accept living with someone else. She was a person with secrets. Although there was no water source in the space, making it temporarily impossible to plant vegetation, she was not discouraged. Every night, she would mess around, such as drawing water from the well into the space or sneaking water from the creek. Or she would sleep, study, and make medicine in the space. Moreover, as long as the enemies lurking in the Sun family were not eliminated, the Sun family would remain at the target. So how could she dare to drag anyone into the water? Xiao Xiao was refused, but didn't he seem unhappy? "It's fine. I just said it casually. Our family courtyard is huge, and it's full of people, so I'm not afraid." Hearing her say this, Sun Mianmian felt very embarrassed and cautiously asked, "Aunt Xiao, why didn't you return to Shanghai with Uncle? Shanghai is so prosperous. It must be better than Baishuan's prospects." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's expression became dazed, and she was silent for a long time before smiling. "Although Shanghai is good, it's not where my heart belongs." "How literary," Sun Mianmian pouted, very tactfully stopping the conversation. Xiao Xiao glanced at the sky, stood up, and walked out. "Take care of the old man. If your parents knew your grandfather was injured, they would probably be worried, right?" Sun Mianmian dryly replied, "I guess so." When she reached the courtyard gate, Xiao Xiao suddenly stopped and asked softly, "Is the old man really suffering from amnesia?" Upon hearing this, a warning bell flashed in Sun Mianmian's mind, and she quickly smiled. "Oh, yes." Xiao Xiao sighed. "At least there's no danger to his life. That is already a great blessing." After seeing Xiao Xiao off, Sun Mianmian fell in a deep thought. Can early love truly withstand the ravages of time, loving everything about the person forever? Xiao Xiao's hometown is in Shanghai. Her family is also from Shanghai. Now, her husband returned to Shanghai due to work transfer, but Xiao Xiao was unwilling to go back. What was she thinking? What did she want to do? Sun Mianmian firmly believed that no one would treat someone well for no reason, nor is there such a thing as true selfless devotion, unless she had ulterior motives. Thinking of this, Sun Mianmian shivered. Could it be that Xiao Xiao was coveting some treasure from the Sun family? But Xiao Xiao was just a director of the supply and marketing cooperative. Before her husband's transfer, he was merely the director of a state-owned machinery factory in Baishan County, and he should be able to influence the decisions of the Baishan County Armed Forces Minister. Right? Moreover, the person who killed the murderer used a silenced handgun. A mere director and a factory manager shouldn't have such great capabilities, right? Chapter 51, The Inevitable, has come. Sun Mianmian sat under the eaves, furrowing her brows in distress as she looked up at the void, her mind flashing back to the two men who had left the supply and marketing cooperative staff housing that night, making her feel even more unsettled. The next day, as soon as she arrived at school, she was called into the principal's office. Sun Mianmian stood in front of the desk, looking bewildered. Principal Yichen stopped what he was doing and looked at her. "Is your grandfather all right?" Sun Mianmian smiled and replied, "He's fine, thank you." Yichen sighed lightly, surprised that someone could be so heartless as to harm an elderly person. On the day her grandfather had the accident, Yichen had been running back and forth between the police station and the health clinic, showing great concern. Sun Mianmian smiled, but didn't speak. She was sure the principal wouldn't call her in just to chat. Meeting her sparkling eyes, Yichen cleared his throat. "It's like this. The National Mathematics Competition for middle school students from 28 provinces, cities, and autonomous regions will be held in a week. The competition will take place in our provincial capital, Qingqing. The school is planning to send you, Sun Jingshua, and Wu Qianqian to participate. What do you think?" So that was it. Sun Mianmian felt a bit troubled. It was May, the month in which the Sun family would face disaster in the book. She didn't want to leave and didn't dare to leave. Now that her grandfather had just recovered from serious injury, and the public story was that he had amnesia, she didn't want to leave him alone at home. Thus, she declined, saying, "Thank you, principal. I think I want to go." She believed that a person's achievements couldn't be determined by a single competition, and she didn't need this competition to prove herself. Yichen looked at her in surprise. "This is a rare opportunity. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? This is not only a chance to bring glory to the school, but also a good opportunity to make a name for yourself. It might even help you get into Beijing University." Sun Mianmian pondered for a moment. "Can I bring my grandfather along?" Since the book mentioned that the Sun family would face a home invasion in May, if her grandfather wasn't home, it wouldn't matter if they turned the place upside down. Thinking of it this way, she felt more convinced of her decision. "Principal, my grandfather has just recovered, and both my second brother and I are leaving. We are worried about him. Please rest assured, he won't delay our exam." Yichen replied without hesitation, "I have no objections, as long as the old man's health allows it." Sun Mianmian happily said, "Qingqing isn't far. It will definitely be fine. And I understand medicine too." With that, her grandfather and Sun Jingshua would not be at home, so they should be able to avoid that disaster, right? However, Sun Mianmian was too naive. The fated events are not so easily avoided. Before they even set off, the inevitable had arrived. That night, the siblings studied late into the night once again before they were exhausted and went to rest. In a daze, Sun Mianmian heard a low, angry roar. Startled, she opened her eyes wide and turned to look out into the darkness, her heart racing. In the shadows, a few faint footsteps gradually approached. Sun Mianmian instinctively wanted to activate her scanning skill. At that moment, a mechanical voice sounded. "Basic talisman skill activated, consuming 2,000 merit points." Sun Mianmian. She didn't have time to lament the empty merit points. Her head throbbed, and a fist-sized light cluster exploded in her mind like fireworks. In an instant, the basic talisman skills merged into her consciousness and flowed into her nerves. The strength talisman, immobilization talisman, protection talisman, stinky talisman, and tracking talisman. 5 basic talismans embedded in her bones, controlled as easily as her own fingers. Sun Mianmian was surprised for a few seconds before confidently walking out. Unfortunately, she couldn't activate the scanning skill, so she couldn't see the true face of the intruder. Grandpa, second brother, there's danger. Sun Mianmian quickly woke the two of them, grabbing a hoe and hiding behind the living room door. Her grandfather groped his way up and stood with Sun Jingshua behind Sun Mianmian. At this moment, the footsteps had stopped in the yard. "We'll split up. 1 person per room. Hurry up and come back. What about our family members? Kill without mercy for those who resist." The voice was cold, filled with murderous intent. Sun Mianmian quietly instructed Sun Jingshua to protect their grandfather and not to show themselves behind the door. Just as Sun Jingshua was about to argue, Sun Mianmian pressed him down and quickly drew a protection talisman to shield them. Sun Jingshua and their grandfather were anxious like ants on a hot pan, pacing inside but helpless. Sun Mianmian seemed oblivious, focusing intently on the sounds outside. In the darkness, the footsteps grew clearer, step by step, like a heavy hammer striking. In just a few steps, the person reached the living room door. Sun Mianmian's expression grew serious, hearing the deep, prolonged breaths and the reckless footsteps. Her heart sank instantly. It turned out the intruder was a master of internal martial arts. The three of them instinctively held their breath, staring at the wooden door. Suddenly, with a click, the latch broke. Like Sun Mianmian's tightly strung nerves, it was taut to the limit, but not broken, because she was already waving her hand to draw runes. The rune formed and hovered in front of her chest. At that moment, the wooden door opened a crack. A person stepped in. Sun Mianmian silently shouted, "Immobilization." The next moment, the intruder stood frozen in the doorway, shocked and staring directly at Sun Mianmian in the darkness. Sun Mianmian confidently stepped forward, raised her hand, and confiscated the steel rod he was holding, quickly feeding him a pill. The man was furious, his eyes bulging, filled with murderous intent. If he could move, Sun Mianmian believed she would have died in his hands hundreds of times by now. Her ancient martial arts were like an ant shaking an elephant before him. Sun Mianmian didn't know the duration of the immobilization talisman. So to be safe, she used a silver needle to puncture his acupoint, immobilizing him further and sealing his voice. At this time, noises of rummaging came from both the east and west rooms, mixed with angry shouts. "Where is it?" They clearly said the Sun family had treasures. What the hell? Where are they? Where are the Sun family members? The bedding was still warm. They must have realized something was off. Not good. Act quickly. After a few angry curses, footsteps approached the living room. Sun Mianmian smirked, seizing the opportunity to take the flashlight from the internal martial arts master and pushed him to the other side of the door. Before long, someone stopped outside the door. Sun Mianmian stared at the crack in the door and saw a leg. Then, a second leg. They came in. The newcomer took one step, then another. Just as Sun Mianmian was about to swing her rod, she heard another person hurriedly entering from outside. "Why are you all here? Is there a discovery here?" The person didn't shy away and didn't care about alarming the neighbors. The first one turned back and scolded, "Keep it down. What are you afraid of? If the Sun family doesn't die tonight, they die sooner or later." Hearing this, Sun Mianmian could no longer hold back. She quickly threw out an immobilization talisman, freezing both of them and tying them up. "Little sister, I'm going to report to the police." Sun Jingshua shouted in a trembling voice. Whether it was from shock or anger, he was shaking all over, his eyes red. Supporting their relatively calm grandfather, he stepped out from the corner. Chapter 52. The fragrance of the soul-chasing shadow. Sun Mianmian's expression was extremely calm as she turned to her grandfather and asked, "Grandpa, what do you think?" Her grandfather, having weathered many storms, was not a coward. He sat upright on the long wooden bench and said word by word, "There's no need. The matters of the Jianghu are left in the Jianghu. Mianmian, go see if there are any dogs outside." Sun Mianmian replied cheerfully, "Okay." She quickly withdrew the silver needles from the two of them, fed them the pills, and then turned to leave. The two behind her were able to speak. So Sun Mianmian didn't seal their mute points with needles. Seeing the capable girl leave, they looked disdainfully at her grandfather and Sun Jingshua. "Old man Sun, if you're sensible, let us go quickly, and maybe we will give you a way out. Or, tell us where your family's treasures are hidden, and we will take the treasures and leave without harming you. What do you say?" Her grandfather closed his eyes slightly and did not respond. Sun Jingshua, annoyed, stepped forward and kicked each of them, saying, "Still dare to be arrogant. I'll deal with you first. Tell me, who sent you, and what do you want?" One of them sneered, "You're not worthy. A kid who hasn't even grown hair. Get lost." Sun Jingshua was furious and kicked again. Suddenly, her grandfather spoke, "Jingshua, don't waste your energy. They've taken the pills. Let them be proud for a few minutes." Sun Jingshua snorted and returned to his grandfather's side. His fierce gaze swept over the three men, then fixed on the dark courtyard outside, wondering why his sister hadn't returned yet and if she had encountered danger. At that moment, Sun Mianmian cautiously jumped down from the wall and saw the two waiting in the alley. In a moment of inspiration, she quickly returned to her space. When she came out again, she had transformed into the expert who had entered the living room first. "Got it so quickly?" Sun Mianmian, hearing the question, nodded coolly and imitated the person's voice, saying, "Go back." "What about Huzi and Ergu?" Sun Mianmian shot them a cold glare, remaining silent. She was afraid that speaking too much would lead to mistakes. The two were clearly scared of that expert. Sun Mianmian lifted her chin, and the two obediently led the way in front of her. After several twists and turns, they unexpectedly arrived outside the employee housing of the supply and marketing cooperative. Seeing one person jump onto the wall, Sun Mianmian deliberately said to the person next to her, "You go report back. I'll wait for you." The person trembled with excitement. "Really? This is a great achievement. Don't you want the lady's reward?" Sun Mianmian's heart jolted. Lady? So they were following some lady's orders? The lady living in the employee housing of the supply and marketing cooperative? "Are you not going?" She retorted. I'll go. Thank you, Brother Zhu." Sun Mianmian casually took out an empty wooden box from her space and quietly flicked some of her specially made soul-chasing shadow fragrance onto the box with her nails. The soul-chasing shadow fragrance has a characteristic of being colorless and odorless, and it won't disappear within a month. Of course, its colorless and odorless quality only applies to the sense of smell of ordinary people. For scouts with keen sense of smell or those long immersed in medicinal materials, as well as special groups like silver needles, it is an exception. Sun Mianmian watched them enter the courtyard, a smirk of success appearing at the corner of her mouth as she turned to leave. What about the real Brother Zhu, Huzi, and Ergu? Leaving three ferocious and ruthless men at home made Sun Mianmian uneasy. She had just returned to the courtyard when Silver Needle joyfully ran over from the darkness. Sun Jingshua heard the noise and sighed in relief. "Little sister, why did you take so long? Did you encounter any danger?" Sun Mianmian smiled at the expert. "No. I just ran into two dogs and wasted a bit of time." As soon as she spoke, Brother Zhu and the other two suddenly looked up, exchanged glances, and then silently separated. Sun Mianmian seemed not to notice their interaction and walked slowly towards her grandfather. "Grandpa, are you tired? Why don't you go to sleep first?" Her grandfather raised his eyes. "I'm fine. How do you want to deal with these people?" Sun Jingshua looked at Sun Mianmian curiously. He didn't expect that his little sister not only performed better academically than him, but also handled matters more decisively. In terms of strength, he was even far behind. Sun Mianmian lightly raised her chin. "Didn't they take the pills?" "That was my specially made 7A heartbreak powder. They have the guts to come to kill. Let them taste the flavor of death." Her grandfather nodded in appreciation and said lightly, "It should be this way. Otherwise, anyone would dare to provoke us. Do they really think our Sun family is like rotten leaves in a market, stepped on by anyone? Back in the day, those who dared to provoke our Sun family would have their tendons severed, their martial arts wasted, and their eyes dug out. That was the lightest punishment." As her grandfather spoke, he stood up and looked at Sun Jingshua. "Now is a new society. We abide by the law and keep our original intention, but we must not forget our bloodiness. Jingshua, you are devoted to studying and have a kind heart, but in some aspects, you still need to learn from Yin. Sometimes, it's necessary to return a tooth for a tooth." Sun Jingshua's body stiffened, yes. He had grown up under his grandfather's wing, influenced by his grandfather's benevolence, kindness, and non-competition. Due to his parents' disappearance during childhood and the 10 years of turmoil, he had become cautious and even self-abased, making his character somewhat weak. He envied Sun Mianmian's boldness, decisiveness, and fierceness. He was also trying to change. After her grandfather left, Sun Mianmian, in front of Ergu and Huzi, untied Brother Zhu's ropes, half pushing and half threatening, sending him out. "Brother Zhu, safe travels." Sun Mianmian politely opened the courtyard door, sending Brother Zhu off. She really hoped that Brother Zhu could directly return to meet his lady, and then she could sit back and watch the dogs bite each other. Even if Brother Zhu didn't follow her plan, she wouldn't lose anything. She didn't dare to kill openly, nor did she want to leave this hidden danger. So she had truly given Brother Zhu the 7A heartbreak powder. Ergu and Huzi looked at each other in shock as they saw Brother Zhu leave safely. This could be what they think it means. Otherwise, how could the strong Brother Zhu surrender so easily? "Huzi, do you think Brother Zhu has already betrayed us? Why doesn't he care about us anymore?" "Who knows? Stop talking. They're coming back." The two of them were tied together face to face, making it hard to make any small movements. Even more frustrating was that the harder they struggled, the tighter the bindings became. They didn't know what kind of background this little girl from the Sun family had. She was bold and ruthless, 100 times more detestable than the boys from the Sun family. Sun Mianmian leisurely stopped in front of the two, looking at them with interest and mocking. You too. Don't you think you're quite pitiful? Used as a gun by others, yet not even treated as humans. In the end, you become my punching bag. Why don't you think, if my family had any treasures, would we still be living in such a shabby courtyard, eating husks? We would have long offered the treasures to the higher-ups and enjoyed state protection. Only you simple-minded fools would sell your lives for a few small yellow fish for your foolish lady. Is it worth it? Originally, the two had a deadpan expression, but when they heard the word lady, their faces suddenly changed. How do you know about the lady? One exclaimed in surprise. The other, more clever, quickly scolded. Huzi. Shut up. Sun Mianmian secretly laughed, realizing that Huzi was that bad guy and Ergu was the other. She smirked. I not only know about your lady, but I also know who your lady is. Huzi was furious. Impossible. It must be Brother Zhu who told you. Ergu kicked Huzi hard a few times. Shut up. Shut up. Sun Mianmian did not respond, sneering. Hee hee. It's just the lady living in the housing area. I would know even if you didn't tell me. Chapter 53. It's Xiao Xiao. Tiger growled. Damn old Jew. I knew those Jianghu people were the most unreliable. MMP. Ergu hung his head in despair, breathing heavily. His face flushed and neck thick. Clearly, he was also furious. Sun Mianmian casually said, Hey, actually, I don't want to give you the 7-day heartbreak powder. But I only have one life, and I'm really afraid of dying. Sun Jingshu's mind turned quickly as he asked, If they eat the 7-day heartbreak powder, can they only live for 7 days? Sun Mianmian winked at him appreciatively and said casually, Those with strong lives can last for 7 days. Some people can't endure the pain of their intestines rotting and will give in after 2 or 3 days. Sun Jingshu felt a sense of schadenfreude, his voice becoming cheerier. Then they really deserve it. Tiger had already been scared to the point of sweating profusely, feeling his intestines twisting and his stomach aching, and he shouted urgently, I'll talk. I have important information. Sun Jingshu held a steel rod, his cold eyes glinting with murderous intent. Speak. The sooner you say it, the sooner you can be reborn. Sun Mianmian said. This sounded a bit off. Tiger's pupils constricted sharply as he pleaded, I don't want to die. I can provide important news. Ergu weakly lifted his head for a glance and slowly let it drop again. Clearly, he also didn't want to die, so he didn't stop Tiger. Sun Mianmian raised her chin. Speak. Tiger blinked his eyes, looking as if he was ready to risk everything. Our lady, that is Xiao Xiao, is the one who instructed us to come over. Xiao Xiao. Sun Mianmian's heart shook and her mind raced. If she had feelings of loyalty towards Sun Hao and traveled thousands of miles to be by his side, even if they both married others, and even if Sun Hao and Su Wang were missing, she still stayed at Baishan. But with such a huge sacrifice, what was she after? Did she hope for Sun Hao to return to her? Or was she simply someone who valued feelings and loyalty without expecting anything in return? It was definitely neither. Otherwise, her husband wouldn't have traveled so far to waste time at Baishan with her. Could it be that she already knew something? What did she want you to find? What shape is it? Sun Mianmian frowned and asked. Sun Jingshu was stunned, standing there dumbfounded, staring blankly at Tiger and Ergu. Grandpa also got up and leaned against the doorframe. Tiger shook his head. She didn't say what shape it was, nor did she mention the specifics. She only said it was a good treasure. Sun Mianmian laughed in anger. So what are you planning to do? Turn the Sun family upside down, take anything valuable, and let her choose? Is this her idea or yours? Ergu suddenly spoke up. It's her idea. Indeed, the most poisonous is a woman's heart. Perhaps Xiao didn't even know if the Sun family had any treasures at all. Maybe this was just her way of venting her anger. Otherwise, why would she wait so many years at Baishan, only to act after her husband was transferred away? Perhaps the pressure from Shanghai market urged her to return quickly, and she was reluctant to go back just like that, harboring resentment and thus taking action against the Sun family. Unexpectedly, 5 people were dispatched, and even with an internal martial arts master among them, they still failed. Xiao should be returning to Shanghai tomorrow, right? Sun Mianmian said softly. Tiger shook his head. I don't know. I've already told you all the information. Can you let us go? I have an elderly parent and young children. This worthless life can't die yet. Heiress also looked at Sun Mianmian with hope. Sun Mianmian exchanged a glance with Grandpa and said, "It's not impossible. You can go to the police to confess now and help catch Xiao Xiao. Later, I will provide the antidote for you." Tiger's eyes flickered with malice, and after exchanging glances with Heiress, he nodded heavily. "You mean it? We'll go report it now?" Grandpa spoke up. "Go. My Sun family has always kept our word." Sun Jingshu reluctantly helped them untie their ropes and let the two go. He felt a bit confused. Would they really go? Sun Mianmian stroked her chin. "Not necessarily. It depends on whether they believe my 7A heartbreak powder." Sun Jingshu asked then, "Why don't we take them to report it?" Sun Mianmian said meaningfully, "Even if they don't go report it, it doesn't matter. I have a backup plan." Then she explained how she had gone out midway to impersonate Brother Zhu. Grandpa sighed, "Not bad. Better than I was back in the day." His voice carried a hint of laughter. Sun Mianmian replied, "Grandpa is really good at flattery, always reminiscing about the past." Sun Jingshu suddenly realized, "So you were gone for so long not because you sprained your ankle. Little sister, you are amazing." The three chatted for a few moments before parting ways. Tonight would undoubtedly be a sleepless night. Sun Mianmian returned to the west room, waited a moment, then quietly got up, took the silver needle, and headed straight for the employee housing of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. She wanted to personally confirm whether that person was Xiao Xiao. With the Phantom Pursuit incense leading the way, the silver needle easily found the man who had come into contact with it. It circled around in front of his door, tugged at Sun Mianmian's pant leg, and then ran toward the second floor. Then it circled and growled in front of a door on the second floor. Sun Mianmian knew this was probably where the lady they mentioned was located. Her talisman skill could only exist for 1 hour at a time. At this point, the talisman skill had already disappeared. Sun Mianmian had to use a bit of sleeping drug and act as a thief. Not long after, the person inside fell asleep. She wanted to take a look. Hey, it really was Xiao Xiao, that kind-hearted cousin. Sun Mianmian was unsure whether Tiger and Heiress would report it, so she wanted to act quickly. After doing her makeup, she woke Xiao Xiao up. "I ask, you answer, or you'll meet the king of hell immediately," Sun Mianmian said in a rough voice. Xiao Xiao, with bleary eyes, saw a rough and unfamiliar face, and just as she was about to scream, she sensed the cold blade against her neck and stiffly nodded. Sun Mianmian asked, "Did you get the treasure of the Sun family?" Xiao Xiao shook her head, glaring with anger, her lips moving a few times before closing again. Sun Mianmian rolled her eyes in frustration, wondering what treasure her family had. This had always been a troubling question for her. In the book, the Sun family was ruined because of certain treasure, and it was never clarified what kind of treasure it was until the end. All she knew from Fang Qingqing's memories was that opening that treasure would grant the wealth of the Sun family. It seemed it should be a remarkable treasure, but judging by Grandpa and Heiress' expressions, they probably didn't know what this treasure was. Perhaps when the Sun family was robbed, they accidentally opened a certain treasure, thus glimpsing its secrets. Could the person who obtained the treasure be Xiao Xiao? However, Xiao Xiao shook her head, saying she didn't know. Sun Mianmian gritted her teeth and growled. "Then why did your people go to his house?" Xiao Xiao sensed something was off and turned her neck to see Sun Mianmian. Sun Mianmian increased her grip, and immediately a hint of blood spilled out. Xiao Xiao's face turned pale, her body trembled, and her teeth clacked together. But in the blink of an eye, her expression turned fierce, and she spoke rapidly, as if she had given up. She said, "I don't know if he has a treasure. I'm just unwilling. I love Sun Hao so much, and I don't mind that he has already married to Su Wan. I just want to be by his side. But that ungrateful man has been avoiding me for over 10 years. I want to kill him, kill his whole family." She became hysterical, her eyes bloodshot and tears streaming down her face as she shouted, looking almost insane. Chapter 54. Trampling the iron shoes, yet finding nothing, coming by without effort. Sun Mianmian felt nothing but boredom. It was yet another cliché story of love turning to hate. However, she was merely a victim in this narrative. Suddenly, the incident of the militia breaking into her home flashed through her mind, and she whispered, "Do you know any big figure for Baishun?" Xiao Xiao was taken aback for a moment and sneered, "Humph. You want me to be a bridge for you? I'm just a small director. Not of much value. If my family member were here, maybe I could help you. Your family member? Does he know what you want to do? I don't know. But he knows the Sun family has treasures. That's what I said. She spoke openly, with a wicked smile. Sun Mianmian understood everything. Perhaps the calamity that night was caused by her family. She just didn't know if her family member had any backup left in Baishan after leaving. Xiao Xiao seemed to see through her thoughts, grinning widely. Don't try to play the role of the yellow sparrow waiting for the cicada. His plans are never shared with me. Even if you knew his plans, you wouldn't gain anything. The treasures of the Sun family aren't just coveted by him. There are others eyeing them too. You, a thief, should give up on that thought. Who is it? Sun Mianmian asked. Xiao Xiao scoffed. How would I know? The Sun family isn't only being watched by us. Ha! That ungrateful Sun how dared to heartlessly abandon me. The Sun family should live in suffering every day. Ha ha ha! Sun Mianmian, are you crazy? If you have the ability, go seek revenge on Sun Hao. Thinking this, she forcefully knocked out the somewhat deranged Xiao Xiao. She was afraid that if she listened to him any longer, she might lose control and stab him in the neck with a dagger. In a society ruled by law, one cannot kill indiscriminately, but collecting some compensation should be acceptable. Right? Unfortunately, her merit points were exhausted, and she couldn't activate her scanning skill. Just as she was looking around, she heard the sound of police sirens getting closer. Hee hee, those two fools really went to report to the police. I just don't know where that Zhu brother went. Sun Mianmian no longer hesitated. With a wave of her hand, she stored all the furniture and clothes in her space, especially the two already packed suitcases. She didn't even look and tossed them in. It might be that the suitcase wasn't closed properly as soon as it was thrown into the space. Its contents fell out everywhere. At the same time, a red-covered notebook caught Sun Mianmian's attention. She took it out and smiled. Sure enough, evil deeds must be met with retribution. This was a record of the supply and marketing cooperative's goods in and out. What was even funnier was that it contained several pages of detailed information about her and her family member receiving bribes, including the names, dates, and amounts involved. With this red notebook, surely her family member, even if far away in whose city, couldn't rest easy, right? At this moment, footsteps were clearly heard coming from the stairwell. Sun Mianmian quickly placed the red notebook under Xiao Zhao's head and vanished into the night. Xiao Zhao's remaining life would naturally be spent in prison. However, she was very disdainful of the furniture and clothes, especially the clothes. She carelessly tossed them aside, planning to take them out of her space and burn them. Suddenly, there was a ding sound. A round object rolled out from among the clothes, crystal clear. Just as she was about to pick it up, she saw it roll down the slope and fall into a crack in the dry riverbed. Sun Mianmian looked at it regretfully, but didn't pay much attention. Against the night, she returned to the courtyard to deal with the pile of clothes. However, when she returned to her space, she was astonished to find that a spring, the size of a faucet, suddenly emerged from the dry riverbed, with clear water slowly soaking the riverbed. And that spring was exactly where the round object had fallen. Sun Mianmian was stunned for a moment, excitedly placing her hands on her hips, and shouted to the sky in her space. I didn't expect that thing Xiao Xiao carelessly left behind would turn out to be a treasure. It's a great treasure that can solve the water source problem of the Bodhi space. Hee hee. It truly is a case of trampling the iron shoes and finding nothing, yet coming by without effort. Xiao Xiao is really a great person. If it weren't for this encounter, how could I have obtained this treasure? Sun Mianmian was so overjoyed that she lost her sense of direction. Her trembling hands immediately tossed the furniture onto the weighing scale. Before long, brand new wardrobes, vanities, suitcases, as well as new pots, bowls, and books appeared before her. There were also 5 small yellow fish, dozens of large Unity notes, and a stack of receipts. Among them were watch receipts, radio receipts, and so on. Sun Mianmian covered her mouth, squatting in front of a pile of spoils, laughing like a fool. Hee hee. No wonder there are endless bandits in the world, it turns out. It's so enjoyable. However, she planned to be a chivalrous person. Although this wealth came honestly, it should be taken from the people and used for the people. Thinking this way, she became even more excited. So, with no intention of sleeping, she stored the valuable items in her collection room, rolled up her sleeves, and worked overtime making ointments and preparing various medicine packets and powders, ready for free consultations. A day passed in the blink of an eye. After school, Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingxu split up. Sun Jingxu went home to continue studying and accompany their grandfather. Sun Mianmian went to the Chinese medicine shop on West Street to report to her master, Chen Weirao. The Chinese medicine shop was as quiet as ever. Chen Weirao sat behind the counter, reading with a pair of reading glasses on. "Master, I'm here." She once thought that Chen Weirao, who had been competing with the Sun family for over a decade, was likely someone coveting the Sun family. However, through this period of contact and observation, Sun Mianmian relaxed her suspicions about him. "Master, this is my newly acquired ginseng, a gift for you." Sun Mianmian proudly took out a 500-year-old ginseng. This was something she had collected in her previous life. Chen Weirao was taken aback, joking, "Oh, the sun must have risen from the west today. Girl, how come you're so kind? Really not planning to sell it?" Having traded with Sun Mianmian multiple times, her image as a little money grubber was well established. Sun Mianmian shyly touched her nose. "Master has taken care of me for so long, and I haven't had anything worthy to present to you. This ginseng was found by chance. I hope Master won't dislike it." Chen Weirao, surprised, held the ginseng 500 years? "You really gave it to me?" "Of course." "Oh, you've grown sensible. Here, take this book back and read it. I just picked it up from the way station in the West City." Sun Mianmian's eyes sparkled as she looked at the book in her hands, admiringly gazing at Chen Weirao. "Master, you are simply favored by the heavens. How can you find such good things after just one visit? I've gone several times and returned empty-handed. It's so infuriating." Seeing Sun Mianmian pouting in frustration, Chen Weirao brought out a small jar of wine. "This is made with the snake meat you sent. Take it back for your grandfather to drink." Sun Mianmian carefully counted the types of medicinal materials inside, astonished to the point of being speechless, ultimately managing to utter two words, "Good wine." Taking this opportunity, Sun Mianmian mentioned to Chen Weirao that she wanted to do free consultations. Chen Weirao was very supportive. "That's a good idea. You've been learning for so long. It's time to practice well. Tomorrow is the big market. I'll accompany you." Originally, Sun Mianmian wanted to refuse, but thinking that she had only learned from her master for a few months, she didn't want to stand out too much, so she agreed. The big market that day just happened to be on a day off. Sun Mianmian arrived at the Chinese medicine shop early, preparing to take a table and a stool to set up a stall at the market. But Chen Weirao placed the table right at the door of the pharmacy, sitting down confidently, saying it wasn't necessary to be so troublesome. Although this was the end of the market, the flow of people was still decent. Sun Mianmian glanced around and said weakly, "Master, I have prepared some ointments to give away." She didn't mean to take away business. She simply wanted to do a good deed. Chapter 55, Free Consultation. Free plaster. Chen Weihao casually responded with an "O." Just as Sun Mianmian took out a large cardboard sign and seriously wrote "free consultation, free plaster," he suddenly realized she was genuinely offering a gift. "You little penny pincher. When did you become so generous?" Chen Weihao curiously picked up Sun Mianmian's plaster to examine it. "Are all these for treating rheumatic arthritis? Aren't you afraid that Mo Qingtian will be unhappy with your lavish giveaways? Didn't he sell these at Baishan? This could affect business." "Master, you wouldn't be that stingy, would you? TCH, who do you look down on? Do you think only your grandfather is selfless? Am I just some stingy person? Back in the day, I also led our doctors to the front lines and occasionally held free clinics." Before he could finish, he heard someone tease, "Oh, back in the day, back when your urine flooded the area, back when you looked like a handsome guy chasing a dog." Hearing Mo Qingtian's words, Chen Weihao was so angry he puffed out his cheeks and glared. "Stop, stop. What nonsense are you talking about? Just because you look decent doesn't mean you can spew crap." Sun Mianmian held back her laughter, secretly watching the two banter. Mo Qingtian whistled and exchanged angry glares with Chen Weihao, sparks flying between them, but he soon backed down. He looked at the large cardboard sign hanging in front of the table and read out loud, "Free consultation, free plaster." "Little girl, you're unethical. You authorized me to sell this plaster. How can you give it away for free? Isn't that disrupting the market?" Mo Qingtian said seriously, emphasizing the word free. Sun Mianmian rolled her eyes, knowing what he meant. She replied calmly, "Brother Mo, this plaster specifically treats rheumatic arthritis, and it is indeed your exclusive product. However, many people suffering from rheumatic diseases are unaware of it. Today, we are offering it for free to benefit everyone and to promote our brand, so that everyone knows we have this good product." The two spoke loudly, making it sound like they were arguing. At that moment, entertainment was scarce, and people loved to watch the commotion. Soon, many gathered around to see what they were arguing about. "What are they arguing about?" "I heard it's about some medicine." I listened for a while. "It seems the little girl wants to give away the plaster for free, but the man disagrees." When someone heard the word free, they immediately squeezed to the front, ignoring Mo Qingtian and Chen Weihao, directly asking Sun Mianmian, "Is it really free?" Sun Mianmian nodded, "Yes, it's indeed free, but you need to have a consultation first. Those who are diagnosed correctly will receive it for free until it's all given out." "Is there a fee for the consultation?" This was their main concern. As long as it was free, everything else was negotiable. Sun Mianmian smiled and nodded. "There is no charge for the consultation here, and the plaster is also free." Hearing this, everyone understood. However, would a girl in her teens really be able to treat patients? The crowd suddenly fell silent. Some even looked at Chen Weihao, standing behind Sun Mianmian. "Shopkeeper Chen, aren't you doing free consultations today? Is this girl your apprentice? Can she really treat patients?" "Treating patients is no small matter. What if something goes wrong? I'm not going to see her. If Shopkeeper Chen guarantees it, that is different." People expressed various opinions. Chen Weihao only smiled and said nothing. Sun Mianmian remained calm, allowing people to scrutinize her without arguing back. Suddenly, several people shook their heads and walked away. Mo Qingtian felt anxious, thinking about how Chen Weihao could watch his apprentice being treated this way without intervening. Just then, a lady pushed her way to the front. "I'll go first." "Young lady, please help me check." Sun Mianmian invited her to sit down and carefully took her pulse. As soon as her hand touched the lady's pulse, she spoke, "Madam, your complexion is somewhat dull, your tongue is pale, with a white and smooth coating, and your pulse is slippery, which indicates symptoms of wind-cold dampness obstruction. Do you have joint pain, numbness, difficulty bending and stretching, worsened by cold and relieved by warmth?" The lady nodded repeatedly. "Exactly, that is my symptom." "Young lady, how did you figure that out without even asking?" "That is impressive." The lady gave Sun Mianmian a thumbs up, smiling earnestly. Sun Mianmian thought to herself, "Isn't this the symptom of wind-cold dampness obstruction? It's easy to diagnose." She casually took 2 pieces of her homemade plaster and handed them over. "Here are 2 pieces of my plaster for you. This plaster has the effects of dispelling wind and dampness, warming the meridians, and activating blood circulation to relieve pain, which is just right for your condition. Congratulations on receiving it for free." Of course, she didn't dare say the last part out loud. The lady happily took the 2 pieces of plaster and stood up, hopefully asking, "Where can I buy more later?" Sun Mianmian pointed to the traditional medicine shop behind her. "They sell it here. Additionally, if you want further treatment, you can consult with Chen Lao, combining other methods." The lady thanked her repeatedly. Thank you. I know Shopkeeper Chen. He is a good person." "Chen, good person," Weihao chuckled, stepping forward. "To be honest, this is my apprentice." So everyone can rest assured and line up for a consultation. With his endorsement, more people lined up. After observing for a while, Chen Weihao realized Sun Mianmian wasn't merely regurgitating from books. She was applying her knowledge flexibly. She was a medical prodigy. Feeling more at ease, he noticed that the line for consultations had grown to about 50 or 60 people. He simply brought over another table to help manage the flow while also preparing medicine. However, as soon as Chen Weihao sat down, people rushed over. He smiled wryly. His initial intention was to help Sun Mianmian not to tire herself, but he hadn't meant to take her business. So, he announced his rules with a smile. "I only treat urgent cases and complicated illnesses here, and the consultation fee is $1 per visit." This caused a stir in the crowd. "What? You're not doing free consultations? Why do you still charge? $1 per visit? That is too expensive. Let us go see her apprentice. If she makes a mistake, he definitely won't ignore it." After some discussion, most people obediently returned to the line in front of Sun Mianmian. Only 3 or 4 stubbornly sat at Chen Weihao's table. Sun Mianmian pursed her lips and threw a grateful glance at Chen Weihao. "Thus, for those with rheumatic arthritis, Sun Mianmian gave out 2 pieces of her homemade plaster and provided a prescription for herbal remedies. For general ailments, she swiftly wrote out the corresponding prescriptions. For slightly more complicated cases, she passed them to Chen Weihao. The two worked together until sunset, finally sending off the last patient. Chen Weihao rubbed his sore lower back and looked at Sun Mianmian. "Little girl, you're adapting quite well. It's clear you're becoming more skilled at writing prescriptions." Sun Mianmian blinked. "Of course, I'm paying for the experience. I gain experience and master gains income. It's a win-win." However, with each patient she sent away, the phoenix statue on the building lit up once and displayed a line of text. Until now, the last line hanging over the phoenix statue had not disappeared. "Congratulations. You have gained 2,050 merit points." Sun Mianmian was in a great mood, unable to suppress her smile. And that was all. Thanks to today's wave of free promotions, Sun Mianmian's plaster gained notoriety. As a result, she found herself working overtime every night in her space to produce plasters for the brothers led by Mo Qingtian, who sold out every day. Sun Mianmian truly found herself counting money until her hands cramped. But that's a story for another time. At this moment, Mo Qingtian was sitting at the door without any image, saying faintly, "You two are quite happy, but poor me, this free labor is still hungry." Throughout the day, he had silently maintained order and helped deliver medicine, running around nonstop. It was indeed hard work. Chen Weihao laughed heartily, waved his hand, and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the state-run restaurant." Chapter 56. Engaging in real estate? This was Sun Mianmian's first visit to a state-owned hotel since coming to this world. The decor was neat and elegant, the dishes simple but tasty. She ate gracefully and slowly, but her gaze kept scanning the surrounding buildings through the open window. Mo Qingtian finished his meal quickly and was casually chatting with Chen Weihao when he inadvertently caught sight of Sun Mianmian's actions. Curiously, he asked, "Little girl, you look deep in thought. Do you have some insights?" Sun Mianmian smiled and replied, "I don't have any insights, but brother Mo, you must have ventured beyond Baishun in these years, right?" Mo Qingtian wasn't sure what she meant, but he nodded in agreement. He had traveled to many places over the years. Especially in the south, it was truly thriving and full of vitality. Sun Mianmian sighed. "It's great." Chen Weihao thought she was missing Beijing and casually said, "If you want to chat, just go ahead. Your brother Mo is not an outsider." Sun Mianmian's eyes twinkled as she said, "Do you know? Last year, the provincial capital established a small department store market, which led to the emergence of the first batch of individual businesses in our Yichen. Brother Mo, since you're so keen on business, have you thought about being the first to engage in individual operations like Baishun, perhaps in real estate?" If it weren't for her limited financial capability, she would have already dived into real estate. She had read reports about how southern cities developed rapidly after the reform and opening up, especially in real estate, where high-rises sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Most of the first batch of people who became wealthy were involved in real estate. Engaging in real estate? Mo Qingtian was taken aback, staring at Sun Mianmian for a while, stroking his chin, lost in thought. It was 1982, and the wave of educated youth returning to the city had long reached its end. However, due to the return of educated youth and many young people needing to get married, housing in the city suddenly became tight. In fact, many young people hesitated to marry because of housing issues. Moreover, expanding housing in the city wasn't as simple as it seemed. It was subject to state ownership of land and complicated approvals, not to mention the economic difficulties that made it hard to raise funds. As a result, families of several or even a dozen people had no choice but to squeeze into cramped spaces, making the housing problem urgent. After she said that, Mo Qingtian sensed the business opportunity. That's a good idea. I see that they're vigorously constructing buildings in the south every day. We can do the same in Baishun. If we act first, we might gain an advantage. Little Mianmian, what do you think we should start? Hearing Mo Qingtian's sudden statement, Sun Mianmian was a bit stunned. Then she thought about how he had monopolized Baishun's black market for so many years. He must have connections and funds. But she hadn't thought of this angle. Before she could speak, Mo Qingtian continued, "Feel free to say it boldly. How about we do it together? You come up with the ideas and I'll manage. What do you think?" Chen Weihao saw that Mo Qingtian was getting more serious and scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? Mianmian is just a student. How would she understand business? Besides, is real estate that easy to handle? No one knows what future policies will be like. You shouldn't jump to conclusions. You're all being reckless. Mo Qingtian was unfazed, saying, I think her ideas and insights are good, regardless of age. Sun Mianmian thought to herself, Brother, you have seen the truth. I have experienced decades more of prosperity than you, so my perspective is naturally different. She maintained a calm expression, raised her chin slightly, and said, Then I'll say it. I think the alley behind West Street, within a radius of 50 miles, is quite good. First, there are few residential households there, so we won't need to invest too much at the early development stage. Second, one side borders the county government street, and the other is near the market. Isn't the location great? Upon hearing this, Mo Qingtian excitedly slapped the table, exclaiming, You're really smart. How did I not think of that? Sun Mianmian pouted and casually replied, That's because you weren't thinking in that direction. Chen Weihao looked at Sun Mianmian in surprise, having to agree with her analysis. That place really was good. However, but we're in a poor mountain valley. How can we sell it? Mo Qingtian scoffed lightly. Old Chun, you're overthinking it. Housing in the city is currently very tight. Some families live together across several generations, crammed into 3 or 4 shabby rooms. If there were houses for sale, they might even tighten their belts or beg. But they'd still buy a place for the young ones to get married. Chen Weihao replied, Indeed, that's the case, but a house costs at least hundreds or thousands. How many families can afford it? I think we should just forget it. Sun Mianmian weakly added, We can first conduct a market survey to preliminarily assess everyone's purchasing power before making plans. Mo Qingtian listened and nodded with a smile. Chen Weihao sighed. I still don't see it. Baishan is just too poor. Mo Qingtian stared at Chen Weihao, recalling the Baishan people he met while traveling around, and his determination to engage in real estate solidified further. Old Chun, you don't know that the people of Baishan are not foolish. Many have gone to the provincial capital and surrounding big cities as individual businesses or small vendors with their families, relatives helping each other. There are indeed many wealthy individuals in Baishan, quietly making money. Chen Weihao, Sun Mianmian, they're always clever people. When in poverty, one thinks of change. With change comes opportunity. Sun Jingshua, hearing Sun Mianmian's grand talk about engaging in real estate, couldn't help but pour cold water on it. Our family is so poor that even mice don't want to come. What do we have to engage in it? Moreover, everyone's living standards are quite similar, and no one to spare cash. I'm not optimistic. Sun Mianmian had long anticipated his response. Different perspectives and unequal information were normal. However, her grandfather pondered for a moment after hearing her words. Indeed, there was a housing shortage in Baishan, presenting a good business opportunity. However, a thorough market survey was necessary. Grandpa, being a seasoned businessman, hit the nail on the head. Sun Mianmian nodded, contemplating how much to invest. She had saved the money from selling medicinal materials recently, and she could also liquidate her collection of medicinal materials from her past life. Additionally, she had heard that the antique market in the provincial capital was now open, so she could try her luck there. With these thoughts in mind, it was time to set off for the provincial capital to participate in the national mathematics competition. The competition was being held in the provincial capital, and the school planned to charter a minibus. Since her grandfather had recently sustained an injury to the back of his head, Sun Mianmian didn't dare to be careless and quietly brought a thin blanket for her grandfather to cushion him and reduce the jostling. Wu Qianqian saw Sun Jingshua getting on the bus with a blanket and disdainfully snorted before quickly walking away. Principal Yichen came over to chat for a bit and helped Grandpa onto the bus, enviously saying, Old man, you finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. Look, your 2 little ones not only study well without you worrying, but are also especially filial. Grandpa proudly smirked and said, They are very outstanding. Not only do they study well, but they also have a business mind. Follow me, haha. It was the first time Yichen heard the old man boast so straightforwardly. Well, dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. A mouse's son will dig holes. I heard that Jingshua and Mianmian went into the mountains to dig for medicinal materials, right? Grandpa nodded, leaning in slightly as he whispered to Yichen. They have set their sights on real estate now. They are quite ambitious. Yudeshing was taken aback and sat up straighter, seriously staring at Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshua, saying earnestly, that requires a lot of investment. Not to mention the capital. How can Baishan, being so poor, sell it? What if it ends up being a loss? The capital would be down the drain. You two grandkids are still young. And the Sun family isn't what it used to be. We can't afford to take risks. Just focus on studying. Sun Jingshu wore a stern face and said nothing. Sun Mianmian didn't want to argue either and politely said, I understand. Thank you, Principal. Wu Qianqian, sitting alone at the back of the car, snorted coldly, thinking to herself that Sun Mianmian just loved to show off. During the rest of the journey, Sun Mianmian kept her eyes closed to rest. Grandpa was in good spirits and chatted occasionally with Principal Yudeshing. 2 hours later, the car jolted and then stalled. Principal Yudeshing said, We've arrived. Chapter 57 Meeting Lu Siki and Lin Zixuan. Since this is a national competition, all students and teachers are accommodated and fed uniformly. Naturally, Grandpa could not follow them into the competition school. Therefore, with the help of Principal Yudeshing, they opened a room at a nearby guest house to settle Grandpa. Grandpa smiled and urged them to leave. You don't need to worry. I'm just a little older, not senile. Focus on your exams, and after you finish, I'll treat you to celebrate at the largest restaurant in the provincial city. Yudeshing was somewhat worried. Old man, I'll come out to accompany you once I settle everything. You mustn't go out alone. In his mind, since Grandpa was injured, he had memory loss and needed care. Sun Mianmian found his worried expression amusing and leaned over to whisper, Principal, don't worry, my grandpa can take care of himself. He hasn't lost his memory. Hasn't lost his memory? Yudeshing looked incredulous. After all, the doctor at the clinic said that the aftermath of his injury was memory loss. Sun Mianmian mischievously blinked. Think about what my grandpa said in the car. Yudeshing, that's great. The old man must have recovered long ago, right? Sun Mianmian nodded yes. To ensure Grandpa's safety, they not only concealed this from Yudeshing, but also from the entire Baishan. Presumably, Xiao Xiao has already faced justice, and for now, no one should be following the Sun family. Yudeshing smiled. That's really good news. Quickly go prepare. You have classes tonight. Sun Mianmian didn't expect that classes would start so soon. She and Wu Qianqian had just finished tidying up and were ready to go to the cafeteria for a meal. As soon as they opened the door, they bumped into a teacher with a work ID who was about to knock. Excuse me, is there something I can help you with? Sun Mianmian asked with a smile. The staff member replied, Students, please go to the 6th floor of the Qingxue building immediately. Class starts at 5:20. Wu Qianqian glanced at her watch. It's 4:50 now. We wanted time to eat. They had just arrived at this university for the competition and were unfamiliar with the environment, not knowing where the cafeteria or the Qingxue building was. Wu Qianqian made a face, pouting, Hey, why don't they give people time to familiarize themselves with the environment? This is really... Sun Mianmian caught a glimpse of the staff member, notifying one classroom after another, and quickly interrupted her. Let's ask someone where the cafeteria and Qingxue building are first. We can grab some food and eat after class. Although she had buns and steamed buns in her space, it wasn't a good time to share. Moreover, there was still some tension between them. Hearing this, Wu Qianqian stopped complaining. The two of them jogged to the cafeteria according to the directions, asking along the way, and finally entered the 6th floor of the Qingxue building at 5:15. Their classroom was tiered and fully occupied at the front. Sun Mianmian entered through the back door, glanced around, and casually chose a seat in the middle. Wu Qianqian quietly sat beside her, too nervous to move. Just then, Sun Jingshua also arrived. Sun Mianmian turned and waved. She heard a surprised and delighted voice. Is that really you, Mianmian? As she spoke, a boy and a girl quickly approached from the side. Suddenly, memories of the original owner flashed in Sun Mianmian's mind. Lin Zixuan and Lu Siki. She greeted them warmly. The original owner was classmates with Lin Zixuan and Lu Siki, and their academic performances were closely matched. The three were rivals but also appreciated each other, being good friends. Lu Siki affectionately linked her arm with Sun Mianmian. Which team are you representing? As soon as we heard about the national competition, we knew we would run into you. You really confirmed our guess. Lin Zixuan stood beside them, smiling as he looked at Sun Mianmian. You seem to be doing well. When you suddenly dropped out, we asked many people and couldn't find out where you went. Otherwise, We would have sent you some materials long ago. The two chatted back and forth, very familiar and warm, without any hint of awkwardness. Sun Mianmian felt a little more at ease. Her stiff body gradually relaxed, and her smile became much more genuine. Finally, when they finished speaking, she opened up, "I'm now a student at Baisha No. 1 High School in Qingqing." Saying this, she pulled Sun Jingshua over. "This is my second brother, Sun Jingshua, and he is also a candidate this time." She then pointed to Wu Qianqian. "This is my classmate Wu Qianqian." Just after they finished greeting each other, the teacher entered. Everyone quickly sat up straight and listened attentively to the lecture. After class, it was already past 8. The lights were turned off uniformly here, and students were not allowed to linger outside. The few of them hurriedly exchanged a few words before parting ways. After returning to the dormitory, Wu Qianqian's gaze toward Sun Mianmian was noticeably warmer. As she swallowed her cold meal, she spoke clearly. "So you were already outstanding in the capital. I misunderstood you. Please forgive me." Although Wu Qianqian was somewhat arrogant, she was straightforward and willing to admit her mistakes. A good kid. Sun Mianmian wasn't the type to hold grudges. With the conversation reaching this point, she no longer kept her distance. "It's fine." In just 2 short days of training, Lu Siqi and Lin Zixuan often came to find Sun Mianmian, and, as a result, they also became familiar with Sun Jingshua and Wu Qianqian. The 5 of them formed a small team, discussing question types or predicting the direction of the college entrance examination when they weren't in class. Each expressed their opinions passionately, yet appropriately. Wu Qianqian enjoyed this atmosphere, her mindset becoming much calmer, and she admired and envied Sun Mianmian even more. In the blink of an eye, the tense competition arrived. 560 students from across the country participated in the first round, with half being eliminated. Then in the second round, another half was eliminated. In the third round, half were eliminated again. The remaining 70 would compete based on their scores. After each round of competition, they had a day of rest, but they could not leave the school. During this time, Grandpa did not follow Principal Yu Dashing's advice to stay well at the guest house. Instead, he strolled leisurely along the route of his memories, walking down the once glorious streets of the Sun family. He looked around and reminisced. Finally, he arrived at the small department store market that Sun Mianmian mentioned. This used to be the largest market of the Sun family, combining warehouse, horse teams, and shopping mall. Now, the old buildings have been torn down, and within the newly built walls stood a new small department store market. Grandpa placed his hands behind his back, looking up at the archway carved with Wangjiao Lane Small Department Store Market, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Inside the market's large shed, several 2 to 3 meter long and 80 centimeter wide cement platforms have been built for individual vendors to display their goods. When there weren't enough platforms, vendors spread out a cloth and set up stalls on the ground. The market was bustling with noise and crowds, with stalls filled with all kinds of merchandise. Some even used bamboo poles to build high walls behind the stalls, which were lined with goods. Grandpa stopped at the entrance of the market, raised his wrinkled hands to take a look, shook his head as he walked away, muttering to himself, "The waves behind push the waves in front." Indeed, reform and opening up are good. And on the day he returned, the competition results were announced. Sun Mianmian and Lu Siqi, along with the other 3, squeezed forward with the crowd. Chapter 58. The first shot fired before they could push their way forward. Someone exclaimed, "Wow, our Qian city is on the list too. Look, we have 2 spots in the top 50. Who is Sun Mianmian? When did Qian city get such an impressive person?" The capital city is not bad either, with 3 in the top 10. Truly worthy of being from the capital. Lu Siqi looked at Sun Mianmian with admiration. "Wow, I really admire you. Congratulations, our top beauty." Lin Zixuan raised an eyebrow. "You've made remarkable progress. Is Baishun's teaching level really that high? Now I want to transfer too." Originally, the 3 of them were on par with each other. However, in this competition, Sun Mianmian scored 13 points more than second-place Lin Zixuan and 15 points more than Lu Siqi. Sun Jingshua also performed well, ranking 38th. If it weren't for his relentless efforts studying the college entrance examination simulation papers sent by Siuando and burning the midnight oil with Sun Mianmian, he wouldn't have achieved such good results. Sun Mianmian modestly curled her lips. "I just happened to review this type of question. One competition can't determine the outcome. We'll see in the capital." Hearing her say this, Lu Siki and Lin Zixuan seemed to ponder. Suddenly, Lu Siki leaned in and whispered, I feel like these types of questions are very familiar, almost like what our teacher emphasized. Lin Zixuan noticed Lu Siki's expression and grew wary. Quickly tugging at their sleeves, let us go. We'll talk outside. Although every teacher would predict questions based on their experience and past exam types. Some teachers are so experienced and sharp-eyed that they can guess the question types. However, to speak so openly about it is concerning. One might say it unintentionally while the listener takes it to heart. If misunderstandings arise, it wouldn't be good. Wu Qianqian did not hear their conversation. She was staring intently at the rankings, lost in thought. This time, the competition was the biggest blow to her. She actually ranked 125th, even worse than Sun Jingshua. She couldn't help but fall deep into self-doubt. Sun Mianmian turned and pulled her back, comforting her. You've already beaten more than 400 top students nationwide, stronger than most. If you're not satisfied with your current results, you can always come back and fight again. The real battlefield is the college entrance examination in July. Wu Qianqian raised her moist eyes and responded with a heavy Sun Mianmian sighed. Thankful that this little girl listens and hasn't gotten stuck in a rut. Her future is promising. After the results were announced, Principal Yichen was the most excited. He walked with a swagger, smiling as he waved to Sun Mianmian and the others. Students, we've achieved victory in this battle. Come, let us go celebrate. Sun Mianmian, feeling bold, exclaimed, Thank you, Chief. The corners of Yudashing's eyes crinkled with deeper, longer smiles. He looked around and playfully pointed at Sun Mianmian's forehead, quietly scolding. You little rascal, you can't shout like that. A few years ago, you would have gotten me sent to the farm. Sun Mianmian cheekily stuck out her tongue, cautiously looking around. Isn't this a new era? Is it not okay to joke anymore? Lin Zixuan and Lu Siki saw that Principal Yudashing had arrived, congratulated him, and prepared to leave. Before they left, Lu Siki quietly said, Mianmian, I'll send you her simulation papers when I get back. Should I send them to your house or school? Before Sun Mianmian could respond, the sharp-eared Principal Yudashing quickly pulled out paper and pen. Mianmian, this is your classmate from the capital, right? They came all the way here. Let us go have a meal together and show some hospitality. Sun Mianmian looked at the principal, who was grinning like a wolf grandma, stifling a laugh as she took the pen and quickly wrote down the school address, inviting them. Lu Siki and Lin Zixuan repeatedly waved their hands, pointing to a figure not far away. We can't. Our team teacher is here. This time, the team teacher from capital city number 2 didn't recognize Sun Mianmian, but after hearing from Lu Siki and Lin Zixuan that she had transferred from their school, he was both shocked and regretful. He made a phone call back, causing the principal of capital city number 2 to sigh in amazement. On this day, Lin Zixuan also made a phone call back to the military compound. Grandpa, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I only got second place. The first place, my former classmate, has now transferred to Baishan, Sun Mianmian. Yes, I understand. What didn't he know was that not only did his grandpa hear this call, but also see Yuan Dao, who was standing by the phone. His eyebrows raised, and a smile crept onto his lips, visibly pleased. Meanwhile, the universities interested in this competition quickly learned the news, especially the math departments of various schools, which remembered Sun Mianmian's name. They specifically emphasized that they should pay close attention to Sun Mianmian's college entrance examination results. Even if she didn't apply to their school, they should still make an effort to recruit her. On the other side, Grandpa saw the beaming Yudashing and felt something was up. It seemed our Baishan performed well. Congratulations. Yudashing laughed heartily. Congratulations to us. If it weren't for our Mianmian, we wouldn't have taken the crown. She really made a splash. Ha ha ha. But Sun Jingshua did well too, making it to the top 50, and Wu Qianqian did well, surpassing over 400 candidates. Overall, we at Baishan are victorious. Grandpa knew Sun Mianmian was clever, but he didn't expect her to be this formidable. He stroked his newly grown stubble, feeling comforted. He then turned to Yudashing. Ultimately, it's your educational work that's done well. You all have worked hard. Principal Yudashing was in high spirits after the happy event. After the meal, he threw out a big surprise. The school had already bought sleeper tickets for several people for tonight at 8. Having just finished lunch, there was still the whole afternoon for everyone to wander around the provincial city. Thus, they split into several groups. Principal Yichen took the opportunity to visit the Provincial Education Bureau and meet old friends. Grandpa said he was tired from walking these days and wanted a rest, so he returned to the guest house. After Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshua sent Wu Qianqian to her relative's house, they turned to the department store. They agreed to meet at the guest house at 6 o'clock. The provincial city's department store was indeed grand, with large glass panels on the exterior reflecting the dazzling sunlight. Dazzling to the eyes. Sun Jingshua stood in front of the 5-story building and sighed. Humans are truly small. Back in Baishan, I thought the county government building was the tallest. Now that I'm in the provincial city, even the 2-story buildings there seem so. Sun Mianmian laughed. If you go to the capital, you'll find that this 5-story building is nothing much. Sun Jingshua pursed his lips and chuckled, more resolute in his desire to see the outside world. The first floor of the department store sold daily necessities. Sun Mianmian took a glance and headed straight to the second floor. The second floor sold clothes, with a variety of adult and children's styles, trendy and ordinary. Everything you could imagine. Sun Mianmian bought 2 sets for her grandpa, then looked at a V-neck knitted vest paired with a white shirt and black trousers hanging on the wall. Excuse me, please help take that set down for him to try on. Sun Jingshua thought Sun Mianmian had come to buy clothes for herself, but when he saw it was for him, he quickly said, I have clothes to wear, no need, no need. Besides, that white shirt looked very delicate, probably cotton. And the V-neck knitted vest, with deep wine red and blue stripes, looked nice, but it was probably very expensive, right? Sun Mianmian knew exactly what he was thinking, and without further ado took it and held it up for him to see, then turned around and paid. She also bought a different style set. 86 for a set. Sun Jingshua was just holding onto the rope on the bag of his clothes, walking a bit unsteadily. Little sister, you could just buy it for yourself. I don't need something so nice. Sun Mianmian waved her hand grandly. What are you talking about? Let's go. I'll take you to buy a watch. Life without a watch was truly aimless for her. She was completely unaccustomed to estimating the time by looking at the sky. Chapter 59, Bye-bye by buying a watch? Sun Jingshua was still stunned by the astronomical figure of 86 yuan for a set of clothes when Sun Mianmian dropped another bombshell on him. He thought that he must be walking the wrong way. Otherwise, how could he be experiencing such hallucinations? Sun Mianmian continued her bombardment. Yes, our family of 3. Each one needs one. Oh, we also need to buy a radio for Grandpa and some local specialties for my master. Speaking of specialties, she remembered Wang Dama's house. On this trip, the 2 chickens and the silver-haired cat at home were entrusted to Wang Dama for care. Since they had troubled her, they naturally had to bring some specialties as a thank-you gift. Listening to Sun Mianmian chatter on, Sun Jingshua felt numb, but also calm. He figured out that his younger sister was a decisive person and not short on money. He decided to be a good second brother who enjoyed his sister's generosity. However, when he saw the price of the watches, Sun Jingshua gasped, trembling as he discreetly tugged at her sleeve. Little sister, this is too expensive. I don't want it. A Shanghai brandman's watch was 70 yuan. The omega next to it, wrapped even more exquisitely, cost over 200 yuan. Was it made of gold? It stood in front of the men's watch counter, whispering. Sun Mianmian calmly pointed to a Rolex displayed on the other side. Second brother, stay steady. If over 200 is made of gold, then what do you think this watch that costs over 20,000 is made of? Even Sun Mianmian, who had seen various high-end goods in her later life, was taken aback by the price tag of the Rolex. It was 1982, and it cost over 20,000. Just thinking about how its value would soar decades later made her shudder. Sun Mianmian didn't dare to imagine. Sensing Sun Jingshua's anxiety and the strange gazes from several salespeople, she honestly returned to the Shanghai brand watch counter. Calmly, she said, "Get me 2 watches." The salesperson quickly regained composure, donned a charming smile, and politely replied, "Sure, please wait a moment." After that, Sun Mianmian bought herself a Seagull watch for 98 yuan. Then, she spent 28 yuan to buy a Peony brand radio. Sun Jingshua, holding a bunch of luxury items, walked cautiously, glancing left and right, afraid of being robbed. Sun Mianmian joked, "Second brother, relax. These things are necessities for an ordinary family. No one is going to rob us." The last 2 words she spoke lightly, but her expression grew serious. With just a casual glance, she noticed that someone was indeed sneaking a watchful eye on them. When Sun Mianmian looked over, the person quickly pulled down their cap and awkwardly turned away. His deliberate action seemed to imply a guilty conscience. Sun Mianmian's heart raced with alarm. Could it be that someone coveting the Sun family's treasures was so bold, not even deterred by a Xiao's arrest? Or was it possible that those in the shadows had never given up on monitoring them? Damn! Sun Mianmian couldn't help but give the sky the middle finger. If her suspicion was true, she really wanted to fight with the heavens for 300 rounds. Others traveled through time to become princes and princesses, while she ended up as a pitiful little member of a precarious family. However, being followed by one person didn't scare her. She was just waiting for them to make a move. Sensing Sun Mianmian's unusual emotions, Sun Jingxiu leaned over and asked, "Little sister, are you feeling unwell?" Sun Mianmian shook her head, took the watch and radio from his hands, and said, "I'm fine. Let me carry a bit too." Next, she wanted to buy some local specialties. She wanted to see if that person would continue to follow them. When they reached the first floor, Sun Jingxiu spotted the cheapest and most delicious yellow rice cake. "Little sister, let us bring some yellow rice cakes back. Grandpa loves them. And maybe Wang Dama would like them too." Sun Mianmian nodded, then grabbed a few bottles of chili sauce and packed some Qingyan rose candy. Upon seeing the Kaiyang selenium-rich tea, Sun Mianmian bought a few cans, intending to give them to her master and the principal, leaving the rest for Grandpa. Looking at the pile of items at her feet, Sun Mianmian felt a sense of accomplishment. While bending down to carry the items, she glanced back and found that the man who had been following them was gone. She let out a sigh of relief. It turned out she had been overly suspicious. What a false alarm. However, to be safe, Sun Mianmian discreetly stashed the watch and radio into her space. It was still early, and they weren't in a hurry to return. They wanted to explore a bit more. Sun Jingxiu naturally agreed. This was a great opportunity to broaden their horizons. After a series of purchases, he had calmed down, his demeanor relaxed, and he was no longer timid. After discussing, they unanimously decided to check out the antique street. Sun Jingxiu wanted to visit the antique street to see if he could find any ancient coins he had long wanted to collect, while Sun Mianmian, who had repeatedly come up empty at the Baishan scrap station, also wanted to see if she could stumble upon something good at the antique street. This period's antique street had just begun to rise. The quaint, antique streets were lined with stalls. The shops on either side occasionally had wooden doors open, but they were less lively than the stalls. The two young siblings, like children intruding on an adult gathering, felt out of place. Ignoring the curious gazes from others, they walked and looked, sometimes stopping to admire rare porcelain or paintings. Occasionally, they would buy a few items that caught their eye. As they wandered to the middle of the antique street, they saw a large crowd gathered ahead. 15,000. Are you selling or not? If not, then forget it. Please be reasonable. This is a Qing dynasty painting, and without 40,000, don't even think about it. Hearing the bargaining voices, Sun Mianmian pulled Sun Jingxiu into the crowd to see the so-called Qing dynasty painting. Although she couldn't appraise it, that didn't stop her from enjoying the spectacle. Sun Jingxiu also became interested, tightening his grip on the bags and following closely behind Sun Mianmian. As they squeezed to the front, they saw the painting that the two were arguing about. It was a landscape painting. The more one looked, the more it felt as though they were there. Serene and distant, comfortable and pleasant. It was as if they could hear the wind rustling the leaves in the forest, see fish and shrimp swimming in the creek, and gaze up at the clouds rolling in the sky. Sun Mianmian was momentarily at a loss for words, her mind only coming up with one phrase: "Wow, so beautiful." At that moment, Sun Jingxiu shouted, "Thief! Catch the thief!" Sun Mianmian turned around and saw a small figure quickly darting into the crowd. She took off running, but was pulled back by Sun Jingxiu. "Little sister, it's fine. Our stuff is okay." "Phew." Sun Mianmian exhaled heavily. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The two carefully checked their belongings and were just about to leave when they heard the sound of paper tearing. Immediately after, the vendor shouted in despair, "Damn it, my masterpiece." For some reason, the painting in his hands had been torn apart, leaving only a small piece. The crowd turned in shock, exchanging glances and shaking their heads as they began to leave. The buyer looked back regretfully. "What a pity. Although I don't know if it's real, it's a beautiful decoration. What a shame." The vendor held the ruined painting, nearly in tears. He looked at the departing buyer, 15,000 is 15,000. You can take it. Huh. I wouldn't want it even if you gave it to me now. This is an authentic piece. 10,000? 5,000? It's real. Chapter 60. Go to hell, you. Sun Mianmian glanced regretfully at the painting, preparing to turn away. But inexplicably, she felt a bit reluctant to leave it behind. She looked at the painting and sighed softly. What a beautiful painting, but it's ruined. The stall owner had originally offered a price of 5,000, and seeing no one responding, was about to pack it away. Hearing Sun Mianmian's voice, he looked up hopefully, only to see a little girl, and his expression immediately turned cold. What does a child know? Go play somewhere else. Sun Mianmian was unfazed, chatting with Sun Jingshua. Second brother, we haven't finished the painting assigned by the teacher yet. If we use this one as a reference, we should be able to submit it. Sun Jingshua understood in an instant. His little sister must have taken a liking to this painting. However, what is so good about that ruined painting? And it still costs 5,000? He put on a pained expression to cooperate. But it's a famous piece. How could they lend it to us for copying? Let's go. The stall owner saw the two really about to leave and quickly called out, Little girl, let me be a good person this once. How about 2,000? 2,000? Thank you, uncle, but we can't afford it. Sun Jingshua hurriedly refused, fearing Sun Mianmian would say something, and pulled her away. Sun Mianmian's sharp eyes caught sight of the painting being signed by Wang Shimin. Wang Shimin was one of the 4 Wangs of the Qing dynasty. Before she entered the book, she had seen news pushed by a certain platform about his imitation of various landscapes, which seemed to have sold for over 100 million at the time. It had caused quite a stir. If this really is a painting by Wang Shimin, they would strike it rich. Sun Mianmian turned back, looking at the stall owner with a pleading expression. Uncle, could you sell it to us for cheaper? Look, it's ruined and it can't be repaired. It's better to give it to us for 100 than to throw it away. She felt more and more certain that this painting should be real. The more she looked at it, the more convinced she became. The stall owner jokingly said, Old Tang, just consider doing a good deed like lay foam. Even if it's real, it's not worth much. They were just vendors, not professional appraisers, selling things that were often mixed with fakes. Their principle was to sell one for each they could trick, and they held no responsibility. Similarly, the Tang stall owner was also uncertain about the authenticity of this painting. However, since someone had offered 5,000, selling it for 100 felt unsatisfactory. But if he didn't sell it, it was just a piece of waste paper. He hesitated for a moment and casually tossed the rolled-up painting over. 100 is 100. Take it. Sun Mianmian was overjoyed, happily taking out 100. Thank you, uncle. Seeing the stall owner's reluctant expression, she sighed deliberately. What a pity. We still need to mount it properly to copy it. Sun Jingshua genuinely felt heartbroken. He quickly glanced at the rolled-up painting and quickly looked away, grumbling in a deep voice. Little sister, buying a ruined painting for 100 will definitely get us scolded when we get home. Sun Mianmian pouted, but I want it. The stall owner watched the two leave, glancing at the 100 in his hand, feeling empty inside. It felt like he had lost 100 million. He quickly glanced at a corner, his lips curling in disdain. Two clueless kids thinking they could buy a famous painting worth 80 for just 100? Dream on. He didn't expect that he didn't go looking for the Sun family's 2 fools, but they stumbled upon him instead. Truly, they were not walking the path to heaven, but crashing into hell. Little 5 righteousness, he rolled up his stall cloth and left. Today was a good day. Although he didn't make money from the stall, he was about to catch 2 fat sheep and gain a high reward for his mission. Not bad. Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshua had no idea that by buying a ruined painting, they had attracted someone's attention. If Sun Mianmian had known, she wouldn't have panicked. After all, what is the fear of many lice? They hadn't even left the antique street when they felt a gaze following them closely. Sun Mianmian stopped at a stall selling porcelain, deliberately picking up a porcelain vase to play with. From the reflection of the vase, she saw the duckbill hat man who had been following them in the department store. She snorted softly, bought the vase, and leisurely pulled Sun Jingshua along. During this time, she quickly tossed the ruined painting onto the balance scale. In an instant, the painting looked brand new. A mechanical voice sounded. Congratulations, master. It has been identified as a fine work by Wang Shimin of the Qing dynasty. Sun Mianmian was shocked. This was the first time she discovered that things passed through the balance scale could not only be exchanged for new ones, but could also verify authenticity. Truly amazing. Then, she tossed the porcelain vase onto the scale. The result was quite beautiful, identified as produced during the Qing dynasty folk art. She was so excited that she kept shaking Sun Jingshua's arm, unable to suppress her smile. Well, lucky day. If only they weren't being followed. They might have been able to make a fortune quietly. She held the blank scroll taken from her space and pulled Sun Jingshua as they wandered and checked out the nearby terrain. Soon, they arrived at an unoccupied alley. Sun Jingshua became alert, realizing something was off. Little sister, is something going on? Sun Mianmian nodded, pulling Sun Jingshua into a doorway. Someone is following us. Wait for my signal. Saying this, she pulled out a slingshot and picked up some stones for Sun Jingshua. Sun Jingshua. How did he not know his little sister had a slingshot hidden in her backpack? Before long, footsteps stopped at the mouth of the alley. Sun Mianmian listened carefully. She raised 2 fingers and whispered too. Indeed, there were 2 people coming, the tank stall owner and the duckbill hat man. Sun Jingshuo pulled back the slingshot. I'll do it. Every time there was danger, Sun Mianmian was always at the front. If it weren't for his thick skin, he would have been too embarrassed by now. Huh, where did those 2 little brats go? They must be nearby. You go in and check. I'll go look ahead. We must catch the 2 from the Sun family today, That asked for sure. I didn't expect that we didn't go looking for them, but they ended up running into us. Truly, a great opportunity. After this job, we can feast for a while. Hearing this, Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshua's faces changed simultaneously. It turned out they had walked right into the tiger's mouth. What bad luck. Why did it feel like the enemies of the Sun family were everywhere? Sigh. Sun Mianmian looked helplessly at the sky. Never thought living this extra life would be so difficult. The footsteps grew closer. The sound of sticks scraping against the blue stone tiles was jarring to the ears. Sun Jingshua furrowed his brow, the slingshot already drawn back, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged from the effort. This time, there was only one enemy. Sun Mianmian prepared to cover him, giving Sun Jingshua a chance to show off. Huh, so you were hiding here. The man sneered. A 1-meter-long stick swung down and hit the stone that was shot out like bowling. Sun Mianmian thought to herself, what a pity. Before Sun Jingshua could pull back the slingshot a second time, the stick, carrying a gust of wind, came crashing down. Sun Jingshua's pupil shrank, and he instinctively rushed out, standing in front of Sun Mianmian and using his arm to block the incoming stick. However, Sun Mianmian reacted even faster than him. In the moment he blocked, she had already slid out and executed a sweeping kick, sending the duckbill hat man flying. She rushed over, picked up the stick, and started striking down like a rain of blows. The duckbill hat man tried to counterattack several times, but was violently suppressed by Sun Mianmian. Why are you following us? The duckbill hat man panted heavily, glaring at the 2, speechless. Sun Jingshua snatched the stick and continued to beat him. Little sister, people like this deserve a beating. Don't ask why. 1 for 1, let us see how tough they are. Sun Mianmian silently gave him a thumbs up. It seemed she had led her refined second brother astray. At that moment, heavy footsteps came from the entrance of the alley. The man in the duckbill cap's eyes lit up. He licked the blood at the corner of his mouth with his tongue, provocatively challenging, Today is your death day? Don't ask why. Sun Jingshua was furious, not even looking at the person coming from the entrance of the alley, swinging his bat down like rain. Die you. Chapter 61. 1880. Sun Mianmian looked at the newcomer in surprise and raised her hand to stop Sun Jingshua. After all, legitimate self-defense is not an excuse to kill someone in front of soldiers. Why not continue? Go ahead. Si Yuandao said expressionlessly. Sun Mianmian chuckled awkwardly. She was somewhat at a loss for words and found herself momentarily speechless. Sun Jingshua stared blankly at the person he was carrying and murmured, Isn't this the vendor? Si Yuandao raised an eyebrow. You recognize him? He has been stalking and instructing the killers who targeted you. Hearing this, the 2 siblings were horrified. Sun Mianmian incredulously pointed at the vendor with his head down. We were just conducting a legitimate business transaction, mutually agreed upon. Are you trying to do something underhanded? How malicious. At this point, Sun Mianmian's expression turned serious as she pointed at the man in the cap. No, he was already watching us from the department store. We hadn't even reached the antique street at that time. This was clearly a premeditated case of stalking and murder. Sun Mianmian hadn't expected to encounter such surprises right after arriving in the provincial capital. See Yuandao frowned. I will handle these two for you. Someone was already following you at Baishan. I took care of a group, but didn't find any leads. I hope this time it can help. Sun Mianmian suddenly realized. The reason she hadn't seen anyone following her for a while was because he had helped deal with it. She felt increasingly indebted to Si Yuandao, with each incident seemingly impossible to repay. Thank you. Si Yuandao raised an eyebrow. No need for thanks. Just treat me to a meal later. Sun Mianmian chuckled and nodded. That's a given. This unexpected incident was quickly resolved thanks to Si Yuandao's appearance. When they returned to the guest house, they ran into Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian saw Sun Jingshua carrying large bags and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Did you guys buy out the department store? Who said the Sun family was poor? Just look at their spending. They are not an ordinary family. Especially when she saw the watch and radio Sun Mianmian was carrying. Wu Qianqian couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Sun Mianmian smiled broadly. How could that be? You know my family. We have nothing. Things are affordable here in the provincial capital, so I just bought a few items. As they spoke, Yu Dashing and Grandpa came out of the guest house. Grandpa waved his hand. Let us go. I'll treat you to a big meal. They didn't go to a state-run restaurant in the provincial capital, but to a private restaurant. It was just past 6 in the afternoon, and the streets were bustling with activity. Despite the bright daylight, the neon lights on the private restaurant sign began to flicker, colorful and beautiful. Sun Jingshua calmly glanced around and helped Grandpa into the restaurant. Wu Qianqian looked up and admired it for a while, reluctant to take her eyes away. So beautiful. We don't have such dazzling lights in Baishan. Yu Dashing took the opportunity to encourage her. That's simple. Just work hard. Not to mention the provincial capital. Even places like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou are thriving. Wu Qianqian's eyes sparkled, and she nodded eagerly, just as she was about to say something to Sun Mianmian. A man in a suit and bow tie, with meticulously combed hair, strode over and stood in front of Grandpa. Old man, please. The private room on the second floor has been reserved for you. You finally made it. His tone was very familiar, and his attitude was quite respectful. Grandpa smiled and nodded. Thank you, lead the way. At this moment, the competent and authoritative aura he exuded was completely different from the old man living in the alley of Baishan. Sun Mianmian turned her head to scrutinize the newcomer while subtly observing her surroundings. After all, today's surprise had kept her nerves on edge. Even if she sensed the other party's goodwill, she didn't dare to relax. This private restaurant was decorated in a traditional Chinese style. The hall was separated by screens painted with traditional Chinese artwork, both protecting the guest's privacy and pleasing to the eye. They climbed the wooden stairs to the second floor and settled into the innermost private room. The room was covered with a thick carpet. A solid wood round table had a glass turntable about the thickness of a pinky finger. The high wooden chair backs were intricately carved, beautiful and luxurious. Sun Mianmian scanned the room and estimated that the decoration of this private room would be an astonishing number even in her past life. But Grandpa was as casual as if he were at home. He glanced at the menu, tossed it to Principal Yu Dashing. Principal Yu, you order. Principal Yu Dashing looked at the menu, his hand trembled, and he threw it away. This is too expensive. After saying that, he apologetically looked at the man, explaining, I didn't mean anything else. It's just that I'm tight on money and feel this is beyond what we can afford. Grandpa was about to speak when a man interrupted. No problem. This meal is on me. It's my little bit of filial piety since old Sun rarely comes to the provincial capital. Saying this, he looked at the waiter behind him. Bring out all the signature dishes from our restaurant, quickly. He knew that the old man hated wasting time. It was a rare opportunity to meet, and he couldn't leave a bad impression. During this time, Grandpa didn't introduce the other party's identity, and no one asked. When the beautifully presented dishes arrived, they didn't have time to care about the prices. After a flurry of eating, they truly accomplished the clean plate campaign. After the meal, the man looked eagerly at Grandpa. What do you think, old son? Grandpa leisurely wiped his mouth. Not bad. Wang Chong, keep up the good work. Your young lady will remember your kindness. I came to accompany a few kids for competition this time, and time is tight. So we'll head to the train station first. We can chat more when we have time. Mianmian, go pay the bill. Sun Mianmian answered crisply, okay. The man just wanted to stop her, but Grandpa's glance halted him. He awkwardly touched his nose. I'll go prepare the car to take you to the train station. May I have this opportunity? Grandpa nodded. The man quickly left. Sun Mianmian turned to the front desk to settle the bill. Hello? Room 6 on the second floor. The total is 1,880 yuan. Thank you. Did I hear wrong? Sun Mianmian's heart sank, and she maintained an incredibly calm demeanor. She silently criticized her grandpa for living beyond their means, spending several years' worth of their family's expenses in one meal. How generous. But just as she was about to hand over the money, an arm blocked her. I'll take care of it. It was Si Yuandao's voice. Sun Mianmian quickly withdrew her hand that had brushed against his arm, her heart racing as if a few fingers had been scalded, curling up silently. Her expression remained calm as she looked up at the tall man beside her. What a coincidence. What are you doing here? Without waiting for his reply, she quickly pushed his hand away. No, I can pay for it myself. With so much money, how could she let someone else help? Si Yuandao smiled, his gaze fixed on the small hand that was tightly gripping his arm. Are you sure you still want to hold on? Sun Mianmian. It sounded like he was implying something mischievous. At his words, her face flushed instantly, like a fire cloud, quickly turning her neck pink. She stuttered, unsure how to explain. In the meantime, Si Yuandao had already settled the bill. He leaned against the counter, reverting to his usual calm demeanor. There weren't any useful clues today, but they are related to my mission. I will contact you if there's anything, or you can call me. That's it. I'm leaving. Sun Mianmian. Thank you. Si Yuandao. Just remember the meal you owe me. Sun Mianmian lowered her eyes and smiled bitterly. A big commander like you would still care about my meal? The 1,880 yuan should be enough to make someone vomit. Of course, except for coming to such a place that ordinary people can't afford. She felt that they had been taken advantage of. But looking at the sharp exchanges between her grandfather and Wang Chong, there seemed to be reasons she didn't know about. However, seeing Si Yuandao's calm demeanor gave her a misleading sense of normalcy. She felt a bit confused. Chapter 62. Discussion on endorsements. No one can compare. The restaurant owner indeed arranged a small car to take them. By the time they arrived at the train station, it was not even 7:30, leaving them with plenty of time. Principal Yichen quietly pulled Sun Mianmian aside and asked, "This meal must have cost a lot, right?" Sun Mianmian replied nonchalantly, "Not much. Just a little over 1,000. Yichen exclaimed, "What? Over 1,000?" Instantly, countless gazes turned toward them. Grandpa shot them a glance. It's not a big deal. Mind your image. After saying that, he lowered his gaze, lost in his own thoughts. Wang Chong, after all, had been pampered by them. Wang Chong was the son of the Su family's chief steward, helping Su Wan manage this establishment in the provincial capital. Later, the Su family fell apart, and Su Wan went missing. Meanwhile, the Sun family gradually fell into decline, shrinking back to Baishan, and could no longer reach the provincial capital. Without constraints, Wang Chong became arrogant, strutting around, and actually created the highest-end dining establishment in the provincial capital. Gradually, he took over the restaurant, mingling with the upper echelons of the provincial capital, completely forgetting his former masters. He also forgot that the young Sun children were his masters, having not cared for them for over a decade. Thinking of this, Grandpa turned to look at Sun Jingxiao and Sun Mianmian sighed. Let him prance around for a few more years. Even if Su Wan doesn't come back, they have no land deeds. When they grow up, they will have to fight for it. Yichen was unaware of the relationship between the old man and Wang Chong. Thinking to himself that the old man indeed had seen great storms, a meal costing over 1,000 seemed to bother him not at all. Why not improve their lives a bit? TSK. Look at his patched-up clothes. He probably thinks it's glorious to be poor, right? Wu Qianqian was also shocked, unable to close her mouth. She said the principal's expression was off when he looked at the menu. Later, he must have been tempted by the colors, aroma, and taste, forgetting its high price. If this meal cost 1,000 for 5 people, that would mean 200 per person. My goodness, 200. Wu Qianqian was so shocked that she couldn't bend her fingers. Would her parents sell her to repay the money if they found out? Speaking of which, this meal was voluntarily treated by Grandpa's son. He wouldn't want to settle the bill later, would he? Thinking of this, Wu Qianqian instinctively sat a bit farther from Sun Mianmian, stealing glances. Fortunately, not long after, the announcement sounded in the waiting room. They were about to board the train. It was Sun Jingshua and Wu Qianqian's first time on a sleeper train, and they curiously looked at the night scenery all the way. By the time they reached Baishan Station, they were still not satisfied. Before parting, Principal Yu Dushing smiled and rubbed his hands, looking at Sun Mianmian. Your classmate from the capital should send the materials to the school, right? Sun Mianmian nodded with a smile. She thought to herself, the principal's foxtail is about to show. Yu Dushing continued, it's like this. The educational resources in the capital are indeed better than ours. I wonder if I could ask you to share the materials so we can all study together? He meant contributing to the school for everyone to study. With Sun Jingshua's remarkable progress as a precedent, Sun Mianmian also wanted to contribute the materials she had to benefit more Baishan students, but she had never had the opportunity. She smiled and nodded, Principal, actually I have a stack of college entrance examination simulation papers from the capital. If you don't mind, I can bring them to school for you tomorrow. She and Sun Jingshua had already gone through that set of papers 5 or 6 times, memorizing them thoroughly, and keeping them didn't hold much significance. It would be better to let them serve a greater purpose. Really? That would be perfect. Yu Dushing grinned, realizing that Sun Jingshua's recent rapid improvement was due to those simulation papers from the capital. Then, he turned to Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian, don't be discouraged. With the help of Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshua, everyone's grades will surely make a qualitative leap. Also, regarding today's meal, let's just say we had street food. And don't spread any rumors. Wu Qianqian nodded, I know. Thank you, Principal. Thank you, Mianmian. Thank you, Grandpa's son. Thank you, classmate Jingshua. Hearing her series of thanks, Principal Yu Dushing laughed even louder. Thus, the national mathematics competition came to a perfect conclusion. Time moved into June. After returning home, Sun Mianmian took out the gifts for Grandpa and Sun Jingshua. Additionally, she set aside the gifts for Aunt Wang's family for Grandpa to take over. She brought the Kaiyang selenium-rich tea for the principal and, along with Sun Jingshua holding a stack of papers, headed to school. To their surprise, a large banner was hung at the school gate, displaying their great achievements. Sun Mianmian shyly lowered her head, walking behind Sun Jingshua. Principal Yu Dushing obviously came prepared. As soon as they entered the school gate, they were called by the principal who came out of the guard room. Sun Mianmian, Sun Jingshua, welcome back, 2 heroes. Sun Mianmian, Sun Jingshua. The students. They had reason to suspect their principal was possessed by something, being overly affectionate like a mouse loving rice or a weasel eyeing a hen. What a big stack of papers. Give it to me, give it to me. It's so heavy, don't hurt your arms. Principal Yu Dushing said while taking the papers into his arms. Sun Jingshua was still in a daze when he heard Principal Yu Dushing hurry them. What are you dazing for? Hurry back to class, go. Being late will get you punished. Everyone. It felt like the principal was acting strangely, using people to move forward, not backward. Sun Jingshua was so angry that his hands trembled, saying speechlessly, is it just like this? Sun Mianmian shook her head with a smile. Yes, just like this, what else? Sun Jingshua was both angry and amused, realizing that their principal could be so cute. They never expected the principal's execution power to be outstanding. By the 3rd period, each class began to receive those ink-printed simulation papers. Naturally, Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshua were not afraid of these papers, nor would they be stumped by them. However, what they didn't expect was that the principal actually organized all the students to request Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshua to come up and help everyone analyze. Phew! Working without any remuneration, Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshua expressed their refusal. How boring. The college entrance examination was already stressful, and no one wanted to waste a single second. But the cunning Principal Yu Dushing quickly threw out a bait. Requesting the Education Bureau helped to reclaim a shop that originally belonged to the Sun family at the school gate as a reward. Yu Dushing knew that the old man had gone to the provincial capital's small goods market and expressed admiration and interest in individual businesses. Considering their family lived on a meager government subsidy of 20 yuan a month, it was indeed a bit tight. If they had a shop, their future would have some security. Moreover, the Sun family had originally been merchants. To cater to their interests was to express his sincerity. Sun Jingshua hesitated. Principal, it's not that I'm declining, but I feel I can't handle it and balance everything. I'm sorry. He didn't want to gain a sesame seed and lose a watermelon. His dream was to go to the National Defense University. He had already inquired when he was in the provincial capital, and he could pass the political review. Principal Yu Dushing was somewhat disappointed, but did not force him. You look hopefully at Sun Mianmian, top student. What do you say? Sun Mianmian shrugged. Then I'll do it. If there are shortcomings, please guide me in a timely manner, principal and teachers. Not to mention the principal dangling a shop in front of her. She couldn't refuse the 200 merit points she just received. Thus, Sun Mianmian began her tense life as a substitute teacher and reviewer in June. Even the traditional Chinese medicine shop only opens in the afternoon. Chen Weihao has a lot of opinions. Girl, do you remember the gift I gave you when we first met? You must memorize those 10 books before the summer vacation. Sun Mianmian was leaning on the counter, feeling very tired and listless, and she replied, got it. She thought to herself that she had already memorized that basic knowledge in her previous life. And even the later book, The Complete Guide to Acupuncture, she could recite fluently. When it comes to memorizing, no one can compare to her, Sun Dalian. Ha! Chapter 63, sighing and laughing. What are you laughing at? Hurry home. Sun Mianmian was startled awake by the sound of Chen Weihao knocking on the counter, shivering slightly. She lazily got up and pouted. Master, people can scare people to death. Let's go. As she walked home in the dusk, she glanced longingly at the distant mountains. She missed them very much. It had been quite a few days since she last entered the mountains. Without any points, her space had not expanded, and she felt quite uncomfortable, even though she occasionally smuggled some flowers and plants from the roadside into her space. It was merely a drop in the bucket for the bare body space. She couldn't even decorate the banks of the river. Fortunately, she had accumulated 2,250 merit points. Sun Mianmian looked at the 2,250 flashing intermittently on the phoenix statue and felt a sense of urgency, knowing that each time she used the scanning skill and talisman skill, it would consume 2,000 merit points. But her life, which revolved around 2 points, school and home, occupied all her time. Sun Mianmian felt helpless. Every day, she dragged her exhausted body back from school, so tired that she didn't even want to eat dinner. Her grandfather, seeing her thin figure, hesitated several times before finally speaking. Mianmian, we just need to do our best. There's no need to sacrifice your health. How about taking a day off tomorrow? Since June, Principal Yu Dushing seemed to be energized, extending the school day by an hour and even forcibly taking back the fixed day off each week, especially after receiving the college entrance examination materials sent by Lu Siki. All the teachers and students in the third year were studying day and night, pushing themselves hard. Even their class 4 had changed from its usual playfulness to a tense atmosphere. Sun Mianmian seized every moment to review and discuss test question analyses with the teachers. After intense and continuous work, she had lost about 10 pounds. She looked at her fingers, which resembled bird claws, and smiled. Grandpa, I'm fine. Just a few more days until the end of the month. The principal said that after the exam at the end of the month, I can take a break. The so-called break meant that she wouldn't have to discuss question types with the teachers or act as a substitute teacher. But the tense college entrance examination still loomed over her. Sun Jingshu poked his head out from the sea of questions, frowning as he counted the days. Tomorrow is the mock exam, and after that, it's July 1st. Grandpa, has Big Brother said when he will come back after July 1st? When Sun Jingshu mentioned his older brother, Sun Yichen, Sun Mianmian felt a bit dazed. It was because Sun Yichen's presence had been so weak, both in the book and during her time back. She remembered that the book only described Sun Yichen's fate. After the Sun family encountered trouble, he offended the leaders and ultimately sacrificed his life while carrying out a dangerous mission. It was just a brief mention. Sun Mianmian felt a bit angry, organizing thousands of words in her mind to denounce the original author. Not only was she resentful that the fate of the Sun family was arranged so tragically, but that it was also glossed over without wasting a single word, wholeheartedly weaving a beautiful life for the male and female protagonists. Since she had become a member of the Sun family, she not only hoped to change her grandfather's and Sun Jingshu's lives, but also wanted Sun Yichen to live well. It would be best if she could find a missing son, Hao and Su Wan, who had been gone for more than 10 years. She didn't know when Sun Yichen had come back before. Sun Mianmian looked eagerly at her grandfather. Grandpa, has Big Brother said anything? Her grandfather's expression was serious as he slowly shook his head. In the past, There would always be a phone call or telegram every month or two, but this year, since the beginning, there's been no news at all. The old man looked worried, sighing. However, Sun Yichen was far away in the army, and it wasn't easy for ordinary people to contact him. Hearing this, Sun Jingshu lost his focus on doing the test papers and began to worry as well. Suddenly, a thick cloud of sorrow enveloped the Sun family's small courtyard. Sun Mianmian didn't know how to resolve it, so she sighed along with them. Meanwhile, Fang Qingqing was also sighing at the gate of Peking University. Sigh, is brother Yunxiao not coming back again? This was her 49th time encountering Gu Yunxiao at Peking University in June. However, because he was a graduate student at Peking University and Gu Yunxiao had specifically instructed the security guard, Fang Qingqing had never waited for him. The security guard, feeling sorry for her, kindly reminded her, "Little girl, it's almost 9 o'clock and the night bus is about to stop running. Aren't you leaving?" Even in the capital, the night wasn't very peaceful. Taking the bus from Peking University back to the military district would take about 10 minutes, passing through 5 stops. Fang Qingqing was also scared. She looked reluctantly at the dim campus and walked toward the bus stop with a sense of grievance. In the past month, Fang Qingqing had frequently come home late, and Yang Qiuxiang and others had grown accustomed to it, somewhat giving up on her. They had realized that Fang Qingqing wasn't cut out for studying and wouldn't listen to advice. Especially after hearing that Sun Mianmian had won first place in the national math competition, Yang Qiuxiang had been even less friendly to her. From then on, she became busier than Fang Jiangwo, often returning home late at night. Grandma Fang felt angry but couldn't find anyone to vent to, so she could only hit her cane loudly. Gu Qingran was the first to learn that Sun Mianmian had won first place in the national math competition. She happily went home to tell Shuya and Gu Yunxiao. Shuya sighed. Mianmian is indeed excellent, but since she was cornered at the guest house, she is destined to have nothing to do with our Gu family. Gu Qingran instinctively retorted, "That matter is clearly a setup. Besides, she hasn't done anything wrong. I still like Mianmian as my sister-in-law." Hearing her childish words, Shuya glared at her. "Shut up. She's not a member of the Fang family anymore, so she's even less related to us. No matter what, our Gu family daughter-in-law can't be a girl from a rural area in Qianqing." Gu Qingran became anxious. "Mom, you..." Gu Yunxiao coldly swept a glance at her, interrupting her words. "Shut up. Don't mention her again." Whenever he heard them mention Sun Mianmian, Gu Yunxiao would think of the clingy Fang Qingqing, which made him feel quite disgusted. With this disdain, he felt even more resistant to returning to the military district, saying gruffly, "If there's nothing else, don't call me back here. It's suffocating." Shuya became angry, standing up abruptly. "You little brat, what are you talking about? Is calling you home harming you? Do you want to die at Peking University?" Gu Yunxiao knew he was in the wrong and stammered a few words, but ultimately said nothing and slammed the door as he left. Suya, furious, slapped the sofa and threw a teacup toward the door, feeling slightly calmer afterward. Then, she resentfully spat out 2 words, "Fang family." Just as Gu Yunxiao rushed out of the house, he subconsciously took a detour when he saw the Fang family not far away. Unexpectedly, this temporary decision led him to overhear some incredible information. Chapter 64. Annulment of engagement. I've long been displeased with that kid from the Gu family. What do you think we should do? Beat him up or ruin his reputation? TCH, what is the point of beating him up? As for reputation, he is not like that little girl, Mianmian, who would care about such things. Gu Yunxiao was sure who they were referring to as the Gu kid. But upon hearing Mianmian's name, he was about to rush out to question them when he heard them whispering in the corner. "So what do you think we should do? He hurt Qingqing's heart. He must pay a price. How about the July 1st festival is a good opportunity. Isn't his little sister going to perform? Should we embarrass her on stage or send her to Su Xiao's bed?" Hee. Su Xiao? Su Xiqing? That's good. I've heard the Su family and the Gu family are sworn enemies. Hee. I really want to see them become in-laws. Hearing this, Gu Yunxiao immediately understood. The Gu kid they were talking about was him. They wanted to deal with him, but aimed their malice at his little sister, Gu Qingran. He knew that Gu Qingran was going to participate in the cultural evening of the July 1st festival, and that Su Xiqing, was the grandson of Colonel Su. He appeared respectable, but was debauched behind closed doors. The women he took a liking to never escaped his clutches. Moreover, Because Gu Yunxiao's late grandfather had political disagreements with Colonel Su, the two families never interacted, leaving a deep-rooted enemy impression in everyone's minds. Gu Yunxiao wasn't too afraid of petty schemes, but unfortunately, the schemers bypassed him and targeted Gu Qingran instead. His eyes turned red with anger, and he strode over, shouting, "Despicable scoundrels, seeking death." The people hiding in the shadows fled like startled birds. Soon, the two split up and ran away. However, Gu Yunxiao was alone and was no match for these slippery youngsters. After chasing for a few meters, he lost sight of them. What made him even more furious was that he wasn't too familiar with anyone in the compound. So even if he heard their voices, it was like hearing nothing at all. Dejected, Gu Yunxiao returned the same way, planning to tell Shuya and Gu Qingran about the news. Naturally, Shuya and Gu Qingran were extremely angry. Gu Qingran was so furious that tears came out. Is it that Fang family who is behind this? I think it is. I said earlier that Mianmian was so coincidentally blocked at the guest house. It must be that Qingqing's doing, and you all didn't believe me. Woo-woo. If it weren't for her, would anyone have schemed against Mianmian or against me for no reason? Everything has a motive. Who stands to gain is the one behind the scenes. Gu Qingran didn't expect that the person who resented her older brother would vent his anger on her. Shuya didn't say anything but silently agreed with Gu Qingran's words. Her face turned pale, and she suddenly stood up, resolutely saying, "No matter whether your father and the Fang family still uphold the engagement, I will go to the newspaper first thing tomorrow morning to announce the annulment of your engagement. Cutting off the old ties will prevent further chaos." Shuya believed that their tacit approval made Fang Qingqing think that Gu Yunxiao was meant for her. Not only did she frequently harass Gu Yunxiao, but now she had even developed such a malicious mindset. It was time to put an end to this. Gu Yunxiao's eyes lit up. "Mom, I'll go with you tomorrow morning." Gu Qingran immediately stopped crying. "I'll go too." At that moment, in a certain alley outside the military compound, Fang Qingqing was very unhappy to be called out at this time. She suppressed her boundless anger and anxiety. What is the urgent matter? Don't you see what time it is? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten when you go home? One person said, "We were discussing how to deal with the Gu kid, but someone overheard us. Do you think that will cause you trouble?" Fang Qingqing rubbed her forehead irritably and scolded sharply. "What? Who told you to teach Brother Gu a lesson? What did you say?" The two men exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and then recounted everything. Fang Qingqing was furious, pacing back and forth. "How can you act on your own? Now, if this gets back to the Gu family, I'll be finished." One person complained, "We just heard you often complain about the Gu kid being ungrateful and unkind. So we wanted to teach him a lesson to make him remember." Fang Qingqing rolled her eyes in disbelief. "You guys are really my good brothers. Forget it. Let us put an end to this matter." She knew Gu Yunxiao didn't like her, and she also had the impulse to slap him awake, but that was just a thought. Unexpectedly, because of her complaints, the two fools hadn't even taken action before being discovered. Hopefully, no one would find out about this. But to her surprise, on the third day, while Fang Qingqing was still asleep, a thunderclap shook her awake. Grandma Fang looked at the newspaper in disbelief, shouting, "Jiangwo, come look at this, come quickly. Is this real?" Fang Jiangwo put down his bowl and took the newspaper. A statement caught his eye. "This is to declare the verbal engagement between Gu Yunxiao of the Gu family in the military compound and the daughter of the Fang family is null and void. From now on, male and female will marry separately and are unrelated. Please do not joke about this matter. Thank you." This, Fang Jiangwo was stunned. He looked upstairs and then at his deep in thought mother. "Mother, what do you think?" Now, there are just the two adults in the family, him and Grandma Fang. While Yang Xiaoxiang had left early in the morning, he didn't know what she was busy with. He furrowed his brow, feeling mixed emotions. He knew the Gu family was rejecting Qingqing, who seemed worthless. Grandma Fang took off her reading glasses and said slowly, "The engagement between the two families was just a verbal agreement. If they don't want it, what can be done? Just let it be." Grandma Fang was quite open-minded. She looked at Fang Jiangwo's sullen face and consoled him. "A forced marriage won't be sweet. Just let it be. Do what you need to do." Fang Jiangwo glanced a few times at the quiet upstairs, but wondered what to do about Qingqing. She was clearly very attached to that Gu kid. Grandma Fang waved her hand impatiently. saying she should be aware of her shortcomings and not be able to catch anyone's attention. Let go, let it go. As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp scream echoed from the staircase. Grandma, why do you belittle me like this? Why am I not excellent? I have looks and a good figure, and I get along well with others. I just don't want to learn things like geometry or foreign languages. What is the use of learning those things? Am I going to use geometry or algebra when I go out to buy things? Or are you planning to send me abroad? Grandma Fang, trembling with anger, pointed at Fang Qingqing. Look at that wretch. What nonsense is she talking? Jiang Wo, I'm old. And if your Qiuxiang doesn't take care of it, I can't do anything about it either. You decide what to do. Fang Jiangwo never expected that his originally well-behaved and understanding little cotton-padded jacket would say such grandiose things about not being ambitious, completely overturning his understanding. He looked at Fang Qingqing with a strange expression, stopped talking nonsense, and quickly apologized to Grandma. Fang Qingqing, tears streaming down her face, suddenly threw her head back and laughed sharply, saying, I heard it all. They annulled the engagement. Why can't they just say it's annulled? I don't agree. Are you all willing to be bullied by the Gu family? Are you going to watch me become a joke without doing anything? Am I not your biological child? No, I don't want to. I don't want to annul the engagement. Wretch, this is a calamity. Grandma Fang was so angry that her cane almost pierced the ground. Fang Jiangwo's face turned ashen as he shouted, Shut up. Go back. Chapter 65. Sun Yichen is back. The Fang family was in chaos early in the morning, while the Gu family was peaceful. Didn't you say this place suffocates you? Why are you still lingering at home? Shuya teased as she saw Gu Yunxiao unusually eating 2 bowls of rice at the breakfast table. Gu Yunxiao choked for a moment, his expression changing, but he calmly wiped his mouth, took off his coat, and slowly put it on, ready to leave. Without the weight of that marriage contract hanging over him, he felt the sky above the military compound was much brighter. Even the evergreen trees by the roadside, which he once found bothersome, now seemed to be great guardians, shielding everyone from the wind and rain. Gu Yunxiao, stop. Suddenly, he heard Fang Qingqing's voice. Gu Yunxiao hesitated for a moment, glanced at her with disdain, and continued walking forward. Hey, wait. Fang Qingqing was furious. She had been blocking Gu Yunxiao for months and had only seen him a few times, barely enough to count on one hand. This person was truly cold-hearted and arrogant. She never expected that right after his family published a statement canceling the engagement, she would casually run into this man she both loved and hated in the compound. Fang Qingqing spread her arms and stood in front of Gu Yunxiao, brother Yunxiao. How can you ignore me? Did I do something wrong? Just tell me, and I'll change, okay? Her tearful accusation was soft and weak, attracting quite a few onlookers. She wasn't sure if the plans of the 2 brothers from that night had reached Gu Yunxiao's ears, but she still wanted to struggle a bit. If he was thinking along those lines, it would be a chance to explain. After all, that was not her intention. It was rush hour for work and school. Seeing more people gathering around, Fang Qingqing felt a surge of joy and cried even louder. Gu Yunxiao dodged her and disdainfully said, Are you crazy? Then, regardless of Fang Qingqing's obstruction or the crowd's scrutiny, he quickly disappeared. Fang Qingqing stumbled after him for quite a distance, but couldn't make Gu Yunxiao look back. She stomped her foot in anger, her watery eyes instantly turning cold. Oof, you'll be mine sooner or later. Fang Qingqing glared at the crowd that was pointing at her and turned back home. Not long after, she appeared in a bar, and the 2 men who had been with her that night were there. Heiress said, Sister Qingqing, are you serious? What if something happens? Fang Qingqing crossed her legs and smiled wickedly. What could possibly happen? It's just about quietly bringing Gu Yunxiao over, right? Can't we manage such a small thing? She wanted to create a situation where they would be in a relationship, making Gu Yunxiao, no matter how proud he was, just a grasshopper in her hands. Zhang Xin hesitated, but the Gu family kid spends all day at school. We have no way to approach him. Besides, it could lead to kidnapping charges. I'm not brave enough. Sister Qingqing, I think we should forget it. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Without the Gu family kid, there will be better options. Look, we brothers are not bad either. Fang Qingqing gave them a disdainful look. What are you talking about? We're good brothers. Forever good brothers. Come on, let's discuss the plan. Little did she know, her belief in their brotherhood could not compare to their fear of the law and family discipline. The flawless plan she envisioned ultimately died before it even began. They were scheming in a small booth on the first floor of the bar when they were spotted by Sun Qingqing, who was leaning over on the second floor of the bar. He held a glass of red wine, swirling it gently as he looked back. Old C, aren't you curious about the authenticity of the Fang family's true daughter? Here, this is the true daughter, Fang Qingqing. Si Yuandao, with his hands in his pockets, slowly walked forward, glancing sideways, and coldly snorted, just SOSO. If it were Sun Mianmian, she wouldn't be whispering with a few men in a bar. As this thought crossed his mind, his pupils suddenly constricted. He realized that for some time now, Sun Mianmian had lodged herself in his heart, and he would think of her unintentionally. He thought perhaps he was getting older and should listen to his family's advice and go on a blind date. Sun Qingqing rarely saw Si Yuan down a daze. He chuckled, "You can't be so blind as to be interested in this true daughter, right? To be honest, that fake daughter, what was her name again, looks much more pleasant than this one." Si Yuandao shot him a glance, grabbed his coat, and turned to leave. "I'm out. Next time, let us go somewhere with better air." Sun Qingqing pursed his lips, scrutinizing him, then shook his head, put down his wine glass, and followed him. "Hey, how can you just leave? We've only been sitting for a couple of minutes. Isn't that a waste?" Sun Qingqing hurried after him, nagging. Si Yuandao coldly glanced at him. "How much is it? I'll pay." Sun Qingqing dared not take Si Yuandao's money. Wasn't he seeking death? He begrudgingly touched his nose. No. Meanwhile, Sun Mianmian, far away at Baishan, was unaware that Si Yuandao had thought of her. A sudden loud sneeze startled everyone in the exam room, causing all the teachers and students to turn and look at her. She smiled apologetically and continued to focus on her exam. This was the last mock exam at the end of June. Sun Mianmian glanced at the sun outside and quickened her pace. As expected, she finished her exam right at the 30-minute mark. "Teacher Liu, I'm leaving," Sun Mianmian quietly said as she handed her paper to Teacher Liu Ping. Teacher Liu smiled and nodded. "Go rest early. Prepare well for the college entrance exam." Sun Mianmian nodded vigorously and happily ran out of the school gate. It was now 2:40 p.m. There was still plenty of time before dark. She could go into the mountains and have fun. Sun Mianmian joyfully ran home, and just as she was about to enter the storage room, she saw a tall and sturdy figure walking out of the living room. The newcomer had deep-set features and a calm demeanor. Looking at his phoenix eyes, Sun Mianmian almost thought he was a grown-up Sun Jingshaw. She opened her mouth and asked uncertainly, "You're my older brother, Sun Yichen?" "It's me. You must be Mianmian," Sun Yichen said as he took a few strides to reach Sun Mianmian. He had just learned about her and Fang Qingqing's situation and was quite shocked. He had just wanted to go to school to see his little sister, but unexpectedly, they met so quickly. Sun Mianmian felt a bit awkward in the atmosphere and asked, "Brother, where did Grandpa go?" Sun Yichen shook his head. "I don't know. I just went to the backyard, and when I came out, he was gone." Sun Mianmian could only respond with a dry aha. Just then, Sun Jingshuo returned. Seeing Sun Yichen in casual clothes, he exclaimed in delight, "Brother, you're back." Sun Mianmian took advantage of the two brothers' conversation to sneak into the storage room and pulled out a rucksack, a hoe, and a machete. Seeing this, Sun Jingshuo's smile almost reached his ears. "I knew you were planning to go into the mountains today, so I finished my exam in 50 minutes. With you here today, we can freely roam the mountains." Whenever Sun Yichen returned, he often went into the mountains to hunt and improve their lives. However, Sun Jingshuo was either at school or buried under a mountain of homework, never having the chance to go into the mountains with him. He watched as Sun Yichen returned each time with a full load, feeling envious but also resigned. This time, he finally seized the opportunity to go into the mountains with his brother, and Sun Jingshuo was very excited. Moreover, his little sister was quite brave and not afraid of the deep mountains at all. Sun Yichen raised an eyebrow. "Then let us set off now. Little sister, give me the stuff." Just then, Grandpa returned. He saw the three siblings heading out together and cheerfully said, "Come back early." Chapter 66. A false alarm. As the three of them stepped out of the hospital, they ran into Wang De, who had come upon hearing the noise. Wang Dahu was holding a backpack and stood at the door, smiling happily. "Sister Mianmian, big brother, second brother, can I go into the mountains with you?" Sun Yichen was somewhat surprised. "Dahu, you dare to go into the mountains now?" A 10-year-old kid, his courage seemed a bit too big. Wang Dahu proudly puffed out his chest. Big brother, don't underestimate me. Ever since I went into the mountains with second brother and sister Mianmian, I've often been hanging around the mountain edge. Sun Jingshua smiled and explained to Sun Yichen that Wang Dahu not only dared to go into the mountains, but also recognized a lot of medicinal herbs and was quite the little moneymaker. Wang Dahu shyly smiled and said, "It's all thanks to Grandpa's son teaching me to recognize characters and Sister Mianmian giving me the diagrams of the herbs. That I can recognize them." The group chatted and laughed until they quickly reached the place where they buried the mother wolf. Months had passed since the tiger incident, and more people had started to go into the mountains. Sun Mianmian scanned the area and thought to herself that humans really were bold for the sake of food. They hadn't been there for just a few days, and this area seemed almost flattened, especially those young Qianghua herbs. They had either been trampled or uprooted, leaving behind small holes. Sun Jingshua felt heartbroken. What a pity! If we had waited until next year, those Qianghua would have sold for a good price. Wang Dahu angrily said, "It's all those stubborn aunties who don't listen to advice. They don't care if the herbs are ripe or not. Just dig them up recklessly, and in the end, they can't sell for much and waste it." During this time, several households in the alley smelled the meat from the Wang family and saw them often go into the traditional medicine shop to sell herbs. So they secretly followed them and recklessly copied them in the mountains. As a result, even the deep mountains they used to avoid now had several spacious paths. Sun Mianmian couldn't stop them from going into the mountains or from digging up herbs, and she didn't have time to educate them about medicinal knowledge. She just felt a bit regretful. Regretful about the wanton destruction of ecological balance, worried about nature's backlash. "Let us go. We'll go the other way." She picked up a machete and chose a place with dense trees and bushes to clear a path. Sun Yichen immediately understood her intentions, snatched the machete, and quickly cleared a path. Sun Jingshua walked behind Sun Yichen, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Wang Dahu followed closely, holding a slingshot with the machete tucked into his belt. Sun Mianmian brought up the rear with a hoe. This arrangement was more beneficial for her to secretly smuggle some small trees, grasses, and insects into her space. Sometimes, she would also scan some vegetation to earn points. Of course, under Sun Yichen's watchful eyes, she was extremely careful. She knew that soldiers were generally more alert and sensitive. Suddenly, a large bird flew out from the treetops, shaking the leaves noisily. The group looked up in surprise and saw a huge bird's nest hidden in the big tree from which the bird had flown. Wang Dahu excitedly pointed at the nest. "I'm gonna get the bird eggs." Without waiting for a response, he set down his backpack and climbed up with hands and feet, quickly reaching the area below the nest. Just as he was about to reach for a branch next to the nest, a snakehead with its tongue flicking out emerged from the nest. "Ah!" Wang Dahu shouted in fright. Sun Yichen realized something was wrong, dropped the machete, and ran over. Sun Jingshua pulled back the slingshot and shot. Sun Mianmian shouted, "Don't be afraid. Stay steady." As her voice fell, a stone struck the snake's head. Blood splattered, waking the chicks inside the nest, which began chirping loudly, along with the sound of Sun Jingshua's slingshot hitting the nest. Meanwhile, Sun Yichen dashed to the base of the tree just in time to catch Wang Dahu's shoe that had fallen down. Fortunately, Wang Dahu was hanging on a branch. What a false alarm. The group breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Mianmian reassured him, "Though, that snake should be dead. Don't be afraid." Although she said not to be afraid, her heart was still racing. She thought to herself that it was a good thing she hadn't neglected the ancient martial arts practice since coming here. The stone she threw was not just due to her frequent practice with silver needles, but also because practicing ancient martial arts had gradually built up her internal strength in this body. With the enhancement of internal energy, the stone thrown over a long distance could shatter the snake's head. Sun Yichen had only seen Sun Jingshua's slingshot in action and was surprised when he took the slingshot. "Your slingshot can hit a target 6 meters away? Is it that powerful?" Sun Jingshua scratched his head awkwardly, glancing at Sun Mianmian. "I only hit the nest. I didn't hit the snakehead. That was my little sister's doing." Sun Yichen looked at him suspiciously. What did she use to hit it? He clearly saw that Sun Mianmian only had a hoe in her hand, which was still in her grasp. Seeing her two brothers looking over, Sun Mianmian opened her palm to reveal the stone, looking quite nonchalant. "It was this." Stone? Sun Yichen's voice rose a bit, looking at Sun Mianmian in disbelief. How did you throw it? She had no bow or slingshot. Could it be that she threw it barehanded? My little sister just tossed it casually, but it hit better than my slingshot. It used to just knock them out, but now it can kill. Upon hearing Sun Jingshua's boastful words, Sun Yichen's eyes widened. Heavens! Is this real? Could it be that my little sister is a legendary martial arts master? They say she grew up in a military compound? Is it true that children from military compounds are skilled in martial arts from a young age? No. In our squad, there are kids from military compounds. But they're all weak and delicate like girls, not as capable as us country boys. My little sister, can you demonstrate? Sun Yichen looked at Sun Mianmian curiously, trying to put on the friendliest smile. Sun Mianmian flicked her long braid and said 2 words, watch closely. Since they were siblings, there was nothing they couldn't say. She pointed to a nearby 6-meter-tall tree and said, hit that ball up there. Suddenly, her expression became cold and fierce, and with a flick of her arm, the stone flew out, creating a gust of wind. Sun Yichen sensed it and felt horrified inside. With his years of shooting experience, he knew that the force of this gust of wind could easily shatter a child's skull. Its lethality was immense. When he saw the stone hit the distant white ball, he couldn't help but give Sun Mianmian a thumbs up. Then, with a serious expression, he said, little sister, you're amazing, but don't show this skill easily. Being too flashy may not be a good thing. Sun Mianmian pondered and nodded seriously. So that was why Sun Yichen had changed his expression when she threw. She smiled and reassured him, don't worry, big brother, I understand. Otherwise, ask second brother, even if bad people come into the house. I would only entertain them with silver needles and pills. At this point, Sun Jingshu suddenly exclaimed, little sister, why haven't those two come to ask you for the antidote? He was referring to Ergo and Huzi, who had exposed Xiao Xiao. Chapter 67. The Millennium Wild Ancient Tea Tree. Sun Mianmian made a funny face, and guess what? Sun Jingshua scratched his head, unable to understand. Seeing Wang Dahu about to come down, he quickly asked, little sister, what is going on? Ever since the incident with Xiao hiring someone to kill, Sun Jingshua and Sun Mianmian had been inseparable. He knew very well that Sun Mianmian hadn't met Ergo and Huzi alone. Could it be that Ergo and Huzi were already dead? If that's the case, didn't she kill them? Sun Jingshua was extremely panicked and tugged at Sun Mianmian's sleeve, whispering his guess. Sun Yichen was confused and looked back and forth between the two, wanting to ask many questions. But what he cared about most at the moment was whether Sun Mianmian had really poisoned those two, although they deserved it. It was best not to get his hands dirty. If it were true, Sun Yichen thought of countless possibilities and scapegoat methods, just waiting for Sun Mianmian to reveal the answer. Sun Mianmian couldn't bear to keep him in suspense any longer. Casually threw a stone that hit a centipede next to Wang Dahu. She said slowly, that was just a pill for cleaning intestinal waste. Sun Jingshua clearly didn't believe it. Didn't you say it was a 7-day poison? Sun Mianmian rolled her eyes at him. Are you stupid? If I didn't say that, how would they confess? Besides, have you seen that powerful Brother Zhu come to cause trouble yet? And our police haven't come, right? After saying this, she stood up. I found something good. Thinking to herself, Brother Zhu definitely can't come to cause trouble now. And Ergo and Huzi have also been locked up. As for the two who were waiting outside that night, they were also locked up with Xiao. Unfortunately, Sun Mianmian didn't know what happened to Xiao's husband. However, she wasn't afraid of him coming back for revenge. When Sun Jingshua heard that the two weren't poisoned to death, but were just locked up, he immediately stopped caring. He eagerly followed Sun Mianmian, asking, what is it? Sun Mianmian pointed with her slender finger. Do you see that white thing on the tree? That's a lion's mane mushroom. A good thing for both medicine and food. What good thing? Wang Dahu, just coming down from the tree, curiously asked after hearing those words. Look, lion's mane mushroom. Sun Mianmian rolled up her sleeves, preparing to take off her shoes, but was pulled back by Sun Jingshua. What do you want to do? You're a girl. Pay attention to your image. Sun Mianmian chuckled. I'm not going, you go. Sun Jingshua's handsome face turned bright red, stammering, I can't. He had been weak since childhood, introverted, and had never climbed a tree or caught fish in the river. After hearing Sun Yichen talk about Sun Jingshua's past, Sun Mianmian looked at him with pity. Poor second brother. Sun Jingshua. I can climb trees now, what's there to regret? After saying this, he glanced at Wang Dehu, who was climbing the tree. Then, with determination, he took off running, preparing to hug the tree trunk with both hands and climb up. However, reality slapped him in the face. He ran and crashed into the big tree, and not only did his bones hurt, but the effort of that jump caused him to slide down gracefully due to improper technique. Sun Mianmian laughed heartily. Second brother, are you here to be funny? Ha ha ha. Sun Jingshua's face turned red, glaring fiercely at his ungrateful little sister Sun Mianmian, spat, rubbed his hands, and prepared to try again. Sun Yichen couldn't watch any longer. He walked over and patted Sun Jingshua on the shoulder. Look, their essay method to climbing trees. After saying that, he jumped and surprisingly leaped almost 2 meters high. He tightly gripped the tree trunk, pushed off with his feet, and his body sprang up like a spring. Then he grabbed a branch, swayed his body, and steadily climbed up. With the support of the branch, Sun Yichen quickly reached the lion's main mushroom. Big brother, you're amazing. Sun Mianmian clapped enthusiastically. Sun Jingshua scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Forget it, I can't do anything about the high places, but I can still deal with those wild chickens and rabbits. Although he couldn't hit every shot, he had a 6 or 7 out of 10 hit rate. Sun Mianmian nodded with a smile and shouted up the tree. Big brother, you and Dahu pick the lion's main mushrooms first. I'll go look for medicinal herbs. Everyone acted in tacit understanding within sight. However, Sun Mianmian was hiding a secret. She had dug up a few medicinal herbs nearby and was slowly moving deeper into the mountains, with dense bushes providing cover. She felt even bolder in transplanting some vegetation or scanning some previously unscanned species. Soon, her score shot up to 10,000 points. After looking around carefully, she cautiously clicked on the points redemption option hovering in front of her. It was still a 100 square meters of usable space. With this 100 square meters of space, her body space expanded significantly. It acquired some mountain shapes and revealed one end of a lake. Now, both banks of the river had become lush and green, adorned with flowers of various colors, and even the hills near the river were full of vitality. Sun Mianmian believed that in the near future, her body space would be as vibrant as the mountains and rivers in reality. Feeling extremely pleased, she took another look at the enlarged body space, skillfully used her ability to take things from a distance, and transplanted small trees and grass. She also secretly scanned to earn points. However, just as she was about to scan a withered tree, she saw a description appear on the virtual scanning panel. Her finger, which was about to confirm, seemed to be stung by a wasp and quickly pulled back. Millennium wild ancient tea tree, over 1,000 years old, now nearly extinct, with a glimmer of life remaining. During its prosperous period, it contained a large number of rare trace elements, especially capable of improving air quality and nurturing spiritual energy. Seeing the last 2 words, Sun Mianmian's heart skipped a beat, and her gaze instinctively turned to the phoenix space. If this millennium wild ancient tea tree could survive, then would her Bodhi space have a chance to cultivate spiritual energy, and in turn, the phoenix space might have a chance to upgrade? Thinking of this, she suppressed her excited, trembling hands, carefully crouched down, and slowly dug up the stone and soil, moving this rare ancient tea tree into the space and carefully planting it by the small field next to the riverbank. She discovered that as long as the plants were planted in the space and watered, they grew faster and stronger than those that weren't watered. Hopefully, the millennium wild ancient tea tree that had been watered with river water would also revive like other plants. After settling the millennium wild ancient tea tree, Sun Mianmian returned to the woods. Just as she filled in the deep pit she had dug, she noticed unusual movement in the direction behind her. She raised her hoe, preparing to turn around. At that moment, a foul, warm odor wafted from behind her neck. She turned her head sharply, her pupils shaking. Wild boar. A huge wild boar, probably weighing 200 to 300 pounds. Sun Mianmian dodged to the side and shouted, "Big brother, wild boar, wild boar." Sun Jingshua, who was nearby, heard there was a wild boar and rushed over without thinking. However, when he saw the wild boar's long, sharp tusks and its massive body, he was so frightened that his voice cracked. "Big brother, wild boar, help." As Sun Mianmian dodged, she saw Sun Jingshua appear and loudly warned, Run, run. Go call Big Brother. After several exchanges, trees fell and stones flew. During this, wild boar roars and cries mixed together, scaring Sun Yichen, who was hanging in the tree. Without time to climb down, he grabbed a nearby branch and swayed back and forth, quickly reaching above Sun Mianmian. Little sister, get out of the way. Sun Mianmian obediently moved aside, preparing to leave the battlefield to the stronger Sun Yichen. Thinking to myself, if she were alone, even without using the powerful talisman to subdue the wild boar, she could still unexpectedly bring the boar into the space. Fortunately, the hatchet at Sun Yichen's waist was still there. After 2 or 3 rounds, there was a muffled grunt, followed by a deafening scream from the wild boar before it crashed to the ground. Big Brother is mighty. Big Brother is so amazing. Chapter 68. Wild boar meets Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshua were showering compliments like it was free. At this moment, Wang Dahu also ran over, just in time to see Sun Yichen punch the wild boar in the head. Instantly, the boar's screams ceased. He was stunned. Brother Sun was so powerful. He killed the boar with one punch. As a result, after Sun Mianmian earned the nickname Little Pepper, Sun Yichen was once again dubbed the boar hero by the neighbors. From then on, no matter how envious the neighbors were of the Sun family's increasingly prosperous life, no one dared to say a word against them. Sun Mianmian was very pleased with this effect. After descending the mountain that day, the 3 siblings carried the wild boar into the alley, attracting a crowd to watch. Wow, the Sun kid actually caught a wild boar. It must weigh 200 or 300 pounds. Sun Yichen smiled about that. Wang Dahu excitedly ran up to share. This is the wild boar that Brother Sun killed with one punch. I saw it with my own eyes. Brother Sun is amazing. The crowd quietly took a few steps back, looking at Sun Yichen with admiration and a hint of apprehension. However, for the sake of food, the aunties and ladies quickly quieted down and gathered around again. Such a big wild boar. Are you planning to eat it yourselves? Or send it to the supply and marketing cooperative? How about sharing some with everyone? We'll pay. Hearing their questions, Sun Mianmian thought of their previous attitudes and felt a bit unhappy, maintaining a stern expression. Upon hearing that they would pay, her expression softened a little. She glanced at her grandfather standing at the gate and said loudly, "This matter needs to be discussed with my grandfather. However, if the aunties and ladies want to buy some meat, we can consider them first." The price of pork at the supply and marketing cooperative was 2 yuan per pound, but if they sent the whole boar, they would only receive 7 yuan per pound. Moreover, since it was afternoon and there weren't many buyers for pork, they feared it might spoil by tomorrow, and the supply and marketing cooperative would probably lower the price. It would be better to sell it now. Sun Jingshua quietly asked, "Little sister, they probably won't buy much anyway in the end. It will still have to be sent to the supply and marketing cooperative. I'm afraid they won't accept small pieces of pork." Sun Mianmian blinked mischievously. "No worries. If we can't sell it all, we can sell it ourselves. It will earn us more than giving it to the supply and marketing cooperative. Besides, we need to give 5 or 6 pounds to those who helped with the slaughter, and Wang's family should get 4 or 5 pounds. And we need to save some for Chen Weihao." Thinking of this, Sun Mianmian turned to her grandfather and asked, "Grandpa, should we give some to the principal? He's quite nice. Not to mention how busy he was when Grandpa had an accident, but this time when they went to the provincial city together. It was also Principal Yu Dashing who made the decision. Although there was a favor owed from Grandpa, favors are limited. It's always good to have one more friend, right?" Grandpa nodded, saying they should save some for him. If it weren't for the distance to the provincial city, not to mention this one wild boar, even 2 could be eaten at Wang Chong's restaurant. He never mentioned his relationship with Wang Chong, and Sun Mianmian didn't ask, but she speculated that their relationship must be special. Sun Jingshua and Sun Yichen didn't have as many thoughts as Sun Mianmian. They were busy calling Wang Jinsheng and Wang Shuishang to help with the slaughtering, boiling water, and handing over tools. They had no time to pay attention to the neighbors coming to buy pork. After discussing with her grandfather, Sun Mianmian immediately addressed the neighbors. "The price of pork at the supply and marketing cooperative is 2 yuan per pound. Technically, wild boar is priced a bit higher. But my grandfather said that since we are neighbors, we can sell it for 1 yuan per pound." After she announced the price, there was a moment of silence in the yard. One aunt asked, "Sun girl, can you make it a little cheaper? I want to buy some for my little brother to taste." Yes, We haven't had meat for a long time, old son. Just consider it a good deed and make it cheaper. Sun Mianmian refused, frowning. Aunties, this is the price. If you want it, weigh it. If not, we're sending it to the supply and marketing cooperative. She was straightforward, showing no mercy. Someone was dissatisfied and was about to retort, but upon meeting Sun Mianmian's cold gaze, they shrank back. Aunt Wang sneered, hands on her hips, pointing at those who had spoken. If you don't want it, then just shut up. No more nonsense. 1 yuan per pound is already cheap enough, even at this price. Are you thinking that the old Sun family is a capitalist that sucks the blood of the common people? If I sell it to you for even less, will you be gossiping behind our backs about how the old Sun family is pretending to be rich and is a bunch of fools? If you want to buy, buy. If not, leave. Mianmian, don't be too nice. Some people just don't know what's good for them. Sun Mianmian really liked Aunt Wang's fiery demeanor. She gestured for Sun Yichen to cut off a leg of meat, weighing about 30 pounds. Aunt Wang, this is the labor fee for the 2 uncles. Please don't refuse. Aunt Wang hurriedly waved her hands, backing away repeatedly. No, it's just a small effort. We have money and can buy it ourselves. Please keep it. Sun Yichen shot a sideways glance at Sun Jingshua, who immediately picked up the leg of meat and went to Wang's house. Next, Sun Mianmian directed Wang Jinsheng to cut off a few more pieces of meat to give away. The onlooking neighbors saw that the wild boar had lost half of its weight in the blink of an eye, becoming anxious. They no longer cared about the price, each shouting, "Give me 2 pounds, right here. Give me 1 pound. I want a leg. My second child is about to get engaged. Ha ha." In an instant, Wang Jinsheng and Wang Shuisheng, along with Sun Yichen and Sun Jingshua, were so busy that they wished they could split themselves in two. If it weren't for Sun Mianmian helping to collect money on the side, the scene would have been even more chaotic. In the end, only the pig's head and offal remained. The pig's head had more bones than meat, and even those who didn't get any meat were unwilling to take it. As for the offal, it had a foul smell and was hard to clean, making it even less desirable. At this time, darkness had already enveloped the earth. Sun Mianmian pulled out 4 flashlights and hung them in the yard, making it as bright as day. Wang Jinsheng and Wang Shuisheng diligently helped remove the hair and clean the pig's head, then looked at the offal with troubled expressions. Do we need this? Should we throw it away? They had experienced famine in their youth, and they had eaten offal when they were starving. To this day, they still remembered that foul and bitter taste, which was truly nauseating. Sun Mianmian smiled. This can be cleaned up and stir-fried or braised. It tastes really good. How about this? When I finish cooking, I'll invite you to try. Try? Wang Jinsheng and Wang Shuisheng quickly glanced at the offal, desperately suppressing the discomfort in their stomachs. Forcing a smile, no, that's fine. Well, we should head back now, without waiting for the Sun family to invite them to stay. The two of them ran off like they were being chased by dogs. Grandpa had finished cooking and came out of the kitchen just in time to see their backs. Why did they leave? Sun Mianmian shrugged. I don't know. Sun Yichen spoke up. They must be afraid of the offal. Hearing this, Grandpa immediately understood. The shadow of offal was an insurmountable hurdle for their generation. The key was that no one would clean up the filth. Sun Mianmian volunteered. Grandpa, I'll clean it up. Just watch me perform magic. She ran to the kitchen and scooped up a pile of wood ash, then immediately went to the well and began to work hard. Sun Jishaw pinched his nose to take a look, shook his head, and went into the kitchen, frying a green pepper with meat, braising ribs, making a cold dish with fish mint, and preparing egg drop soup. Dinner's ready. He arranged the dishes and stood at the door to call out. The smell of the offal was too strong. He didn't dare or want to go near it. Chapter 69. Obtaining a property deed. Sun Mianmian had just finished cleaning up. She repeatedly washed her hands while recalling the method for preparing pig offal. Unfortunately, in her previous life, she was just a foodie and had never cooked. While at the Fang family, the original owner was also a well-behaved girl who didn't even touch water. The only reason she could endure the disgust and finish cleaning the pig offal was due to her belief in not wasting food and the tutorials she had seen in a certain red book in her past life. Her second brother's cooking skills were getting better and better, especially the stir-fried green peppers with meat and braised pork ribs, which were quite delicious. Sun Mianmian praised them repeatedly, but secretly she was racking her brain to persuade Sun Jingshua to continue handling the pig offal. She was starting to miss the braised large intestine and stir-fried large intestine from her previous life. That taste was simply too unforgettable. Sun Jingshua glanced at her lightly and thought, "Don't flatter me too much. As soon as your eyes dart around, I know you must be up to no good." Sun Mianmian shrugged in frustration, feeling wronged. Seeing that Sun Jingshua wasn't taking the bait, she turned to her elder brother, Sun Yichen, who was eating heartily, and asked, "Brother, how long can you stay this time?" Sun Yichen paused for a moment and replied, 3 days. That meant he had to leave the day after tomorrow. "Is it that hurried?" "Brother, which military district are you in?" Sun Mianmian continued to ask. "I'm in the southwest. The holiday isn't long, mainly because it takes 2 days to travel." He explained that the round trip would take 4 days, leaving only 3 days at home. Making the 7-day holiday seemed to fly by. Sun Yichen noticed his family's reluctance to part and remembered that Sun Mianmian had mentioned a bad person breaking into their home because they were in a hurry to pick mushrooms and hadn't had time to understand the situation. Hearing his question, Grandpa sighed heavily and said, "It's nothing serious, just that Xiao Xiao is doing some behind-the-scenes work. Fortunately, nothing happened, so you don't have to worry. Just pay attention to your safety." As the saying goes, a mother worries for her child traveling 1,000 miles. Grandpa was no exception. Sun Yichen understood that Grandpa's casual remarks were meant to ease his worries. But he could imagine how scared and helpless the whole family must have felt when he wasn't home. Fortunately, his little sister was clever and capable. The family sat together for a while, chatting about their recent situations before heading back to rest. Sun Mianmian returned to the west room and entered the space, heading straight for the ancient tea tree that was 1,000 years old. She was delighted to see that the ancient tea tree, which had previously shown only a trace of vitality, now displayed signs of recovery after scanning. Sun Mianmian was overjoyed and circled the ancient tea tree a few times before going back to sleep. The next morning, she woke up to the rich aroma of meat. It was mixed with a wine scent she had used to marinate the pig offal yesterday. Was today's dish pig offal? Curious, Sun Mianmian ran to the kitchen and saw Sun Jingshua wielding a spatula, serving up small sections of large intestine. "Second brother, didn't you dislike pig offal? Why are you thinking of stir-frying it?" Hearing her words, Sun Jingshua rolled his eyes at her, saying, "You've already cleaned it. Are we supposed to throw it away?" Grandpa brought out some firewood and chuckled, "Don't say it smells quite good, but I wonder how it tastes." Sun Mianmian quickly grabbed a piece and popped it in her mouth, almost spitting it out from the heat. She stretched her neck and kept puffing out air, mumbling, not bad, that's the taste." Sun Yichen entered the yard carrying a load of firewood, asking, "What are you eating? It smells strange." Before Sun Mianmian could reply, Sun Jingshua came out with the dishes and jokingly said, "It's her." Sneaking a taste of the freshly cooked dish and burning herself. Serves her right. Just as the family sat down at the table, the yard door was pushed open. "Old Sun, are you at home?" Principal Yudeshing walked in through the slightly ajar door. "Oh, just in time for breakfast." Grandpa stood up, and Sun Mianmian and the others followed suit to greet him. "It's Principal Yu. Come and have some food with us." Grandpa quickly invited. Sun Mianmian ran to get bowls and chopsticks. After a few polite exchanges, they chatted while eating. Principal Yudeshing took out a property deed, saying, "This is the property deed for the shop at the school gate. It's the largest one among them. Old Sun, please keep it safe." His expression didn't show pride or a desire for credit, but rather a hint of apology. Originally, that whole area belonged to your family, but sigh, at least getting one back is better than nothing. This was arranged by the Education Bureau as they noticed the excellent grades of Sun Jingshua and Sun Mianmian and specially applied for it. "Old Sun, I'm really incapable and couldn't help much." Grandpa sighed, "What are you talking about? If it weren't for you, it might not have gone so smoothly." Although Sun Yichen had allowances and subsidies to help support the family, with Sun Jingshua and Sun Mianmian both about to enter university, 20 yuan in subsidies and Sun Yichen's allowances wouldn't be enough. Having a shop would mean an additional source of income, making it easier for them to get through university. In this era, attending university didn't require tuition fees as the country implemented a policy of free tuition plus student aid. However, personal expenses still had to be covered by oneself. Sun Mianmian had her own little savings, but was also glad that the Sun family had acquired more assets. However, thinking of Principal Yudeshing's promise regarding the shop and how he intended to use it to make her work, she pouted unhappily. "Principal, Didn't you say the shop at the school gate was my compensation for substituting classes? Has my compensation come through yet? She said this deliberately, but Principal Dushing's gaze became evasive. Hee. This shop is the compensation. Grandpa shot Sun Mianmian a look. Just keep talking, will you? Your substituting classes is just a way of reviewing and consolidating, and you've already gotten a taste of what it's like to be a teacher. Sun Mianmian chuckled. I was just joking. After a few more casual chats, Principal Dushing took a big piece of pork and left. The 4 grandparents and grandchildren discussed the shop and unanimously agreed to rent it out. The reason was simple. They had no capital. At this time, individual businesses hadn't emerged yet, and they couldn't rent it out, so it would have to remain vacant. Later, Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshua, along with Wang Da, prepared the monkey head mushrooms at home. Sun Yichen had gone out for some business and ordered them to wait for him to return before heading into the mountains, then disappeared without a trace. Preparing the monkey head mushrooms was quite simple. They just needed to be cleaned thoroughly and dried. With nothing else to do, Sun Mianmian went to the traditional Chinese medicine shop. As she approached the shop, she heard several voices coming from inside. Sun Mianmian frowned and instinctively quickened her pace, fearing that someone might cause trouble and Chen Weihao would suffer. But upon reaching the door, she unexpectedly saw Mo Qingtian, who had appeared out of nowhere, along with 2 strangers sitting together with Chen Weihao, enjoying tea. Even the usually taciturn Mo Nantian was there. She looked over curiously, just in time to meet Mo Qingtian's gaze. Brother Mo, have you come back wealthy? Sun Mianmian asked with a smile. Mo Qingtian laughed heartily. Wealthy? Not at all. It's just to earn a living. Hearing that, Nantian said she won first place in the national math competition. Congratulations. Sun Mianmian smiled shyly. That was just a small event, nothing to mention. Mo Nantian rolled his eyes silently. Mo Qingtian was momentarily stunned, then suddenly laughed. Old Chun, your little apprentice is really humble. No wonder she thought of the idea of getting into real estate. Chen Weihao waved with a smile. Girl, come here. This is Director Wang from our Baishan Planning Bureau, and this is Secretary Lin. All important figures from Baishan. Sun Mianmian's mind raced, and after politely greeting them, she sat next to Chen Weihao. Seeing her calm demeanor, Mo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Today's meeting is mainly to discuss the construction of the market. Mianmian, do you have anything to add? Sun Mianmian was taken aback. How could she add anything when she knew nothing? Mo Nantian leaned in and whispered the general situation to her. Sun Mianmian nodded, but as someone without power, influence, or financial means, what could she say? The 2 leaders and Brother Mo would make the decisions. She remained neither humble nor arrogant, feeling neither pleased nor anxious. Director Wang showed appreciation and said, You must be my daughter Wang Yuding's classmate, right? I've heard her mention you often, saying you are helpful and often assist her with tutoring. Thank you for that. If you need any help, just let Uncle know. Sun Mianmian took the opportunity and replied, Then thank you, Uncle Wang. Chapter 70. Everyone's happy. In fact, Mo Qingtian, Director Wang, and Secretary Lin had roughly discussed the wasteland behind West Street. However, the issue was that it was a thankless task that Mo Qingtian did not want to undertake. Thus, they remained at a standstill. Director Wang continued to encourage, saying that last year, when the small department store market was established in the provincial capital, our county had organized a visit. The higher-ups instructed that a similar small department store market should be replicated in Baishan, integrating wholesale and retail, with multiple economic forms coexisting to accelerate the development of the Western economy. Now that Comrade Mo is leading the way, it perfectly addresses our urgent need, and we will definitely support you vigorously. You say how much land you need, we will approve it for you. Whatever procedures you need, we will expedite them. After Director Wang finished speaking seriously, he patted Mo Qingtian heavily on the shoulder. Mo Qingtian felt bitter inside, but appeared astonished on the surface. Director Wang, our capital is limited. We only want to build a few 2 buildings for everyone to live in. We have no capability to build a market. I'm afraid I would disappoint you and the leaders. Sun Mianmian, having listened to their polite exchanges, understood that Mo Qingtian was considering building commercial housing to make money. Meanwhile, Director Wang's intention was to build a market on the land they had their eyes on, with the operation rights of the market naturally shared between them and Qingqing. The land use rights would still belong to the state. Since it was a replication, it would definitely follow the management style of the provincial capital. Qingqing felt even more bitter than Huanglian. He glanced at Sun Mianmian, who was enjoying the spectacle, and playfully asked, "Little Mianmian, do you think we have the ability to invest? Is there any prospect?" As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to her. Sun Mianmian secretly cursed Qingqing, cleared her throat, and pretended to be serious, saying, "There is definitely a prospect. This is also an inevitable trend of economic development." Upon hearing her say this, Director Wang immediately gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Indeed, she is the national champion. Her vision and perspective are impressive." Qingqing looked at Sun Mianmian with resentment. Nantian was also surprised. He had heard his brother say that the idea of engaging in real estate was actually Sun Mianmian's. Did she not want to make money, but instead wish to inherit the selfless dedication of the late Mr. Sun? Sun Mianmian felt pleased to see Qingqing at a disadvantage and felt much more relaxed. However, to put it bluntly, engaging in the economy is primarily to increase income. Big Brother Mo is working hard to make money, and the leaders also want to see the market and economic development in Baishan. Why not let the leaders give the ownership of the land for building the market to Big Brother Mo, and he would be solely responsible for later investments. As for market management, it would still be jointly operated like in the provincial capital. Upon hearing this, Director Wang and Secretary Lin exchanged smiles, thinking it sounded feasible. Baishan was not lacking in land, especially some abandoned houses. They could push it through. What they lacked was funding. Otherwise, they would have responded to the call to build a market last year. Now, as long as they provide the land without needing to invest money or manpower, why not? However, while one side was delighted, the other was worried. Qingqing refused to do it. He laughed in anger, pointing at Sun Mianmian and saying, "Little Mianmian, where are you trying to bend your elbows? The idea of engaging in real estate was yours. If we're to build a market, you also have a share. No one can escape." Chen Weihao looked at Sun Mianmian disapprovingly and joked with Director Wang and Secretary Lin, saying, "This girl still thinks it's child's play, talking nonsense. Leaders, don't take a child's words seriously." Sun Mianmian broke free from Nanshan's grip on her sleeve, calmly facing Qingqing's fierce gaze, saying, "Let me finish first. If it doesn't work, just treat it as a joke. The market issue is resolved. Therefore, the land rights will belong to Big Brother Mo. No matter how many floors Big Brother Mo builds above the market, they will belong to him with independent property rights. And he has the right to sell those houses." Right? Yeah, could it really be like that? Almost everyone immediately pictured the small department store market in the provincial capital. That market was large, but it was just an outdoor shed. Surrounded by tall buildings, it seemed a bit empty and small. It turned out that buildings could be constructed above the market. Qingqing understood and began to laugh heartily. "It turns out your little brain is quite clever. This way, we have the market, and I also get the buildings I want." "Huh, everyone's happy." As Qingqing repeated this, everyone understood, looking at Sun Mianmian in surprise and praising her. Naturally, Director Wang and Secretary Lin accomplished their purpose of coming to investigate, and Qingqing could now focus on real estate and make big money. Isn't that everyone's happiness? After sending off the two leaders, Qingqing said seriously during this time, "I went to Guang City and took a look. The real estate there is booming. It can be described as changing with each passing day. I'm really envious. If it weren't for my tight finances, I wouldn't have come back. However, to secure the land we just acquired and build the buildings, the funds are indeed insufficient. How about it, old Chun? Would you like to invest? Little Mianmian, how much have you prepared?" Chen Weihao shook his head. "You know how much wealth I have, right? During the 10 years of turmoil, I spent all my wealth, leaving only this one pharmacy and housing combined store, which is barely enough for my own expenses." Sun Mianmian, meeting their gazes, boldly opened her backpack, saying, "As for me, my pockets are cleaner than my face." Seeing the disappointment on Qingqing's face, she suddenly remembered a porcelain vase she casually bought on the antique street in the provincial capital. After being appraised with a balance scale, it turned out to be a porcelain vase from folk kiln of the Qing dynasty. She mysteriously waved her hand. I found a Qing dynasty porcelain vase on the antique street in the provincial capital. I wonder if Big Brother Mo could help me sell it? Chen Weihao chuckled lightly. You might have been cheated, right? Quickly tell me, how much did you spend? Mo Nantian looked at her sympathetically, but said nothing. Just as Mo Qingtian was about to mock her, Sun Mianmian interrupted. It's real. I saw an identical one with the same signature and craftsmanship when I was in Beijing. If you help me sell it, I will invest all the proceeds into you. Mo Qingtian, seeing her determined and confident demeanor, became interested. All right, let's take a look first. Currently, the paperwork for the real estate company was still under review, and Mo Qingtian was most worried about funding. Naturally, the more funds, the better. If Sun Mianmian's item was genuine, it would fetch at least 10,000 or more. With at least 10,000 in investment, he wouldn't have to hold back. Therefore, he was very willing to help. Sun Mianmian quickly returned, holding a large cardboard box. Mo Qingtian and Chen Weihao slowly got up, gathering around the table, waiting to see the true face of the treasure. They didn't believe that Sun Mianmian could casually find a treasure just by strolling around. Although the antique street had opened only in the past couple of years, there were many genuine and fake items, and even seasoned collectors could make mistakes, let alone a little girl. Sun Mianmian, however, was full of confidence. She carefully opened the box, revealing the wrapped porcelain vase. Ta-da! Please take a look. The quality is quite good. Mo Qingtian had been trading items for many years, so his eye for value was not ordinary. At a glance, he felt it was genuine. Meanwhile, Chen Weihao, who came from a century-old family, had seen countless valuable items. After seeing it, his eyes lit up as he looked at Sun Mianmian enviously. Hey, it really is a Qing dynasty folk kiln porcelain. You're quite lucky, little girl. Chen Weihao gave her a thumbs up. After examining it closely, Mo Qingtian sighed repeatedly. Little Mianmian, you really struck gold. It's a pity it's from a folk kiln. If it were from a royal kiln, it would be worth even more. However, this is at least a base of 10,000. If you trust me, I can help you negotiate. Chapter 71. Entering the heart of the mountains, Sun Mianmian was eager and nodded vigorously. Thank you, brother Mo. Mo Qingtian waved his hand grandly. Hey, this is our startup capital. You can trust me with it. He looked at the porcelain vase wrapped in a cardboard box and stroked his chin. Although it's just a porcelain piece from a Qing dynasty folk kiln, it still needs to be well packaged. After saying that, he went to find some wooden boards and started hammering away. Before long, a square wooden box was completed. Mo Qingtian carefully placed the porcelain vase inside, secured it, and nodded in satisfaction. People rely on their clothing, and horses rely on their saddles. This is what it deserves. Sun Mianmian echoed. It's all thanks to Brother Mo. This should definitely raise its value. As the group was chatting and laughing, two people walked in from outside. What value has gone up? The speaker was the head of the county's armed forces. Walking beside him was Sun Yichen, her elder brother. Sun Mianmian stepped forward and said, Big brother. Hello, minister. We were just discussing the new box that Brother Mo made. Chen Weihao also stepped forward and smiled, cupping his fist toward the minister. What brings you here, minister? Then he turned to Sun Yichen. Oh, Yichen is back. Sun Yichen nodded. Hello, Grandpa Chen. The minister laughed heartily. It's just the southeast wind. Everything is smooth sailing. It's been a long time since I visited you. Chen Lao, I was afraid you wouldn't remember me. I came today with Comrade Sun Yichen. I hope you don't mind. Sun Yichen knew that Sun Mianmian had taken Chen Weihao as her master, and after leaving the armed forces, he had specifically bought something to visit him. Chen Weihao gave Sun Yichen a reproachful glance. Just come without bringing anything. Why bother with gifts? Kid, you should learn more from the minister and strive for a promotion soon. Sun Yichen responded repeatedly. Yes, I will heed your teachings. The minister chuckled again. He has already been promoted from squad leader to company commander and probably soon to battalion commander. Chen Weihao looked proud. Not bad, not bad. Just as excellent as my little apprentice. After chatting for a while, the minister left with a bruising ointment that Chen Weihao had given him. Sun Mianmian wanted to go home with her brother since he was rarely at home. Of course, after returning, the three siblings ventured into the mountains again. The children of the mountains loved that piece of land. By the end of the afternoon, they had a good haul. Not only did they catch 5 wild chickens, but they also had 6 wild rabbits, each carrying a bundle of herbs. Sun Mianmian's biggest gain was getting over 20,000 points. She thought to herself that the deep mountains were indeed a treasure land, with countless varieties of plants for her to scan. Just as they were happily descending the mountain, they heard a commotion. Soon after, a dozen villagers rushed in from outside the mountain, carrying either machetes or hoes. The three siblings stood by in confusion, ready to make way. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Aren't those the three from the Sun family? Quickly call the big guy from the Sun family to help." Since they said so, Sun Yichen couldn't pretend not to hear or see. He put down his backpack and asked what happened. Wang Jinsheng ran up from the crowd, panting. Wang Laer from across the street was gored by a wild boar, and I heard his injuries are severe. He might not survive. The three siblings from the Sun family looked bewildered, unable to place Wang Laer. The reason was that most people in that area shared the surname Wang, and anyone ranked second in the family could be called Wang Laer. Wang Jinsheng seemed to understand their confusion, glanced at Sun Mianmian, and explained, "He's the one who wanted to hit you that day." Upon hearing this, Sun Yichen's eyes turned sharp, and a chilling, killing intent radiated from him, causing Wang Jinsheng to step back in fright. Sun Mianmian exclaimed, "Oh," and tugged at Sun Yichen's sleeve. "Big brother, we're fine. He didn't gain anything." Sun Jingshu echoed, "Big brother, we really didn't suffer any loss." Just as they finished speaking, they heard a stir in the crowd. The armed forces minister, accompanied by two militia members, rushed over. "Comrade Sun, we received a distress call from our superiors. Some of our comrades are in danger. Please come help." Sun Yichen had already retracted his imposing aura and nodded. "Okay." Sun Mianmian hesitated for a moment, looking at Sun Yichen. "Big brother, I know medicine. I want to go with you." Sun Yichen considered it and agreed. Then, Sun Mianmian followed the main group into the mountains. Wang Jinsheng helped Sun Jingshu carry things and returned to the starting point. The villagers paused for a moment, but then followed the minister and others deep into the mountains. Sun Mianmian prided herself on her bravery, but had never dared to venture this deep into the mountains before. At this point, they were about 10 miles away from where the mother wolf was buried. The forest was cool and serene. The dappled light and shadows swayed, causing one's emotions to rise and fall, increasing feelings of panic and unease. "Aren't we there yet?" Someone leaned on a stick, panting, looking ahead with some irritation. One person broke the silence, and then villagers began to discuss amongst themselves. Why did Wang Laer run so far? It's practically asking for death. Who has ever seen someone get hurt peacefully on the outskirts? He was too ambitious with too little skill and caused a ruckus. He has a large family to feed, and seeing the Sun family and Jinsheng family thriving, he thought he could take a risky gamble. As they chatted and moved deeper into the woods, the atmosphere became less oppressive, but their pace slowed down. The minister looked discontentedly at the villagers, then glanced at the calm Sun Mianmian, thinking to himself that this girl really was a bit fierce, as the villagers said. After climbing over another hill, he noticed that the sun was already setting. The minister stopped on an extending rock to look around. It should be right here. At that moment, a mountain breeze blew by, bringing with it a strong smell of blood. Sun Mianmian's nostrils flared. The smell of blood is so strong. Sun Yichen nodded, pointing upward. It should be just below. He reached out to pull Sun Mianmian. "We're going down. Be careful." If it weren't for considering Sun Mianmian and the villagers, Sun Yichen would have rushed down already. Sun Mianmian thought to herself that if she didn't want to expose her abilities in front of others, she would have liked to compete with Sun Yichen. The minister was anxious, glancing back at the slowly moving villagers, and pointed at a militia member. "Well, go ahead. You bring them along." Thus, the minister, a militia member, along with Sun Yichen and Sun Mianmian, significantly increased their speed. Before long, they reached a valley. The valley was lush and green, not to mention the wild vegetables and various plants. There were herbs everywhere: June snow, 10 major merits, half summer, and balloon flower, etc. Sun Mianmian couldn't help but feel eager to collect them, but the smell of blood in her nostrils constantly reminded her that lives were at stake. "Oh no, this is terrible. His intestines are out. Is there still hope?" Militia member Daniu exclaimed as he saw Wang Laer's injuries, his face instantly changing. The minister also paled, his gaze sweeping over another injured person. This was a man in military uniform. His torn uniform revealed flesh and blood on his arm, exposing white bones. He was now unconscious. Another soldier, slightly injured, lay exhausted next to a 300 or 400 pound wild boar, his eyes half closed. Even when he saw the newcomers, he merely moved his lips, trying to lean against the wild boar. "Comrades, we are late," the minister choked as he stepped forward, hurriedly bringing his water bottle to the lips of the lightly injured soldier. Chapter 72. The bully who fears the strong Sun Yichen scanned the area calmly. He saw Sun Mianmian squatting beside Wang Lauer, leaning down to ask, "Little sister, what do you need me to do?" "Big brother, boil some water," she said while stealthily pulling out silver needles, a kettle, a scalpel, and some medicinal powder from her backpack. Military personnel carry water-boiling equipment with them. After Sun Mianmian finished inserting the silver needles to stop Wang Lauer's bleeding and instructed Dainyu to clean him up, she noticed that Sun Yichen had already boiled the water. Without missing a beat, she moved to the injured soldier with an injured arm and saw him instinctively trying to press down on the wound, causing her brows to furrow. "Big brother, do you usually just press down on your wounds like this?" she asked. This method might work for minor wounds, but it's unsanitary and can easily lead to infection. Sun Yichen nodded silently, adjusting the man's body. Sun Mianmian gasped in surprise and muttered softly, "How was it him again?" Sun Yichen, with his keen hearing, looked at Sun Mianmian in confusion. "You know him? That can't be possible. He's a soldier." Sun Mianmian quickly recounted the night her grandfather encountered danger and accidentally saved someone under the bridge. "He was in plain clothes that day. If not, how would I not know I saved a soldier?" Sun Mianmian nodded, and when she saw the minister supporting the lightly injured soldier approaching, she fell silent. Sun Yichen couldn't help but glance at the man a few more times. It was common for soldiers to wear plain clothes during missions, but to get injured so frequently was truly unlucky. The minister noticed that Sun Mianmian had already stopped the bleeding for the injured soldier and that Sun Yichen was helping with the cleaning. He let out a sigh of relief. He asked Sun Mianmian, "This comrade's injury shouldn't be serious, right? Injuries to a soldier's arm can be serious or minor. If it involves the veins, it could lead to discharge." Sun Mianmian replied, "Yes, very lucky. It's just a flesh wound. He'll be fine after some rest." However, what puzzled Sun Mianmian was that even during the stitching, the man only furrowed his brow but didn't wake up. After finishing, she uneasily checked his pulse. It was steady and strong, and his breathing was a bit longer. She joked, "How long have you all been without rest? How can you sleep through such pain?" Another soldier awkwardly chuckled, but said nothing. With Sun Yichen's help, he had already applied medicine. Leaning against his companion, he stared at Wang Lauer, wondering if that villager would survive. Sun Mianmian sighed. "It's hard to say. His abdominal cavity was open for too long, allowing bacteria to grow. And the conditions in the mountains are rudimentary. I don't have the necessary medications. I can only do my best." That said, she saw that Wang Lauer had been cleaned up and took out a piece of old ginseng to feed him. At that moment, the villagers surrounded Wang Lauer, looking at the exposed intestines with sympathy and anger, tears welling in their eyes. Wang Lauer's older brother, was so frightened that his legs went weak. His eyes darkened, and his mind went blank. Seeing Sun Mianmian take out ginseng for Wang Lauer, he couldn't help but bend his knees, wanting to kneel. He was pulled back by Sun Yichen. "You, Sun family girl, please, for the sake of being neighbors, you must find a way to save Wang Lauer. He hasn't started a family yet. He can't just die like this. If you save him, you will be a great benefactor to my family." Upon hearing this, Sun Yichen suddenly let go of Wang Lauer, his eyes turning cold. "What nonsense are you talking about? My little sister already said she would do her best to treat him. In his current state, even if taken to a clinic, the doctors wouldn't guarantee they could save him. What will you do if he doesn't make it? Will you throw a tantrum or act unreasonable?" The minister was also angry. He pointed at Wang Lauer's nose, scolding, "This young lady is kindly helping to treat him. How can you morally blackmail her? Can't you see she even took out ginseng?" Wang Lauer was ultimately afraid of Sun Yichen and the minister, stammering and unable to speak. His eyes red as he stared at the silent Wang Lauer. Sun Mianmian, not caring about Wang Lauer and the others, quickly cleaned the wound, stitched it up, applied the medicinal powder, and bandaged it. She worked up a sweat, finally finishing the treatment. She let out a sigh of relief, controlling her trembling hands due to exhaustion to check his pulse again. He was stable for now. Whether he could survive depended on his will to live and his physical condition. "All right, this is all I can do for now. We need to hurry and send him to the clinic for observation. Her professional instincts kicked in, and she didn't think about her past grievances with Wang Lauer. All she wanted was to save him with all her might. Some villagers brought a stretcher, and Wang Lauer was placed on it. Wang Lauda hesitated, his eyes occasionally glancing at Sun Mianmian's backpack. Sun Mianmian, too exhausted to move her fingers, didn't pay attention to Wang Lauda's thoughts. Assuming he was worried about Wang Lauer's safety on the way, she explained earnestly, "Be careful on your way back. If you send him to the clinic quickly, you should be fine. Let us go." It was getting dark, and the road was even harder to navigate. She wondered what Wang Lauda was still hesitating about. She glanced at Sun Yichen, who was whispering with a minister and the conscious soldier, and, fearing they still had matters to discuss, decided to head back first. Just as Sun Mianmian was about to greet Sun Yichen, she heard Wang Lauda speak up, "Can you give me 2 more pieces of ginseng? I'm afraid Wang Lauda might need it." As he spoke, he felt embarrassed, his voice growing softer, his head hanging low. A nearby villager scoffed, "Wang Lauda, you really are greedy. Wang Lauer still has a piece in his mouth, doesn't he?" Wang Lauda glared angrily at that person. "What do you know? I'm just being cautious. What if Wang Lauer dies because of her treatment? If there were extra ginseng, it might help him hold on, and he wouldn't die in her hands." Sun Mianmian laughed in anger. "So I'm just a scapegoat? Your Wang Lauer didn't put himself in danger by wandering into the mountains and getting gored by a wild boar. He is in this state because of me? Are you blind or just heartless? Huh? If you want more ginseng, just say it. Why come up with all these shameless excuses?" Although Sun Yichen was speaking on the side, he was paying close attention to Sun Mianmian. When he heard Wang Lauda's ridiculous words, he became furious. He rushed up to Wang Lauda, ready to take the ginseng out of Wang Lauer's mouth. "With so many people watching, how can you twist the truth and still want to blame me? I'd rather throw it away than give it to someone like you." Wang Lauda was frightened and quickly stepped in front of Sun Yichen, pleading, "I was just confused. I don't want it anymore." Someone scoffed. Wang Lauda and his brothers are just like this, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When the Sun family's eldest was not home, they always bullied old Sun and Wang Lauer. Just look at the current state of affairs. TSK. Truly embarrassing. As they were speaking, a rustling sound came from the dim forest, startling everyone to turn their heads and see. Chapter 73. Thoughts as the trees swayed. Beams of strong light shot through. Soon after, a group of people with camouflage paint emerged from the woods, accompanied by a man bound tightly. "Captain, you're back," said Liang Ziming, a soldier with minor injuries, as he approached. The captain he referred to was Si Yuandao. Si Yuandao nodded, surveyed the surroundings, greeted the minister and Sun Yichen, and his gaze lingered slightly on Sun Mianmian. He then looked at the unconscious soldier. "Xiao Chong hasn't he woken up yet?" This time, they had crossed several provinces to capture the bound man, ultimately entering this deep mountain forest. Just as they were about to track the man down, an unexpected incident occurred. Wang Lauer, who had entered the deep mountains for hunting, became lost and started to run around in the forest. Sometimes his path crossed with that of the target, and at other times they diverged, confusing their judgment. When Wang Lauer encountered the man in a hollow, he set his sights on a wild boar. The man, however, targeted Wang Lauer, aiming to take him hostage, either as a bargaining chip or a temporary slave. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Lauer thought the man was his competitor, solely focused on hunting the wild boar. However, as he fought the boar, the man was already eyeing him with malicious intent. The commotion in the hollow was so loud that Si Yuandao and his team quickly caught up. In a desperate situation, the man pushed Wang Lauer toward the wild boar, trying to buy himself some time to escape. Wang Lauer was stunned by the sudden charge of the boar. If it weren't for Xiao Chong's brave leap to push him aside, Wang Lauer wouldn't have just suffered a minor injury. He could have easily died on the spot. At that moment, Xiao Chong's arm was pierced by the boar's tusk. Eventually, Liang Ziming joined the fray, and after a lengthy struggle, they managed to subdue the adult wild boar and contacted their superiors for support. Fortunately, despite losing 2 capable men, Si Yuandao's team successfully captured the fleeing criminal. The minister looked sternly at the bewildered villagers, stating that if it weren't for Captain Si and his team's bravery in capturing the criminal, even if Wang Lauer had died, the Wang family would still face penalties for obstructing official duties, which could delay the capture, leading to at least educational consequences. Wang Laoda, trembling in fear, secretly scolded Wang Laoer for his incompetence. But since the root cause was Wang Laoer, surely they wouldn't face collective punishment in this new era. However, when confronted with the cold and authoritative gazes of the minister and Si Yuandao, he felt a sinking feeling and replied in a low voice, "I understand. Thank you." During their conversation, Sun Mianmian attempted to bandage the injured soldiers, but all were turned down. Sun Yichen glanced at Si Yuandao and quietly pulled Sun Mianmian aside, saying, "The military has rules." Sun Mianmian pouted and discreetly followed Sun Yichen away. At the same time, she received a merit reward of 1,000 points. Total accumulated merit points, 250. Due to the injured, Si Yuandao ordered everyone to exit the mountains together. Villagers and soldiers took turns carrying the injured. Halfway through, Xiao Chong woke up. He insisted on walking by himself. As he stood up, he spotted Sun Mianmian among the crowd. He curiously asked Liang Ziming, who was supporting him, "Who bandaged my wounds?" Without suspicion, Liang Ziming pointed to Sun Mianmian and said it was that little girl. Feeling the gaze behind her, Sun Mianmian turned cautiously and met Xiao Chong's smiling face. He clumsily waved, "Thank you for saving me again." What a coincidence to run into this girl again. He had the chance to express his gratitude last time. He had been thinking about it ever since. Sun Mianmian chuckled softly, tugging at Sun Yichen's sleeve. She whispered, "Brother, are all soldiers as cute?" Sun Yichen glanced at the silly Xiao Chong and softly replied, "Don't mind him," disgusted by Xiao Chong's goofy smile. Sun Yichen thought he looked much more pleasant when he was unconscious. Meanwhile, Si Yuandao, expressionless, also noticed Xiao Chong's silly grin, his gaze shifting subtly between Xiao Chong and Sun Mianmian. He kept hearing Xiao Chong's words, "You saved me again." So, they had met before? When could that have been? Si Yuandao furrowed his brow, feeling an unexpected pang of jealousy, especially when he saw that delicate little hand being held by Sun Yichen. Even though he knew they were siblings, jealousy nearly sharpened into a knife. Si Yuandao lowered his eyes with a bitter smile, as if he had come to understand his feelings since accepting the blind date arranged by his family. The more he tried to forget that girl, the clearer he remembered her decisive jump from the window without hesitation, and her indifferent expression when she saw him leave after falling to the ground. Countless times in the midnight hours, her figure haunted his dreams, some calm, some cunning, some panicked, some timid. He didn't understand how she could have so many expressions, like a little sprite, invading his heart. This made him summon the courage to go on another blind date, only to see those seemingly identical noble ladies of the capital turn and walk away. He thought he must be bewitched. Sun Mianmian was unaware of Si Yuandao's many thoughts. As night fell and the path became difficult, she happily held on her brother's son Yichen's arm. Occasionally, they spotted rare medicinal herbs by the roadside and made quick grabs. Even so, the siblings kept pace with the main group. When everyone finally emerged from the deep mountains and saw the torches at the foot of the mountain, they felt a sudden lightness in their hearts, and their speed increased significantly. Grandpa and Sun Jingshua stood at the front of the crowd, shining a flashlight. Sun Mianmian ran over, grabbed Grandpa's arm, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Grandpa, we're back." Grandpa patted her hand and said, "It's good to be back. Let us go. Time to eat. Are you hungry?" The next morning, Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshua hurriedly sent their brother off to the train and then rushed back to school. They entered the classroom just as the bell for class rang. Sun Mianmian stared blankly at the test paper for the placement exam, her mind wandering elsewhere. If only the supercar she bought in her previous life had followed her here. She would have had to run back, so awkwardly. If only her bank savings from her previous life had come along with her in the 7-digit range. She would have to struggle so much. In a daze, the memories of her past life flashed before her like colorful film strips, quickly sliding by. Sun Mianmian skimmed through those documentaries, feeling an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Suddenly, a few quiet sobs came from the front row. Sun Mianmian snapped back to reality and exchanged a puzzled glance with Amon Nantian, who had just lifted his sleepy eyes from his arms. And they both looked curiously at Wang Yuding. "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Sun Mianmian poked Wang Yuting's back with her finger. Wang Yuting merely shook her head, resting her head on the desk without raising it, and didn't respond. Her desk mate, Han Yihong, a boy, also looked puzzled and asked, "Is she sick? Should we help her ask for leave?" Wang Yuting still didn't speak. Sun Mianmian couldn't bear the sound of a girl crying pitifully and softly urged, "Stop crying. What is the matter? Did you do poorly on the test?" Han Yihong quietly hinted she got 90 this time. For someone who often fails, a score of 90 is indeed worth celebrating with tears of joy. Sun Mianmian shrugged helplessly, thinking that girls really are too sentimental. "Mind your own business." Nantian disdainfully threw a comment at Sun Mianmian, turning his head away to rest. Suddenly, Wang Yuting quickly turned around and tossed a small paper ball at her. Sun Mianmian, the long-lost little paper ball. Chapter 74, She Has a Boyfriend. Get lost. Han Yihong turned around and looked over. Sun Mianmian quickly used her test paper to cover the crumpled little paper ball. Judging by Wang Yuting's expression, she didn't want anyone to know about her situation. "So, this is their little secret. My boyfriend has fallen for someone else." The little note was hastily written with these few words. Among them, 2 characters were blurred by tears, conveying the owner's sadness and pain. Sun Mianmian sighed. What is love in this world that makes people willing to give their lives for it? Love makes one foolish and lowers their IQ. She thought this way and also wrote it to Wang Yuting. Wang Yuting secretly opened the note, angrily turned to Sun Mianmian, and shouted, "That person is you." After saying that, disregarding the odd stares from others and the stunned Sun Mianmian, she rushed out of the classroom like the wind. "Sun Mianmian, what is going on? Did I upset her?" She looked questioningly at Han Yihong and then at the sleepy Nantian. After a long while, Nantian uttered 2 words. "You hurt her." Sun Mianmian thought she had carefully protected their little secret, but didn't expect it to be seen through by Nantian, who was lying on the desk. Hearing her desk mate's words, Sun Mianmian froze, pointed at her own nose, and incredulously repeated, "I hurt her? How is that possible? She's a girl. Although she's a bit pretty and a bit outstanding, it can't be enough for Wang Yuting to be madly in love with her. Wait, she said her boyfriend has fallen for someone else. So that means I've fallen for someone else?" Sun Mianmian looked at Nantian speechlessly, wondering what kind of reasoning she had. "Who have I fallen for?" Nantian turned his head slowly in the other direction and uttered 2 words again, perhaps referring to himself. "Yourself?" Sun Mianmian laughed angrily. "Yourself? I might as well say Confucius. The college entrance examination is coming soon. If I were to pray, I'd rather pray to Confucius, asking him to bless me with full marks in every subject, to become the top student in the nation, and to win countless prizes. Which is more practical?" After saying that, she ignored the strange looks from Han Yihong and the others and buried her head in her studies. She thought that becoming the top student in the nation, winning countless prizes, and improving her college life was a beautiful and practical dream. Maybe if she worked hard, it would come true. Little did she know, this commotion only made everyone look at her and Nantian with even more meaningful glances. Upon hearing Sun Mianmian's ambitious words about becoming the top student, Nantian also stopped sleeping and picked up the test paper to read it seriously for once. He wanted to keep up with Sun Mianmian's pace, and maybe they could still be desk mates in college. However, as soon as school ended, Sun Mianmian was blocked not far from the school gate. 4 or 5 young people surrounded a man dressed in a linen suit with a buzz cut, who stood in front of Sun Mianmian. "You must be Sun Mianmian, right? Our Fige has good taste." "Of course. Who do you think our Fige is?" He asked the eldest son of Secretary Lin's family. "Do you think just anyone can catch his eye?" The young man continued, "Little girl, our Fige specially came to invite you to watch a movie. Let us go. There won't be this store after this village." Sun Mianmian crossed her arms and coldly assessed them. "Get lost. A bunch of skinny guys. They look like they wouldn't stand a chance in a fight." Hearing this, Lin Yifei, the one referred to as Fige, changed his expression, snapping his fingers confidently. "My dad is Secretary Lin of the Ministry of Urban Rural Construction and Environmental Protection. If you date me, maybe I can help you get some of your family's properties back." He spoke arrogantly, looking down at Sun Mianmian. But Sun Mianmian was not an ordinary girl who could be easily deceived. Where did these stray dogs come from? If you don't get lost, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying that, Sun Mianmian prepared to bend down and pick up a stone. Nantian stepped forward, coldly looking at the 6 people opposite. Oh, I really haven't seen such a spectacle before. Want to fight? Come at me. After saying that, he quickly took off his outer jacket and threw it at Sun Mianmian. However, just as Sun Mianmian instinctively dodged, his jacket unexpectedly returned to cover his own head. Nantian, angry, pulled off the jacket and was about to charge forward, but Sun Mianmian stopped him. Wait. Because she sensed a familiar aura behind her, cold and piercing, with a hint of killing intent. Sun Mianmian turned around and met the gaze of the slightly bowed Fang. Her pupils constricted. Why is Fang here? Oh no. Isn't he on a mission? Why hasn't he left yet? What a disaster. Will he laugh at this embarrassing scene? Now what? Should she fight or run? Her heart raced as she awkwardly looked at the cold-faced Fang. She awkwardly smiled. Hi. Nice to see you again. Nantian raised an eyebrow. You know him? Sun Mianmian played dead. Isn't he that obvious? Can't you see the big shot giving off cold vibes? Hurry and run. Unfortunately, Nantian didn't get the hint. On the opposite side, Lin Yifei merely glanced at the newly arrived Fang, then provocatively shouted at Nantian, You must be Sun Mianmian's deskmate, right? What? Want to be a hero and save the beauty? Too bad. I have no bad intentions. I just want to be friends and talk about dating. This shouldn't be something your deskmate can interfere with, right? Before anyone could speak, his sycophant chimed in, Our Fege, doesn't he even look at the daughter of Director Wang Yichen. Sun Mianmian, you're just a poor daughter of a red capitalist. So just keep smiling secretly. This statement carried a lot of weight. It turns out Lin Yifei was Wang Yichen's boyfriend, and the person her boyfriend fell for was her. No wonder Wang Yichen shouted at her in anger. Sun Mianmian thought about her misunderstanding with Wang Yichen and felt embarrassed. Digging her toes into the ground, she disdainfully glanced at the scumbag Lin Yifei. So you're the one Wang Yichen mentioned who has fallen for someone else? TCH, you're nothing special. I think Wang Yichen must be blind to have fallen for you. Lin Yifei, quick-witted, defended himself. Feelings are about mutual consent. I think we're not suitable, so we broke up peacefully. How can that be called falling for someone else? Even if it is, it's because I was attracted to you. Would you like to be my girlfriend? Nantian, furious, tossed his jacket aside, flexed his wrists, and was about to rush forward when he was stunned by a single sentence. She has a boyfriend. Get lost. Sun Mianmian was dumbfounded. She turned to look at the indifferent Fang, silently wondering, when did she have a boyfriend? How come she didn't know? Nantian looked at Sun Mianmian in shock. Not even noticing the jacket dropped on the ground, his lips quivered as he asked, Who is your boyfriend? Do you really like me? This was the longest sentence Nantian had said since the semester began. Sun Mianmian looked at him in confusion, just about to say something when she felt a weight on her shoulder. Turning back, she saw a large hand casually resting on her shoulder. Let us go. It's time to go home, Fang said expressionlessly, but his words left much to the imagination. Sun Mianmian felt dizzy, obediently turning around under his force and following him. After walking quite a distance, she heard Nantian's questioning voice, and only then did she come back to her senses. Sun Mianmian, do you really know him? Sun Mianmian looked up in confusion at Fang. It seemed she really didn't know him anymore. Chapter 75. Inviting Si Yuandao to dinner. Si Yuandao tightened his grip slightly as he met her confused gaze, feeling a different kind of emotion swell in his heart. Sun Mianmian winced in pain around her shoulder, let out a soft hum, and suddenly snapped back to reality, taking a step to create some distance between them. She cleared her throat awkwardly and said, Thank you for helping me out. If it weren't for Si Yuandao arriving just in time, she thought, she would have definitely lost control of her righteous anger and beaten the scumbag, kicking him as well. Si Yuandao frowned and looked at her. Is that what you think? He chuckled bitterly in his heart. Why was this girl so hard to approach? He had been so obvious. Did he really need to confess directly? He gazed at her pale profile, carefully organizing his words. At that moment, Nantian caught up, looking concerned at Sun Mianmian. Where are you two going? He sensed that the man who had taken Sun Mianmian away was not someone to be trifled with. The coldness and murderous intent emanating from him could be felt even by the dullest person. He didn't want Sun Mianmian to be in danger. Sun Mianmian glanced sideways at the now colder-eyed person and just wanted to send her well-meaning classmate away, smiling. I'm headed home now. You could go back first. Mo Nantian nodded, giving Si Yuandao a steady look. All right, if you need anything, you can find me. Sun Mianmian thought to herself, what could she possibly need? If there was really something, shouldn't she contact the police instead? She waved goodbye to Mo Nantian, feeling inexplicably warmer all over. Next step, should she leave directly or? Sun Mianmian nervously fiddled with her fingers, biting her lip, racking her brain for the right words. Si Yuandao chuckled lightly. What? Still Haven T thought of a reason to leave? Hearing his teasing, Sun Mianmian smiled shyly, feeling a bit more relaxed. I haven't. As soon as the words left her mouth, she remembered his repeated insistence in the provincial city that she owed him a meal. Why not take this opportunity to repay a bit of debt? Yesterday. Unexpectedly, they both spoke at the same time. They looked at each other and laughed, with a hint of surprise and familiarity. Sun Mianmian said, You're the guest. You go first. Si Yuandao was not polite either. Yesterday was your birthday. How about giving me a chance to make it up today? Sun Mianmian replied, Can a birthday be made up? Forgive her ignorance. But thinking about her earlier decision, she readily agreed, Sure, I owe you a meal anyway, so this is a good opportunity to repay it. Otherwise, who knows when I'll run into you again. Hearing her complain, Si Yuandao's heart stirred. You want to run into me? Why didn't you call me? He remembered giving her his number, but almost half a year had passed without any contact. Did you lose my number? Seeing Sun Mianmian silent, Si Yuandao pressed on. Sun Mianmian was at a loss for words, defensively murmuring, I didn't lose it. It's just sitting in my space, gathering dust in some corner. He was a standout among his peers in the military district of the capital, the youngest regiment commander. Sun Mianmian didn't even want to contact the Fang family. How could she contact someone she wasn't familiar with? Perhaps he was just being kind-hearted and sympathetic, sending her some exam materials. She didn't dare to think too much, nor did she wish for too much. She just wanted to avoid the dangers and live her life peacefully. Si Yuandao noticed her rapidly changing expressions, like the unpredictable international situation over the years. Very cute. He inexplicably wanted to pinch her little face. All right, shall we go to the state-run restaurant now? If he hadn't run into her in the mountains yesterday, Si Yuandao really wouldn't have known how to deliver the gift he had prepared with such effort. This was the first gift he had put so much thought into. He hoped she would like it. Sun Mianmian looked at the sky. It was indeed time for dinner. Let us go. Her tone was lively, and her mood was quite good. She felt that repaying a bit of debt would lighten her heart. Hopefully, what she owed him could be cleared soon. Then she would be free and unburdened, soaring high like a bird. The more she thought about it, the more hopeful life seemed, and her smile grew wider. Si Yuandao glanced at the petite and cheerful figure beside him, a smile appearing on his lips. They traveled in silence, but the atmosphere was inexplicably harmonious. Sun Mianmian, who rarely treated others, confidently took the menu. Let me treat you to some local specialties. Cured meat with blood tofu, spicy chicken, stir-fried yam, 8 treasure soft-shell turtle, plus some braised pork and 3 flavor soup. What do you think? Si Yuandao watched her the entire time, a smile lingering on his lips. When he heard her question, he slowly nodded. You can arrange it. At that moment, he reined in all his sharp edges. The smile on his lips was like the first rays of spring sunshine, melting away the remnants of winter frost, giving a refreshing feeling. Sun Mianmian had never seen him so gentle and jade-like sitting in the glow of the sunset. She was momentarily dazzled and murmured, Your smile is so warm. It looked even more dazzling and attractive compared to his usual cold and distant demeanor. In this era, soldiers were already a unique presence, admired, respected, and watched by everyone. They were both good-looking, him handsome, her beautiful, comparable to stars on posters in Hong Kong and Taiwan. Instantly, they attracted everyone's attention. Sun Mianmian's ears turned red in embarrassment, and she quietly shifted her body to face the wall. Si Yuandao chuckled softly. How about I come over and block for you? They were sitting opposite each other, and every expression and small action couldn't escape the other's gaze. He was just casually saying it, of course, unwilling to miss the chance to look at her openly. But he inexplicably wanted to get a little closer even closer. Yet, that little heartless girl clearly showed she had no interest in him. Otherwise, those self-proclaimed noble ladies in the capital would have already been eager to devour him whole. Si Yuandao withdrew his gaze, chuckling bitterly again. The road to pursuing his future wife was indeed long and arduous. Hearing his words, Sun Mianmian was startled and quickly waved her hands. No, there's no need. There's no need to be sneaky. If you want to look, just look. They were just having a normal meal as friends. If they sat too close, wouldn't that be too intimate? She was still young, just turned 18 yesterday, and she didn't want to be tied down so early. Though Sun Mianmian felt a bit intimidated by Si Yuandao, after spending time together, she gradually relaxed. Feeling his gentle nature, she even calmly finished the food he helped her with. However, the atmosphere was too good, and the food was too delicious. For a moment, she forgot to refuse and accidentally ended up with a full stomach. Sun Mianmian smiled shyly. It seems like I ate too much. Si Yuandao leisurely wiped his hands, casually waving them. Sun Mianmian, not suspecting anything, thought she would wait until she calmed down before going to pay the bill. However, a man in military green approached with a plate of fruit. Commander, everything is ready. Do you need anything else? Chapter 76. Si Mianmian's Sun Mianmian smile faded as she awkwardly looked at Si Yuandao. Is this your teammate? Have they eaten yet? If they're here and haven't eaten, it wouldn't be good for them to be starving on the side. She was not a stingy person. Si Yuandao glanced at the person with a sidelong look. The person quickly said, I've eaten, I ate a long time ago. Captain, I won't disturb you any longer. After saying that, he took long strides, almost as if he had fire under his feet, moving twice as fast as her. Sun Mianmian couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. Having long legs was indeed great. Not only did it allow him to walk fast, but it also looked impressive, because she had been watching for a bit too long. Si Yuandao's gaze shifted a few times before he teased, Are you admiring his long legs or measuring his strides? Without thinking, Sun Mianmian replied, Measuring his strides. Hey, if I had legs like that, I would be the champion in PE class. Si Yuandao asked, What, do you want to monopolize all the championships? As he spoke, he pulled out a rectangular, velvet-covered box and placed it in front of Sun Mianmian. This is a gift to congratulate you on winning the National Mathematics Competition. Another gift? Sun Mianmian picked up the box, he pushed over and happily opened it. See if you like it? Inside was a new Hero 100 gold pen. The golden nib was indeed glamorous. There are words on it. Did you engrave it? As soon as she finished speaking, she felt embarrassed and wanted to disappear on the spot. It turned out she had seen the words Si Mianmian on the pen barrel. Aren't you going to read it out loud? Hearing Si Yuandao's teasing words, Sun Mianmian's face turned red, and she glared at him in mock annoyance before snapping the box shut and pushing it back. This person, who seemed aloof and unapproachable, turned out to be a bit flirtatious on the inside. She felt like she was being teased, but Si Yuandao didn't give her a chance to refuse. With a firm push, he returned the box to her and asked seriously, Do you dislike it? Or is it not to your liking? If so, we can go to the supply and marketing cooperative later to buy another one. Sun Mianmian thought, his persuasive words are quite forceful, just like his entire aura, making it hard for people to refuse. Thank you. Seeing this, he smiled and handed her another box. This is your birthday gift. I hope you won't dislike it since it's late. Sun Mianmian was surprised for a moment, then thought about his position and connections. It wouldn't be hard for him to check her information, right? So she felt relieved. When she opened it, she found a pair of retro-style sunglasses. So beautiful, she exclaimed sincerely. She didn't expect sunglasses from this era to be just as stylish and fashionable as those from later generations, and it was exactly her style. Si Yuandao casually mentioned, in October and November, we can go to Xiangshan in the capital. The sun isn't too harsh then, but wearing sunglasses will be much more comfortable. Sun Mianmian had been to Xiangshan in her past life. Xiangshan was famous for its red leaves. Every autumn, the mountains were covered with yellow larch trees that turned fiery red after being washed by frost, which was truly beautiful. She wondered if the red leaves during this period were as stunning as she remembered. Sun Mianmian found herself looking forward to a bit. She nodded emphatically. That's a good idea. Seeing her agree, Si Yuandao's expectant gaze turned joyful, and he felt sweet in his heart as if he had just drunk honey. Did this mean she had accepted his invitation? Did it imply that their relationship had progressed? However, Sun Mianmian's next words felt like a bucket of cold water, drenching him completely. See, Gidge, your partner wouldn't be from the courtyard, would they? If they are, it wouldn't be convenient for me to go with you. I'm sorry. It turned out she only regarded him as an ordinary friend or perhaps someone to be treated with the respect due to an elder. No wonder he felt they seemed somewhat familiar, yet still distant, as if separated by vast mountains and rivers. He recalled their meeting at her house's alley, where she had politely blurted out that she had heard of him, but her expression was one of confusion, clearly not familiar with him or Fang Qingqing. It was merely a superficial acknowledgement of having heard of his name. Si-Yuan-Dao felt a bit disdainful of his own carelessness and quickly introduced himself. I'm 25 this year and unmarried. As for the partner you mentioned, well, currently, I don't have one. He stared at Sun Mianmian without missing any of her subtle expressions. Sun Mianmian was quite surprised. You're so outstanding and still unmarried? No way. I heard you're the only child in your family. Aren't your parents anxious? Even 22-year-old Sun Yichen has been urged by his grandfather several times. If not for the short holiday, his grandfather would have definitely arranged a blind date. Si-Yuan-Dao rubbed his forehead. Am I outstanding? My family is indeed anxious and has arranged blind dates, but none of them are what I want. I'm a perfectionist. I don't want to get married until I meet the right person. But I'm my family's only child, and my 80-year-old grandfather is pushing me hard, making me afraid to go back to the courtyard. Sun Mianmian looked at the real-life version of a man being pressured to marry with sympathy. But it was only sympathy. After all, he was a perfectionist. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been difficult to balance. He was caught between his personal principles and filial duty. She just didn't know what kind of sparks would fly from this collision. Sun Mianmian secretly thought of getting a stool ready to watch the drama unfold. But as a mere bystander, she didn't expect to have her own part in this. Just then, Si-Yuan-Dao, distress written all over his face, suddenly looked at her and said, "How about this? You help me out and just act as my partner." Sun Mianmian, what kind of wolfish words are these? Can someone really ask for help with this kind of thing? She was self-aware. The gap between her and Si-Yuan-Dao was not just social status, but also all the mess in the courtyard. See, Gidge, if it's about anything else, that's fine, but I can't help with this. Seeing his face fall, Sun Mianmian cautiously pushed the 2 gift boxes in her hands towards him. How about you find someone with fair skin, good looks, and excellent skills? Si-Yuan-Dao looked at the boxes pushed over, laughing in anger. If you're not going to help, fine, but you don't want the gifts I gave you either? Do you want to erase our friendship, just like that? Friendship? Sun Mianmian shivered. What kind of friendship did they have? It was entirely a favor owed by her alone. Sensing the coldness around him, she instinctively shook her head. No, no. Si-Yuan-Dao said domineeringly, that's it. As my partner, when you go to the capital, the Fang family won't dare to give you a hard time or bully you. Don't deny it. You won't lose out this way. Upon hearing this, Sun Mianmian's shoulders slumped, her little face tense, and her heart was very conflicted. If it was like this, she indeed wouldn't lose out. But she also didn't want to be involved with the courtyard again. She just wanted to quietly take her revenge. However, she didn't dare to say it out loud. Coward. Before parting, Si-Yuan-Dao raised an eyebrow and said lightly, besides, even your desk mate knows I'm your partner. Huh? Is that so? Sun Mianmian was taken aback, her brain short-circuiting again. She foolishly recalled what had happened earlier. It seemed to have been mentioned, and she thought Si-Yuan-Dao was just helping her out, so she hadn't said much. But this was a huge misunderstanding. She felt heavy-hearted, and it left her a bit dazed, to the point where she dreamed that she was wearing a red veil, riding in a jeep into the military district courtyard. She saw Yang Qiuxiang's disappointed face, the chattering old lady Fang, and the resentful Fang Qingqing, which startled her awake in a cold sweat. It turned out to be a nightmare. In the last few days before the college entrance examination, Imo Nantian, who had been unusually active, suddenly started playing the game of appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Sun Mianmian looked at the empty seat next to her, feeling uneasy for 2 classes, but eventually accepted it calmly. Finally, the day before the exam, Imo Tian, who had been missing for several days, reappeared. Chapter 77 Good News, Xiao Mianmian, Good News, 2 Very Good News. At that time, Sun Mianmian was reciting the 10 gift books that Chen Weiao had given her. Just a moment. There's still one more book, and she would be done. She didn't want her previous efforts to go to waste. Her master was really supervising her recitation like a primary school language teacher, ensuring she got every word right. Chen Weiao took off his reading glasses and casually flipped through a few pages, as if he had no intention of stopping. Sun Mianmian? She looked at the few pages she had memorized in astonishment. Her lips moved slightly. But thinking of the good news that Qingqing mentioned, she couldn't help but want to slack off. She wondered if her master was also curious about that so-called good news. Starting from page 145, Chen Weiao tapped his fingers on the table. What? No hints at all? Sun Mianmian felt a tightness in her chest, short of breath. She looked incredulously at the medical books that her master had closed. Master, is this really okay? Chen Weiao raised an eyebrow. What, do you have an opinion? If you can't recite it, then you'll have to write it down word by word. Qingqing laughed gleefully. Chen Lao, you're too good. Xiao Mianmian, the older ginger is spicier. Tell me, how did you offend your master? Sun Mianmian pouted and glared at the annoying Qingqing. Brother Mo, if you keep this up, you won't have any friends. She saw that Chen Weiao was calmly picking up a teacup to sip tea, and her eyes turned. Master, if I recite it correctly, what will you reward me with? Chen Weiao slowly put down the teacup. What reward do you want? Silver needles or all of your master's possessions? Sun Mianmian met his calm gaze and instinctively waved her hand. How could I dare? She felt that beneath Chen Weiao's calm exterior hit a storm. As the saying goes, those who know the times are wise. Her greatest strength was being good at reading the room, weighing pros and cons, and knowing when to take and when to give. Just kidding, just kidding. She cleared her throat, became serious, and immediately began reciting from page 145 without missing a word. Her voice was clear, her tone steady, and her pauses distinct. She surprisingly recited smoothly. Qingqing was astonished and looked at Chen Weiao. Chen Lao, is she not fooling you? Aren't you going to check if it's correct? Chen Weiao was taken aback for a moment, stroked his short beard, and said, not bad. Good memory. A genuine top scholar. All right, that's it for today. He stood up and went into the inner room. Not long after, he came out with a box here. This is your reward, and also a birthday gift prepared for you. Because it was delivered late, I'm making it up to you now. For her 18th birthday this year, Sun Mianmian received gifts from her grandfather and her 2 older brothers, and unexpectedly received a late gift from Si Yuandao. She didn't expect to receive a gift from her master a few days later. She joyfully opened it to find a box of golden needles that almost dazzled her eyes. Master, this is a set of golden needles. It's too precious. Gold does not depreciate at any time. Even though the circulation of gold is restricted and regulated at this time, the price is not cheap. Chen Weiao waved his hand, saying that golden needles used to save lives are priceless treasures. If they are left to gather dust at home, they are worthless dead objects. What is valuable and what is not depends on how they are used. Girl, remember the kindness of a doctor. Sun Mianmian, yes. Because she followed the minister and others into the mountains to save people, she was praised by everyone in Baishan. Everyone knew that Wang Laojiu, who was injured by a wild boar and lost half his life, was saved by Sun Mianmian. Therefore, her master Chen Weiao also shared some glory. Chen Weiao proudly glanced at Sun Mianmian, then turned to Qingqing, who was waiting aside. What is the good news? What could make our Mo Lao so unsettled? Sun Mianmian was also curious and looked over. Qingqing took out a large piece of craft paper. Guess how much that porcelain vase from the Qing dynasty folk kiln sold for? Upon hearing that the vase was sold, Sun Mianmian felt a burning desire inside her, wishing she could slap the scheming Qingqing. She didn't expect that the former black market boss would have such a down-to-earth side. How much? She cooperatively leaned in closer. This much. Qingqing held up one finger, then extended 5 more fingers. 15,000? Smart. That's right, 15,000. Sun Mianmian silently rolled her eyes. Did he think she was blind or foolish? Qingqing slapped the craft paper repeatedly, proudly saying, this is 15,000. Do you want to count it? We agreed that this money will all be invested in our company as startup capital. He looked at Sun Mianmian warily, as if afraid she would back out. Sun Mianmian smiled. I've always kept my word. She had never possessed that 15,000, and she was living just fine. But when she touched that stack of money, her reluctance peaked. If it weren't for wanting to make money grow, and if she hadn't already promised Qingqing, she could have lived extravagantly for a few years with that stack of money. Didn't you say there were two good news? What is the other one? Chen Weihao, who had truly seen the world, remained calm in the face of the nearly foot-high stack of money and asked calmly. Qingqing laughed heartily. The other is that our company's paperwork has been approved. Everyone, take a look. Isn't it exciting? Isn't it thrilling? Seeing him dance around, Sun Mianmian once again doubted whether he was really the formidable black market boss that people feared in Baishan. In her view, Qingqing was more like a cold and aloof figure who spoke little. Of course, that was without considering appearances. Chen Weihao carefully touched the two stamped paper documents and solemnly said, "From now on, you're the manager of a legitimate company, so you must do well. We've survived 10 years of turmoil. No matter how policies change in the future, as long as we do things and act properly, we won't be afraid of being caught off guard." Hearing her master say this, Sun Mianmian rested her chin on her hands and carefully recalled historical events. Hey, she actually remembered. Just this April, a document was issued above, focusing on cracking down on criminal activities in the economic field. For example, large-scale smuggling and speculative fraud crimes that appeared in coastal areas. And next year, a severe crackdown on organized crime would begin, focusing on criminal activities in public security. Although the ink in the book did not mention Baishan County. Due to these two activities, the atmosphere in the capital was quite tense, especially for the forces that once operated in the black market, which were all turned upside down and thoroughly investigated. Surely, someone like Qingqing, who once had absolute power in Baishan, could not escape this either. Now, they were all in the same boat, and she didn't want him to get into trouble. Sun Mianmian used the rumors she had heard in the capital as an excuse to tell them about these two major events. Qingqing was stunned for a while before suddenly realizing, "So you knew all along, which is why you wanted to pull me into real estate." I want to say more nonsense. From now on, you are my little sister, and I'll protect you. He was indeed bold. When the black market situation was poor, he traveled all over, dealing in goods, engaging in speculative activities. Fortunately, the amounts were small and the time was short. With Sun Mianmian's timely intervention, he registered this real estate company. Chapter 78, a hint of dejection now. He had a legitimate identity for making money, and the projects he was involved in were connected with the government, which might allow him to perfectly avoid these two activities. Chen Weihao looked at Sun Mianmian with appreciation. The little girl was meticulous and impressive. Sun Mianmian shyly touched her nose, chuckling. It really was a stroke of luck. "Brother Mo, the company documents have arrived. Have you already gathered the team?" She couldn't stand the intense gazes from the two and quickly changed the subject. Upon hearing this, Qingqing found himself in a bit of a dilemma. While there were many people to do the work, they were lacking someone to handle the accounts. The brothers had low education levels, and it was a miracle if they could recognize a couple of characters. Saying this, he looked at Chen Weihao, Chun Lao. "How about you come in?" Chen Weihao had studied abroad and managed the vast Chen family business. So handling a small company that hadn't even formed yet would certainly be no problem. Chen Weihao glared at him in annoyance. "Why do you always focus on me? Just because I didn't invest doesn't mean I can escape the hard work." Qingqing was about to retort when Qingqing walked in, saying, "I'll do it." He lazily lifted his eyelids and scanned the room before silently sitting down beside them. He seemed increasingly indifferent, as if he were uninterested in everything and everyone around him. If it weren't for his elder brother needing help, he might have just disappeared like a speck of dust floating in the beam of light, or become invisible. Qingqing frowned at him and couldn't help but shove him a little. "Aren't you supposed to be in class? What, don't you want to go to college anymore?" Qingqing swayed slightly with the shove, his expression blank, his eyelids drooping as if he were in deep meditation, silent and expressionless. Chen Weihao scrutinized him for a while, unable to resist grabbing his wrist to check his pulse. He furrowed his brow. "You're perfectly healthy. Why do you seem more lifeless than this old man? Kids should move around more and smile more. As the old saying goes, Laughter makes you 10 years younger. At this point, Chen Weihao couldn't help but lecture Mo Qingtian. Look at you running around every day. How do you take care of people? A fine young man, acting like a grumpy gourd. Mo Qingtian muttered under his breath. He's just a grumpy gourd. Can't even let out a fart in a day. Sun Mianmian burst out laughing. Brother Mo, you really know how to describe things, haha. Hearing her voice, Mo Nantian lazily lifted his eyelids again. Have you fallen for someone else? Chen Weihao. What is going on? Montak Kinxian. A shocking revelation. Sun Mianmian was furious and pointed at him, shouting, You're suited to be a mute. How despicable. Under her master's scrutinizing gaze, Sun Mianmian honestly recounted the misunderstanding caused by Wang Yuting's feelings for her boyfriend, helplessly repeating it. Of course, she omitted the part about being blocked by Lin Yifei outside the school and the visit from Si Yuandao. Mo Nantian snorted coldly, but said nothing. After that, the group discussed the company's management team and future plans. It was rare for Mo Nantian to speak up. He said, Anyway, I can't get into college. But managing the finances of such a small company is more than enough. If I can't keep up in the future, the company can send me for further training. Mo Qingtian patted his shoulder with satisfaction. You have ideas, you have a future. Let us work together and earn a couple of million. Montag Nanxian replied, Alricht. Sun Mianmian paused her drafting of the investment contract and teasingly glanced at the two of them. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Mo Nantian seemed to come alive again, his eyes bursting with a light called hope. Their company was named Baishun Real Estate Company, a name given by the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, which both Mo Qingtian and Sun Mianmian agreed to. Using a local name for the company made it easy to pronounce, remember, and spread. Ultimately, Mo Qingtian and Sun Mianmian each invested 15,000 and partnered to establish the company. Since Sun Mianmian had to study and didn't have time to participate in management, she felt that at most she could hold 40 of the shares. However, Mo Qingtian refused and insisted on a 50-50 split. We are siblings. Who puts in effort isn't the same? Nantian, this is our little sister. You can handle it. Second brother. Mo Nantian silently nodded without speaking. Everyone was used to it and didn't notice the hint of dejection in his eyes. Since she held 50 of the shares, Sun Mianmian didn't want to do nothing. Seeing that it was still early, she quickly sketched the market architectural perspective of their first project from memory. This is the first test we are about to submit. We must strive for excellence and aim for a grand debut. Facing their surprised gazes, Sun Mianmian remained calm and pointed at the drawing. As for how many floors to build, Brother Mo, you should invite a professional master from the provincial city to guide us, preferably someone who can work alongside us. After all, a different industry is like a mountain apart, and having an insider to point us in the right direction can help us avoid detours. Mo Qingtian clapped his hands. Little Mianmian, as expected of you, you think things through so thoroughly. All right, I'll listen to you. The group discussed for a while longer before heading home before dark. Soon, the 3-day college entrance examination arrived. Sun Jingshu was somewhat anxious, becoming silent and filled with uncertainty. Sun Mianmian was very worried about him, scratching her ears and cheeks, trying to comfort him. Second brother, may I ask why the tortoise was the ultimate victor in the story of the tortoise and the hare? Huh? He was slow to respond, answering foolishly. The tortoise was slow in the first place. It had already calmed down to face defeat. Sun Mianmian replied yes. It had already calmed down, so became the one who laughed last. Second brother, keep a calm mindset and do your best. Sun Jingshu pondered for a moment, then smiled and made a fist towards Sun Mianmian. Go for it. At this moment, Wang Yuting ran over, her eyes shining like 500-watt tungsten bulbs, staring at Sun Mianmian. Mianmian, I'm nervous too. Why don't you cheer me on? Since the incident of the emotional infidelity, Wang Yuting had been down for 2 days and had been eagerly following Sun Mianmian around. She either brought snacks to feed her or asked questions without shame. Of course, Sun Mianmian took her so-called questions seriously, helping explain and highlight the key points. The two laughed and joked, and their relationship grew even closer. Seeing her about to cause trouble again, Sun Mianmian chuckled. You want me to cheer you on? Why not go find your boyfriend? That would be more useful. Wang Yuting pouted. Who are you disparaging? I would never dance with trash. Sun Mianmian laughed. So you know that's trash, but some people still cried for 2 days. Wang Yuting shyly took her hand and pouted. That was just someone being immature and blind. Mianmian, oh no, that's disgusting. Go away. Sun Mianmian, didn't he expect that by helping Wang Yuting and a few other classmates, she would earn 300 merit points. Now, she had accumulated a total of 550 merit points. This was the highest she had stored in a long time. Just as she was thinking about this, a long-lost mechanical voice echoed in her mind, activating observation technique, consuming 3,000 merit points. Chapter 79. After the college entrance examination, Sun Mianmian thought to herself, so she is not worthy of having merit points, right? Just one thought used up 3,000 points, leaving only 550 points. Fortunately, opening the Qi observation technique in the future no longer requires consuming merit points. She didn't know why the space suddenly rewarded her with the Qi observation technique. But after looking at the introduction, she gladly accepted it. The so-called Qi observation technique is equivalent to granting her a celestial eye, allowing her to see the fortune hidden in a person's brow. Purple-red represents good fortune, gray represents mediocrity, and black represents stagnation, indicating that something bad will happen. Could it be that while taking the college entrance exam, she also bears the responsibility of reading people's fortunes? Sun Mianmian chuckled at herself and followed the crowd into the examination hall. Fortunately, the 3 days of the college entrance exam were calm, and everything went well. Sun Mianmian did not make any eye-catching moves like submitting her paper early. She left the examination room together with everyone at the sound of the bell. Mianmian, wait. Just as she reached the school gate, she heard Wang Yuting shout. She helplessly pursed her lips and looked at the rushing girl, wondering what was so urgent. Look, everyone is looking over. Hearing this, Wang Yuting quickly scanned the crowd, her face flushed red, and whispered, don't rush to leave. Let's compare answers first. Some familiar classmates chimed in loudly. Yeah, Mianmian, I want to compare answers with you too. I feel so uncertain and don't know if I can get into that university. Me too. Let's go find a shady spot. Do you want to be baked in the sun? At this time, filling out college applications was done before the college entrance exam. Students needed to fill out their applications based on their academic performance and goals. The system used a priority model, meaning students could fill out multiple choices, but the first choice was very important. If the first choice was not accepted, even if the score for the second choice was sufficient, they might still not be admitted. Therefore, many students felt anxious as soon as they left the examination room. They were eager to know if they had a chance to get into the universities they applied for. And the outstanding Sun Mianmian had clearly become the standard answer in their minds. Unable to refuse or escape, with the approval of Principal Yichen and several teachers. She had to sit among them. Thus, under the big tree outside the examination room, a group of people gathered together, each taking out their answers and quietly comparing them. Occasionally, someone would excitedly shout, I got it right. At other times, someone would sigh, why am I so foolish? Some cried, some laughed, some quietly left, and some jumped 3 feet high. Sun Mianmian continuously reassured them, everyone, relax and wait for the admission notice. My answers might not be correct. We can't consider this the final result. If someone took it too hard, wouldn't she feel guilty for a lifetime? Principal Yichen and several teachers were also eagerly surrounding the group. Seeing someone leave with a worried expression, they stepped forward to comfort them. Failure is the mother of success. Don't lose heart. You can still come back for the college entrance exam next year. As for whether anyone listened, no one knew. Finally, after an hour, the crowd dispersed. Wang Yuting raised her arm and called out, classmates, after so many tense days, shall we go relax together? With her call, a large group followed behind her. Principal Yichen couldn't bear to dampen their spirits, so after a few words of advice, he waved them off. At this time, there were only a few entertainment venues in the county, such as an open-air cinema. The so-called open-air cinema meant that at night, in a spacious area in front of the supply and marketing cooperative, a screen was tied between 2 big trees, accompanied by a pair of speakers, making a great place for entertainment. However, it was only a little after 4 in the afternoon, so waiting for the open-air movie seemed unrealistic. Some students who lived far from the county were anxious to return home and left one after another. In the end, only Sun Mianmian, Wang Yuting, Han Yihong, and the cool, invisible person Mo Nantian remained. Wang Yuting sighed. This farewell, we don't know when we can gather again. Why don't we go have a meal? Han Yihong nodded. Sure, I know a good place. The group followed Han Yihong, turning left and right, and arrived at a very deep alley. Lifting the door curtain, Han Yihong called out skillfully, Brother Xiong, we're here for dinner. A burly middle-aged man with a bit of a belly came out from inside, saying, You brat again? Same old dishes? Han Yihong replied, That's not enough. Add 2 more signature dishes. Seeing his demeanor, Sun Mianmian felt a bit curious. To be honest, she wasn't a gossiping person. She had sat behind Han Yihong for a few months and only knew him as a person, not his family situation. Wang Yuting noticed Sun Mianmian's confusion and explained with a smile, Han Yihong transferred here from the provincial city and is living with his grandparents. I heard his father is a big official in the provincial city. Sun Mianmian suddenly understood and responded with an O. The dishes were served quickly, and Han Yihong invited everyone to eat. At the same time, he looked at Sun Mianmian and said, with a perfect score of 650, you should be around that, right? Did you really only fill out 1 application for Jing University? Sun Mianmian nodded. Yeah. What about you? Han Yihong smiled. With my scores, I can't get in at all. I want to go to Guang City and see what I can do. Maybe when I come back, I'll be a big boss. All roads lead to Rome. Sun Mianmian smiled slightly, then activated the Qi observation technique. She saw a purple aura on Han Yihong's brow and congratulated him. Now that Guang City is thriving. Maybe after we graduate, we'll have to work under Boss Han. I hope you won't pretend not to know me then. Han Yihong laughed heartily. How could that be? You're welcome. Saying this, he turned to Wang Yuting. So your first choice is what? Normal University? Are you confident? Otherwise, should I let you take me to explore the world? Wang Yuting rolled her eyes at him. I think it's fine. I should barely meet the cutoff. Wang Yuting's brow had a gray aura with a hint of purple. Sun Mianmian couldn't tell how her fortune was, but it shouldn't be too bad. As for Mo Nantian, he seemed cold and gloomy, with gray swirling around his brow. The gray aura spun faster than everyone else's, like clouds in a storm. Feeling the gaze of everyone, he put down his chopsticks and said, As for me, I applied to a University of Social Sciences. The crowd was puzzled, wondering where that university was. Seeing that he didn't want to say more, they didn't press further. After finishing the meal, the group agreed to meet up again at the end of the year when they returned to Baishan, and then they parted ways. Sun Mianmian saw that it was still early and headed into the mountains alone. She happily earned points, muttering to herself, If I don't go into the mountains to expand my territory now, when will I? Once I enter university, I'll be far away from the mountains, and my Bodhi space will just be a decoration, won't it? With the experience of entering the deep mountains that night, she harvested along the way, tossing herbs into her space and selecting some excellent varieties for planting. In this way, following the trail from that night, she successfully reached that mountain hollow. The scenery in the hollow was still picturesque, but the temperature had risen quite a bit. Sun Mianmian was busy digging for medicinal materials, transplanting vegetation, and scanning for points. Finally, before the sun set, she heard the mechanical voice, Congratulations, the Bodhi space is fully opened. This also meant that the dense fog in the Bodhi space had all retreated, and she no longer needed to work hard to earn points. Another big task completed. She climbed quickly from the mountain hollow to the mountain peak and easily made her way back. What's that red spot? Thousands of rays of light filter through the dense leaves, fluttering like fireflies in the dark woods. And that splash of red becomes the most dazzling color. The yellow-green umbrella-shaped flowers have small red fruits and 3 to 5 oval-shaped dark green leaves. It must be ginseng. Sun Mianmian squatted skillfully in front of the ginseng, carefully counting its stem scars while digging. Unfortunately, it was only 100 years old. Planting it in her space wouldn't be bad. She murmured to herself, her clear voice as light as a forest sprite. After finally digging out this plant, she looked up and saw more yellow-green flowers swaying in the wind not far away. Hey, did I stumble into a ginseng den today? Sun Mianmian joyfully ran over. Unbeknownst to her, whether it was the dim light or the thick layer of fallen branches and leaves underfoot, she momentarily lost attention and couldn't discern the terrain. In the instant she regained her senses, her body had already rolled down, just in time to be caught by a sturdy tree. Above her, the yellow-green ginseng flowers swayed, as if mocking her predicament. Sun Mianmian chuckled in anger, stood up, and without further ado, began to dig. One strike. Woo-woo. Another strike. Woo-woo. Where did the crying sound come from? Intermittent, sometimes light and sometimes heavy, elusive and without trace, making it impossible to locate the source of the sound. Chapter 80. Wang Dahu falls in the earth crack. Sun Mianmian was horrified. A chill rushed from her feet to her head, making her hair stand on end. Was the ginseng becoming a spirit? Or were there really monsters? In her previous life, she wouldn't have believed in such things. But now, as a soul traveler herself, she found herself believing. After listening intently for a while, the sound disappeared again. Sun Mianmian thought to herself that she was probably just too tired and had hallucinated. Or perhaps this ginseng had truly become a spirit. She quickly tied the ginseng with a red thread and muttered, "Little ginseng, just accept your fate. I'm not going to eat you all at once. I'm just moving you to a new home. Be good. No more crying." With that, she swung her hoe, staring intently at the ginseng. Her senses heightened to the extreme. Just as she struck down, the sobbing sound returned. This time, she understood. It wasn't the ginseng that had become a spirit. There was indeed someone crying, and it was a child, a mountain spirit. Sun Mianmian's hand holding the hoe turned pale with tension. She looked around and listened carefully. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough merit points to activate her scanning skill. "Who is it? Say something." Her voice, infused with inner strength, echoed throughout the mountain. At that moment, right below the steep slope where Sun Mianmian was standing, Wang Dahu, tense and scared, heard the echo. He scrambled up and shouted hoarsely, "It's me. I'm here." Wang Dahu had come into the mountains today with his mother, Zheng Yue, when he saw the legendary ginseng flower from a distance. He became overly excited and accidentally strayed off the path, falling into this pit-like earth crack. Unfortunately, this place was deep in the mountains, with very few signs of human presence. No matter how much he shouted, he couldn't attract Zheng Yue's attention. What he didn't know was that after Zheng Yue realized he was missing, she searched for 1 or 2 hours nearby. Her eyes swollen from crying and her throat hoarse from calling out, before finally leaving the mountain to seek help. Sun Mianmian heard the voice from below but didn't recognize who it was, so she continued to shout, "Don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you." After saying that, she quickly dug up the ginseng, not paying attention to its roots, and casually tossed it into the medicinal field of her space. Fortunately, ever since the Bodhi space acquired a water source, the desolate fields had slowly started to recover. The medicinal herbs planted in the fields were growing even better than those in the mountains. The cabbage and radish seeds she had sown were already ready for harvest. Sun Mianmian carefully tied a rope to a large tree behind her and slid down. She didn't expect that after sliding about 15 or 16 meters, the surrounding trees became sparse. Then it turned into moss-covered, oddly shaped rocks. Unknown vines hung from the rocks, intertwining and blocking all footholds. Sun Mianmian tensed her body, hearing the rustling sound behind the vines, and threw a handful of medicinal powder. Instantly, snakes and insects cleared the way, and the surroundings quieted down. The golden glow of the sunset also disappeared into the dim sky. She pushed off with her legs, sliding down the rope for a short distance, and her toes accidentally brushed against a protruding part of the rock wall. In an instant, a series of cracking sounds pierced her eardrums. The next moment, a gap over 2 meters high appeared in the rock wall. As the gap widened, the vines on the rock wall kept breaking. Amidst the flying dust and grass clippings, a dark opening appeared before Sun Mianmian. What? In such a hidden place, why would there be a mechanism? Was there some unspeakable secret inside? Or had she stumbled upon a treasure trove by good fortune? She decided to go in and take a look. On the other hand, the rope was not long enough. The opening was just right for a foothold, making it convenient to use the vines to extend the rope. Sun Mianmian shouted down, "Who is down there?" Wang Dahu had been paying attention to the movements above and was hopeful upon hearing someone was coming down. This time, he recognized the voice of the person coming. "Sister Mianmian, it's me, Dahu." They were only about 10 meters apart. Upon hearing it was Dahu, Sun Mianmian was shocked. "Wait for me, I'll come down." With her words, Wang Dahu was no longer afraid of the darkness. Okay, Sun Mianmian planned to first check inside the cave to rule out any potential dangers. She knew well that it would be impossible for her to carry the nearly 70-pound Wang Dahu back up by herself. It seemed they would have to spend the night in the cave. The cave was very dry. She took out a flashlight and looked at the well-maintained walls of the cave, cautiously walking inside. After going in about 4 or 5 meters, she saw an oval-shaped hall of approximately 50 square meters. In the center of the hall, there were stacks of solid wooden boxes. Sun Mianmian counted 20 in total. Moreover, these boxes were tightly secured with iron sheets about an inch wide. This is treasure? She stepped forward to pry one open and gasped. One box was filled with weapons. They seemed to be products from the modern era. The box next to it contained a mix of jewelry and paintings. With that, she didn't need to open the remaining boxes. She could guess that they were likely similar inside. She had struck it rich. She was really rich. Sun Mianmian suppressed her excitement, glanced around, and waved her small hand, sending them into the collection room. Bang! Just as she collected the boxes, she didn't expect that behind the boxes were 4 or 5 skeletons. As the boxes disappeared, the skeletons lost their support and fell to the ground. Sun Mianmian covered her mouth tightly to suppress the scream that was rising in her throat. Amitabha, may the benefactor rest in peace. Amitabha, she mumbled incoherently, terrified and wanting to flee. However, a black gun beneath the skeletons caught her eye. Small hands guns. A total of 5. Sun Mianmian removed the magazine and was surprised to find that each gun still had 5 bullets inside. Confused, she wondered if they had bullets. How could they die here? Had they killed each other, or were they hunted down to this point? Without further thought, she cautiously wiped away all traces and weighed the guns in her hands. Perhaps because they had been left in the cave for too long, some parts of these handguns had started to rust. Sun Mianmian tossed them onto a balance scale, and before long, she obtained 5 brand new ones. She grinned. The harvest from this trip was quite good. She just didn't know if the contents of the boxes had been eroded by time. However, there was no time to check now. She would have to wait until she got home. What she didn't know was that because she had entered through the cave opening on the cliff, she didn't notice the unusualness of the skeletons, and therefore didn't discover another exit from the cave. Thus, she avoided countless traps and mechanisms on that side. By this time, it was completely dark, not to mention the already dim and narrow earth crack. However, the earth crack had its advantages, with no wild beasts roaming around. Wang Dahu was able to wait for Sun Mianmian's arrival alive. Roar! Just as Sun Mianmian attached the vines to the rope, she heard the furious roar of the king of the mountains. A tiger, their SA tiger, woo woo woo. Sister Mianmian, the tiger is coming. Are we going to die? As soon as Sun Mianmian emerged from the cave, she greeted Wang Dahu. She laughed and said, "Don't be afraid. Even if a tiger comes, it can't eat you. It'll definitely get stuck on your head." Wang Dahu seemed somewhat comforted. He tentatively stretched his hand to measure the width of the earth crack. Sister Mianmian was right. A tiger is so big, it definitely can't come down here. Standing in the earth crack, he couldn't even stretch out one of his arms, let alone a large tiger. Naturally, Sun Mianmian also noticed the width of the crevice. She threw down the vine and tied herself up. "I'll pull you up." Before long, Wang Dahu was pulled up by Sun Mianmian. They sat together at the mouth of the cave, gazing at the starry sky. "I wonder how my mother is doing. She must be worried sick." Wang Dahu was in low spirits, slowly nibbling on the flatbread that Sun Mianmian had given him, while recounting his experiences. Sun Mianmian shot him an annoyed glance. "You should take care of yourself first. Look at your ankle. It's swollen like a little hill. All right, you can't exert yourself for now." While helping Wang Dahu with his foot injury and other soft tissue injuries, she kept an eye on the commotion above. Before long, it seemed that voices were carried by the wind. Chapter 81. Experiencing the feeling of being in a deep well and looking at the sky, big tiger. Mianmian. A group of people holding torches and flashlights were anxiously shouting in the deep mountains and forests. Grandpa was also supported by Sun Jingshua, following behind the crowd. Mo Qingtian had advised Sun Jingshua more than once to take the old man back. However, Grandpa firmly refused, saying, "I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me. My Mianmian often goes in and out of the mountains and has never been late coming home. She might be waiting for us to rescue her." He was not afraid of Sun Mianmian getting hurt or temporarily losing her way in the mountains. He was worried she would be vulnerable and fall victim to those lurking in the shadows. I'm fine, hurry up, Grandpa urged Sun Jingshua, panting heavily. Sun Jingshua sighed helplessly and hurried a few steps to catch up with the main group. As the two parties got closer, the shouts of the crowd became clearer. They're coming to find us. Sun Mianmian suddenly stood up, her eyes bright with hope as she looked up. Wang Dahu, supporting himself against the cave wall, also stood up, tears of excitement streaming down his face. We are saved. He knew the cliff was steep and that he couldn't climb up. Sun Mianmian, being slim, would also find it hard to climb up. If no one came to rescue them, they would truly be trapped. Sun Mianmian skillfully tied a rope around herself and said to Dahu, "You stay here and wait. I'll go up a bit and call them." In such a low crevice, their cries for help were hard to carry up. If they didn't save themselves soon, would they really have to suffer from the cold and hunger? She left a flashlight with Wang Dahu and sprinkled powder around to ward off snakes and insects. "I'll be back down soon. Don't be afraid." With that, Sun Mianmian climbed up the rope, swaying as she went. The slope was very steep, with few footholds, and was slippery. She struggled to climb. About half an hour later, Sun Mianmian reached a place with trees. At the same time, she could see lights moving in the forest. As she saw those lights about to turn away, she jumped in panic. She reached up to grab a tree, and her body swayed as she sat on a tree root, took a deep breath, and then shouted with all her might, "We are here." Her lion's roar, infused with inner strength, shook the air and echoed endlessly. It startled the beasts deep in the mountains, which roared back in response. The people entering the mountains were shocked and changed their expressions. Without waiting for Mo Qingtian's orders, Sun Jingshua bent down and carried Grandpa, running with the crowd towards the mountain's edge. Sun Mianmian was dumbfounded. After waiting a long time, she realized that she had caused trouble, startling the beasts and scaring the good-hearted people. Seeing the lights about to disappear, she felt like crying without tears and began shouting again, "Dahu is here, here." This time, she didn't dare to use all her strength and precisely controlled her voice. Sure enough, some of the departing lights turned around and shone her way. Sun Mianmian pressed on. "Big Tiger is here." As she climbed up a bit more, her voice became clearer. People were running towards her, crying and shouting, "Big Tiger? Where is Big Tiger?" Sun Mianmian. She finally understood what it felt like to be a child without parents, feeling utterly lost. Just then she thought, they were looking for Big Tiger, which meant they were looking for her too. "Hey, why bother with all this?" She shouted again. We were at the bottom of the slope. At the same time, she shook her flashlight. Finally, someone noticed the light from her flashlight and shouted in excitement, "There! I see it right there." She remembered that place was the crevice. How did they get there? A group of people quickly ran to the top of Sun Mianmian's head. Mo Qingtian saw the rope tied to the tree and laughed. "Little Mianmian, so you volunteered to explore the crevice, huh? How's the view from the cliff? Is the mountain wind sweet? Does the crevice connect to the gates of hell?" Hearing his voice, Sun Mianmian was momentarily stunned, not expecting to have startled brother Mo as well. She chuckled. "The view from the cliff is absolutely beautiful. The night scene is lovely. And I got to experience the feeling of being in a deep well and looking at the sky. However, why didn't he make it to the crevice? Big Tiger fell in, and only he knows what it's like down there." Zheng Yue cried out in despair. "Big Tiger, my Big Tiger. He fell into the crevice. Is he hurt?" Sun Mianmian shouted back, "Aunt Wang, don't worry. Big Tiger just has a few injuries and twisted his ankle. I've already pulled him out and placed him in a cave below." Just as she was speaking, someone slid down the rope from above. Upon closer inspection, it was Mo Qingtian. "Little Mianmian, did you get scared and cry?" Sun Mianmian rolled her eyes, feeling speechless. "I'm not a 3-year-old, just a bit exhausted." Big Tiger was about 30 meters below. There were no trees to support her descent from there, and there were few footholds. The cliff was steep, and the vines were slippery. "Can you manage alone?" She carefully explained the situation, but Mo Qingtian smirked mischievously. "Who are you underestimating? I used to be a soldier. A mere cliff is nothing to me. Just watch." With that, he kicked off with both legs, swaying his body, and disappeared into the darkness in an instant. Since Big Tiger was sitting at the cave entrance with a flashlight in hand, Mo Qingtian quickly found him. However, it was easier to go down than to come back up. He could only use the vines to securely tie Big Tiger to his back and climb up. After all, he was a former soldier. It took him just over 20 minutes to come up, faster than Sun Mianmian solo descent. Sun Mianmian watched the man on the opposite side, grinning foolishly, and silently gave him a thumbs up. Brother Mo, you are still strong. If she didn't have some skills of her own, she probably wouldn't have been able to climb back up. At the same time, she underestimated the steepness and danger of the cliff, thinking she could go down alone to save someone. Although she had just received a reward of 500 merit points, the shock outweighed the surprise. It was too reckless. If given another chance, she thought she wouldn't hesitate and would continue to take risks. With the trees providing leverage and the people at the top helping to pull the rope, they quickly climbed up. Zhang Yi couldn't hold back her tears when she saw the living Big Tiger. Wang Jinsheng wiped his tears and scolded. What are you crying for? Shut up. Aren't you afraid of attracting big bugs? Wang Shuisheng took Big Tiger and carried him on his back. The group quickly exited the forest. At the foot of the mountain, the lights were bright. Grandpa stubbornly waited there, next to the thin and anxious Sun Jingxu. He immediately spotted Sun Mianmian walking among the crowd, and tears streamed down his face. Little sister, where have you been? You mustn't act alone next time. When Sun Jingxu hugged her tightly, Sun Mianmian's body stiffened for a moment, but then her heart warmed up, and she patted his back. I got delayed because I heard Big Tiger's voice on my way back. I'm sorry. Sensing Sun Jingshua's trembling body, her throat tightened, and her eyes became moist. Then, she turned and hugged Grandpa again, saying, Grandpa, I'm fine. Don't worry. Upon hearing that she went missing to save Big Tiger, Grandpa let out a sigh of relief. He always felt that the people who had been tailing them had disappeared, but the sense of danger looming in his heart had not dissipated at all. He thought this danger might be related to the disappearance of Sun Hao and Su Wan. Sigh. When will this life come to an end? Sun Mianmian noticed Grandpa's worries and panic. After returning home, she first served him a bowl of calming soup, then stayed and chatted with him for a while before proudly taking out the ginseng she had just dug up, finally watching the old man fall asleep. In the following days, she honestly went to the traditional Chinese medicine shop to learn medical skills during the day and ran home at night. Occasionally, she would go to the construction site behind the medicine shop to take a look. Life was as plain as water, but little did she know, danger was quietly approaching once again. Chapter 82. Under scrutiny and surveillance on that day, Sun Mianmian had just returned from a construction site to the Chinese medicine shop when she noticed two armed men standing at the usually quiet entrance. They were in plain clothes, looking stern and vigilant. Confused, Sun Mianmian approached, and two sharp gazes immediately turned to her. One of them coldly commanded, "Stop." At the same time, their guns were pointed in her direction. Sun Mianmian was startled and shouted, "Master!" The conversation inside the room came to a halt. Chen Weihua cleared his throat and said, "It's my little apprentice. Let her in." With that man's permission, the guns crossed in front of her were moved aside. Sun Mianmian took a deep breath and stepped inside. By the tea table, her master Chen Weihua sat with a middle-aged man who had previously come for medical treatment, and whom she had helped with acupuncture, both enjoying tea together. The atmosphere seemed fine, but there was an inexplicable sense of oppression, especially from the man's gaze, which was filled with blatant scrutiny. "Little girl, we meet again," the man said. Sun Mianmian politely nodded. "Yes, thank you for remembering me." Since Chen Weihua had not introduced the man, Sun Mianmian could only greet him like this. "Come sit, let's chat for a bit," the man said, noticing Sun Mianmian's unease. "I am an old friend of your master, so don't be afraid." Chen Weihua nodded with a smile, but still said nothing. Sun Mianmian secretly noted this in her little black book. This man clearly held a high position and had ulterior motives. Why didn't her master give her any hints? Once Sun Mianmian was seated, the man got straight to the point. "I heard you rescued a child from a crevice a few days ago." Sun Mianmian nodded, yes. This was a fact everyone knew, so there was nothing to hide. "Then why didn't you exit from the other exit of the cave where you were staying, and instead waited for rescue at the same spot?" Sun Mianmian was bewildered. "There was another exit?" "I didn't know," she replied. From his tone, it seemed there was indeed another exit that should be easier to navigate than the steep and treacherous one she had taken. She was curious about what might be found if she went through the other exit and secretly thought about looking for an opportunity to check it out. The middle-aged man, seeing her straightforward response and natural expression, looked somewhat disappointed, yet he still harbored doubts and scrutiny toward her. After all, Sun Mianmian and the child had spent the most time in the crevice. Clearly, her suspicion was the greatest. As for Mo Qingtian, he had gone down for too short a time and had returned empty-handed except for the child on his back, which could be ruled out. He glanced at Chen Weihua and continued, "What did you see in the cave?" Sun Mianmian immediately became alert, furrowing her brows as she looked at the man. "The cave? I've never been in, so I don't know what it's like inside. Even if I did, I couldn't tell anyone." Instantly, the man's expression darkened. "Little girl, confess and you'll be treated leniently. Resist and it will be severe. Don't take what you shouldn't tea. It's a matter of life and death. Tell me everything in detail." Sun Mianmian seemed to be frightened, her face turning pale in an instant, her body shrinking back, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. She looked pitiful and helpless. With a choked voice, she stared at the middle-aged man opposite her. "I really didn't go in. I'm just a girl, daring to go down to save someone, exhausted, hungry, and scared. How could I have time and energy to explore? You don't know, Da fell into the crevice, and he cried until his voice was hoarse, plus he was injured. But my rope wasn't long enough. I hung in the air for a long time without finding a foothold. I accidentally kicked open that hole and quickly used vines to attach the rope to pull Dahu up. Dahu had multiple soft tissue injuries and a sprained ankle. And after a lot of effort, we finally waited for help. Because I knew I couldn't climb up with Dahu. I had to go up first to call for help. That is how it was. Everyone saw it." After she finished speaking, the man stared at Sun Mianmian for a long time, then lowered his head, lost in thought. Before meeting Sun Mianmian, his people had already interviewed those who were in contact with Sun Mianmian and Wang Dahu that night. Even Mo Qingtian had been thoroughly interrogated. Their statements were all similar. Sun Mianmian indeed returned empty-handed, with only a few bundles of common herbs and a 100-year-old ginseng in her basket. After all, such a small girl could not possibly climb up with a 70-kilogram young man, let alone the things in the cave. Historical records indicated that the items left by people before the founding of the country were in that crevice. His people had searched that crevice for years without finding anything. It was only when Wang Dahu fell into the crevice that they connected the suddenly appearing cave with the coordinates in the historical data. That was the place they were looking for. However, when they arrived, the cave was empty except for a few skeletons. The mechanism at the other exit of the cave was covered in moss and dirt, almost blending with the stone wall, clearly untouched for a long time. But what about the items inside? When did they vanish? They were baffled. The middle-aged man pressed his fists against his forehead in frustration, his thoughts swirling. And his gaze returned to Sun Mianmian. He had a gut feeling that Sun Mianmian was the most suspicious. The reason was simple. She had ample time and space to commit the crime. However, without evidence, they couldn't just take her away, so they could only monitor her. He believed that traces would be left behind, and fire could not be hidden forever. After leaving the Chinese medicine shop, Sun Mianmian sensed that two tails had followed her. With a bitter smile, she thought, "It's a blessing, not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. They just wanted to monitor her, so let them." She had been monitored before. Moreover, those boxes hidden in the space were very safe. She just didn't know how they found out there was something in the cave. She had barely finished packing up when these people arrived, almost as if they had caught a scent. After dinner, even Sun Jingshu noticed warily that their home was being watched again. He hesitated to speak, closing his mouth under his grandfather's unblinking gaze. Sun Mianmian curled her lips, nonchalantly picking up a medical book to read. Compared to those unknown forces watching her before, she felt safer with these people keeping an eye on her. As night fell, sure enough, someone could not contain themselves and thought they were being stealthy as they came and went in the Sun family, turning everything upside down. But all of this was within Sun Mianmian's expectations. In the neighboring Wang Dahu's house, the treatment was the same. They were being monitored and searched both openly and covertly. This situation continued for 7 days, after which the middle-aged man and his watchers suddenly disappeared. On that day, Aunt Wang stealthily came to visit, her eyes still reflecting traces of fear. She cautiously approached. "Elder brother, have those people finally left? What were they looking for?" Grandfather shook his head, Hands clasped behind his back, his voice calm. I don't know. We just need to keep our heads down, not break the law or betray the country. And we can be safe. Aunt Wong responded repeatedly. Yes, this life of being treated like a criminal is really hard to endure, but fortunately, we are all fine. Mianmian, thank you for saving Daho. Sun Mianmian smiled lightly, not taking it too seriously. I had the heart, but not the strength. If it weren't for Uncle Wong and the others' insistence and wisdom, we might have been stuck down there all night, freezing and starving. After chatting for a bit, Aunt Wong left. The moment the courtyard door opened, Sun Mianmian's keen eyes caught a shadow quickly disappearing. It seemed that the people who were watching them openly had left, but those in the dark were still around. They were not giving up. Chapter 83. Receiving a letter from Si Yuandao, Sun Mianmian secretly cursed. If she knew her treasure had been intercepted, she would be unwilling to accept it. Among those 20 boxes, besides 10 boxes of guns and ammunition, 5 boxes of jewelry and famous paintings, there were also 2 boxes of silver dollars and 3 boxes of gold bars. It was truly a treasure, but she couldn't dare to cash them out now. With a troubled yet excited heart, Sun Mianmian took the famous paintings and jewelry out of the boxes and carefully placed them on the wooden shelves in the collection room. Nowadays, time and the space seemed to be frozen and kept at a constant temperature. Items placed inside would not deteriorate or oxidize. Just like the 2 bags of plaster she made herself, they would not expire, and their medicinal effects remained just as potent as before. The college entrance examination had passed, and Sun Mianmian had spent almost all her energy making dogskin plaster. However, even with her day and night efforts, the supply could not meet the demand. Today was another delivery day. Because Baishan Real Estate's first project had started, Qingqing was fully focused on the construction site, and the business of selling plaster that he originally managed was handed over to Su Jun, his son. Can you give us a bit more? 1,000 pieces of plaster aren't enough for our brothers to make a round trip to the provincial city. It's just not worth it. Su Jun protested with a smile, weighing the bag in his hand. Although he used to be the second in command of the Baishan black market, he didn't dare to act big in front of Qingqing's officially recognized sister and could only plead nicely. Sun Mianmian rubbed her forehead and said, Brother Su, I told you just call me Sun Mianmian. Why, Sai? To be honest, if it weren't for being able to make it during the day at my master's place, I wouldn't be able to produce a few pieces by myself in half a month. That's true. Making plaster is a meticulous and technical task, which takes a lot of effort and time. How about we set up a workshop? Su Jun, seeing Qingqing working vigorously, felt itchy in his heart and wanted to invest in something. After learning from Qingqing about the 2 projects initiated by the state, he and his brothers honestly started a legitimate business. But having been used to making quick money, how could they be satisfied with picking up a few cents? So, they set their sights on the highly praised plaster with good sales, which had a gross profit of 70 cents per piece. If one person could produce 1,000 pieces of plaster in half a month, then what about 2 people, 3 people? If the supply was sufficient, could they expand to more cities quickly and realize the dream of sleeping on mountains of gold and silver? He looked at Sun Mianmian with burning eyes. But Sun Mianmian shrugged her hands and said helplessly, But I don't have any capital to invest. If the items in the space could be cashed out, she would have liberated her hands long ago. Su Jun scratched his head anxiously. Do we need a lot? I don't know. But the raw materials are not easy to find, and the workshop procedures probably can't be completed either. If we open a workshop, the demand for medicinal materials isn't as simple as just one person messing around. Moreover, since the reform and opening up, although a few Sino-foreign joint venture pharmaceutical companies have emerged in our country, the pharmaceutical industry is still mainly state-owned, and the Drug Administration is strict. They want to open a small workshop. It's simply a delusion. Su Jun left in frustration, taking away 1,000 pieces of plaster. Sun Mianmian earned another 800 yuan. She happily counted the money when she heard the sound of a bicycle bell at the shop door. Surprised, she looked up and saw a delivery person waving a letter, shouting, "A letter for Sun Mianmian." Mine? She took the letter with confusion and saw that the return address was from the capital, which made her even more puzzled. Who sent the letter? Could it be an admission notice? Chen Weihua raised his head from the counter and asked, "Is it an admission notice?" Sun Mianmian mumbled, "It's not an admission notice, but a registered letter." The envelope had several stamps of the same denomination affixed at one spot. She recognized this type of envelope from her previous life when she had seen it at her grandfather's house. There were only a few people from the capital who could write to her, but she had no clue who would use registered mail to contact her. When she opened the envelope and saw the familiar handwriting, a cold face suddenly flashed in her mind. Looking at the signature at the end, it was indeed from Si Yuandao. He said he had been very busy recently and couldn't accompany her for the college entrance examination. Afraid that she wouldn't be able to return in time when reporting to Beijing University, he sent the house key ahead along with the address. Sun Mianmian shook her head and smiled. This person really is something. We agreed to pretend to be a couple. Is it necessary to be this enthusiastic or so serious? It's not like it's under his grandfather's nose. There's no need to be so earnest, right? She folded the letter and casually tossed it along with the key into the collection room. It's a letter from a classmate in the capital, she said casually when she saw Chen Weihua looking over. Since she had sold all the plaster, Sun Mianmian returned home earlier than usual. As usual, she had a large pot in the yard simmering plaster, with the space simultaneously processing it. However, by late at night, she could only work overtime in the space. That night, in an abandoned courtyard of Baishan, lights appeared. Two shadows on the old window changed shape and moved around due to their actions. Their voices were kept very low, probably just slightly louder than the sounds of insects in the yard. Didn't you say the Sun family has treasures? And that there's a batch of treasure in the earth fissures? Where is it? One person, suppressing his anger, yelled at the figure opposite him. The figure across moved his mouth, gesturing with his hands, seemingly in a hurry to explain. What I said is not wrong. It's just that we haven't found it yet. Please give me a little more time. Time? How much time do you need? I swear I see you looking for death, messing with us. After finishing, the shadow suddenly stood up, pointing a weapon at the opposite figure. The figure opposite pleaded in terror. No, I swear, the Sun family's treasure really exists. It was leaked by Sun Hao back then. And the earth fissure, it should be that we haven't found the right place. What is the Sun family's treasure? The armed person sat back down. I don't know. Sun Hao didn't say. Sun Hao, stand down. I'll give you another year. Within a year, find me those two items or bear the consequences. Before long, the moon slipped behind the clouds. The abandoned courtyard returned to silence. Meanwhile, Sun Mianmian was unaware that it was now the darkness before dawn and tirelessly continued to work overtime. In the intervals of making plaster, she did not forget to study the medical books collected by her grandfather. She had never taken these medical books out before. She only secretly read them in the space. As a result, her diligent and studious nature uncovered a big secret. The medical books her grandfather gave her were older than those given by Chen Weihua and those collected by her family in her previous life. Moreover, some prescriptions with the same names for treating the same ailments were different. The ratios on those pages were more exquisite and more effective. For example, the calming soup she could make could be adjusted with some medicinal materials to transform into a traditional Chinese medicine pill for nourishing the liver and kidney and boosting energy. The effect was better and more convenient to carry. Chapter 84. There are always more ways than difficulties. Excitedly, she followed the recipe and made several different types of medicinal pills. She also managed to prepare 2,000 plasters in advance. With the remaining time, she planned to head south to take a look, hoping to earn some money to buy a small courtyard near the capital before school started, so she could take her grandfather with her to the city. After all, she was still worried about leaving her grandfather alone at home. Before heading south, she intended to inform her master first. However, when she reached West Street, she was surprised to see that the traditional Chinese medicine shop, which usually opened early, had only a small door available for 2 people to pass through today. A black small cart was parked at the entrance. Could it be that another important person had arrived? Sun Mianmian paused for a moment and stepped inside. The store was quiet, and she didn't see Chen Weihao. So she called out, "Master?" "Gumin." Chen Weihao's voice came from the inner room. Sun Mianmian hesitantly walked in and saw 2 bundles piled at the door of the inner room. Chen Weihao was busy inside. "Master, are you going on a long trip?" Chen Weihao turned around, holding a stack of medical books, and handed them to her. "Yes. Do you remember that important person who visited us twice? He invited me to the capital. Our family originally had ancestral property in the capital, but it was all surrendered over the years. Now, because he values my medical skills, he helped me get back some ancestral property. So, I'm busy preparing to take over there. So that is how it is. Sun Mianmian sincerely felt happy for him. Master, congratulations. I was worried about leaving you alone in Baishan, but now it's great. I can continue to learn from you. Chen Weihao stroked his beard and looked at her affectionately. You girl, your medical skills are ready to be taught, but learning has no end. You still need to study more and practice more. Great people have said, truth comes from practice. All right, we want to be open for business today. See you in the capital. Since her master was leaving, Sun Mianmian didn't tell him about her plan to head south, fearing it would worry him. She just smiled and said, Master, is there anything I can help with? If she were skilled in cooking, she could make some food for her master to take on a journey. But, Master, I'll go buy some snacks from the supply and marketing cooperative. You must wait for me. After saying that, she dashed out. Chen Weihao shook his head with a smile, his eyes flickering with an inexplicable bitterness. After sending Chen Weihao off, Sun Mianmian took a look around the construction site and saw the building rising higher day by day, her heart blossoming with joy. Montak Daga. It should be about a month until the main structure is completed, right? Qingqing wiped his face with the towel hanging around his neck and grinned. Little Mianmian is probably right. Building houses is indeed a money-burning endeavor. We've already invested a lot just in the main structure. If we use large areas of glass for the exterior, we'd really be in debt. Sun Mianmian winked slyly. There are always more ways than difficulties. Why don't we quietly spread the word and see if anyone urgently needs it and collect some deposits in advance? Upon hearing this, Qingqing's eyes lit up. That is indeed a good idea, but I'm afraid the policy won't allow it, right? Sun Mianmian stamped her foot, quietly. Just then, she remembered that the original owner had seen a report while at the Fang family that the country was implementing a no-interest loan policy starting this year, mainly targeting the rural economy and individual entrepreneurship. We are individual entrepreneurs. Why don't we take our documents and ask the bank? Hearing Sun Mianmian say this, Qingqing patted his thigh. It's still better to study more. Let us go. We'll ask the bank right now. However, she had only seen a report about a policy and didn't fully understand it. You're a real estate company. Loans require interest. The state has a unified regulation that the interest rate for real estate loans is over 10. Considering you are the first company from Baishan to inquire about a loan, we'll only charge you 10. After hearing what the bank staff said, Qingqing and Sun Mianmian felt like they had fallen into an icy lake, stunned. Comrade, do we need to go through procedures? When he heard the inquiry, Qingqing shook his head repeatedly and said apologetically, Sorry to bother you. We'll go back and discuss it first. They had originally thought their company was included in the no-interest loan support policy. But who would have thought they would be charged a 10 interest rate? As they walked out of the bank, Qingqing looked back at the bank's doorway and said gloomily, Little Mianmian, do you think they are treating us differently? We don't look like fat sheep. Back in 1982, when real estate was just emerging, especially in the coastal areas where the economy was booming, real estate developers were indeed fat sheep, making money at an incredible speed. Sun Mianmian hadn't expected such a mix-up either. She smiled helplessly. It's fine. It's just that we didn't get the loan. We can think of something else. We must come up with a shocking report. They had surveyed the market before starting construction, and about 300 households expressed a willingness to buy houses, but less than half had the full cash purchasing power. Their company had built five-story buildings in a prime market area, with each floor divided into 4 households, totaling 100 units, with demand exceeding supply. Selling shouldn't be a problem. However, the initial funds might delay the construction progress. Delaying the construction would also delay the opening of Baishan's wholesale market. This would likely lead to accountability from Minister Wang and other leaders. Why not reflect their difficulties to the leaders? Those who serve the people might provide some ideas or solutions. She thought this way and conveyed it to Qingqing. Qingqing's previously upturned lips slowly fell again. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it with a somewhat dejected expression. I think we should just forget it. We originally didn't plan to use all glass for the exterior or install large electronic screens. According to our original plan, our funds are sufficient. Sun Mianmian shook her head disapprovingly. Let us try it first. Let us not talk about Guang City. Even if we have the effect of a department store in the provincial capital, our buildings will definitely sell. We might even make an extra 1 or 2 yuan per square meter. A unit is about 100 square meters. Making an extra 1 or 2 yuan per square meter means we can earn. Without thinking, she dialed Director Wang's phone. Uncle Wang, it's Sun Mianmian. We plan to install electronic screens on the exterior walls to better let everyone understand Baishan and promote the characteristics of Baishan as products. Yes. It's just that we are short on funds by a little bit. Oh, thank you. Thank you. She spoke cheerfully, her expression relaxed. Mo Qingtian impatiently asked, completely oblivious to the burning cigarette in his fingers. What did they say? Is there any good news? Seeing her excitement made him feel quite precious. Sun Mianmian blinked. Hee. Guess? Quickly tell me. Director Wang said he would report to the leaders and should be able to allocate 5,000 for us to use. Of course, it needs to be repaid within 3 months, and it's not counted as interest. Repay within 3 months, and it's not counted as interest? Mo Qingtian was more than willing. He slammed his palm on the table in excitement. Director Wang is such a good person. I'll buy him a drink another day. Having settled the construction site issues, Sun Mianmian packed her bags the next day and headed south with the stubborn Sun Jingxue. Chapter 85. Robbery on the train. The two siblings bid farewell to their grandfather and turned to walk into the train station. As the green train whistled and departed, Sun Mianmian excitedly anticipated the city of Guangzhou in the 1980s. In her previous life, when she went to Guangzhou, it was in the 21st century. At that time, she was there for tourism. She still remembered finding a rare medical book at an antique street and buying a calligraphy painting as a gift for her grandfather. Eventually, she wandered to the end of the street and unexpectedly stumbled into a small auction house. This time, aside from wanting to buy some clothes and electronics to bring back from Guangzhou, her main goal was to try her luck and see if she could find a small auction house. The jewelry and paintings in her space were numerous, but if they weren't turned into cash, they would always be lifeless and worthless. Money makes money. That's the fastest way to accumulate wealth. Little sister here. Sun Jingxue placed their luggage down and took out their water bottles. Sun Mianmian snapped back to reality and pulled out a book to read, making Sun Jingxue, who wanted to enjoy the scenery, retract his gaze and also take out an English book. They had bought hard seats, and they happened to have a 2-person seat. Opposite them sat a middle-aged man dressed in a suit and black leather shoes, with a leather bag, who was dozing off, and a woman with a child. They didn't seem to be family. The child by the window was a bit noisy, causing the middle-aged man to frown frequently, but he didn't say much. Sun Mianmian knew that the world was chaotic at this time, and the train was also unsafe, with pickpockets and thieves everywhere. She didn't dare to sleep or read with peace of mind. The night quietly enveloped the train amidst the clattering sounds. People moved in the aisle, some heading to the dining car, others going to the bathroom, and some men smoking at the train connection. Sun Mianmian took the boiled egg that Sun Jingxue handed her, swallowed it with water, and simply solved her dinner. At this moment, Sun Jingxue wanted to go to the bathroom. He whispered, "Little sister, be careful. Pay attention to your safety and our luggage above." Sun Mianmian nodded, leaned against the carriage to read, but did not overlook the movements around them. Before long, someone stopped in the aisle beside them and bent down to remove Sun Jingxue's coat and book from his seat. Sun Mianmian looked up unpleasantly and coldly reminded, "Someone is sitting here." Some people with standing tickets had no seats, and when they saw an empty spot, they would sit down. But upon hearing someone's reminder, they would generally move aside. However, the person in front of her seemed not to hear. He sat upright, his hands naturally resting on his thighs, turning his bearded face to stare at her intently. His gaze was deep and his expression inscrutable. Seeing his rudeness, Sun Mianmian snapped her book shut with a bang and said with a stern face, "Comrade, if you keep this up, I'll shout harassment." Hearing this, the bearded man chuckled lightly and said softly, "See you." He caught a glimpse of Sun Jingxue approaching and gave Sun Mianmian a meaningful look before leaving. "Who was that? Are you okay?" Sun Jingxue frowned at the departing figure. He felt that the back of that person was somewhat familiar. Meanwhile, Sun Mianmian felt that the light laugh was like a seductive mist drilling into her heart and lungs, making her unconsciously think of Si Yuandao. The voice was indeed very similar to Si Yuandao's. But that face. She couldn't help but recall that when she first arrived, the person who was blocked in the guest house with her had such a bearded face. Thinking of this, her expression turned cold, and she dismissed the enchanting laugh from her mind. She secretly vowed that when she encountered the person who caused the original owner to lose her life, she would make him feel the power of the 7-day heartbreak powder. Although she couldn't remember why the original owner went to the guest house alone, she clearly remembered that when she entered that room, it was empty. But the moment the door was forcefully pushed open, that bearded man jumped in through the window. Damn it, he landed right beside the original owner. Because of his jumping action, his arm hadn't had time to retract, making the person who entered think they were in an intimate embrace. Consequently, a barrage of vulgar insults came crashing down. The original owner was so ashamed that she jumped off the 3rd floor. So much to think about. Sun Mianmian decided to take a nap first. Big brother, wake me up in an hour to switch with you. Sun Jingshua shook his head. Just sleep. Big brother was indeed very good. He had developed a cautious and somewhat timid nature since childhood. She believed he would slowly get better. With that thought, Sun Mianmian fell into a deep sleep. She didn't know how long it had been when Sun Jingshua shook her awake. Little sister, little sister. His voice was very soft, deliberately lowered. Sun Mianmian was confused for a moment, but instantly became alert. In the aisle 2 or 3 rows ahead, 2 young men were holding spring knives, glaring fiercely at the passengers. Hurry up. Those who know what's good for them will avoid the flesh and blood punishment. She didn't expect to actually witness the robbery her grandfather had talked about in her previous life, where not only were there pickpockets on trains, but also openly robbers. At that time, she innocently asked, "Isn't anyone going to stop them?" Her grandfather scoffed. The country is in ruins, and ghosts and monsters are rampant. How can they manage? She didn't remember how they ended the conversation, but now, Sun Mianmian really couldn't stand it any longer. The 2 young men were grinning menacingly at an elderly man who looked like a farmer. "If you keep talking, we'll cut off your hands. Are you going to hand them over yourself? Or do we have to do it?" The elderly man certainly wouldn't submit. He still had some spirit left in him. He immediately knocked the spring knife away and stood up, pointing at them and cursing, "You bandits, do you want to get shot?" The 2 young men's faces changed instantly, and they flanked the elderly man, thrusting the spring knife sharply towards his chest. They're killing someone. Run. In the blink of an eye, a circle of space opened up around the elderly man. Sun Mianmian pulled Sun Jingshua, and in an instant, the 2 switched seats. She left behind a cautionary, "Be careful," and braced herself against the seat back, leaping up to kick the spring knife away. "Stop!" Hearing her shout, the 2 young men turned around, one of them sneering, "So it's just a little girl? Don't rush. We'll get to you soon." The other yelled towards the train connection, "Are you all blind? Someone come and teach this ignorant little girl a lesson." Sun Jingshua saw that they had reinforcements and feared that Sun Mianmian would be at a disadvantage. Just as he was about to get up, sharp-eyed, Sun Mianmian stopped him with a glance. Even if his combat ability was weak, they couldn't expose their side immediately. Sun Mianmian moved her wrist, and silver needles flew out, immobilizing the 2 young men. They looked at Sun Mianmian in horror, not forgetting to threaten her. "What did you do to us? Who are you? I advise you not to meddle. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave the train station." Sun Mianmian coldly laughed. "You're already defeated and still have the audacity to boast." Saying this, she looked at the man approaching, scanning the crowd of intimidated people. "There are only a few of you, and there are dozens of us in this carriage. Are you all so willing to submit?" The crowd flushed. Some were hesitant, others indifferent, while some mustered the courage to step forward. The man, seeing that someone was encouraged, remained calm. He contemptuously looked around and sneered. "Anyone not afraid of death can come up. It's a red knife entering and a white knife coming out." Hee. It's that threatening line again. Chapter 86. Arrival at Guang City. The man swung a watermelon knife about 60 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide at his side, emitting a chilling cold light. Those who had just mustered the courage to approach immediately retreated, their faces filled with fear and anger. The man sneered, waving the knife at the crowd, and arrogantly shouted, "If you didn't empty your pockets just now, you'd better be aware, or I'll get impatient and cut you one by one." After saying that, he pointed at Sun Mianmian, proclaiming that whoever could capture that little girl wouldn't have to empty their pockets. Upon hearing this, some people immediately had thoughts of action. Even the woman sitting across from Sun Mianmian with a child shouted loudly, "Comrades, that girl is a partner right here." Sun Jingshua was already thin and looked like a refined scholar, making him appear easy to deal with. At this moment, a middle-aged man who had been feigning sleep across from Sun Jingshua opened his eyes. A cryptic smile appeared on his lips. Sun Jingshua's phoenix eyes widened in anger as he pointed at the woman. "Shut up. Do you believe I'll deal with you first?" Sun Mianmian hadn't expected that at such a critical moment, her second brother would actually be so capable and not falter. The older man who was saved also glared angrily at the woman, truly showing how people's hearts have changed. It seemed they were all in cahoots. "Comrades, let us control this woman first." Upon hearing this, some people moved closer to the woman. They dared not face the armed assailant directly. Were they afraid of a woman with a child? If the police came, it would be a significant achievement. But the woman, seeing the crowd approaching, cried out loudly, "I'm not. I just don't want to suffer." However, the crowd, eager to achieve something, immediately filled with righteous indignation and subdued her. Sun Mianmian let out a light sneer. From the corner of her eye, she saw the man with the watermelon knife swaggering over to within 5 meters of her. As he passed through, the crowd scattered like birds and beasts. Of course, it was those who had once again reached for their wallets. The little girl looked pretty good. "As long as you follow me, I guarantee you'll live a good life and make money easily." Sun Mianmian spat in disgust, thinking how absurd it was for a lazy frog to dream of eating swan meat. As soon as she finished speaking, the silver needle in her hand flew out, instantly immobilizing his arm that was committing the crime. This was the limit of her inner strength after hard practice during this time. "You?" He looked at his numb arm in terror, and his gaze swept over his two motionless companions, realizing something. Originally, he thought those two fools were subdued by the spring knife and force in the little girl's hand. Who would have thought it would be like this? "You can seal acupoints?" Sun Mianmian ignored him and looked at the crowd. "Everyone, please help tie her up. The train staff and police will be here soon." "Yes, yes. Thank you, girl, for your help." The older man was the first to pull out a bundle of ropes from his backpack and swiftly tied up the two who had attacked him. As for the other one, they used someone's red belt to bind his hands and threw him on the ground. "Little girl, let me go. I promise that if you walk this line in the future, no one will dare to mess with you. Otherwise, I'll hit you every time I see you." The last man who was tied up shouted loudly, showing no fear and no respect for the law. The older man laughed in anger. "You have quite a big tone. You must be a habitual offender. I'll put it this way today. If you can come out again, I'll change my surname to yours. It's just too rampant. If we don't uproot you all, how can the people have a peaceful life?" The old man stood with his hands behind his back straight, his gaze cold and sharp, exuding an air of authority. The train carriage fell silent, all shocked by his transformation at that moment. Sun Mianmian looked at him in surprise. This is not an old farmer. He must be some leader who has run away from home. To her surprise, she guessed correctly. This old man was not only a former leader, but also in charge of railway safety. Even more unexpectedly, they had a deep connection and would meet again in the capital. Sun Mianmian stared at the old man's back, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Just then, the train conductor and police arrived. After escorting the 3 assailants away, the conductor respectfully said to the old man, "How did you end up in this carriage?" "It's so dangerous." The old man waved his hand. "Dangerous? Is it more dangerous than going to war? If I hadn't come over, I would have known that there are people openly robbing with knives on our train, and they dare to threaten the comrades who uphold justice, acting as if this line is their home. Investigate. We must investigate thoroughly and punish them severely." Sun Mianmian returned to her seat, not even glancing at the woman, and chatted with Sun Jingshua for a bit before closing her eyes to feign sleep. She hadn't expected that today, as underworld forces would be so rampant. No wonder they would strike hard against them next year. She also didn't expect that the man who looked like a farmer was actually a good leader who had been to war and had come to secretly investigate. Just as she was thinking this, she felt someone push her. She opened her eyes, looking puzzled at Sun Jingshua. He gestured with his eyes. It was the train conductor. She looked up and met the conductor's gaze. "Little girl, thank you for stepping in to maintain peace. With the approval of our leaders, we'll transfer you to the sleeper carriage." This scenario felt familiar. Wasn't it exactly what happened on the train when she returned to Baishan from the capital? Identical. With a clean and comfortable sleeper, Sun Mianmian gladly accepted. She immediately followed the conductor with Sun Jingshua. What she didn't know was that after they left, the middle-aged man who had been sitting across from them also left, leaving only the educated woman alone, sulking. The sleeper carriage was quiet and refreshing. Other than eating and sleeping, Sun Mianmian spent her time reading. Time flew by, and after 20 hours, they finally arrived at Guang City train station as the sun rose. Unexpectedly, while queuing to disembark, she spotted the bearded man coming out of the opposite carriage at a glance. Sun Mianmian recognized with sharp eyes that the backpack he was carrying was actually a specialized backpack for special operations units. No wonder. The original owner had grown up in a military district and had more knowledge about the military. She subconsciously activated her aura observation technique and saw a purple-red mass at the center of his brow, with a hint of pink mist around the edges. She shook her head in confusion. In her understanding, there was no explanation for the pink mist. Thinking of his gender and age, a term suddenly jumped into Sun Mianmian's mind. Peach blossoms are blooming. Could it be that pink represents good fortune and romance? If so, this person was in a period of good luck combined with romantic luck, and his mission would surely succeed effortlessly. She found the aura observation technique very interesting and immediately scanned the area again. Suddenly, she spotted the middle-aged man sitting across from them in the crowd. Her gaze paused, her focus sharpening. It was black, indicating death energy was surrounding him, and misfortune was upon him. What a pity for such a young age. Sun Mianmian sighed and was about to withdraw her gaze when she unexpectedly saw the man smile at her. She was taken aback for a moment, but didn't pay much attention, slightly nodding her head as a greeting. She turned to look at the large clock above the exit of Guang City train station, feeling a bit dazed. The architectural signs here were exactly the same as those she had seen in her previous life, giving her a sense of deja vu. Sun Jingshua tugged at her sleeve. Little sister, let us go have breakfast first. I heard from Mo Qingtian that Guang City's breakfast is a must-try. After having breakfast in Guang City, everything else is like pig food. That was Mo Qingtian's exact words. At that time, Sun Jingshua was also present. So, as soon as they exited the station and smelled the sweet fragrance in the air, he immediately felt eager to try it. Sun Mianmian couldn't help but feel her appetite stirring, saliva flowing. She looked around and pointed to a restaurant that had stood there in her previous life, saying, "Let us go there." Chapter 87, An Old Man with Death Energy. They each ordered a plate of fried rice noodles and a salted egg yolk dumpling. Unfortunately, after finishing the fried rice noodles, they couldn't fit in the dumplings. Just as they stepped out of the shop, they ran into a group of 3 people. The leader was the bearded man they had encountered on the train. Sun Mianmian quickly averted her gaze and pulled Sun Jingshua to turn towards the bus station in the square. "Boss, what are you looking at?" Sun Mianmian vaguely heard someone shout from behind, and when she looked back, she saw the bearded man turning his head. She felt that this person was strange and immediately became vigilant. They found a decent hotel near the Tianhe wholesale market. Sun Jingshua stood at the hotel entrance and whispered, "Little sister, we can just stay at a guest house. There's no need to spend so much." In his subconscious, frugality was deeply ingrained. Sun Mianmian quietly explained, "Second brother, you saw the chaos on the train, but it's even more chaotic here. Day or night, we must always be vigilant. Besides, our main concern is safety. A big hotel has better security. Let us keep it steady. We finally made it out." It was Sun Jingshua's first time traveling far, and after the robbery on the train, he was so worried that he couldn't sleep day or night. Hearing Sun Mianmian's words, he calmed down and followed her inside. After they rested, they headed straight to the wholesale market. At that time, denim jackets and jeans, as well as denim overalls, were particularly popular. Sun Mianmian knew that this denim series would not go out of style in the coming years. She packed 2 bags of good quality fabric at reasonable prices and hurried back to the hotel under various curious gazes. "Little sister, it seems like we're being followed." As soon as they entered the hotel lobby, Sun Jingshua said angrily while watching the reflection at the front desk. Before Sun Mianmian could respond, the receptionist smiled and said, "You must be here for the first time to buy goods, right? It's normal to be followed. You'll get used to it." Getting followed is just something to get used to? Sun Jingshua's face darkened. Just as he was about to reply, the receptionist continued. You look like newcomers. And your accent is from out of town. Dogs have their way, and cats have theirs. Everyone is just trying to survive, using different means. So, when you go out later, dress up a bit, try to speak less and observe more, and stick to crowded places. Sun Mianmian was grateful for her kind advice and nodded with a smile. Thank you, sister. Then the two siblings returned to their rooms. Of course, the goods were stored in Sun Mianmian's room. Her reasoning was to keep everything in one place for easier shipping later. In reality, as soon as she closed the door, she waved her hand and stored everything in her space. Looking at her watch, it was just after 3 in the afternoon, with 2 hours until the market closed. Sun Mianmian pretended to say she wanted to read up on introductions and other books about Guangzhou in the room, then quickly put on some makeup, changed into her newly bought jeans and denim jacket, and wore a pair of local people's standard flip-flops before heading out of the hotel. In her previous life, she had a basic understanding of Cantonese, and she hadn't forgotten it. When she was with Sun Jingshua, she felt a bit constrained and could only awkwardly speak Mandarin with a Qingqing accent, which drew the attention of some observant people. This time, she smoothly browsed through the entire market. After comparing prices at 3 different stalls, she successfully completed her purchases. The next day, Sun Jingshua thought they would be going back to the wholesale market and waited outside early. After finishing breakfast, Sun Mianmian surprised him by saying they would mainly go to the antique street in Guangzhou today. Sun Jingshua was quite surprised. Aren't we going to the market? I remember you said you had prepared 2 or 3,000 yuan to buy some clothes and small appliances to take back. They had just bought 2 small bags of denim clothes yesterday. As for the small appliances, he hadn't had the chance to look yet. Sun Mianmian smiled and nodded. We're not going. I've already made my purchases and completed the shipping procedures. Of course, she had also kept the phone number of the stall owner for future contact. Sun Jingshua was stunned. How can you act alone? That could be very dangerous. Sun Mianmian smiled. Look, I'm perfectly fine. The 2 of us have too big a target. Don't worry. I know my limits. Sun Jingshua had nothing to say. Indeed, he was the one who would hold them back. The antique street here was much livelier and more organized than the one in the provincial capital. They gathered in a large open area, with neatly arranged mats on the ground displaying various items like porcelain, antique ornaments, jewelry, and writing tools. Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshua followed the crowd, walking in front of row after row of stalls. Little sister, look at that blue and white porcelain. It's beautiful. Following his gaze, Sun Mianmian saw at the end of a row, on a mat about 3 or 4 square meters, a blue and white porcelain vase, a jade ruby, and a delicate bronze ornament of a child fishing. Sun Mianmian had no appreciation skills. She simply activated her ability to observe energy and unexpectedly saw a cluster of black energy at the stall owner's brow. Meanwhile, the bronze ornament in front of him radiated a faint purple aura. Logically speaking, she should only be able to see the luck of a person using her energy observation technique, not the aura of an object. However, strangely, she could see the purple aura on the bronze ornament. Boss, how much is this porcelain vase? Sun Mianmian bent down and pointed at the vase, her gaze sweeping over the bronze ornament. The boss was an old man of about 60. Hearing her voice, he slowly lifted his drooping eyelids and said, Little girl, my items aren't cheap. Think carefully before you act. Sun Mianmian retracted her hand and looked up at the obviously weak and dispirited stall owner. Seeing his gloomy complexion, pale and cracked lips, and murky eyes filled with a hint of deathly stillness, she wondered what illness he had that made him persist in running a stall. Just as she was about to ask about his condition, she immediately remembered the environment they were in and scolded her own occupational habit. She smiled and said, Boss, a deal is only made when there's negotiation. If you don't quote a price, how could a business be conducted? Hearing this, the stall owner's eyebrows twitched. How about this? When it's lunchtime, I'll be heading back. If you want to buy, just come with me. After speaking, he pointed to a nearby dilapidated alley. Sun Jingshua looked wary and was about to refuse when Sun Mianmian smiled and said, Sure. The alley wasn't deep. Sun Mianmian was bold and curious, eager to see what the stall owner was hiding. Several courtyard doors near the market were wide open, and at a glance, Different porcelain or ornaments were displayed inside. They stopped in the middle of the alley. The stall owner trembled as he pulled out a key and opened the courtyard door. Inside the courtyard, except for a rockery with flowing water and shadows, there were no antique ornaments to be seen. It was simple and straightforward, and one could see the entire layout of the courtyard at a glance. Sun Jingshua froze for a moment, one leg stepping into the courtyard door, then quickly retreating and blocking Sun Mianmian, who was about to enter. Little sister. He looked serious, his body tense to the limit. The stall owner sensed their tension and vigilance and turned back, clearing his throat. Come in. I'm just an old man living alone. My children and grandchildren have either died or gone missing long ago. I don't know how many days I have left. Looking at the old man's lonely and desolate back, Sun Mianmian blurted out, Sir, I know some medicine. Would you mind if I take a look at you? Chapter 88. Once again, they were retained. I won't watch it anymore. It's unnecessary. The old man shook his head and moved a stool for them to sit on. I knew my time was limited, and I wanted to earn some money for a burial plot while I could still move. Hearing him say that, Sun Jingshua thought of his grandfather, and his tense nerves relaxed a bit as he looked at the slow-moving old man with sympathy. At that moment, Sun Mianmian also sensed the old man's resignation to death and the unique decay that came with being on the brink of death. She didn't insist on treating him anymore, but instead asked, That copper ornament of yours is quite interesting. How much do you want for it, sir? 10,000. Sun Mianmian gasped, tentatively asking, Can't it be any less? The old man shook his head. 10,000 was the bottom line. If you think it's too expensive, I'll give you that porcelain vase as well. It's been passed down in my family for who knows how long. So it was a family heirloom. But there are distinctions of authenticity and quality even among heirlooms. Moreover, 10,000 was not a small sum, and she didn't dare to gamble on it, remaining silent. She had spent over 3,000 at the wholesale market yesterday and had just over 10,000 left on her, which was all her possessions. Whether the old man was perceptive or it was just coincidence, she wasn't going to act impulsively for something that looked pleasing. Sun Jingshua shook his head. It's too expensive. We can't afford it. Sun Mianmian also apologized, saying, Sir, your items are indeed good, but perhaps we just aren't fated to have them. Sorry for the disturbance. After saying that, she stood up to leave. At that moment, a rather plump woman walked into the courtyard. She glanced at Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshua, then quickly approached the old man, questioning, Uncle, didn't you say you would handle the property transfer today? How could you deceive us? We've been waiting for over half a day. Seeing the old man not responding, she continued to scold him. With your condition, if you die, we'll have to handle your affairs. Why are you being so stubborn? Give us the house, and we'll help you with the arrangements. It's good for both of us, so why be so ungrateful? Hearing this, Sun Mianmian stopped at the courtyard entrance, worriedly looking inside. She had never seen someone so brazenly demand something like this. Truly a sight to behold. The old man slowly lifted his eyelids. Shut up. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Mianmian saw 2 police officers and several staff members walk in from the alley. Let's go. Sun Jingshua, seeing the police arrive, wanted to quickly take Sun Mianmian away from this troublesome place. But just as they were about to leave, they heard the old man say, Young friends, please wait a moment. At that time, the police and others had already entered the courtyard. Hearing the old man's words, the police thought there was a situation and focused their attention on Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshua. Sun Mianmian immediately explained that they were there to buy something. One of the police nodded. Since the old man has asked you to stay, then wait a bit. Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshua had no choice but to stay, intimidated by the authority of the police. After all, in front of the police, they weren't afraid of being falsely accused. Everyone found a seat to sit down. The staff also took out their prepared pens and notebooks, even bringing stamps and certificates. Sun Mianmian and Sun Jingshua exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what they needed them for in this setup. Before long, an old man and young man, presumably father and son, came in. The older man was around 60, apparently hard of hearing and seeing, and was being supported. The younger man was about 40, seemingly the husband of the plump woman. The old man, hearing the commotion, once again opened his eyes. Everyone is here. Now, I will discuss the ownership of this house. He cleared his throat a couple of times, picked up a teacup, and took a sip of water. I am nearing the end of my life, with no children or daughters. I have no money, not even for a burial plot, and only this ancestral courtyard remains. His speech was laborious, as if he were struggling to squeeze out those few words from his throat. And due to uneven effort, his voice fluctuated, trembling as if it might be cut off at any moment. The woman was clearly impatient, angrily waving her thick arms like a pig's trotter, speaking in a rough voice. "Uncle, why say so much? It's a waste of effort. The staff have moved the office here for your convenience, so why not just finish this up quickly?" As she spoke, the old man closed his eyes again, seemingly deaf to her words. Once she finished, the old man continued, "I ask you all to bear witness. After I pass away, this house will belong to whoever buys my burial plot." Some staff nodded, acknowledging that this was reasonable. Naturally, there is a give and take. Does the old man have a burial plot in mind? The old man pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to the staff. A few staff members gasped upon seeing it. The woman and her family gathered around to look and immediately changed their expressions. The woman shouted, "So what if you die? Why do you need such an expensive burial plot? You probably can't even afford it if you sell this house. What a good scheme." The middle-aged man's face darkened as he stared at the old man, speaking harshly. "Uncle, are you doing this on purpose? We said we would help you with your arrangements, and naturally, we wouldn't deceive you. But even if we sell it, we can't afford the burial plot you want. 10,000. That must be a thick stack." He was agitated, spitting as he spoke, nearly poking the old man's face with his finger. The police shouted, "Step back. If you don't want it, then get lost." He had intended it as a bluff, but unexpectedly, the old man echoed, "If you don't want it, then get lost. I don't have to sell it to you. Moreover, we have already severed ties and have not seen you nephews come to help when my family had matters to deal with." After the old man finished a long speech in one breath, he grasped the back of the chair with one hand and pressed his other hand against his chest, coughing so hard that tears and snot came out. The police, unable to bear it, handed him a glass of water. The next moment, they saw the old man's neck stretch painfully as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was shocked and stood up suddenly. Sun Mianmian couldn't help but feel her professional instincts kicking in. Just as she took a step forward, she was quickly pulled back by Sun Jingshua. "Little sister." Hearing the call, Sun Mianmian instantly came to her senses. They were unfamiliar with this place and couldn't let their good intentions lead to bad outcomes. Seeing the old man struggling for breath, it was evident he didn't have much time left. If someone took advantage of the situation, it would be unfair. This was reasonable, but watching the old man's painful struggle made her heart ache. Finally, the old man regained some composure. He raised his murky eyes to look at the staff. "If someone is willing to buy me a burial plot, then I will transfer this broken courtyard to him, including everything inside."